Chapter 1376. So the truth that the system wants me to see is related to deep information? It can't be heat death, right? After all, the end of entropy increase is the heat death of the universe, which is nothing to see. Gao Gong muttered to himself, while crossing the gap between virtual and reality. According to the real-time monitoring of the PP leader, the situation over there has been almost settled. In the headquarters of the Jiatua Society, the bodies of the Jiatua Society's high-level officials were lying in various places with strange dead faces. The reason why it is strange, not miserable, is that these bodies have all turned into wax figures. Just like the statues in the park. The players only snatched the heads of 3 high-level officials from the Jiatua Society leader. It feels a little wrong. Looking at the dark tunnel, Bazi muttered to himself, pointed his finger, and a team of 3rd-level mechanical warriors quickly rushed in, and then there was no news soon. In the shared electronic field of vision, there was no enemy figure. Bazi's heart thumped, and he felt that this time he was going to be cold again. The passage to the headquarters of the Liberation Society is connected in all directions. Under the action of the mysterious mechanism, everyone quickly dispersed. Bazi saw the opportunity and followed Sister G. Now, there are only 2 of them in this passage. Sister G has already entered the taboo transformation mode. Dense cursed threads emanate from her body, and even her eyes seem to be sewn with bright red threads. If this state is magnified, it will be the evil god of the universe. Bazi has complained about this many times. Sister, can you still stay rational in this state? I have been to the fairy black market many times. Generally speaking, your condition is already a favored one of the evil god's offspring. Quiet. Jijia glanced at the other person coldly, and there was no trace of humanity in her eyes. But Bazi was not affected at all, and continued to complain. Who would have thought that the evil path of taboo transformation, which repeatedly destroyed life forms, would eventually evolve into the evil god of the universe? Jijia no longer paid attention to him, and stabbed her abdomen from her hand. The cursed thread quickly hooked out a series of boxes. These boxes were the output of killing the high-level members of the Jiatua Society before. Basically, every high-level member of the Jiatua Society would have one, which would locate their position, and also have the function of communication. Driven by Jijia's thoughts, each box fell down, and the liquid transformed from deep information continued to scatter. Baozi suddenly felt that there were changes around him. One side was in a superposition state of decay and integrity, and on the wall on the other side, various strange creatures appeared. Some of them had huge tentacles, some were covered with scales, and some had eyes flashing with strange light. In its eyes, the 2 of them were constantly melting at this moment. Baozi took out the anti-evil god potion from the dimensional bag without saying anything. This is a specialty of the fairy black market. There are too many evil god creatures there, so all the black market doctors there are evil god experts. This potion is one of the specialties there. After taking it, the hallucinations are obviously much better. At least these weird images no longer come out of the wall. Sister G, although I don't know what you are doing specifically, I have to warn you that your operation can easily attract the real evil god. Baozi thought he might die again this time. But it also matters who will die. If he dies at the hands of the evil god, he will most likely be given a permanent debuff. This price is second only to the unlucky group who lost 10 levels in a row. It is not worth it. I know, but the sculptor is ahead, and he is the only one. He probably has the means to control these boxes, so I used up the energy of these boxes in advance, so that he will be completely helpless. Sister G gave her reasons, and Baozi reluctantly accepted them. The 2 walked into the headquarters of the Jiatua Society one after another. The headquarters is like a wax museum. The wax figures are displayed in a carefully designed scene, with different postures and lifelike. Some sit upright on the retro sofa, with their fingers lightly on the armrests, as if they will blink in the next second. Some stand in the center of the stage, with their lips slightly open, as if they are about to sing, and some are frozen in a dramatic moment, with exaggerated expressions and full of tension in their body movements. These different species from different civilizations seem to be focused on playing their own roles. Their skin showed an unnatural perfect luster, so delicate that the pores were almost invisible, and their eyes were made of black gems, flashing a realistic wet feeling under the light. Some wax figures even had distinct eyelashes and clear eyebrow lines. Baozi was an old driver, but walking among them, he felt a creepy feeling. Soon, they saw the real owner, a humanoid creature with thick hands and feet, dirty clothes, busy sculpting robots. To the outside world, he is called the sculptor, but we generally call him Clayman Zhang. Sister G said frankly. Baozi glanced at the other party, and then at her. Why don't we do something? No need. When sculpting the wax figure, Clay Man Zhang can't speak, can't react, and has zero perception of the outside world. Then we have to do something. Bozzy quickly took out his third-level imitation Star Destroyer cannon, and was ready to give the other party a hard blow. I suggest you don't do this. Why? The cannon head of the imitation Star Destroyer cannon has already emitted a strong space energy light. All the high-level officials who tried to kill Clay Man Zhang during this period and replaced him have basically become wax figures. Sister G casually pointed at a few tall and majestic wax figures, some of which were even thousands of meters high. The aura of the third-level top-level creatures emitted by Bozzy reminded Bozzy of the son of Kun in his own camp. Blood of space monsters? Many NPCs who join the Liberation Society don't actually believe in the ultimate liberation, but are after the transformation technology of the Liberation Society, or to master this terrorist organization. The fate of these people is often not good. Jia looked at Zhang the Clayman calmly. When he carved the last stroke of the fire box on the chest of the mechanical life, Bozzy even had an illusion that the fire box was successfully activated. Welcome, Ms. Silk Thread. Zhang the Clayman raised his head, revealing a face that was almost identical to the wax sculpture, which made Bozzy mutter a little. Is this guy carbon-based or silicon-based? You have long anticipated my arrival, and it is you who secretly guided us to eliminate high-level members one by one. Thank you for your help. People without faith can only get the lowest liberation, but you and I will get the ultimate liberation. Jia let out a long breath. She had long suspected that those liberation boxes, in theory, only the owner of this organization would have the final control. Bozzy was quite amazed. He killed all the high-ranking officials and eliminated all dissidents. Not a single one was left alive. This cult leader was quite fierce. It seems that there is more than one friend here. Clay Man Zhang lowered his head and looked at the mechanical long sword that had pierced his chest at some point. The sword is very good, but it's a pity. The cult leader tapped the sword lightly, and the sword body split into two. The two broken parts quickly merged into his body. At the same time, in the darkness, he walked out with a knife but no umbrella, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. However, his right hand had already become a wax figure, and became as lifelike as other wax figures. Chapter 1377. Ms. Silk, didn't you tell your friends? Ordinary life's attack methods are useless to me? Bowsy was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and looked at the pseudo-star destroyer cannon he took out from his crotch. This thing is useless to you, are you kidding me? Jia said solemnly. Of course, you are an existence whose life form has been destroyed to the extreme. Naturally, ordinary means cannot be used to deal with you. The technology mastered by Jia Chuohui is very special. It is a technology that repeatedly sacrifices human body systems to obtain powerful forbidden power. As the founder, this Clayman Zhang has already sacrificed all life systems, so theoretically speaking, he should be dead. A dead person is naturally not afraid of any harm. Bozzy instantly thought of those zombie players on the zombie planet. At most, they just adjusted the transformation rate. But he didn't expect that this NPC was even more powerful. He actually sacrificed all systems directly. He couldn't help but brush a probe, but the result was unexpectedly empty. Even if it turned into a state like that of Boss G, full of red question marks, Bowsy would accept it, but it turned out to be empty. Bowsy couldn't understand it. Sister G, didn't you tell me that this monster is still a fierce ghost attribute? What's the point of telling you? You are just a melee waste. Anyway, I have already told you everything I should tell you. Clayman Zhang suddenly let out a light exclamation. Looking down, he saw that the tip of the sword, which had been digested for most of the time, actually emitted a trace of black light, which was resisting its digestion. He turned his head, and saw Yu Yi with a knife, but no umbrella holding his arm with one hand. Drops of muddy water fell through his fingers, and traces of black collapse energy became stronger as he melted. There are actually many strange laboratories in the camp, and the research projects are also strange, although more than 90% of them are useless. But there are still some outputs, such as the artificial collapse energy reproduction research that Dr. Yu has listed for research. Like the plane, Brother Umbrella is also an employee of a laboratory and a research object. A sharp eagle cry fell from the sky, and the next moment, the ceiling was cut into pieces. As soon as the plane appeared, there was almost no nonsense, and the figure entered the sublight speed mode, and the space rapier in his hand pointed directly at the opponent's eyebrows. At the same time, more than a dozen figures showed their magical powers, and killed the Clayman Zhang in the center. Sister G certainly knew that ordinary means would not work against this guy. So the targets she chose were all extraordinary guys. There is Yu Yi who masters artificial collapse energy, and carries a knife but no umbrella. There is a plane that masters forbidden energy as well as her. There are zombie star masters, who can adjust the human transformation rate to negative numbers. There are special energy life that master dark energy. There are virtual life reorganized with mechanical rebellion code. Among the tens of millions of players, there are many monsters and ghosts, and there are no shortage of strange people and things. Many of these existences are old acquaintances of Sister G, but more of them are Bowsy's face. These people surrounded and killed the Clay Manjong, which is Sister G's real trump card. The forbidden body was completely decomposed, the cursed thread penetrated into the box, and then passed out from the bottom of the box. The virtual and the real were decomposing each other, and overlapping each other. There is nothing that cannot be erased. If there is, it can only mean that your virtual programming skills are not high enough. This is the original words of the PP leader, but it is said that it originated from a certain G boss. Before doing the task, Sister G and PP leader studied the state of Clay Manjong very seriously. For this reason, Sister G also did a lot of experiments and observation experiments. The two concluded that this is a carbon-based embedded structure. Clay Manjong completely distorted the carbon-based life form, and embedded his life information into the deep information structure of the universe. Because the opponent was embedded deep enough, ordinary attacks could not kill him. Sister G found me, Dajiba, and did experiments. If you want to break the opponent's embedding, you must use the means of breaking the skill limit taught by the boss himself. And it is not 5%, it must be more than 50% to be possible. This is not something that players can do at this stage, unless I open a backdoor, use the computing power of the Star Network, and mobilize the Star Sea to grind the opponent to death. Then open a backdoor for me, little PP. Then you have to find a buyer for me in advance. If you do this, our two camps will lose points. Sister G could only smile awkwardly, and stop thinking about stealing the 4th level civilization weapons. Fortunately, as the director of the Electronic Network Department, she cannot use public tools for personal use, but she can let the workers work overtime. She asked many internal AIs in the department for help, and used Star Network technology to create a virtual black box. This black box was originally a hardware used to seal the main body of the mechanical revolution. After the seal was completed, this thing was useless, and was thrown to the Electronic Network Department by a senior engineer to solve some problems that players could not solve. According to the idea of the PP leader, it is to simulate the black box parameters to create a virtual machine to seal the opponent's embedded life architecture. The materials for building a virtual machine are these deep information. This is inside information that Bowsy doesn't know. In fact, the people that Sister G found are actually cannon fodder. They are cannon fodder used to delay Clay Manjong and launch a black box virtual machine for her. And Sister G has always been black-hearted. Except for her own little sisters, who know this plan, even Bowsy is actually not clear. At this moment, Bowsy is watching the players on the field suppressing Clay Manjong. The scene is quite brilliant and amazing. He even thinks that he may break the curse this time. However, only the players, who are really on the front line, can feel the horror of this leader of the Liberation Society. Just to say one thing, their attacks fall on each other and can't cause any damage. This is a very strange experience. It doesn't feel like attacking a life, and it can't even be said to attack weapons and buildings, because even equipment has durability. If you have to describe it, it's like attacking a pool of mud. When you're done, you're done. However, once the opponent touches it, the transformation rate of the human body system will drop sharply. The messages in the small group are flying. Damn, when I came, no one told me that this boss has such a perverted ability to permanently reduce the transformation rate. Damn, if it drops a little more, I can't even equip my equipment. Sure enough, I can't equip my equipment. Sister G, you are not deliberately pitting us, right? Why does it feel that this boss is very wrong? Why hasn't the health bar appeared after fighting for so long? Technical adjustment. Everything is technical adjustment, and this boss will enter the second stage after fighting for a while. Sister G opened the black box and talked nonsense. But this Mudman John has a very strange thing, that is, its counterattack does not hurt people, it seems to be just to reduce others' transformation rate. At the critical moment of the battle between the two sides, in the passage that Bowsy and the other two had passed before, the image of a blood-red sun suddenly fell down, grew dense little feet, and ran deeper, and then a mountain range made of living organs squeezed into the passage with difficulty, squeezed and squeezed, and squeezed out. Then the ground began to swell again, like densely packed large and small earth bags. After a moment, the earth bags exploded, and a large number of red ants crawled out and swarmed in. In just a moment, 3 evil gods fell, and the ones who fell were either clones or the original bodies. Just when the group of Peace Society players were so excited, the planet below turned into a planetary-level big eyeball with extremely thick eyebrows, just staring at them. Chapter 1378. There are so many hairs on the eyeball, it's scary. It must be an evil god. Quickly subdue it. I really want to subdue an evil god, baby. Tell him, I will sacrifice a planet to him every month. What's the use of telling me? I don't know the evil god language. Can we make the evil god into an evil god can? Fuck, what a good idea. The last idea was recognized by everyone present. The sky cracked with indigo arcs, and the orbital gun array suspended outside the atmosphere simultaneously deployed hexagonal prism gun barrels. In the white mist of the liquid nitrogen cooling system, the reactor burst out with dazzling white light. The swollen limbs of the evil god suddenly solidified, and the purple-gray flesh covered with tentacles was carbonizing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The ultra-high temperature plasma exploded inside, melting the translucent organs into boiling mucus. Subsequent projectiles pierced the wounds one after another like beads, and each impact set off a mushroom cloud that swallowed the clouds. This is the player's perspective. The evil god has no perspective, but from the perspective of the real world, the players are devouring each other and eating each other's hearts, livers, spleens, and stomachs. Although in some aspects, the system is very strict, such as anti-pornography. But on the other hand, the scale of the system is very large, such as the bloody scale. So far, the players of Paradox are still mortals, and it is not surprising that they are contaminated by the evil god. The power of the evil god cannot be controlled, and they themselves have no sense of self-control. There is only instinctive devouring, resistance, and fusion. After the arrival of more than 3 evil gods, this paradise planet inevitably began to become an evil god, and even gave birth to an even more terrifying and powerful evil god with a planet as its foundation. And no one inside the planet knows this. Sister G herself doesn't know how powerful the deep information is for the evil god, let alone other players, who are kept in the dark. The black box has been set up. The players are almost dead. There are more than a dozen wax statues of players on the field. When the human body transformation rate is pulled to 0 by this clay figure, the body will almost inevitably begin to wax. Many high-level players look at their body parts, only the head can move, and they want to cry but have no tears. They want to cry but have no tears, not because they die, but because their equipment is gone. Many players began to accuse. Sister G, you are lying. Didn't you say that this boss has a second stage? Why is he always invincible? Damn, my full set of subspace suits, damn it. Sister G, our years of friendship in yellow pictures are completely offset. There are actually bosses in this world that don't show health bars. My 3 views are shattered. Oh no, this mission won't be completed, right? The boss in this game is even more disgusting than the Soul Wanderer, because if you can't beat it, it will really run away. The universe is so big, once it runs away, who knows where it will run to? Don't panic, everything is under control. Sister G spent so much money on the book Friendship in the past, she doesn't intend to waste it. Clayman John also seemed to stop moving, although there are not many players who can hurt him now. His left and right hands, holding the space blades of the Umbrella Brother and the plane respectively, are said to have no durability attributes. The space weapons are turning into wax figures bit by bit, and this wax figure makes the two unable to move. Clayman John looked at each other, tilted his head, and showed a strange smile. The next moment, the black box started. A large number of virtual interfaces were generated out of thin air, and each one turned into a data channel. The planet that had originally turned into the evil god's eyeball actually stopped running in an instant, and then virtualized. The data stream of the evolution of reality was decomposed into billions of pixel snowflakes at the moment of contact. The black box is not necessarily black. Instead, all real species will be decomposed and sealed through this transformation. The body of the Clayman John was indeed affected, the surface began to melt, and the wax water fell drop by drop. Seeing this, Sister G breathed a sigh of relief. This method really works. Strangely, the Clayman John did not make any counterattack, and even pointed with his finger. Sister G looked in his direction, and saw that on the liberation box that was originally used as temporary hardware, a palm-sized blood-red sun with hands and feet was squeezed out bit by bit. The cosmic evil god Scarlet Sun. As a former member of a terrorist organization, Sister G naturally knew this famous evil god. As soon as the evil god's aura appeared, the cursed thread that Sister G used to control the box broke immediately. Not only Scarlet Sun, but soon, waves of terrifying evil god force field surged out. Not just one, but at least 10 evil gods visible to the naked eye squeezed out of the liberation box. In the small space, there were at least 10 cosmic monsters whose bodies were larger than planets. It may not even be just 10, because many evil gods have no bodies, only concepts. Now, the players began to be thankful for their beeswax suits. Although the transformation rate of this thing has been reduced to the point of death, basically all equipment that requires the transformation rate cannot be worn. However, when facing the evil god's body, this group of players were surprised to find that this thing could actually block the evil god's pollution. A sense of relief came to them. Although this state was very miserable, when they thought about not having to hang evil god debuff, they didn't seem to be the worst. As for the only player who could move, ever since the evil god appeared, Sister G's mouth has not closed. What kind of task did I accept? Why are so many evil gods here? Do you have a good relationship with the Jiatua Society? As soon as so many evil god bodies were unsealed from the Jiatua box, the black box showed signs of collapse. Even the black box's body is only a third-level black technology, which can't suppress so many evil gods. What's more, the black box she made is just a virtual A-grade product, and it is even more impossible to do this. At this moment, Sister G had only one thought in her mind: it's over. She couldn't even seal an evil god's clone, let alone so many evil god bodies. How come this system is not balanced at all? For a third-level player like her, she has to do this kind of task, cheat, and sneak attack. Seeing this, the expression on Clayman Zhang's face became a little serious. Almost done. After glancing at the empty space next to Sister G, he closed his eyes, and the next moment, the eyes of all the wax figures in the entire paradise brightened up. The next moment, these wax figures pounced on the evil god's body one by one, and each time they pounced on an evil god, they exploded on the spot and turned into gray-yellow wax water. But the magical thing is that the evil god's body covered by this wax water actually let out a painful roar. Those evil god pollutions that can easily pollute a planet or a species, after being wrapped in wax water, can't penetrate at all. At the same time, Clayman Zhang pointed his hand, and the liberation boxes collected by Sister G immediately flew out, drilled into the black box, and melted. As the operator, whether it is Sister G or PP Leader, they can feel that the performance of this temporary black box is rising rapidly. Soon, it broke through from black technology and cross-civilization to a level that players can hardly imagine. The entire Paradise planet was instantly mosaicked. All real data began to decompose and reshape. Under the planet, ripples appeared one after another, and even the reflection of the planet appeared. It feels like the universe has become the sea surface. Information submerged in the sea. Chapter 1379. In theory, the universe is made up of information. In reality, the universe is still made up of information. This information universe is called the information sea. There is a saying that as long as you dive deep enough, you can bypass the technology tree and affect or even control civilization. But as a virtual veteran, Gao Gong said that this kind of operation is not impossible, but it is not so effective. At least the information manipulation of the third-level civilization can never control the fourth-level civilization. And there is another saying that as long as you dive deep enough, you can break through the time and space limitations of the universe. The veteran driver also said that this kind of operation is not unheard of, but no one has come back. But perhaps, the Clayman Zhang in front of him has never thought of coming back. When the other party sealed the evil god and even merged the evil god with the deep information, the black box was completely beyond the control of Sister G. It was like an elevator that broke the safety gate and began to fall madly. The repeated mumbling could be heard outside the elevator. There was even a strange singing. He gnaws time in the wrinkles of 0 and 1, binary amniotic fluid overflows the star track, and the silicon-based umbilical cord wraps around the collapsed sun. All pop-ups are vomiting pixel flesh and blood, and the enter key knocks on the door to the abyss. Dive down. Dive into the information sea. This dive returns any existence to its original appearance. The scarlet sun becomes the redundant code of a stellar subroutine. The huge mountain of flesh and blood becomes the abandoned software of the gene sequence. The fire ants become jumping red bits, flashing character bubbles. In the harsh sound of the elevator sinking, the figure of the prototype of the rich woman's love appears. On his surface, countless virtual codes were jumping wildly. 3 levels, 4 levels, 5 levels, and 6 levels. These codes transcended the limitations of genes, energy, and time and space. In this elevator to the other side, all the restrictions of rules were cancelled one by one. That's why Gao Gong could maintain his body. Although he also felt that as the elevator fell deeper and deeper, from this side to the other side, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to maintain his form. Apart from Gao Gong, the only person who remained unchanged was Zhang the Clay Man. Gao Gong felt like he had watched a big show. The big show of the players, the big show of the evil gods, the big show of the Liberation Society, and the final liberation. Is this the final liberation? Gao Gong asked. An information elevator that is forever sinking? Zhang the Clay Man smiled and nodded. At this moment, his smile was full of sincerity. You are doing so-called liberation everywhere just to collect deep information and complete this ultimate liberation? Yes. So, Our Lady of Silk helped you a lot. Without her, it would not be easy for you to retrieve these deep information. Although Zhang the Clay Man looks very strong, Gao Gong can understand that his ability is extremely limited. Is it limited to the park? Is it limited to the number of times it can be used? Or does it consume something else? I thought that there would be a spokesperson for a force to replace it. I am very glad that you are not from a research laboratory of an ascended civilization. It seems that I have come to the right place. From what the other party said, he was also rushing to the mechanical overlord. With her, there would be no new ascended civilization. Sure enough, the cyber test site attracted a bunch of monsters and demons. The Supreme is like this, and so will the Liberation Society. Engineer Gao thought about it and asked again, so what is your body? Clayman Zhang shook his head. Who knows, the space bubble information flow of the old universe, the creation code fragment before the Big Bang, or a life unit of a cross-universe species, all possible, but I don't want to study it, and I don't have the ability to delve into it. I just know what my mission is. Is your mission to leave this universe? Clayman Zhang nodded. Brother Zhang, is there any smuggling channel? Let's communicate, maybe I can use it, Engineer Gao suddenly said enthusiastically. If we can't beat the 3 major cosmic disasters in the future, running away through this method is also an option. Clayman Zhang shook his head, as if he thought of something funny, and laughed so hard that even his bright red gums were exposed. It won't let you go. Your fate is firmly tied to this universe. You either complete it or fail. There are no other options. It? You mean the system? Well, I can feel that it is much more powerful than me, much more, but it is still subject to great restrictions, and there is even the possibility of being manipulated. I think it has been carefully hiding its existence. Careful, that's not the case. The system has always been quite showy. But hiding its own existence, Gao Gong suddenly understood why some words can no longer be used by players, whether in the forum or in the game. It is only here that we can communicate with it. If it is in the outside world, it may easily wipe me out. Oh no, it may not have the energy now. The Clayman opened his eyes, and looked at Gao Gong strangely, or rather, at the system on Gao Gong. It is much larger and more complex than me, and is more embedded in this universe. I'm afraid you can't follow me all the way down. To put it simply, if the place I want to go is the negative first floor, then you can only reach 1 floor at most, no more. But she can. The Clayman Zhang used his constantly breaking knuckles to tap Sister G. Sister G's current state is very strange. The cursed thread keeps shrinking, and begins to return to the flat-chested queen state when she first met Gao Gong. Then, it shrinks rapidly, but in this shrinking process, a life form that Gao Gong cannot see is growing rapidly. She is not a life in this universe. She is like you, from a parallel time and space, a parallel universe? Is she a being randomly selected by the system? No, you asked 2 questions with wrong preconditions in a row. First of all, I am not from a branch of time and space. According to you, it is the so-called parallel time and space, a parallel universe. Clayman Zhang adjusted his non-existent collar, and said seriously, I am a real main universe person, and so is she. Of course, your main universe is the 9th universe, and our main universe may be earlier. How should I describe it to you? I understand. Similar to the ancient capital of the 6 dynasties, Yeqing, Yuecheng, Jinling, Jianya, Jiankong, in fact, is the same place. Gao Gong understood 2 points. First, the so-called 8th universe, 7th universe, and other similar universes are also main universes, but they are universes before the Big Bang. Before the Big Bang, there was still a universe. Second, although they are different observable universes, the space-time coordinates are in the same position. Repeatedly? It is repeated repeatedly. Clayman Zhang clapped his hands in admiration, as if he agreed with this statement very much. Why? Even if it is the Big Bang, why did the Big Bang explode in the same space-time? Why didn't it explode in other space-time concepts? The main universe in other periods was also produced by the Big Bang? Can heat death trigger the Big Bang? Or is the end of the universe not heat death? I really want to answer these questions, but firstly, the system in your body reminds me that it is not the time to tell you these things now. It thinks it is a waste of time. Secondly, you don't have enough time here. Chapter 1380. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes and stared at the other party. Clayman Zhang smiled lightly and said, "Instead of paying attention to me, it is better to pay attention to this information elevator. You should also know that the deeper you dive, the more you can bypass the blockade. You may take this opportunity to obtain some very precious information in the main universe. These precious information flows are all blocked by the ascending civilization in the material universe." Gao Gong knew that he could not pry anything out of the other party. He snorted and looked around. Students who have flown through outer space know that when the noise frequency reaches a certain frequency, people's ears will become deaf. In fact, the same is true for other senses. In fact, in the information sea, people's 5 senses and 6 senses are actually equivalent to being locked in a black box. And the elevator he saw was just an illusion. It is a kind of hallucination produced by the fetal membrane that has passed through the material reality. When the illusion reached its limit, Jean the Clayman disappeared, Sister G disappeared, and the elevator disappeared, replaced by a long white passage. You can't see the top from above. You can't see the bottom from below. The only thing Gao Gong can feel is that he is still diving. He moved his hands and feet, and floated to the edge of the white circular wall. A tiny bright spot suddenly flashed. Then another bright spot flashed again. Gao Gong placed his palm on the wall, and pressed it accurately, when another light spot lit up. Mechanical riot. Infinitely strong. The old days are destroyed, haha. It's finally our turn. The hatred between the ancestral civilizations wakes up from slumber and fights again. Another bright spot flashed. This time, Gao Gong saw a picture. The edge of the universe began to twist, like a star map crumpled by an invisible hand. The light of the galaxy is no longer stable, they flicker and stretch, as if pulled by some force beyond physics. The spectrum of the star splits into impossible colors. Redshift and blueshift appear at the same time, as if time itself is struggling. Space begins to dissolve, the originally dark void ripples, and a faint blue quantum glow seeps out from the nothingness, like ink spreading in clear water. The touched stars first solidify, then collapse into countless themselves. They exist and do not exist at the same time, both hot plasma and cold nothingness. The planets are stretched into probability clouds, and their orbits are no longer ellipses, but blurred quantum trajectories, like erased pencil sketches. Nebulae collapse into mathematical structures, and gas and dust no longer follow fluid mechanics, but turn into abstract equations that replicate themselves in a vacuum. The event horizon of the black hole trembles, as if gently touched by a higher dimensional existence. Hawking radiation suddenly accelerates, spewing out a torrent of information, but is instantly absorbed by the quantum sea. The speed of light is no longer the limit of the quantum sea. Photons sometimes stagnate, sometimes go back, and sometimes split into infinite cells. Electromagnetic waves are deconstructed, and the cosmic microwave background radiation is twisted into strange geometric patterns, like the encrypted information of some ancient civilization. In this shocking picture, a small pointed island suddenly jumped out of the quantum sea. At first, it was just a ripple. On the surface of the quantum sea, in the chaotic probability cloud, a trace of inharmonious ripples suddenly appeared, and then the space began to condense. Points, lines, and surfaces weaved themselves in the void, constructing a multidimensional topological structure, and the outline of an island gradually became clear. Survivors of the ninth universe, this is Quantum Island, a short-lived stable probability island, a neutral faction of the ninth civilization high-dimension secret forest. If you hear our news, send us your coordinates, and we will rescue you from the annihilation. Gao Gong loosened his palm and muttered to himself. Quantum Island? Isn't it suppressed? Although Gao Gong has not really stepped into the circle of advanced civilization, he has heard some secret rumors. After the 3 major natural disasters swept across the observable universe, even the ninth civilization was no match, so the split became inevitable. For example, the Hawks and Doves in the Spacetime Administration, and the ninth civilization also split. The Quantum Island forces belonged to the Resistance faction within the ninth Information Civilization, and were later betrayed by the top leaders and suppressed invisibly. A new timeline, or a new future? These images disappeared again, and another light spot lit up. It was a galaxy-level megastructure. The magnificent metal ring quietly orbited the galaxy. Its surface was like a flowing liquid mirror, reflecting everything in the galaxy. Countless energy collectors opened and closed like scales. Each collector corresponded to a star in the galaxy. 500 billion energy-absorbing devices swallowed and spit out golden red light streams. The inside of the ring body shone with a faint blue cold light, forming a strange contrast with the blazing starlight outside. The edge of the ring body extended a slender support structure, like the roots of a giant tree piercing into the void, trembling slightly in the stellar wind. The entire megastructure slowly rotated in the dark space, and the surface occasionally flashed with fluorescent patterns, like data streams, as if this cold metal miracle was silently breathing the energy of the universe. On the flashing data pattern, there is a line of universal text in the universe. We are no longer a species bound by gravity, but the weavers of stars. Galaxy-level megastructure? And this megastructure seems to be about to shut down, because under this special perspective, it can be clearly seen that most of the stars used as energy have been sucked into white dwarfs. Damn, unmanned megastructure. Without saying a word, Gao Gong quickly wrote down the other party's cosmic coordinates before the light spot disappeared. The light spot disappeared quickly. Gao Gong touched several other light spots that appeared one after another. They were either some fragments without a beginning or an end, or some beings that looked like ascended species were communicating. They were not speaking the universal language of the universe. How could he understand this? Before he crossed over, he was just a bookseller, not a translator. Although Gao Gong obtained a lot of encrypted information in this way, this information was 100% blocked by the ascended technology. But sometimes, too much encryption may not be good. Fortunately, when a black and white light spot appeared, Gao Gong's senses were transmitted again. Gao Gong saw a Tai Chi diagram. In the boundless void, a magnificent Tai Chi organ pulsated slowly, interwoven with black holes and white holes, like the universe's own respiratory system. The cathode was as deep as ink, a vortex that swallowed everything, its event horizon flowing like a liquid shadow, and the swallowed light twisted into a fiery accretion disk at the edge, like a torn galaxy, bursting with the last light before falling into nothingness. The anode was as white as day, the source of creation gushing out, its core constantly releasing pure energy torrents, forming a spiral waterfall of light, weaving new matter and space-time structures in the void, like the umbilical cord of the universe, constantly nurturing stars. On the boundary line of yin and yang, countless images flashed repeatedly: space, time, stars, characters. Characters? These images looked very much like the special effects at the beginning of a Marvel series. But once the characters were added, Gao Gong immediately thought of something. Oh my god, this Tai Chi diagram can travel to different timelines, right? It's a cosmic relic. If it can travel to different branches of time and space, then it is 100% a relic, and it is a very valuable relic. Although a branch of time and space is not as good as a parallel universe, the function of this Tai Chi diagram seems to be able to travel repeatedly. This time I really came to the right place. Chapter 1381. Gao Gong thought that this time he came here just to go through a cutscene and see the so-called system truth. But he didn't expect that there would be surprises in the cutscene. A giant structure and a relic. Although they are both big cakes and cannot be eaten in a short time. But just looking at them is also delicious. When he leaves this galaxy in the future and goes to the universe to open up his own superfusion civilization. Following the map, he can find these two things. And it seems that these two treasures have existed for a long time. Since they have existed for such a long time, it is likely that they will be ownerless for a while. In the previous life, Gao Gong heard a secret, that is, some ascended civilizations will use ascended technology to block the news about the three major items of the universe: giant structures, relics, and wonders after ascending. In this way, there will be no so-called classic and cliched plots of ordinary species obtaining cosmic relics and changing their fate. Those who can obtain the three major items of the universe must be able to match the other party's advanced civilization. Although there are many nonsense secrets circulating in the Civilization Council, this secret does not seem to be false. Because he did this after ascending. After all, he did not have it, so he did not want others to have it. He believed that there were definitely many people who ascended with the same ideals as him. Therefore, if you want to obtain the three major items of the universe purely by chance, then the first thing you have to face is the information locks of hundreds of ascending civilizations. Even if the cosmic relics are in front of you, you probably can't see them. That is to say, in this information sea, the information locks of ascending civilizations are not so useful, that's it. Gao Gong had forgotten what he came here for. What system truth is there? How can it be as precious as the three great items of the universe? He just wanted to draw a few more SSR cards now. But a dirty clay hand suddenly grabbed Gao Gong's arm and dragged him back into the elevator. What's wrong? Gao Gong asked in surprise. It's almost time, we're leaving. Clayman Zhang was very excited. We Gao Gong glanced at Sister Ji, who was almost gone, and frowned. She left. Can she come back? Yes, because it's here. So what do you want me to do? No, it should be what it wants me to do. Clay Manjong sensed it, and spoke slowly. Your consciousness should be kept on the first floor, but you can control her and sense her through the mental connection, and you will naturally know what it wants you to see. Gao Gong stopped talking, watching the Clay Manjong melt visibly with the naked eye. The universe collapsed behind him into a gradually fading rainbow light, like crumpled tin foil. All the noise of the stars, the roar of supernovas, the whisper of black holes, and the low hum of dark matter finally became silent in the vacuum. And Sister Ji's figure gradually melted. Gao Gong closed his eyes. He could already sense the downstairs, but as long as he didn't go down, he wouldn't be swallowed. After all, the garage was pitch black. His consciousness quickly connected to Sister Ji. On the system panel, the two names of Gao Gong and Sister Ji lit up at the same time. It was completely opposite to the feeling of diving into the information sea. The information ocean is everywhere, with endless information. The deeper you go, the more deep information there is. In the end, if you can't resist it, you will be easily enveloped and melted by the endless information. But when his consciousness broke through the first floor and entered the negative first floor, Gao Gong only felt endless dryness. It was like he had come to an information desert, and even the concept of desert did not exist. Nothing, not even the concept of nothing. So, the so-called breakthrough of the universe and incarnation of eternity are nonsense. Otherwise, why would the old master rush to drill into the main universe? Science should be practiced in the universe, and science should be practiced outside the universe. With only a flash of thought, Gao Gong's consciousness fell into eternal darkness. Oh no, darkness is just an adjective. Outside the universe, there is no such concept. It is pure nothingness. I don't know how long it took. After the concept of time disappeared, Gao Gong also suffered from jet lag, which is a rare experience for an interstellar species. Once you reach the third level, the so-called jet lag will gradually disappear. After all, your biological clock is no longer related to the planet, but to the universe. And now, Gao Gong's consciousness is not in the main universe. He knows. She opened her eyes. The first thing he saw was the slender snake tail winding and coiling, the scales gleaming with a dark metallic luster. Each piece was like a carefully polished obsidian, reflecting dark green, dark blue or dark purple colors under the light, and on both sides of the snake tail, there were some tiny fins growing. These fins swayed gently with the swing of the snake tail, like the fins of a fish swimming in the water, adding a touch of elegance and agility to her movements. Marine life? Land species? Gao Gong yawned subconsciously. The snake body rose and fell, and sat up. She is not a snake with a human head, nor is she half human and half snake. Instead, when she stood up, two white and tender arms grew out of her upper body, with faint green scales on them. There is also a transformation system? No wonder XP is so rich and colorful. Gao Gong has long realized that she is now Sister Ji, not herself. And his current state seems to be not much different from when the system is attached to him. My head hurts, Sister Ji said to herself. Although it is not the universal language of the universe, it is amazing that Gao Gong can understand it. Sister Ji took off the game helmet with a casual move. However, this thing does not seem to be a silicon-based helmet, but a biological helmet. As soon as it was taken off, it condensed into a ball of seaweed and was thrown into a water tank. Headache means that neural technology is not yet developed, and even the biological computer is not fully upgraded. Otherwise, if there is a biological cloud, there is no need to consume brain cells. This is most likely a second-level biological civilization. With the help of Sister Ji's perspective, Gao Gong saw the suspected biological stick, the paper towels all over the floor, and the pillow that looked 80% like himself. She is indeed a homegirl. She played with her own virtual image, but she didn't even pay any copyright fees. Don't you know that I hate freeloaders the most? Sister Ji stretched and swam slowly down. The biological wall automatically separated, revealing a blood pool that looked like a bath. She lazily soaked in it, and by the way, she clicked on a projection with low definition and read the entertainment news. Gao Gong has been watching silently, and through various strange species news, he has further confirmed the technological level of this civilization. Above level 2, but not level 3. But soon, a piece of news attracted his attention. The newly developed cyber world of cyber technology company is popular all over the world. Sister Ji clicked in, and it was indeed the content of this new version, the first stage of the mechanical plan. There is also a title below. The number of people online has exceeded 10 billion. This number doesn't seem right. Gao Gong was stunned for a moment. The number of players in his camp didn't exceed 100 million. Although there are other cyber test sites in other galaxies. But are there so many players of the same race as Sister G? Gao Gong struggled to separate a little consciousness and tried to explore outside the room. However, when this little consciousness was explored, the previous feeling was born again. This part of consciousness disappeared completely in an instant. This is not the feeling of being swallowed, but more like the feeling of stepping into the outside of the universe. So this world is fake? Chapter 1382. Before, Gao Gong had many guesses about the origins of the players. For example, the players came from the real world, and cyber world was fake, a man-made game world. For example, the players came from the same planet, such as the blue planet of their hometown, and they were all selected by the system. Or, in short, most of the guesses tend to believe that regardless of whether cyber world is a real universe, the place where the players come from must be real. Otherwise, the system would not have to be so tight-lipped. But now, the world where the players are seems to be fake. The system is a void creation? What does it want? Gao Gong tried several more times without believing in evil. Anyway, every time his mental power probed out of this house, his perception would be instantly cut off. I always thought that the system's 404 function was to prevent NPCs from the 9th universe, or even me. Could it be that this 404 is actually aimed at players? Players are virtual? Gao Gong carefully recalled his feelings when he was a player. What impressed him most was that in addition to not being able to reveal each other's offline history, he was also not allowed to have real sex. So he took a different approach and went out of the book route. So, this is not to prevent pornography crackdowns. From the perspective of the system, it is to block the interaction between virtual and real. Once they interact, they will be exposed. Players are virtual, NPCs are real. This answer surprised Gao Gong. Although it is not clear whether this answer is accurate. But the system prompts prove this point in disguise. Mission completed, you have achieved the ultimate liberation the next moment. As Sister G finished her bath and put on the biological helmet on her head, Gao Gong's consciousness was instantly pulled out. When the visual signal was restored, in addition to the dense white noise spots, there was the silver-white cabin. Boss, you are back? How is the mission? PP leader stared at the prototype of the rich woman's love with concern. Just now, what happened? Gao Gong asked after a while. I don't know. After the planet was covered by the black box, my signal was disconnected. Did the plan fail? Gao Gong looked in the direction of the original paradise, and the coordinates of the original planet were empty. Gao Gong casually summoned the planetary monitoring system of the spacecraft and found that as expected, as the black box was activated, the entire planet was virtualized and then disappeared instantly. Where is Sister G? She's bragging to people on the forum. The PP leader answered casually, then subconsciously covered his mouth and looked at him with wide eyes. Gao Gong could only pretend not to hear. There was no way. Who made him an NPC? I go back first, remember to remind her, and when she comes back, let her come to me. The PP leader nodded hurriedly. The prototype of the rich woman's love was immediately offline. In the distant Alpha Star field, Gao Gong opened his eyes and muttered to himself. Is this the end? The truth that the system showed him, is this? He couldn't help but take another look at the task. 9th Universe Task, Ultimate Liberation. Difficulty, ? Task brief. Help the player Sister G master the liberation meeting and complete the ultimate liberation. In this way, you have a certain chance to witness the truth of the system. Task objective. Achieve the ultimate liberation once. Task reward, none. Task note. Who will wake up first from the big dream? I know it all my life. Maybe you will know something from this, or maybe you will leak something. It is up to you to decide what to do. After a while, Gao Gong came to a seemingly strange conclusion. Was the rare manifestation of the system just to tell him not to kin the players? Is it a waste to develop the people I created with great difficulty? What do you want them to do? Gao Gong suddenly found that he seemed to pay less attention to the players after traveling back. If Sister G is of the bloodline of the snake woman, then are the other players also other types of species? Sure enough, should they still evolve freely? Gao Gong silently opened the internet of the camp, and used the leader's authority to delete one of the natural disaster camp plans. Director Du silently sent A. Gao Gong sent A. Thinking about it, he sent a series of. But? Director Du replied. The leaders of the two camps completed the exchange of opinions. After several more planetary days, Gao Gong's biological body had not waited for the return of Sister G and her group, but he encountered some problems in the mechanical body. It seems like there's some trouble over there? As one of the bodies, Although they can't communicate due to the distance, the same body has the same perception of danger. Gao Gong can feel that the Mecha Frenzy seems to have encountered some trouble. Not a small trouble. Mecha Frenzy and Star Destroyers can't handle it, so it's useless for me to go over there. Through his body instinct, Gao Gong felt that the mechanical body seemed to have something important to protect. Otherwise, if it was just a player, they would have finished fighting and given up. Besides, even if there were only those Gao family brats, they couldn't just give up like this. Many of the Gao family members are super geniuses with 4 or even 5 templates. If they were gone, I would be heartbroken, as they are the top talents of the Orgrimmar people. Gao Gong immediately entered the third order fusion mode and entered the unity of man and nature that is unique to carbon-based species. The cosmic background radiation is no longer filled with noise. From quantum entanglement to galaxy spiral arms, from DNA double helix to the structure of the Milky Way, the universe repeats similar pictures with fractal rhythms, revealing the mystery of the common origin of all things. It seems that he has just traveled through the universe. This time, the effect of unity of man and nature is particularly good. Soon, Gao Gong completed the interaction between the two bodies, and a large amount of memory was integrated into it. He even saw the army of the 1,000 faces with his own eyes. Planets composed of nanomatter were blasted apart by Star Destroyers, reorganized, blasted apart again, and reorganized again. Outside the Star Destroyer, the black tide formed by the Mecha Frenzy, and the white waves formed by the nanostorm collided with each other. Every confrontation between the two sides meant that all matter in an astronomical unit area was wiped out. The two sides fought fiercely. This kind of white tide, the 1,000 faces must have dispatched a mechanical army of more than 100 million. Didn't the 1,000 faces take the route of mechanical assassins? Is this assassination by planetary collision? After the two sides shared vision, Gao Gong could see with his own eyes that after the Star Destroyer was fired, the gravitational fields of the two sides began to overlap, and the space within a radius of 1 million kilometers began to distort. The planet's crust collapsed first, the broken land masses floated like sand, the Arctic ice cap vaporized instantly, exposing the metal mantle full of gullies, and the strong light bursting from the collision point was more dazzling than a supernova. The shockwaves spread at the speed of light, crushing the surrounding asteroid belt into powder. Unfortunately, the damage to the entire planet was no more than 30%, because soon, the debris of the planet that was blasted into powder was dissolved into nanomolecules again, reassembled, and reformed into a new assassination planet. And there are more than one such assassination planets. Although the Star Destroyer can destroy stars, it is difficult to destroy so many stars in succession. Chapter 1383. Gao Gong, who had the memory of the mechanical body, understood what happened at once. The process was not complicated. 1,000 faces spy hid in the Dark Elf refugee team, and secretly sent a message to the rear. Although the identity of the other party was quickly identified after the search of the Dark Dimension will, and then was executed by the angry brother and sister. But the Star Destroyer was still surrounded, and killed by the 1,000 Faces army. And Gao Gong, who had recovered his memory, also understood what he had gained from this trip: battlefield debris, matrix technology, subspace dimension, and 2 Dark Elf teams. The harvest was quite good, but if the nano army of the 1,000 Faces could not be resisted, all these gains would be gone. Didn't it say that the 1,000 Faces were being transformed by the Zerg Queen? The transformation was completed so quickly? It is actually easier for mechanical life, like the 1,000 Faces, to be transformed into the Zerg. Because in addition to the properties of the mechanical body, they are also nano-life. As long as the modification is completed at the microscopic level, the life form will naturally change. Coincidentally, this race is also a microscopic species, so the transformation time is earlier than the Dark Elf leader estimated. Gao Gong silently thought about countermeasures. If the subspace force deployment technology in his memory was completed, it would be great. In that case, even if the opponent was a 1,000 Faces army of hundreds of millions, he could repel the opponent through the boundless Mecha Frenzy. However, the number of star armors installed on his mechanical body was only 100,000. This number of star armors could only evolve a small-scale frenzy, and could only protect the surroundings of the Star Destroyer. There was no way to truly repel the nanostorm. The reason why it has been able to hold on until now, in addition to the Star Destroyer constantly attracting firepower, is that the mechanics on the ship are desperately repairing. As long as the damage is not 100% of the Frenzy Star mech, they can repair it and extend its life. Without them, the mech frenzy would have collapsed long ago. The mech frenzy is very strong. The nanostorm is also very strong. This is probably one of the trump cards of this 1,000 Faces civilization. In fact, any microscopic, large-scale weapons are very powerful. After all, most species are not microscopic species, and attacks in the microscopic field are dimensionality reduction strikes for most people. From the current point of view, in a simple confrontation, the nanostorm is still better. This is purely about offensiveness. The most powerful point of the mech frenzy, that is, the unlimited violent soldiers, has not been lit up. On the contrary, the 1,000 faces on the opposite side have the advantage in numbers. However, they will not have unlimited violent soldiers, and the dead 1,000 faces will not be resurrected. During the siege, the number of 1,000 faces killed by Star Destroyers and Mecha Frenzy quickly exceeded 10 million. These are all standard third-tier troops. The other side also seemed to have discovered that they had caught a big fish, and they attacked without regard for losses. This level of attack was so severe that Mecha Frenzy could not protect it. The Star Destroyer began to suffer damage for the first time since it fell into the hands of Gao Gong. If it continues like this, it will not last long, and Mecha Frenzy will collapse. And after it collapses, the Star Destroyer will be completely unable to escape, because it cannot re-enter the superluminal mode. Nano-attacks, or attacks in the microscopic field, are not invincible. They have several shortcomings, some of which are even fatal. For example, microscopic life is very susceptible to counter-control at the spiritual level, and attacks in the microscopic field can only reach the speed of light, not superluminal speed. The reason why the Zerg civilization is so rapid is largely because the civilizations that are hostile to it have not pointed out superluminal weapons. Admittedly, these civilizations have pointed out the technology of superluminal navigation, otherwise they cannot enter the interstellar. But this is like a civilization on a certain blue planet that can launch spacecraft to the moon, but has not yet pointed out space weapons. These are two difficult things. The reason why the Star Destroyer was stopped is also because a traitor sent out the coordinates, and was ambushed in advance. Gao Gong had a headache. This place is too far away from the Alpha Star region. He has some means that he wants to do, but can't do it. In addition, time is limited. Just when the stalemate was in progress, an unexpected situation occurred. A large number of light screens similar to holographic projections were projected from the Star Destroyer. This is not virtual technology, because Gao Gong felt complex energy fluctuations from it. The nanostorms covered by the light curtain all collapsed on the spot. Some completely collapsed and turned into enacted nanoparticles, while others were transformed into 1,000 faces again, but their bodies were full of pits, and they looked bad. This is the Matrix. Gao Gong immediately recalled what this thing was. The group of mechanical masters thought it was a loss of class when they took it out from the interstellar battlefield, so they didn't pick it up, but the group of Loli and Shota didn't have such an idea. You know, not long ago, they were just a group of species that had just entered the second-level civilization. Everything on the battlefield was a treasure to them, and they wanted to fill the dimensional bag given to them by the leader. But unexpectedly, at this critical moment, these garbage played an important role in delaying time. It was precisely because of this stimulation that Gao Gong instantly thought of how to solve the crisis. He immediately switched back to his vision, returned to Hiluabua's luxury spaceship, and found what he was looking for. That was the Mark of Destruction. Name, Ultimate Destruction Mark. Category, Ascension Item. Note, destroy the ascension of civilization, starting from self-destruction. Do you want to try it? Something went wrong, help me. Gao Gong said to the gloves, and then opened his bloodline of the kings. Only the bloodline of the Horus kings can control the ascension mark that belongs to them. Soon, Gao Gong changed his image. A giant demon god made of countless bones stood in the blood-colored mist, about 3,000 meters high. The surface of the bones was covered with dark purple spells, and each bone seemed to be soaked in the curse, and glowed with a green-gray glow. Its body was not a complete human form, but a twisted fusion of thousands of different creatures. The skull of a humanoid creature was embedded in the intervertebral joints, the fangs of beasts turned into claws, and the tailbone of dragons coiled into a hideous bone whip. Among the kings of Horus, the Bone King was also called the King of Curse and Blood Mist. He could not only curse at the genetic level, but also turn the power of flesh and blood into blood-colored mist that corroded everything. This white-bone demon god opened his mouth and spit out a little fluorescence, which was one of the two carbon-based divinities that Gao Gong had saved. This carbon-based divinity fell into the ultimate mark of destruction and quickly melted. And the mark that absorbed this little divinity also bloomed with the light of extreme destruction. Although Gao Gong did not intend to take the route of destroying civilization, it must be said that in terms of destructive power alone, this civilization has a unique advantage. Most of those Star Elders also took the route of destroying civilization. and they are ascending civilization. At this time, Gao Gong's eyes seemed to pass through the void and landed on another battlefield. Under his control, the mecha frenzy directly set off the biggest wave at the cost of complete collapse. Countless black lines shot out, and even turned into a huge black vortex around the Star Destroyer. The most powerful part of the mecha frenzy is not the various weapons that come with the star armor, but a kind of primitive mechanical movement created by the fusion and decomposition of the star armor. And this primitive mechanical movement is the cradle of many mechanical species. It can pull out a very special life magnetic field. This kind of magnetic field has a strong suppression ability. Chapter 1384. As if to cooperate with this outbreak, the engine of the Star Destroyer lit up again, as if to take advantage of this last chance to forcefully enter the Superlumo mode and make a final escape attempt. There had been several such attempts before, but they were all forcibly interrupted by the thousand faces through the nanostorm. This time was no exception. It seemed that they realized that this was the enemy's last desperate attempt, and this time, the nanostorm was particularly powerful. Like a torrent of living metal, roaring silently in the vacuum, the silver cloud composed of billions of nanorobots spread at the speed of light, devouring everything in its path. They cling to the abandoned space debris, and the metal shells dissolve into fine dust at the moment of contact, as if burned out by invisible flames. They are more like the detergent of the entire universe, and everything is wiped clean wherever they pass. This time, the nanostorm did not try to forcibly tear apart the mecha frenzy, but evolved a planet invisible to the naked eye with the Star Destroyer as the core. It is just like the scene of the birth of the Zerg Queen. The Star Destroyer fired 3 Star Destroyer cannons in succession, and then the muzzle cracked with a dense crack. Of these 3, one disappeared without a trace, and the other created a satellite-sized depression, from which dense space insect shadows gushed out, swallowing up the last Star Destroyer cannon. After swallowing the Star Destroyer cannons, these insect shadows immediately pounced on the periphery of the Star Destroyer, and swallowed them up at a speed visible to the naked eye in the black cloud of the mecha frenzy. Gao Gong snorted. You're really willing to do that? The Zerg Queen has many mysterious abilities, one of which is to extract the energy of billions of Zerg and turn it into a conceptual attack. To put it simply, it is a 4th-level attack. But this also consumes the Queen's will. Gao Gong was about to make a move, and suddenly raised his head in surprise. He saw a ray of aurora that seemed to travel through time and space and landed directly on the surface of the transparent planet. A huge face of 1,000 faces appeared on the surface of the transparent planet. It has no ears, no nose, no mouth, and no eyes, but it has biological characteristics similar to human skin. When the aurora fell on this face, the outline of the place swept by it was blurred at first, and then it was decomposed into particles of light and dissipated in the void. At the same time, an incomprehensible melody sounded in the ears of everyone present, as if the stars were whispering, and the universe was reweaving the destroyed laws. Gao Gong also heard similar whispers in his ears, especially the content of the whispers, which made him look stunned. Looking for it, not me, but now the arrow is on the string, and has to be shot. And now the opportunity is right. The mecha frenzy retracted upwards, and the dense black shadows reorganized Gao Gong's mechanical body, and the surface of the mechanical body was densely covered with cracks. Just like Gao Gong's biological state. The mechanical body pointed at one point, and a black crack appeared at the fingertips. At first, it was just a dim crack like a blasphemous rune. It appeared out of thin air on the transparent surface of the planet. The next moment, the mark of destruction broke out. The crack suddenly twisted and turned into countless scarlet branches, spreading wildly like blood vessels. A low-frequency tremor came from the interior of the planet, like the groan of some ancient existence being awakened. Then, a viscous torrent of dark matter gushed out from the depths of the crack. They entangled and corroded like living things. Wherever they passed, the transparent star shell quickly became turbid and cracked, reflecting a sickly blood-red glow. On the branches, there were densely packed corpses of 1,000 faces. And the core of these countless branches was a vague insect shadow. Suddenly, the silent collapse began. The entire planet collapsed from the cracks, like a glass artwork crushed by an invisible hand. Billions of prism-like fragments floated in the vacuum for a moment, and then were completely swallowed by the mark of destruction. At the last moment, the light of the core of the planet flickered violently, as if it was making a final scream, but the next second, all matter was compressed into a twisted dark red singularity, and finally returned to nothingness. The nano-frenzy seemed to have lost control. The entire vacuum world seemed to be raining white rain, a white rain composed of nanomolecules. And in the white rain, 1,000 faces kept crawling out of the rain, looking at each other. Gao Gong did not kill hundreds of millions of third-level thousand faces with one move. This was impossible and unrealistic. He only broke the Queen's will. Using the ultimate destruction mark across the endless void, with carbon-based divinity as fuel, it came like this. Gao Gong didn't know how to operate the nanostorm before. But now, after the entire civilization has completed the Zergization, there is only one way to manipulate it. The will of the Zerg Queen. Gao Gong targeted the Queen's will. You destroyed the will of the Zerg Queen. Robert the Stringer's galaxy reputation increased by 1, the Zerg civilization's favorability decreased by 2,000, personal experience increased by 5 billion, and random lottery increased by 1 in the civilization coordinates of the Thousand Faces. The space planet transformed by the Zerg Queen suddenly collapsed, and a large amount of black flow flowed out. And the two figures in this space planet opened their eyes at the same time. At the edge of the 4-star wheel, a stream of light fell from the superluminal speed. When it entered the light speed, a part of the hull even disintegrated. Finally, the Star Destroyer stopped with difficulty. Inside the ship, the mechanical masters who maintained it looked at each other. Their bodies were in a mess, and their expressions were full of relief. He didn't die at the hands of Hiluapa or the bugs, but he was almost killed by the sudden nanomachines. If a mechanic dies at the hands of mechanical life, is it God's will? It's time to study some microscopic weapons. Yes. Agree. It seems that there are a lot of microscopic species in this galaxy. Also, picking up garbage is indeed a good habit. Indeed? Yes. You did a good job, young man. I teach you some powerful skills later. A dwarf master patted a boy's shoulder hard, and the boy grinned. Although the people of Orgrimmar are also very strong, they are undoubtedly dwarfs compared to the dwarves born from the gravity planet. What is Mr. G doing? Doesn't he need repair? The dwarf master looked up into the air, and saw that the mechanical body of the senior engineer was sparking and lightning all the way. After finally pulling everyone out, it was suspended in the air, crackling and dropping parts. Even from the perspective of the mechanical master, he could only conclude that it was better to scrap the mechanical body directly. It was impossible to repair it. He is receiving a signal. Mechanic number 4, that is, the quantum life mechanic, said with certainty. Receiving a signal? Whose signal? A strange third-level civilization. If I am not mistaken, this civilization should be an energy civilization, a mechanic with half-energy life answered. The dwarf master stroked his beard and thought for a while, and said in surprise, could it be the Nebula Whisperer? The group of people also listened to the previous communication between the senior engineer and the black mechanical, and knew that there were 3 civilizations in the 5th star, and the only energy civilization was the so-called Nebula Whisperer. And the previous superluminal attack seemed to be an energy attack. Otherwise, Mr. G would not have succeeded so easily. Is Mr. G so good at diplomacy? He reached a cooperation with a third-level civilization so quickly. Is Mr. G going to form a second anti-insect alliance? Is Mr. G hooking up with a rich woman again? Chapter 1385. Gao Gong does not know this group of Nebula Whisperers. But the other party knows him. To be more precise, he knows the actor who plays him, General Cybertron. 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 This is a kind of interstellar whisper, similar to channel communication, but more advanced. Gao Gong heard this sound before the superluminal attack. But as he successfully escaped, the signal was cut off again. Now the other party is trying to reconnect. My head hurts. I actually met an acquaintance. If Gao Gong is really a Cybertron, even if he gets the database of Cybertron, he has the confidence to install it. But the database of Cybertron was messed up by the cyber tide before, leaving only some incomplete memory fragments. Relying on them, it is no problem to fool the boss Purple Giant Star. After all, he does not have a close relationship with his boss. But what if the other party is an old acquaintance? Then it will be exposed after a few words. But after thinking about it, let it be revealed. Anyway, for the current senior engineer, it doesn't really matter whether this identity is exposed or not. Ahem. He adjusted the electronic voice to the unique deep electronic sound of Cybertron. Then, he spoke. I am Cybertron. Is it really you? You are still here and haven't left with Lord Purple Giant? Unexpectedly, the voice on the other side was that of a little girl. She sounds young, but I don't know how long the other race lives. After all, some species that look small may have a lifespan of tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of years. The senior engineer could only remain silent. We are leaving, did you know? Did Lord Purple Giant not inform you? What the hell? You are leaving this galaxy? Yes, you. The other party hesitated, as if he didn't know whether to say it or not, Or maybe he doubted the identity of the senior engineer. The senior engineer's mind raced, and he recalled what the collector had told him before, that after the purple giant returned, he received a very large reward for his meritorious report, and inherited a sub-civilization of an old man of ancient machinery. Did the purple giant reach this point so quickly? Is she going to ascend? You know? The other party was surprised at first, and then relieved. I was just guessing, big sister, so soon? With the level of the purple giant, after returning, it is impossible to downgrade the inherited civilization. Even if it is just a horizontal exchange, it is from the 5th level mechanical master to the 5th level mechanical civilization leader. If he ascends again, wouldn't that be the 6th level? In his last life, he spent a lot of effort, and didn't he get the position of the 6th level civilization leader? How come the other party is so fast? Did they start the free transfer? Gao Gong immediately thought of a possibility and asked tentatively, is the old ancestor of the machine going to break through the last step? If the old man of the machine is going to break through to the 8th level civilization, then the ascension of the purple giant star will be a matter of course. For ancient civilizations that control a large number of sub-civilizations, they often let the sub-civilizations ascend before ascending. First, conduct some targeted ascension technology and experiments in the direction of ascension. Don't dare to talk nonsense. Don't dare to talk nonsense. The other party seemed to be shocked by Gao Gong's boldness, and quickly changed the subject. We sensed your breath, and thought it was an illusion. Later, through the evolution of the nebula, we saw the Star Destroyer and confirmed that it was you. Before leaving, the purple giant star left this ship to you, right? Yeah. Fortunately, we took action. We didn't expect that the subspace insect nest we dug out would be broken at this time. The seal was obviously very strong. Could it be that we were moving and accidentally broke some seal? The other party muttered again. It turns out that the emergence of this insect civilization is not the Myrta people, but your fault. Those silver skins are just taking the blame for you. At this time, Gao Gong also barely found the image of the other party from the remaining memory of Cybertron. The purple giant came here to open up a cyber test site. In addition to the stringer, there are actually more than a dozen different interstellar races, and they have also opened up their own civilizations, monitoring the 4 directions separately to prevent the experiment from being interfered with. Among them, the Star Whisperers are one of them. It is not accurate to say that they are energy species. To be more precise, their race is called the Star Language, a half-energy and half-information life. They are a very rare language life, which can be called and responded to. In my impression, the mechanical master has always used them as communicators, especially when exploring some unknown star regions. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Now these bugs have caused a plague. Senior engineer said helplessly. Hee, we thought you had left a long time ago and wandered the universe. After all, you are sick. There is a reason why Lord Purple Giant didn't take you away. No, from your tone, why do I feel like I have some kind of sexually transmitted disease? However, a mechanical life is infected with a biological virus, and it is a biological virus from the cyber test field. This is indeed much more serious than this thing. The other party also felt that he had hurt the self-esteem of the Cybertron general. After all, for mechanical life, if you get this thing, you will never be able to evolve mechanically in your lifetime, which is equivalent to a mechanical version of castration. The other party quickly changed the subject. But we have already notified several civilizations in the second star zone, but we didn't expect that they didn't solve the problem of the bugs, but just drove them away, which made them revive. It's better for you to leave early. When the mechanical master was still there, we confirmed that there were 3 high-risk species in this galaxy, and the Zerg was just one of them. This galaxy is so dangerous, and Lord Purple Giant still chose it as a cyber test site. You forgot that the remaining 2 high-risk species were suppressed by Lord Purple Giant before, but he didn't have time to deal with them, because he was guarding the test site. Even this Zerg is another mechanical master. The failed human experiment was delivered to Lord Purple Giant, who had no time to deal with it, so he just sealed it. Sure enough, there is no natural disaster, it is all man-made disaster. Hey, we are leaving, and it is not easy to take you with you. After all, your disease is not good if it is transmitted to others, especially in this period. You should be more open-minded. Although you have lost your lower body and are easy to infect others, you should also live strong, walk around more, and see everywhere. The universe is very big. If it doesn't work, you can adopt an adopted son. If it weren't for the character of Cybertron, Gao Gong would have started to spray at this time. I always provided a health report before serving the rich woman. By the way, we still have some things that we can't take away. Do you want them? After all, you have nothing now. If you sell them, You can also exchange them for some universal currency in the universe. It's not impossible. Since the other party was so sensible, Gao Gong forgave him. So the other party reported a coordinate, which was most likely the coordinate of civilization. Gao Gong actually had a lot of questions to ask, such as who the two high-risk species were, and which civilizations were in the second star zone. But the more he asked, the more he was exposed. In the end, Gao Gong said nothing. By the way, we are old friends, so I give you something as a souvenir. The next moment, the light of the stars intertwined and turned into a flower, which fell in front of Gao Gong. Gao Gong picked the flower, and suddenly understood something. Why is his identity as a former member of the Purple Giant not useful here? Because most of the civilizations in this galaxy may have been vassals of the Purple Giant, or semi-vassals. We are all dogs. Although you were a domesticated dog before, you were abandoned. Then we are all of the same status, so who is afraid of who? Chapter 1386. Hello, Your Excellency. General. Master. Dominator. In a mechanical palace on the Alpha planet, Gao Gong received a group of people who returned. After being rescued by Gao Gong, whether it was the arrogant survivors of civilization or the indifferent mechanical masters, they all showed full respect. In the interstellar society, strength determines everything. After the other party showed the ability to repel the bugs and defeat the Thousand Faces, it is natural that they will be promoted in status. Even the mechanical masters from the top 3 civilizations will no longer treat Gao Gong as Master Du's male favorite. But it is the treatment of a real strong man. Gao Gong nodded expressionlessly. But in his heart, he was silently thinking whether he should unify the titles. After all, he had too many titles: Mr. G, Boss, General, Leader, Legion Commander, Clan Leader. If you don't know, you might think there are so many bosses in their camp. Especially after the development of the mechanic civilization, it is necessary to unify the name. The people below did not expect that the one sitting on the mechanical throne was thinking about such a boring question. Although the mechanical body is far more powerful than the biological body, everyone present still believes that the biological body is the main body of the Gao Gong. This handsome male creature with a majestic temperament is a leader more powerful than the Dark Elf leader. He has a powerful strength comparable to Shrek in the past. He has repelled a civilized army several times, defeated the Supreme, and even subdued a cosmic noble. The reputation that Gao Gong has gained over the years is not just a simple number, but a serious prestige. No one dared to speak until he spoke. After a while, Gao Gong finally thought of his public title. Prophet, mechanical prophet, not an emperor, nor a master, nor a chairman, but a mechanical prophet. You chose your own leader title. Leader reputation increased by 1,000, tendency, mechanical neutralism. Your personal tendency will be combined with the faction's technology tree, ideology, and policy, and produce unknown changes. It seems that since I did not choose to make players into mechanical cans, the system has also recognized my change. Mechanical neutrality, good, neutrality is good. Gao Gong looked at the group of mechanical masters, and said, you can report directly to Director Du. She has already selected the addresses of 1,000 planetary hosts. You will be busy in the future. We also need to restore the Matrix and study Nozentic technology. A mechanical master raised his hand to speak. Go to Director Du to apply. If she agrees, you can do it. But the best way is to bring these kids out, so that you can study whatever you want, and I will find many interesting research directions for you. Gao Gong glanced at the camp experience that broke through 100 billion, and felt that it was time to gamble. He forced a smile again, facing his group of young boys and girls. Do you want to go back and rest for a while, or follow these masters? Chief, we want to continue learning with these masters, Gao Xiaoyan said excitedly. He learned too much on this trip, and couldn't wait to put it into practice. After arranging this group of mechanics, Gao Gong thought about it, clicked on Dr. Yu's holographic projection, and said straight to the point, stop all your research. What you need to research and develop now is the Zerg information I gave you. Dr. Yu nodded excitedly. She had just received all the information about the Scarlet Zerg. She was so happy to be able to study this species of natural disaster. Engineer Gao gave her another good news. I will have someone approve a large sum of money for you. As long as you can produce results, the money will continue to flow. Without a biotechnology tree, developing biological weapons is extremely inefficient. But if it is just biotechnology restoration, it will be much smoother with a biological computer. After all, the biological department only needs to follow suit. After arranging important matters, Senior Engineer looked at the brother and sister, Aylin and Lunala, and said calmly, what are your plans next? If you want to leave and find another way to make a living, I can provide a fleet. Lunala took a step forward, bowed slightly, revealing her deep and mysterious chest, and said attentively, "Dear sir, if possible, we hope to stay in your territory for a while." "Yes, Ragnar told me to take good care of you. I can allocate a planet to your people and arrange people to build mechanical buildings for you. Of course, if you want to build it yourself, it's no problem. We will provide you with raw materials." The brother and sister looked at each other. They didn't expect the other party to be so easy to talk to. The two discussed it when they came. Even Aelin, who had the ambition to revive civilization, easily realized that now was not a good time to leave. If you join any third-level civilization, you will be stripped of your tendons and skinned, and all the heritage of the Black Machinery Alliance will be seized by trickery and then left aside. They could not rely on an ordinary interstellar force, which did not have enough energy to protect them. The Cybertron Legion was the best choice. Gao Gong nodded, his eyes fell on an open space, and soon, a third-order virtual life fell down and turned into a virtual image of an alpha. Ingwa showed a formal smile. "Everyone, please follow me. I will help you choose a suitable planet for transformation." Third-order virtual life. Aelin and Lunala looked at each other again, feeling that this camp was even more complicated. If it was just one person, it would be fine, but if it was a group... Before leaving, Aelin glanced at his fellow tribesmen on the side. Although they were all dark elves, the two sides stood clearly on both sides, and the difference was huge. The primitive dark elves over there were ugly, terrible, and fierce, and felt like a devil covered with a layer of simple human skin. He was unwilling to recognize this group of people as his fellow tribesmen. After this wave of dark elves left, Gao Gong's expression became gentler. He waved his hand lightly, and the dark dimension once again enveloped everyone. Then, in the darkness, he directly summoned a huge bottle building. The mouth of the evil force collector directly covered the more than 100,000 original dark elves from top to bottom. Name: Evil Force Collector. Category: Ascension Building, Variant, Quality, question mark. Weight, question mark. Function 1, collect Ascension Evil Force, which can be used to simulate the production of carbon-based fruits. Function 2, question mark. Function 3, question mark, broken. The next moment, rolling thunder came from these ugly elves, and bioelectricity overflowed almost uncontrollably. Before, they had a gloomy and terrifying face, like a demon army crawling out of hell. Now, these demons are full of fear, as if they recall the scene they didn't want to recall at the beginning. According to the leader's original statement, life forms were able to rewrite the underlying code of the DNA double helix, cell telomeres gained immortality mechanisms, metabolic systems achieved photosynthetic autotrophy, synaptic density broke through biological limits, and even embedded cross-species characteristics. However, the reality is that new organs proliferated wildly in the flesh and blood, neuronal synapses grew strange symbiotic hyphae, the once intelligent population degenerated into a deformed flesh and blood aggregate, the immune system collapsed in self-attack, and metabolic disorders gave rise to corrosive mucus. They suddenly fell from the most elegant and noble species to the low end of carbon-based species. From Heaven to Hell. Chapter 1387. The ugly life form breeds horrible thoughts. Over the years, they have followed Ragnar to conquer the East and the West, and have been called a scourge. They have long since given up on themselves. However, now, as the secrets in their hearts emerge from their body memories, they actually feel an indescribable sense of comfort. The pus shrunk, the pus disappeared, the originally deformed bones began to correct themselves, and the disgusting gene corruption smell all over the body was being cleared away bit by bit. And Gao Gong was more concerned about the collection of the Ascension Evil Force. In the core storage unit of the Evil Force Collector, a trace of pus-yellow smell was gradually stored. When Gao Gong tried to watch it up close, the gloves actually screamed in fear. "Quick, quick, take it away quickly. This thing is even more disgusting than those evil gods, I hate it." This top-level Horus bloodline item actually screamed like a groundhog, and every part of the glove was trembling. If this thing is made into a biological virus, it will definitely be amazingly lethal. The evil power collected in the end was less than Gao Gong had imagined, only less than 1/5. While Gao Gong was feeling sorry, the primitive dark elves below were crying one after another. The dark elves, who had been hardened in various battles, could not suppress their excitement at this moment. And their image was also changed drastically at this moment. The dark elves seemed like living moonlight condensed from the abyss, with silver skin flowing with mysterious halos, amber pupils filled with liquid dusk, and faint dark gold lines extending from the end of their eyes. At the same time, their bodies were slender and agile, and every part of their bodies seemed to have amazing vitality. The men were majestic and powerful, and the women were curvy. A black gem that looks like a human. Gao Gong shook his head and left the dark dimension directly. He knew that it would take a long time for this group of people to calm down. This group of dark elves is actually the most suitable species to be mates. They have powerful assassination power and strong hiding ability. In some court civilizations, they will exist as the leader's dagger. Unfortunately, before they grew up, they did not encounter a powerful biological civilization, and His Majesty the Overlord did not need carbon-based creatures to serve them. This race has amazing sterility. If they are domesticated, their loyalty is comparable to a mental stamp. Do you want me to teach them? Although you have a carbon-based disease, this group of dark elves will definitely not care. They will definitely be willing to become your new production model. You talk too much. Gao Gong finally woke up from his thoughts, and looked at a small flower next to him speechlessly. This is an energy flower composed of cosmic light, and the shape of the flower is like a rose. Information flows between rose petals. Energy species, or more precisely, the language of the starry sky. Before leaving, the old Cybertron acquaintance gave Gao Gong a gift, and this gift was the little language of the starry sky in front of him. A half-energy and half-information species. Unlike carbon-based species that regard genes as the core secrets of their race, some information species believe that spreading life information is their mission. When you meet an old acquaintance and give you a baby, in their minds, it is a friendly gesture. The reason why Gao Gong was willing to accept this child was because it had mastered many secrets of this galaxy. Of course, this was a secret in Gao Gong's eyes, but in the mind of this little starry sky language, it was only common sense. For example, the civilization coordinates of many civilizations. In view of the other party's important role, Gao Gong gave the other party a very nice name, Little Rose. Little Rose? Is this my name, Little Rose? Little Rose, Little Rose, Little Rose, Little Rose. Out of racial instinct, this semi-information life also likes to spread information, even if this information is garbage information, and it is a chatterbox in human language. Gao Gong quickly sent the other party to the star network, where there are many of its kind, enough for it to chatterbox. And he took out the previous reward. You get the bloodline item Insect King Incense, Insect King Incense. Bloodline treasure. Lighting this biological aromatherapy can make the Zerg feel comfortable and comfortable, greatly improving the Zerg's favorability. Why is it this thing again? Including the Zerg mind before, how come he always draws things related to the Zerg? The key is that even if he has this thing, he can't please the Zerg queen. Fortunately, Gao Gong quickly gave up this thought. This group of dark elves probably finally calmed down. 3 female dark elves walked out of the dimension. These 3 dark elves, who are probably senior cadres, knelt down to Gao Gong very respectfully. The moonstone pendant under the collarbone floated between the cleavage, the bone collar rubbed out a cold light as it swallowed, and the poisonous bone whip at the end of the tail vertebrae added a dangerous footnote to this soft and steely body. It is indeed suitable to be a maid. Gao Gong thought silently. But no one told him that the bodies of these dark elves actually have tails. A little excited? Tell me your names. Taraya. Irisian. Wei Fan. Gao Gong casually swiped a probe and found that the 85 level night elves belonged to the upper bloodline among the dark elves and had 2 bloodline templates. What did Ragnar say? Lord Ragnar said that if you cure our illness, we will serve you from now on, and you will be our only master. Oh, he is willing to do so. Gao Gong laughed dryly and said, what can you do? We are proficient in bed art, assassination, biological research, small mechanical weapon development, dark energy research, monitoring, curse defense and development. Irisian, with waist-length hair, directly reported dozens of abilities, even including genetic beauty. This kind of beauty is not processed at first glance, but the facial features are fine-tuned naturally through genetic adjustment, which belongs to natural development. You are really versatile. Gao Gong remembered that a long time ago, silver-haired elves and black-haired elves were both recognized as artist species in this galaxy. Although they are not particularly proficient and powerful in a certain aspect, they are truly all-rounders and know a little bit about everything. Gao Gong thought about it. With the expansion of the territory, even expanding to the level of civilization, he really needs a secretarial group to serve himself, to arrange schedules in all directions, collect information, and communicate and coordinate internally and externally. Okay. Gao Gong finally nodded. You get the support of the original Dark Elves, and the leader's reputation increases by 2,000. Increase in living standards and leadership benefits. There is a 10% chance to affect the neutral tendency of the camp. There is a 1% chance to light up the promiscuous court. Gao Gong recruited a species as a secretarial group, and there was not much waves. Director Du didn't have any jealous thoughts. She was a big wife, and wouldn't have any thoughts about a little secretary who didn't pose a threat. The only thing she mentioned was when a made robot model was developed and some were sent to engineer Gao. There is nothing trivial in front of a leader. This is to prevent and balance in advance. On the contrary, Gao Yuanyuan pouted for several days. It seems that she doesn't want to be a civilized leader anymore, and she also wants to be a little secretary beside her brother. Chapter 1388. It has been proven that with such a secretarial group, the senior engineer's life is indeed much more comfortable. As for the services in life, let's not talk about them for now. However, the organization and coordination between some senior executives do not require the senior engineer to come forward in person. And although there is a top-of-the-line biological computer plus the authority of the STAR network, the senior engineer can also achieve full coverage monitoring. But others don't know. And a representative of the president's secretary can indeed make the subordinates tighten their skin. Since they are not going to follow the route of the Great Will civilization such as the Hive Consciousness and the Gestalt civilization, there must be an intermediate process. Especially when the secretary with a convex front and a curvy back came to him for a signature in a tight suit and shook his hips, the feeling came up immediately. Calm down, there is only a 1% chance of the promiscuous court, and he cannot artificially increase this probability. And he is not without things to do. He is betting on some accelerated production drawings. The mechanical masters must have some of these drawings, but they can never have as many, and as rich as they do. And accelerating production is also a necessary condition for taking the mechanical farming and warfare route. Multi-species simulation deformation theory plus armor technology plus nano-colonization suit plus complex materials plus frontier mechanic design synthesis successful, you get the 14th level mechanical drawing steel devourer, a crushing and smelting integrated equipment, satellite level, shaped like a giant mouth, which can directly swallow abandoned spacecraft, war debris and even asteroids, smelt them into basic materials, and cast mechanical skeletons, star armor. Skeletons, large mechanical weapon frames, mechanical building modules, efficiency, 1 million units/1 strong swallow. Level 3 mechanics plus mechanical components plus advanced mechanical design plus level 3 shipborne weapon concept. Synthesis successful, you get the 14th level mechanical blueprint jump forging chamber, interstellar high-speed plug-in, a type of superluminal casting technology, a forging chamber that uses curvature bubble technology to partially accelerate the flow of time. The exterior only takes a few seconds, but the interior has completed 1,000 planetary days of precision processing. If the interstellar high-speed jump is frequent, this type of processing will be even faster. Interstellar media plus star energy manufacturing plus gravitational potential energy system plus magnetohydrodynamics plus interstellar mechanical manufacturing synthesis successful. You get the 14th level mechanical blueprint coronal furnace, a giant smelting facility suspended in the corona of a star, which is maintained in position by a gravitational anchoring device and directly extracts stellar plasma as energy. Effect: can mass-produce star-level energy materials. Synthesis successful, you get the 14th level mechanical blueprint solar flare refinery, a ring-shaped facility around the equator of a star, capturing the energy of flare explosions and converting it into a controllable industrial-grade plasma flow. Effect: refining superalloys. Synthesis successful, you get the 13th level mechanical blueprint space string cutter. Synthesis successful, you get the 14th level mechanical blueprint stardust compressor. Synthesis successful, you get the 14th level mechanical blueprint wanderer factory. Since changing jobs, to be more precise, since reaching the maximum level of mechanic, Gao Gong has had a vague intuition when brushing mechanic blueprints. You roughly know what type of machine can be made by synthesizing certain knowledge, including the success rate and the performance of the machine. After 100 accelerated production drawings were drawn, a ding-dong sounded. As a full-level mechanic, you successfully completed the hidden conditions of the mechanic, made great achievements in a mechanical field, and obtained the title of Mechanical Master. You have reached the pinnacle of a certain field of mechanics, production field, and your production efficiency has increased by 1,000%. In an instant, the senior engineer felt that he had a connection with all the machines on this planet. He felt that he could complete the manufacturing operation with just one thought, and even control tens of millions of machines to match, operate, and adjust at the same time. Hey, this ability, isn't this the Legion control technology of the telekinetic mechanic? The next moment, a ding-dong sounded. One method is mastered, and 100 methods are mastered. Your profession. Telekinetic pilot breaks through the level cap of 15 levels. Your profession. Telekinetic pilot breaks through the level cap of 20 levels. Your profession. Telekinetic pilot breaks through the level cap of 25 levels. Because the upper limit of your secondary profession, level 20, conflicts with this profession, please choose 1. Give up the career breakthrough and limit the level of telekinetic pilot to the upper limit of level 20. 2. Merge this secondary profession with the main profession mechanic. If the merger is successful, the potential of the main profession will be greatly improved. Isn't this nonsense? Of course it is too. Merge in progress. 1%, 2%, 3%, 4%, 5%. For a while, two pictures appeared in Gao Gong's mind at the same time. In one picture, a silver-skinned mechanic controls countless mechas, traversing the interstellar space. In his hands, the Star Armor army pours down like a waterfall. Each Star Armor becomes an extension of his will. Following his thoughts, the mecha group instantly changes formation, splits and combines, and destroys one space defense line after another. In the other picture, the mechanic created the Star Armor. The holographic projection was suspended in the air, showing the complex energy circuit inside the mecha. The mechanic adjusted the pressure valve of the plasma engine. Where his fingertips passed, the data flow jumped like a living thing. As he activated it, the visual sensor of the mecha lit up scarlet light, and the hydraulic system made a low hum, as if a steel behemoth was waking up from sleep. The two pictures began to overlap. The system did not show the success rate. But Gao Gong felt that the success rate should be quite high, because it was not an ordinary mechanic, but a super mechanic who mastered 9 professional knowledge chains, and was a versatile mechanic. Sure enough, as the professional knowledge of the 5 knowledge chains lit up, Gao Gong completed the integration and transformation of the two professions almost without any waves. You get a new job mechanic, arm side, mechanic, arm side. With the blessing of telekinesis, the mechanic's battlefield repair efficiency increases by 400%, greatly increases the inspiration for mechanical weapon modification, and slightly increases the inspiration for mechanical development. Prerequisites for job transfer. Practice telekinesis, mental power and other brain development skills. Level 10 or above, inclusive. Remarks. Space Iron Man, unmanned Star Armor Core, super mechanical weapons, understand? Iron Man is actually nothing. Gao Gong suddenly had a flash of inspiration, stepped on the ground, and appeared in outer space. Also appeared on the opposite side, there was also the mechanical body that he had returned to the factory for overhaul. Before, because of the fierce fucking, 99.9% of the mechanical parts were exploded, so they could only be replaced on a large scale. It is equivalent to reorganizing a Frenzy Star Armor Core. Fortunately, during his absence, the Starport has been producing Star Armor almost continuously, with nearly 1,000 more models than before. The group of poor mechanical geniuses could do nothing else, and during this period of time, they were loading Gao Gong's camp specialties, original arc furnace, and planet guardian technology into the Frenzy Star Armor. This resulted in the average mechanical energy of each Star Armor exceeding 100 million. The mechanical energy of the new mechanical body exceeded 10 trillion. After these models of Star Armor enter mass production, this 10 trillion mechanical energy can be increased by 1, 2, 3. But now this is not the point. As Gao Gong entered the armed mechanic state, one after another, Star Armor split out, and with the mechanical body as the core, began to transform and reorganize. The heavy armor unit first formed the skeleton, and the joints made a dull pressure sound. The medium-sized combat module slid in along the preset track, and the precise latch device clicked continuously. The light reconnaissance Star Armor entered the decomposition mode, covering the surface like scales, and each armor plate was tightly fitted under magnetic calibration. Inside, the hydraulic pipelines were like blood vessels, creeping and expanding in the gaps of the armor, and high-pressure liquid metal filled each joint, forming a smooth metal texture after cooling. Further inside, when the core system was powered by tens of thousands of original arc furnaces at the same time, a mechanical energy, like the opening of the ancient world, began to create the world. At the same time, a super mechanical body that was no smaller than the Alpha Mother planet slowly deformed and stood up. Chapter 1389. It was the first time for Gao Gong to enter a mechanical body of this level. In other words, his current body was a planet-level machine. It was one size larger than the Alpha Mother planet. His body was not entirely made up of mechanical modules, but also included black tides, energy magnetic fields, and even various strange rays. From his perspective, the Alpha Mother planet only reached his waist. From the perspective of an organism, His current mechanical body was a bit shocking. This mechanical body was suspended in the deep space of the universe, larger than a planet, and far more sophisticated and magnificent than any planet. Its shell was made up of countless layers of overlapping metal structures, and each armor plate was as big as a continent. The surface was etched with circuit patterns more complex than city streets, flowing with dark blue energy veins, and the glowing energy nodes that even jumped out of several meters thick arcs were arc furnaces with full efficiency. If it was not fully efficient, it would not be possible to maintain a mechanical body of this size. It's so fucking big. From the perspective of an organism, a planet is a behemoth. But from the perspective of the mechanical body, the planet is just a water tank. In its eyes, there are not many giants in this galaxy. The mechanical body tried to move its hands and feet. When the size reaches a certain level, even simple movements are a complex mechanical movement. The mechanical arm slowly stretched out from the dark void. Each joint was as huge as a mountain. The surface was covered with heavy armor plates, and dark red energy pulses were visible between the gaps. Its structure was not a simple metal connecting rod, but was composed of countless nested hydraulic systems, gear arrays, and anti-gravity suspension modules. Every fine-tuning was accompanied by a low metal roar, vibrating gravitational ripples in the vacuum. After moving the hands, the next thing is the feet. Then it moves. This kind of movement, even if it is a mechanical life, will cause large-scale information disorder. Many alpha people peeked out from the virtual level, and when they saw that it was a senior engineer, they quickly retracted it. The 3 dark female elves serving on the side were already shocked. When they left the Black Machinery Alliance, the largest mechanical body of the Black Machinery Alliance was only tens of thousands of meters. But the one in front of him was completely beyond his imagination. As for the mechanical geniuses on the Alpha Mother planet, they were also shocked by this operation. This kind of mechanical body can be seen without leaving the planet. As professionals, they can see at a glance that the prototype of this planetary machine is the Mecha Frenzy, or the humanoid Mecha Frenzy. Can the Mecha Frenzy be used like this? As for the players, they have already uploaded various shooting pictures on the forum. Damn, mechanical wonders. Wonders are ruining the country, Your Majesty. What, Your Majesty? You should call him a prophet. Brother, is this your new body? Gal Yuan also took a break from her busy schedule and looked at the huge body with curiosity. Well, it's a temporary body. Gao Gong nodded, trying to adjust the human body system of the mechanical life while recording various mechanical parameters through the biological computer and looking at the system panel. Unlike carbon-based life, mechanical life can transform itself, increase or decrease its own human body system, so as to adapt to various environments. Or, let the environment adapt to it. A 100% movement system is definitely not enough, it must be adjusted to at least 500%. It is better to ban the respiratory system and directly add it to the circulatory system. If a mechanical body of this size can still absorb and discharge energy, it will basically be a mobile disaster. The urinary system still needs to be strengthened, and it should be increased to 200%. After all, this thing urine is all kinds of parts garbage. On the battlefield, these garbage will cause system redundancy. The reproductive system is transformed into a production system. Without 10,000 mechanical repair factories, how can we fight with others? Although the mechanical body is only in a simple activity, a very complex transformation has begun inside. This kind of transformation can only be done by Gao Gong, a newly minted mechanical master. When Gao Gong was thinking about the transformation, Talea came over from behind. A pair of slender and soft hands gently rested on Gao Gong's shoulders and kneaded them. The skills were at least at the master level. Gao Yuan looked at this scene angrily. She didn't like these female elves. They were bad women. So be it. After an unknown amount of time, Gao Gong sighed and stopped the transformation. Brother, are you dissatisfied? Gao Yuan asked quickly. I can't say I'm dissatisfied, but this is really a planet-level mechanical body. Gao Gong complained. Planet-level mechanical bodies, whether in action or system, are as slow as a planet. Of course, this is an exaggeration. In fact, the action of the mechanical body is not slow. On the contrary, at this size, it is already relatively fast. But when entering combat mode, it still cannot break the speed of sound. Then this is equivalent to a waste design. In the interstellar battlefield where light-speed weapons have been put into use, if the speed cannot break the speed of sound, it is a standard target. This is like the mechanical giant in some special effects blockbusters, which moves incredibly slowly and is blown up by a few rocket launchers. It's not that you have this technology, why don't you make something else? Gao Gong suddenly realized that he was actually trapped in a thinking error. There is no need to use mechanical frenzy to simulate humanoid machinery, or even mechanical life. What the mechanical frenzy should really simulate is the 4th level mechanical weapon. The Mirta people can't do this, because even the most powerful telekinetic master can't achieve this level of fine control. But Gao Gong is different. The mechanical frenzy is his mechanical body. In a sense, he is the embodiment of mechanical will like the creators of those orthodox mechanical civilizations. I need some 4th level weapon blueprints. Star destroyers and planetary cannons can be reversed. The functions of 3rd level civilization buildings can actually be simulated. Gao Gong's eyes gradually lit up. He suddenly realized that he had been using this high-tech item as a hammer. There is no doubt that this is a waste. It was not until this time that he truly broke through the upper limit of the Mirta version and entered deep application from elementary application. Sure enough, life is full of unexpected gains. Gao Gong muttered to himself, and then he was relieved from the thinking mode. Only then did he realize that since some time ago, Gao Yuanyuan had become the one massaging him. The data stream condensed into translucent fingers in the air, like liquid starlight, gently wrapped around people's shoulders. They had no entity, but brought precise tactile feedback, and every flow was scanning the tension and fatigue of the muscles. At first, it was a subtle electric current-like stimulation, like millions of nano-level fingertips tapping the skin at the same time. It didn't hurt, but it made the pores slightly open, and the nerve endings were awakened like gentle raindrops. Then, the data tentacles began to adjust the frequency, simulating the techniques of human masseurs. The thumb-like pressure slid down the sides of the spine, and the palm-like warmth wrapped around the back of the neck. You could even feel the knuckles accurately rubbing the nodules near the shoulder blades. Hiss, Gao Gong looked at Gao Yuanyuan, who looked innocent. So you are also a technician, oh no, an expert in palace fighting? Chapter 1390. Gao Yuanyuan opened her pupils wide, as bright as stars, and looked at Gao Gong with pure lust. Until Gao Gong turned his eyes away, and stopped the eye contact that was almost sticky. I'm not obsessed with my sister, I'm obsessed with rich women. Sister, there's something wrong with the direction of your strategy. Gao Gong shook his head, and continued to stare at his mechanical body. On the mechanical body, the electronic eyes, that seemed to be the size of asteroids, also stared at his carbon-based body, and began to analyze all the data from skin temperature to brain waves. Extremely dangerous creatures. The mechanical body came to a conclusion. To suppress the opponent, you must first control the situation. And the skin of the carbon-based body also gave off a tingling feeling, and there was a desire to transform into the kings, pick up the scorching sun halberd, and fight the opponent desperately. Among the enemies encountered by the kings, it can also be called the most powerful one, the glove said sincerely, with a strong eagerness in his tone. Gao Gong nodded casually. Nonsense. 10 trillion mechanical energies, even a pig can be transformed into a planetary pig slaughterer. Hey, Gao Gong suddenly remembered that he seemed to have a very powerful skill, the kind taught by the mechanical master himself. He clicked on the system, and found the transformation skill. Planetary mechanical transformation, 4th level. Manipulate the machinery of an entire planet, control the planet's transformation, manufacture stellar weapons, and enter war mode. Limit 1, host level requirement 150, limit 2, host boss templates more than 10, limit 3, planet health more than 100 points, Note 1. Only extremely powerful mechanical masters can bear the pressure brought by the transformation of stellar weapons. Note 2. Planetary transformation is a vague concept. Satellite, planetary, and star levels all belong to the planetary level. Perhaps you can reduce the conditions for using this skill in some way. It seems that, perhaps, your mechanical body has reached the standard? Gao Gong suddenly realized such a thing. I originally thought that this was just a big pie, but now it seems that this is really possible. The level requirement is 150 and 10 trillion mechanical energy, which can definitely reach the 5th level standard. There are more than 10 boss templates, and 7 of my own templates. The planet's health exceeds 100 points, which is absolutely oversatisfied. Now the health of the mechanical body is at least 100,000 points. Gao Gong thought about it, and the planetary mechanical transformation was lit. It was like the mechanical energy opened up by the prehistoric world bursting out again. This time the change is no longer a change in appearance, but a thorough transformation of the life form based on the blueprint that Gao Gong just designed. The cracks between the mechanical modules gushed out white plasma, spreading on the surface like blood vessels, and the huge metal structure rolled out from the depths, like a giant beast tearing off its camouflaged skin. The shield plates folded and deformed, turning into layers of energy ribbons, and a honeycomb-shaped quantum computing matrix emerged on the surface. On the head, a mechanical skull with a diameter of thousands of kilometers rose from the neck, with two satellite-level fusion eyes embedded in the eye sockets, and the pupils were composed of countless rotating hexagonal scanning lenses, each of which was scanning the deep space of the universe. This time the change broke through an upper limit. Even Gao Yuanyuan's face was tense. Countless starlight intertwined. The originally empty vacuum of the universe was suddenly covered by dense virtual light. Even a star, in this case, looked like an oversized hedgehog. Even the dense virtual industrial clusters can be vaguely seen. The transformation alone has triggered the self-defense of the star network. Gao Yuanyuan had to use her leadership authority to shut down this defense mechanism, and at the same time, the activated star C once again covered the outer star system. And Gao Gong also immediately realized the horror of the planetary war machine. This is not the kind of slow mechanical wonder, but a super war weapon that can defend against the speed of light, and even suppress superluminal speed. And this weapon, in theory, should be a creation of the 5th level mechanical technology. The reason is very simple. The mechanical master is the 5th level. And stimulated by this terrifying mechanical force, in Gao Gong's monitoring system, 2 auras, one large and one small, achieved a breakthrough at the same time. Gao Gong also snapped his fingers, and after a slight sense, he decomposed this planetary mechanical body into a black tide again. Then it was restored to the frenzy type 11. It's not that he doesn't want to try the killing of this mechanical body. But this thing is also a star system level strike weapon at the bottom. If it is hit by something, this kind of damage, now that the whole camp is engaged in mass production, she will be scolded to death by Director Du. The system also sent several notifications. You have opened up a new mechanical way, the leader's reputation is increased by 2,000, and the camp points are increased by 10 million. The first superplanetary species appeared in your camp, the camp points are increased by 5 million, and the camp reputation is slightly strengthened. The first extreme creature was cultivated in your camp, the camp points are increased by 1 million, and the camp reputation is slightly improved. Gao Gong looked at the last prompt in surprise. What, am I not the first one to be trained? Don't treat the leader as a human being. At this time, in the distant Narwhal Alpha, a very strange thing happened. That is, this resource planet suddenly lost power. The whole planet suddenly began to appear in a large area of darkness. This phenomenon is equivalent to a sudden oil shortage in an oil mine. So weird and unreasonable. The whole planet suddenly became quiet, not to mention the internet. Even the lights could not be turned on. Many mechanical players were shocked to see that their battery energy instantly dropped to the bottom, and then they fell down on the spot with a click, unable to move. Fuck power outage, big power outage, who has a power bank? Lend it to me. In the small group of the forum, various chat records were flying. The power outage inside the game is naturally not related to things outside the game. After all, not to mention being on the same planet, the players are probably not even in the same universe. Then, an amazing picture appeared. In the dark vacuum, a huge planet tree was quietly suspended. Its roots were like a silvery white galaxy, deeply embedded in the planet, absorbing the energy of this resource planet. The trunk was as magnificent as a mountain, and the surface was flowing with blue light patterns, as if liquid starlight was pulsating under the bark. The branches and leaves were not ordinary green, but deep violet interwoven with starlight. Each leaf was like a miniature star system, flashing soft light. When the flowering time came, billions of buds bloomed at the same time. Then, the flowers withered and turned into light rain, and the branches began to produce illusory fruits. Each fruit was pregnant with a miniature planet, some like a blue ocean planet, some like a burning star, and some wrapped in nebula-like mist. After maturity, the fruit will gently break away from the branch and fall into the void, leaving a long light mark in the darkness, going to the unknown distance, and sowing a new world. The whole process was quiet and solemn, only light was flowing, only the universe was breathing. In the world transformed by the brain in the jar, endless radiation beasts were kneeling on the ground to worship. Many of them had a clear glimmer of wisdom in their eyes. The radiation goddess army closest to the tree received the most blessings. Although these illusory fruits are not as good as the real carbon-based fruits, and their effects are not even 1,000th or 1/10,000th of them, but they are numerous. Under the effect of these fruits, the level of each radiation goddess is slowly rising. Starting from level 80, moving towards level 90. Chapter 1391. The planetary level mechanical transformation is very powerful, so powerful that it explodes. But the root of its power is the productivity of the entire camp. Without the continuous output of camp technology, Gao Gong couldn't even get all the star armors for the Mecha Frenzy. So although she was surprised by Gao Gong's transformation, when Gao Gong took out the 100 super production drawings, Du Xiaoti's eyes lit up immediately and her attention was immediately diverted. Fortunately, Gao Gong knew the other party's temperament and had been gentle in advance, otherwise Du Xiaoti might not even have the interest in male models. The reason is that these mechanical drawings are too much for a construction maniac like her. With these drawings, I can quickly create a civilization-level mechanical army. I want to complete the mechanical transformation of 1,000-star systems. All black markets must supply us. Collect the rare materials we need. Don't think about resting those mechanics, and your little monkeys, all come to the factory. Gao Gong gently stroked the other's back without speaking. How can a rich woman be a rich woman if she doesn't do business? He only needs to be responsible for satisfying the rich woman's physiological needs. In addition to mechanical technology, there are other evolutionary directions in the camp. Your evolution this time is really unexpectedly strong. The next day, on a red-named planet, Gao Gong gnawed on the illusory fruit while praising sincerely. I didn't expect it to evolve so fiercely. I thought it would be good to upgrade the biological computer to the same level as you. Huang Yuanli on the opposite side said happily. Senior engineer thought, maybe we all underestimated the ascension plugin of the Wet River civilization. You should know that Hiluapa was 100% a high-level civilization in the civilization. Her treasure collection is definitely a top-level plug-in in the 4th order. In addition, Huang Yuanli's body is a planet tree, and the planet tree has integrated the previous cyber wave. The initiator of the cyber wave is also a 5th order information matrix. So this transformation, in essence, is actually a 4th order biological plug-in that activates some 5th order genes. This allows Huang Yuanli's bloodline to break through the upper limit of the planetary computer, in addition to the biological computer system reaching the upper limit of the planetary computer. Although superplanetary species are still within the scope of space species. But the former is one of the prerequisites for forming a galaxy computer. She can develop the ecosystem and planetary will of different planets, and then create a gene god system, that is, a subgod system. This is also why she can make the shell of the carbon-based fruit, which is what he is eating now. You take a fantasy fruit, high temperature planet, strength +5, agility +5, and get the high temperature defense talent. Because your genes have been developed to the upper limit of the rank, this talent is immune. You take a fantasy fruit, atmospheric planet, perception +5, intelligence +5, and get the 3rd level talent gaseous life transformation. Because your genes have been developed to the upper limit of the rank, this talent is immune. You take a fantasy fruit, radiation planet, endurance +20, and get a new radiation bloodline. Because your genes have been developed to the upper limit of the rank, this talent is immune. The most precious thing about this kind of fantasy fruit is that it randomly generates a high-level bloodline / high-level talent. Unfortunately, this kind of immortality is useless to Gao Gong. But Gao Gong likes to eat grapes without spitting out the grape skins. If you can't add talents, you can increase basic attributes. After all, it is the shell of a carbon-based fruit, and this thing has no resistance. Theoretically, Gao Gong can brush up basic attributes. I say, at least leave some for others. Look at the one next to you. Although Huang Yuanli's body is not here, her clone is. As she pointed over, she saw Xiao Yu looking at her eagerly, drooling. Then why don't you produce more fruits? Do you think I'm a sow in the production team? If you put too much of this thing, it will hurt your origin. Gao Gong quickly asked the other party about the number of fruits produced. In the end, a result was obtained, that is, if you don't care about consumption at all, the Alpha Narwhal can produce 100 virtual fruits for every rotation of the planet. Engineer Gao has just eaten more than 30 pills. On average, each basic attribute has increased by 50 to 60 points. Don't be too happy. Since it can be produced continuously, Engineer Gao doesn't want to keep it all for himself. First, he gave 10 pills to Xiao Yu beside him, and left 10 pills for Director Du, and then left 10 pills for his daughter, and left 30 pills for other senior executives. After thinking about it, he gave one to the dark elf, who was serving at the side. Wei Fan's face turned red with excitement. This thing is as attractive to carbon-based creatures as ginseng fruit. This wave is for you, and I will distribute the next wave myself. Huang Yuanli produced the fruit herself, but she didn't taste any of it, so she got angry. Distribute it yourself? What a joke. Where did the biological plug-in come from? Who installed your biological computer for you? Gao Gong squinted at the other party. Huang Yuanli's clone suddenly became weak and muttered, "Then I have no credit, but I have worked hard, right?" Finally, after a friendly discussion, Gao Gong decided to give the other party 5 fruits, for the first distribution of virtual fruits. After that, every time the virtual fruits mature, he will leave 10 fruits for the other party, and each time he will reward 100 million camp points. Gao Gong thought about it, and took 5 more fruits from the high-level fruits, ready to leave them for the best-performing Gao family members, and then took 3 as camp specialties, and gave them to the players. This virtual fruit is equivalent to a low-profile version of carbon-based fruit. Its biggest function is not to increase basic attributes, but to activate a third-level bloodline talent. For players, nothing is more attractive than this. This is equivalent to a permanent buff, and it is a relatively powerful one. That is, Gao Gong only lit up the mechanic civilization, but did not light up the corresponding biological civilization. Otherwise, just for this, the camp points must be increased by at least 30 million. Apart from anything else, with this illusory fruit, Gao Gong will have a mold to make evil force fruits in the future. But what is the gene god system you just mentioned? Huang Yuanli is now fascinated by this feeling of pure life evolution, and can't wait to ask. Gao Gong thought about it, and told what he knew. Every carbon-based ascended civilization can actually form a god system, and even develop multiple god systems, main and secondary god systems, etc. But if it is an ascended individual, not every ascended member can absorb the fruit and ascend to heaven in one step. After all, carbon-based fruits require too much life energy, and the number of places is limited. There are no 2 carbon-based fruits with the same function. In other words, no matter how many physical laws, rules, and concepts there are in this universe, they will eventually run out. Therefore, the ascended members often settle for the second best, first improve the gene strength and build the gene god system. After completing the gene god system, they will upgrade to the carbon-based god system. And you have some advantages that the ascended members don't have. You are a planetary species, and you can create illusory fruits, which means that your potential is very strong, and you are also a fully equipped biological computer, so you can do some things that the ascended species can't do. What? Establish an interstellar biological network. Chapter 1392. Biological network. Is it Yuan Yuan's third-order star network? Or is it the cyberspace in the city before? Huang Yuanli's first reaction was the information network of the camp, but after thinking about it, it was not right, and she thought of the network of city people when they were still on the planet. Gao Gong shook his head. Strictly speaking, these two are both information networks. The characteristics of information networks are that the signal is getting stronger and stronger, the hardware is getting smaller and smaller, and finally the hardware disappears completely. In turn, the mechanical department also has its own mechanical network, which is more inclined to a hardware system. For example, Gao Gong's planetary mechanical transformation just now has a lot of mechanical network shadows. He pondered for a while, and explained in a way that Huang Yuanli could understand. In the past, in the desert, after each beast king was promoted, the radiation circle of his rule would become larger and his rule over the tribe would become stronger. You can think of yourself as a super beast king. After building a biological network, your radiation circle will exceed the planetary level. If before, we wanted to plant other planetary trees, we had to pick branches from you and do cuttings, but now we don't need to. Other planetary trees can be your clones. Moreover, in this biological network, you can freely strengthen or weaken biological genes, as well as more complex operations. Gao Gong did not explain in detail how to operate, such as designing a gene evolution machine, because he knew that Huang Yuanli could not handle such operations. It's not that the other wild boar can't eat fine bran, nor is it that the other party is mentally retarded. After becoming a top-of-the-line biological computer, the opponent's intelligence has already been developed to a very deep level. But Gao Gong does not have an authentic 3-level carbon-based civilization technology tree. If the biological technology tree is not lit up, the 3 sets of biological laws, industrial needs, and technological innovation cannot be lit up in the following series of operations. If you can't even bet on the blueprint, what's the point of talking about it? Let's just use the big bricks to fly for a while. The main goal at this stage is to max out the mechanic civilization, whether it is the technology tree, or the mechanical industry, or even mechanical technological innovation, all maxed out. This is very likely in a galaxy with developed mechanical civilization. But it seems that others will not think so. Especially when they see that we have cultivated the second extreme creature, they will definitely think that we are a camp with developed biological technology. Gao Gong thought with a strange expression. The red-named planet has already entered a semi-block state in advance. The players were driven out, and can only move in the high-orbit space. The low and medium orbit spaces are all within the destruction range of the aftermath of the battle between the two sides. From time to time, there are terrifying air waves rushing into the sky, causing a large number of vortices and energy radiation. The space trembles wildly, and energy particles penetrate into it, mixed with the planet-level biological magnetic field, causing the entire planet to radiate endless light bands. On the surface of the planet, superfluid lava flows everywhere, and after cooling, it forms a transparent glass plane stretching for thousands of miles. Although the third level is already called the Surface Destroyer. But this is limited to ordinary planets. For a planet like the Red Name planet that is focused on reinforcement and transformation, millions of players in the Battle Royale cannot cause such damage. Awesome. That brother is awesome. Isn't this my brother Xiang? Why, do you know him? Nonsense, this NPC is a virtual machine player. I've played online with him before, and he's really good at fencing. I found a feature of this game, that is, NPCs upgrade faster than players. Fuck, if you didn't tell me, I wouldn't have realized it. It's true. How come those novice village bosses are now more arrogant than us? The pointing and talking of the spectators did not affect the two sides in the battle. The two NPCs who were fighting the boss this time were the son of Kuan, who had become a high-level combat power unit, and the other was Fat Xiang, who had just awakened. The battle between these two was a battle between two flesh and blood giants. The sticky blood mist rolled over the wasteland. Two mountain-like flesh and blood giants collided with a bang. The flesh mountain covered with eyeballs on the left suddenly cracked into 3 bloody holes, from which tentacles covered with barbs protruded. Each of them was as thick as an adult whale. Mucus dripped onto the ground along the folds, corroding deep pits with sizzling sounds. The son of Kuan, who had already transformed into a space monster mode, roared suddenly with his half-human, half-whale lower body, and directly sprayed out an energy tide covering a continent, drowning the opponent's tentacles. On this planet, there was a sound like 100,000 nuclear bombs exploding. However, the explosion did not proceed as expected. As soon as the nuclear fission reaction was generated, it was sucked away by the huge heads. And these heads seemed to have just grown out. In addition to absorbing the energy tide, they also looked around curiously. I didn't expect that we could grow back again, a tough guy with features like those cut by axes and knives said. Why flesh and blood transformation? I want mechanical transformation. Another bloody head roared in dissatisfaction. Stop complaining. You are now tens of thousands of times stronger than you were back then. Hee, I never thought that we old hunters would have the day to hunt space giants. But little fat man, can't you help us grow in many places? Do you have to grow on the waist? Can't you grow in other places? Familiar facial features squeezed out from these giant heads: Saber Tamir, Cowboy Apu, Sun 2, Cold Blood, Bones, Creeper. Not only these second-generation old hunters, but also the earliest first-generation old hunters: Lao Cha, Blind Man, Lao Su, Lao Wang, Lao Lang, Lao Chang. All these old hunters squeezed out from the waist of the meat mountain in front of them. Especially the first-generation old hunters, who were ruthless and wild back then, but they were fierce men who directly sewed biological limbs into their bodies to fight. Is this a tit-for-tat? For every one squeezed out, Pang Xiang's biological energy increased by 10 million. Seeing this scene, Wang Yuanli's mouth twitched. So many familiar faces. Isn't your transformation a bit abnormal? Old radiation system, abnormal development, old witware module, old hunter genes from past generations. These things added together, do you still think you can grow something normal? The senior engineer asked in return. Even if it is a 4th level plugin, it can completely stabilize this shit mountain code, and even strengthen this biological shit mountain, making it more abnormal. But its essence is not changed. Shit mountain is still shit mountain, and genetic shit mountain is also shit mountain. At this time, Pang Xiang, except for the human outline, can no longer see any biological traces. His surface is like a boiling vortex of flesh and blood. Countless layers of interlaced muscle tissue are surging in scarlet mucus, and every wrinkle is oozing asphalt like black blood. When these black blood falls on the ground, each drop can evolve into a large radiation tide. In the iron sand desert back then, it was a standard SS level. And every breath he takes will cause the DNA of species on a continent to disintegrate and reorganize at a speed visible to the naked eye, and some species will be alienated into flesh and blood puppets controlled by him in pain. The ground where Pang Xiang is located is visibly fleshed and radiated. Extreme environment creatures are not just species that can survive in extreme environments. Rather, it itself is a kind of extreme environment. The spectators can feel the strong oppression, let alone the son of Kuan who faces it directly. Chapter 1393. The son of Kuan is very strong. He is also on the list of extreme creatures in various civilizations. Although his name is slightly behind, As a candidate for the leader of a second-level biological civilization and a direct descendant of a space monster tribe, it is easy to imagine that he can never be weak. In the interstellar society, he is also a famous generation of heroes. Unfortunately, Gao Gong is nothing else but the most perverts. Before, only camp leaders like Gao Gong could fight against each other, but as the strength of the camp improved, more and more strong men appeared, which led to the mentality of the son of Kun being increasingly affected. This time, he will defend the blood authority of the space monster. The battle between the two sides quickly changed from a giant-level melee to a mutual devouring of biological magnetic fields. Because conventional destruction can no longer kill them, whether it is dismemberment, slow execution, or even crushing into powder, it is impossible to completely eliminate them. Whose biomagnetic field is stronger, whose cell division speed is faster, whose genes are embedded deeper in the void, and even whose biological virus is more threatening, who creates a stronger ecosystem. These are what determine the victory or defeat of both sides. Civilization will not rank some creatures that are easily killed. Only creatures that are not easily killed need to be ranked and studied. This is the origin of extreme creatures. For most players, this is the most shocking battle they have ever seen. Mr. G's is not counted. The visual system of 99.9% of players cannot keep up with the speed of light, so few audiences can appreciate Gao Gong's performance. Masters are lonely, nothing more than this. Someone who feels that it is getting harder and harder to show off sometimes sighs. But the current battle is just the upper limit of what players can appreciate. The biomagnetic fields of both sides have completely enveloped the planet. The collision core burst into dazzling flashes, and the scarlet and dark blue energy intertwined into a giant spiral, like a vortex of flesh and blood that tore reality apart. At the boundary of the two magnetic fields, the air was twisted into honeycomb cracks, and pus and blood with fluorescent light continued to seep out. Pang Xiang's radiation field is like a boiling furnace, and the light streams intertwined into spirals. Wherever the radiation tide passes, hundreds of thousands and millions of radiation beasts are bred and generated in the tide of flesh and energy. These radiation beasts range from the lowest D level to the highest SS level. And the appearance of these radiation beasts has boosted Pang Xiang's energy in disguise. On the side of the Son of Kun, there is a silent blue ocean. The energy tide is not only not boiling, but the sea surface is as smooth as a mirror. Although he suffered repeated blows, it was not without any benefits. The arrogant character of the Son of Kun was also smoothed, and he was able to immerse himself in the blood of Leviathan and practice spiritual cultivation. When the gene and the spirit completely resonate, it will be his chance to evolve again. The daughter of Kun, who was also watching the battle from the outside, watched this scene nervously. As a new generation of civilization leader, in her opinion, if the Son of Kun had the current mentality, the group of Leviathan elders would probably be happy to hand over the entire tribe to him. But now, she only hopes that the Son of Kun will win, for no other reason. The Son of Kun has been infinitely close to the evolutionary limit of the entire Leviathan bloodline. If he loses, it means that the entire species bloodline is lost. Survival of the fittest, the evolution of carbon-based species is quite cruel. On a spaceship that just returned, Sister G and her group of old players were also watching this battle. How is it? Brother Sin said without looking back. It's difficult, unless I have a weapon with the attribute of annihilating genes function, Feiji pondered. He thought that after entering the sublight speed mode, he could kill the two camp bosses, but that was all. The health bars of both of them were so long that he was a little desperate. With the blessing of the boss template, a boss often has dozens or hundreds of times more health bars than the player. The two PvP masters looked at each other and were speechless. They represent the upper limit of player PvP, but there is still a long way to go for the upper limit of the same level boss. Fortunately, there is not no way to go. The entanglement between the two sides finally reached a peak. Space was like a film torn by a huge force. First there was silence, then there was an infrasonic scream that exceeded the limit of hearing. Red and blue lightning burst out from the contact surface, but it was not an ordinary electric current, but a destructive turbulence composed of high-level radiation energy and space blood. The ground collapsed under the pressure of the magnetic field, and the gravel was suspended in the air against gravity, and then it was crushed into powder. The spectators realized that since some time, a group of black shadows with unclear faces blocked them. With their hands open, an oversized barrier wrapped around the entire red planet, blocking the aftermath that had originally broken through to the high-orbit space. Are you done? Well, it's not over, but I can't fight anymore. Engineer Gao looked at the planet with interest. In the battle just now, the system unexpectedly issued him a temporary task. Temporary task, King of Hunting. Difficulty. Level 3 difficult. Task brief. In the resonance of the hunter's instinct and the radiation gene, under the reinforcement of the 4th level biological plug-in, Pang Xiang gave birth to a certain evolutionary inspiration, helping Pang Xiang find his own way of hunting. Task target. Kill/defeat 10 space bloodline owners. Task reward. Pang Xiang awakens the king of hunting gene, new profession interstellar hunter. The smoke dissipated, and the son of Kun withdrew from the complete state and turned into a several-meter-tall man, sitting on the spot, gasping for breath. Don't fight anymore? A puzzled voice came from the other side. Don't fight anymore, I lost. The son of Kun smiled bitterly, and this time he lost sincerely. It was not that he was hit by a few planetary cannons first, and then severely injured, nor was he ambushed by the supreme demon and forced to burn his blood. This time, he was defeated head-on when his mentality, body, and energy were all at their peak. Oh, okay. What's good about that? I've only squeezed out my upper body. If you hadn't squeezed me, I would have come out long ago. Little fatty, your hunting skills were taught to you by the old man, so you should let the old man out first. On the waist of the huge black shadow, the old hunters, who had squeezed out half of their bodies, and even pulled out a mouthful of biological weapons in their hands, all cursed. The son of Kun instinctively felt a chill. He had tried his best. However, the opponent had just entered the second stage, and he could clearly feel that the opponent had evolved something after swallowing some of his pheromones. If he fought again, he would lose faster. Soon, Fat Xiang, who had transformed into a human form, came out scratching his head, grinning foolishly, while being carried away by Matsushima Keiko, who kept jumping up and hitting his head. The son of Kun was also helped up by the daughter of Kun. I have something to tell you. It's about our race and civilization. The son of Kun suddenly said seriously. The daughter of Kun was stunned. Since being defeated by Mr. G, this person is naturally a racial sinner, and never makes comments on this aspect. What happened this time? Was his brain damaged by the beating? In the dozens of star systems controlled by the Legion, the rapid production of mechanical technology, and the evolution of camp creatures, everything is proceeding step by step. But in the outside world, the situation was turbulent. After the Zerg army defeated the anti-Zerg Alliance army in the 5th star, unexpectedly, they did not rush into other stars. The anti-Zerg Alliance counterattacked several times, but failed to return to the 5th star. When many high-ranking members of the camp suspected that the Zerg Queen was holding back some big move. The Zerg Queen really held back a big move. According to the urgent intelligence from the front line, the Zerg Queen Zergized not 1,000 faces civilization. Instead, she assimilated 3 civilizations at the same time, and the Queen recruited another civilization army from the 2nd star region. The anti-Zerg Alliance was shocked to realize that before they knew it, the servant civilizations of the Zerg civilization, plus the Zerg civilization itself, had begun to approach the number of the anti-Alliance civilization. Chapter 1394. Gao Gong was slightly surprised to hear the news. After all, servant civilizations and servant armies in the general sense are all civilizations of the next level. Few civilizations will accept civilizations of the same level as servant civilizations. On the one hand, it is too difficult, and on the other hand, they are worried about backlash. Especially for a civilization like the insect civilization, which has terrible ability to produce soldiers, it is better to produce a civilization-level insect army with such free time. At least as far as Gao Gong knows about the insect situation, this kind of thing rarely happens. To complete the transformation, you have to consume the Queen's authority, and the authority of the Zerg Queen is limited. Once it is consumed, unless you succeed in evolving and ascend from the 3rd level civilization to the 4th level civilization, the Queen's authority is reset, otherwise your entire civilization will be cold. According to Gao Gong's understanding, this move should be the killer of the insects, and it should not be used easily. Did I misunderstand? The Zerg Queen who came from the test field, the Queen's authority is as thick as my health bar? The starry sky voice seems to have said that this Zerg was given to the purple giant by other mechanical masters, and is a test product? Or think about it the other way around. It's because the Zerg Queen has some problems with her body, and the collective will collapse at any time. So they forced her to do it? Then again, what are the other 2 high-risk species in the galaxy? Little Rose didn't know, and fed it garbage data for nothing. This starry sky voice's eating habit is garbage data. The more garbage the better. Gao Gong often saw the scene of her, and Gao Yuan's 2 Emmet protozoa cleaning up garbage together. Being a garbage man at a young age, he has a promising future. So let's discuss it, about the invitation to the Gold and Silver Alliances. In the meeting room, Gao Gong glanced at the camp leaders and said softly, Qin Zhenzi, as the head of diplomacy, stood up first and said, "According to the information we have collected, this invitation is a contract signed by the Anti-Insect Alliance and all civilization representatives. All interstellar forces in the first star zone, all those who are well known, have been recruited. Even the 2 black market owners we know have been invited." The conscripts are caught on the second-hand dealer's genius. Someone silently complained, which immediately caused a series of laughter. Gao Gong was amused when he heard it, and just when he was about to give a thumbs up, he heard Director Zhu's cold voice. "Is this a place for you to joke? Those who are talking and laughing, get out and stand outside." Gao Gong immediately changed his face, coughed dryly, and became serious. "Yes, Mr. Du is right. Let's stand and listen." The senior executives stood up one by one. Even Huang Yuanli, a big tree on the planet, quietly grew a clone in the corner of the wall. The eyes watched the nose watched the heart, and the main action followed the heart. "Ahem, Qin Jinzi, please continue." "According to our intelligence, there are more than 100,000 interstellar forces that have received invitations, among which there are 9,651 forces that can reach the planetary level." Gao Gong listened silently. Except for a little concentration when he heard about a few space monster tribes, he didn't pay much attention to it at other times. The gap between interstellar forces and civilization is huge, and it can even be said that there is an unbridgeable gap. This group of interstellar forces looks quite numerous, and it is estimated that they are not enough for the insect civilization to defeat with one hand. Even if they are armed with third-level technology, they are still at the level of a pseudo-army. The vassal army of the insects is a formal civilized armed force. What Gao Gong is more interested in is the conditions they put forward. After Qin Jinzi briefly introduced some background, he quickly got straight to the point. "The envoys of the Galen and Myrna people brought us 3 conditions. First, lift the blockade of the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale. Second, the Myrna Federation publicly recognizes our dominance over the Alpha star system and the surrounding star fields. Third, if we agree to their conditions, all weapons and equipment will be provided by the Anti-Insect Alliance, and the exchange channel for third-level weapons will be open." Many senior officials whispered, "This condition is not bad. Especially even if you don't join the Anti-Insect Alliance. When the insects come to kill you, will you really not resist? The insects don't want you either. What if these people regret after the insects are defeated?" General Kuo asked directly. You know, Gao Gong had just ordered a mechanical revolution on Jinpi, and then destroyed Impi's cosmic relics. This hatred was quite enough, so the suspicion of the female general was not unreasonable. Although the third-level civilization may not be 100% trustworthy, the probability of breaking the promise is indeed not high. There is no need for this. We could also make third-level weapons ourselves, a mechanical master said carelessly. Send some fire machines to deal with it. Are the lives of our fire machines not lives? Blood Spider was furious, and even Tianwei beside him showed an unhappy expression. If they agree, they won't station troops here in the name of guarding the defense line. Technological assimilation is also dangerous. My opinion is, whether to join the Anti-Zerg Alliance is never a single-choice question. It involves a series of conditions such as diplomacy, technology, and strategic positioning. Of course, only the Cybertron Legion is qualified to make conditions. Other planetary forces don't even have a yes/no option, and even only have an option of agreeing. This is not unfair. If you can withstand the siege of the civilization army, you can also make conditions. Gao Gong estimated that, apart from his side, there are probably only a few civilizations that have developed to the late second level who are qualified to negotiate conditions. The camp's territory is not small now, and asking the leaders of each planet to come here to communicate and confirm each other's situation is also the reason for this meeting. Qin Jinzi glanced at the 2 leaders at the top. Oh no, to be precise, there are 3 leaders. Gao Yuanyuan next to Gao Gong is rarely seen by people. Prophet, President Du, those 2 representatives have applied to enter the Alpha Star system. Reject them. Du Xiaodi and Gao Gong said in unison. Gao Yuanyuan puffed her lips, always feeling that she was a step behind. Gao Gong actually knew that Du Xiaodi was inclined to agree, although the Alpha Star system was located between the 3rd and 4th star circles, a little far from the 5th star circle. She was more interested in the material exchange channel of the 3rd level civilization. There are some special materials on it, which are just suitable for building their super production machines. And these materials have disappeared from the black market a long time ago. And it is too time-consuming to explore unknown star regions and find such materials. No matter what the outside world is like, as long as the first phase of the mechanical plan of their camp is completed, then the camp will have the capital to challenge any civilization. As for Gao Gong, he is also inclined to agree. But the reason he agreed is that after joining the alliance, it will be convenient for him to send people to other star regions to cause trouble. Whether it was professional knowledge, civilization heritage, or the other two dangerous species in the galaxy, he was very interested. If you don't join one of the sides, the entire Xingchuan will become a battlefield, and no matter where you go, you will be beaten up. After all, when the eldest and the second fight, the unlucky one is usually the third, or maybe the sixth. Gao Gong doesn't want to be the sixth. Chapter 1395. After the meeting, Gao Gong became a hands-off boss again. The mechanical body entered the mecha frenzy mode, and the surrounding starlight began to twist wildly. The stars originally scattered throughout the universe were no longer quietly embedded in the dark sky. They seemed to be pulled by an invisible, but powerful force, and began to gather in the direction of flight. These starlights no longer entered your field of vision along a straight line, but were extremely bent and stretched, forming a series of gorgeous light bands, as if they were ribbons woven by the universe for this superluminal journey. This is a magnificent picture that can only be seen by individuals entering the superluminal mode, and it is a romance unique to the strong. Soon, Gao Gong broke through the range of the Alpha Mother Galaxy, and admired this pseudo-nebula belt from a higher dimension. From a higher perspective, the Alpha star system really looks like a nebula, a huge, hazy glowing area. The petal-like gas and dust clouds stretch outward layer by layer. Some are like a winding dragon, dancing its body made of interstellar matter in the universe, and some are like a sea of starlight. The largest dozen stars are planets. However, compared with the previous disorder and chaos, the current star system is much more orderly. A large amount of gas and dust clouds are absorbed and transformed. Small black dots and black lines begin to appear in the star system. If you look inside, you can see a large number of sky machines in operation. Machines produce machines, and machines decompose different production lines. The dust and impurities in these interstellar spaces are just used as raw materials for those steel devourers. According to Director Du's internal information, the current camp's production capacity is equivalent to 100 starports, and will soon become 1,000 and 10,000. When the production capacity of 10,000 starports is reached, it means that the first phase of the mechanical plan is completed. Then comes the second mechanical plan. Before that, it is necessary to ensure that this level of production will not be disturbed. Senior Engineer opened his hand and threw out an object directly. It was a virtual membrane. In the inactive state, the virtual membrane appears as flowing silver-gray silk, with a surface as smooth as liquid mercury, occasionally with subtle ripples, as if it has life and slightly fluctuates. Once it enters the startup mode, the virtual membrane will quickly unfold and turn into a layer of translucent space film, wrapping the target area like extremely thin silk, and the surface of the film presents an optical distortion similar to the surface of water. The entire star system is slowly wrapped by this virtual membrane. If there is a space detection device at this time, it will be found that the space parameters here are fluctuating wildly, like a person's electrocardiogram, which eventually returns to zero after a long period of regular beating. Then, this star system disappeared right under Gao Gong's eyes. Gao Gong saw only two star systems, Nan Tianen and Bei Tianen. Although the strong biological instinct reminded him that the situation here must be wrong, he couldn't see it. Only the instinct of extreme creatures can find out what's wrong, but it's hard to say what's wrong. Gao Gong's mechanical eyes turned dark in an instant, and the Star Destroyer began to rehearse. Whether it's a mechanical body or a biological body, it's actually Gao Gong's body, so the same moves can be used by biological bodies and mechanical bodies. The calculation and induction of mechanical and biological bodies can also be used interchangeably. 10%, 20%, 30%, 40%. Gao Gong quickly came to a conclusion that the Star Destroyer must be activated to 42.4% to completely destroy this virtual membrane. This is simply calculated by the destructive power. A simple conversion, that is, the lethality of a fourth-order weapon. Another conversion, the saturation attack of a third-order weapon, can also be achieved at an energy peak. This is not something that can be done by one or two interstellar fleets. And the premise is that something is not right. That's enough. Just to avoid giving people the opportunity to grope in the dark, the virtual membrane has done this very well. Gao Gong quickly covered all production areas with virtual membranes. Previously, a part of it was used to produce the space string ball, and now a large part is used again. The space equipment that was originally found from the black hole has been used up. It's time to go out and look around again. The gate side should be ready. Gao Gong has a lot of arrangements. Not to mention that the top management is not clear. Even Director Du may not be clear. It's not that there is no trust, but as long as the information is exchanged, it will be leaked. As a veteran of the information department, Gao Gong understands this very well. On the other side, Gao Gong is also welcoming the players who have completed the task. So, according to you, the leader of the Jietua Society mysteriously disappeared? The players looked at each other. Their expressions were a little embarrassed. Of course, there were not many people who were embarrassed. After all, they were all old hands. They were submissive on the surface, but they were trying to figure out how to make it go away. After all, this mission, you say it is completed, it is also completed. The Jietua Society was destroyed. The Jietua Society was destroyed. But the problem is that at the last moment, the Jietua Society's boss disappeared. This is very wrong. After going online, Sister G searched around for a long time, but did not find any trace of the Jietua Society leader, so she returned in disappointment. If she had known earlier, she would have asked a group of P Club players to destroy the planet directly, and there was no need to swipe the boss. Now it's good, the boss is gone. Baozi also had a dark face. It's okay if the law of death on the battlefield is not broken. But most of those starships are his. Baozi doesn't think that with Sister G's integrity, she will compensate his ships. So his heart is bleeding. The head of PP also had a strange expression. She knew that in the previous mission, Boss G came in person, but now he pretended to be nothing. Although you didn't get the final answer, I still acknowledge your efforts. Gao Gong nodded calmly. The next moment, all the players present received a prompt that the task was completed. Faction points, faction reputation, etc. can no longer satisfy this group of people. Prophet, I am willing to exchange all my rewards for your personal guidance to me once. A player was exaggeratedly prostrated. Me too. Me too. I want the same treatment as Big Muscle. Gao Gong said seriously. Okay, but accepting my trial means that you either become a species of destruction and completely master destruction, or lose yourself in the process of destruction. This trial is very difficult. You have to think carefully. The player's eyes lit up. Is this still a task chain? Or does the boss mean that 5% inheritance is not the limit, and the power of this move can continue to increase? Prophet, I have no problem, I just like destruction. That's right. There is nothing that orbital bombing can't solve. Can I make canned biological food? Gao Gong was too lazy to pay attention to these idiots. He waved his hand, and a starting task was refreshed. The first link of the mission chain, Deep Sea Number 1. Deep Sea Number 1. Difficulty, Level 3 Normal Plus. Mission Briefing. The era of strife is coming, the rise of forces, the competition of civilizations, all require a higher level of intelligence collection, and the Legion also needs to collect key intelligence for action in order to gain a foothold in this turbulent era. Mission Goal, join a Level 3 force. Mission Reward, 1 Personal Guidance, Skill Breakthrough Limit plus 1%, Camp Points plus 1000, Camp Favorability plus 1000. Note, this may be a long-term lurking mission, you need to be cautious before choosing. Chapter 1396. What do you mean? Let me see what you say first. So, you can only replace that move after accepting the mission, and you need to consume all the mission rewards, and it is not 5% of the big muscle, but 2%, which feels a bit of a loss. You can also not replace it. Well, if we had increased the mission completion rate a little bit, would we have exchanged more? Stop talking nonsense and get to the point. What do you think, Sister G? Your mission reward must be the highest. Do you want to accept it? A bunch of old players gathered together and whispered, and even Bozy rarely talked about money and talked about mission selection instead. The temptation of this mission reward can be imagined. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, Sister G shrugged and said, "Don't look at me. I definitely won't take it. You don't know how much I've suffered outside. I almost couldn't come back. But according to this mission, we can come back. Then I won't go either. You don't know how hard it is to be outside." Sister G thought of her hard days of being hunted down every day without the third-level technology transformation and the third-level equipment. She sighed. Anyway, she would leave anyway. She wanted to live and die with the camp. If the mission is so easy to do, how can the reward be so generous? Said the eldest brother Hui calmly. From his appearance, he has made up his mind to go. The other old players looked at each other, and finally more than one person looked at the plane and spoke. I heard that you had a fight with the big muscle tyrant before. Yeah, the plane said calmly. Beyond 5,000 meters, I win. Within 5,000 meters, I lose. Both sides have the power to kill the other in seconds, but the PvP battlefield of the red-named planet is generally not set too far away. So the position of the former top PvP master has been updated again. That was in the past. Ever since the big muscle man installed the sublight speed detector made by his wife, you still lose at 5,000 meters. Brother Umbrella ruthlessly exposed the other party. Feiji pursed his lips and did not speak. Oh, I almost forgot that this guy is also a mechanical department and can be artificially modified. He also has a princess wife. I heard that his wife is a mechanical genius with a 4-boss template. After the self-castrated strongman, another generation of version gods appeared, that is the soft-rise strongman. Bowsy ignored Feiji's murderous eyes and laughed. So both of you are going? I go, and he goes too, Brother Umbrella said directly. Soon, among the old players present, more than a dozen people decided on the spot to do this lurking mission. There were many old players who did not express their attitude immediately, but there were also many who were interested. Gao Gong actually didn't care how many people went out this time, because the lurking plan was destined not to be a group of people, and the number would only increase. As for the players who went out and didn't want to come back, what should they do? This possibility is not impossible, but the possibility is extremely low. Even if the player joins the civilization and enjoys the benefits of civilization, is there any civilization in this galaxy that has more potential than his mechanic civilization? At this time, he was arranging the second wave of candidates for foreign affairs. However, this time the candidates were not players, but NPCs. A silly fat man, a gloomy old space pirate, and a uniformed girl with an unhappy face. Fat Xiang, Wire, and Matsushima Keiko. Matsushima Keiko grumbled, very dissatisfied, and found faults in various ways. Such a dangerous mission, the reward is not much, and it can't make a name for yourself, boss, are you so stingy? Then you go and move bricks for Director Du, she gives more rewards, Senior Engineer said casually. I'm wearing a top-level mechanical suit, and my hands are knife grips that can pull out the subspace slash. You want me to move bricks? Matsushima Keiko's eyes bulged. Besides bricks, what else can you do? Senior Engineer asked back. Matsushima Keiko thought about it carefully, and in the current camp environment, she can only move bricks. I can also hunt radiation beasts. Matsushima Keiko said stubbornly, and directly copied her old profession. Oh, so you want to hunt Huan Yuanli, I tell her later. The little girl gritted her teeth, and she realized that the radioactive beasts were no longer enemies, but her own people. Seeing that Pang Xiang was still smiling foolishly, Matsushima Keiko was furious, jumped up on the spot, and kicked the other's thigh. You just watch others bully me. Pang Xiang scratched his head. Then why don't you just not go? Hee little girl, do you want me to sell you a medicine? There are such stupid people in the world. No, in my opinion, this is a genius in fishing. Such a strong body, put in the monster group of the year, it is also a top-ranked captain. Although it looks like a bunch of people are talking, there is actually only one person who is talking, that is, the green-skinned old star pirate next to Pang Xiang. This is a person with schizophrenia. He seems to have many split personalities. When she thought about doing missions with these two guys in the future, Keiko Matsushima had an ominous feeling. I feel like I'm on the wrong ship. Keiko Matsushima finally shut up. Gao Gong took the lead and walked to the deepest part of the starport, where, in addition to Gate, there were several mechanical masters. And a huge hull, this spaceship is like a steel behemoth from the future. The overall streamlined shuttle structure is designed to minimize the resistance during interstellar navigation. Its shell is made of space alloy, and the surface is shining with a cold silver-gray metallic luster. Under the sunlight, it is like liquid mercury with a strange light. It is both hard and textured. There are fine lines all over the spaceship. These lines are not decorations, but heat sinks and energy transmission channels. They meander and intersect to form a unique geometric pattern, showing the perfect fusion of technology and functionality. The most eye-catching thing is its space ram, which almost wraps half of the ship. Level 3, Cross-Civilization Spaceship, over limit. Of course, it has a more famous nickname. Shrek Monster Ship. Veldy, or no matter which personality of Veldy, exclaimed at the same time. Gao Gong smiled and said, this spaceship was also a main battleship in the hands of the group of stringers back then. It was very difficult to build. Fortunately, we have complete drawings, machines for making space materials, a large amount of energy and most importantly, the full support of several mechanical masters, and finally it was built. Faced with Gao Gong's praise, several mechanical masters bowed slightly humbly. This is also a very excellent work for them. It is also one of the products that cannot be mass-produced in the current camp. Whether it is a player or an NPC, there is always a travel ceremony. So Gao Gong took them to pay homage to the Gao family ancestral temple. The spirit tablets on it now are not just a few rows. Since a bunch of Orgrimmar people changed their surnames, the number of electronic spirit tablets has piled up like a mountain. There are even many players who are trying to find out how to become a member of the Gao family. After all, this is a two-life mechanism. After leading everyone to worship themselves, Gao Gong turned around and smiled at everyone. The fortune teller said that I am a general who has achieved success at the expense of thousands of people. But I don't agree. I think that if you are out there, you have to decide whether to live or die. Good luck to everyone. Chapter 1397. Gao Gong wanted to send the players out a long time ago. In addition to obtaining technology and knowledge outside the camp, there is another reason, that is, as the level of the players rises, the surrounding star fields are no longer likely to threaten their existence. After all, simply exploring the star field is still a hobby of a small number of players. And without wild monster areas, high-level players will have a headache. If they have a headache, Gao Gong will have an itchy neck. In addition to the lurking mission, the next civilization war is also a good way to output the fourth disaster. Although they left the camp at the same time as the players, the new Shrek Star Pirates group is different. They have two tasks. The first is to continue searching for the remaining Stringer legacy, and the second is to help Fat Xiong complete the new Hunter mission. The sound of the system also sounded as the two groups left. You have made a new diplomatic strategy, lurking plan, and the diplomatic acceptance is minus 10%. You have made a new diplomatic strategy, pirate support, and the diplomatic acceptance is minus 5%. When the diplomatic acceptance reaches minus 100%, most civilizations will break off diplomatic relations with you. When the acceptance reaches minus 100%, there is a certain probability that the alliance sanction will be activated. Gao Gong looked calm. In fact, most civilizations will develop their own black gloves, do some technological colonization, and create some sub-civilizations. So according to the system standards, their diplomatic acceptance is generally around minus 50%. For military expansionist civilizations, like the Galen Republic, it will only be lower. But again, as long as this diplomatic acceptance does not drop to minus 100%, it will not have much impact. Morality is a luxury in interstellar society, and there is no such thing as universal morality. The civilization morality you defend may be extremely evil in other civilizations. There is no recognized morality, but there are still a few recognized immoral behaviors, such as unlimited civilization destruction. In fact, as a civilization leader, Gao Gong made very few national policies and diplomatic strategies. But it does not mean that he is ruling by inaction. In fact, his own camp is a civilization driven by the will of a strong leader. He does not drive it just because someone else drives it. In fact, since Director Du came back, the system prompts about the camp have never stopped. Camp leader Du Xiaodi made a new internal affairs machine manufacturing movement. The internal affairs are aimed at strengthening the operation module and manufacturing module of mechanical life, so that a machine life can operate 100,000 robots and make and build third-order machinery. Faction leader Du Xiaodi made a new internal policy: planetary environmental transformation in all the developed star regions. All environments that are not suitable for mechanical transformation, or the planet itself, are wiped out. Faction leader Du Xiaodi made a new internal policy: living metal engineering. This internal policy attempts to create a self-repair and evolution module for the third-order mechanical body. Prerequisites: professional knowledge chain, planetary host, advanced mechanics, mechanical wise. Note, not only does it make mechanical life a slave machine, but it also makes mechanical engineering self-engineering. This is the rhythm of being sued by the machine life to the Civilization Council. Mechanical bodies are famous for being very hard to work with, but if a mechanical civilization is reported to the Civilization Council for being too aggressive, it is indeed a big news. Gao Gong felt that his mechanical neutralism would soon evolve into mechanical slavery. Should Director Du relax a little? Mechanical bodies also have mechanical rights. You know, there are 3 hidden activation conditions for the mechanical revolution. If you keep working like this, there may be another revolution. Well, let's wait until the first stage of the mechanical plan is completed. The civilization war is about to start, and we can't rest at this time. Or, take up my old business, and make some virtual entertainment equipment for the working machines? Forget it, there is no need to consume computing power. Gao Yuanyuan is also very aggressive. Although it is not as good as Director Du's frequency brushing, the changes within the star network during this period are not small. In virtual civilization, computing power is equivalent to productivity. The technology of the third-level virtual civilization can already generate computing power with computing power, which is similar to Director Du's operation of using robots to produce robots. But just like the mechanical civilization needs to consume a lot of material resources, if you want to pile up virtual technology that can create things in the void, you also need a lot of consumption. The special thing about the Star Network civilization route is that its hardware is planets. That is, the more planets you explore, the more graphics cards you have. It is not controlled or blocked. Therefore, within the camp, Gao Yuanyuan is the biggest promoter of exploring the galaxy. A large number of virtual tasks have been refreshed, and a large number of virtual players are manipulating unmanned starships to explore the unmanned starry sky. For most civilizations, the larger the territory of a civilization is, the better. In fact, in Gao Gong's opinion, 100 star systems as a civilization coordinate are already large enough. More importantly, it is the radiation brought by civilization technology. Gao Gong also gave up the idea of making virtual equipment. The two rich women, one big and one small, are now a little bit overwhelmed. It is better not to provoke them at this stage. Internal affairs are handled by someone, and foreign affairs are also being polished. For a while, Gao Gong was surprised to find that he had nothing to do. At this stage, even if you brush the blueprint yourself, you can't build it for a while unless you build it yourself. By the way, I almost forgot that there is one thing I haven't done. Soon, 2 more Lolita were summoned by Gao Gong. Mechanical Lolita Xiaoyu, Dark Lolita Yishuer. Boss, what do you want me to do? I'm teaching swordsmanship recently. They're too dumb to learn, so I'm teaching robots instead. They're learning pretty well. Xiaoyu is jumping around, looking silly and happy. People who don't know him probably don't know that he's the second most destructive mechanical warrior in the camp. He's still the current host of the intelligent machine crisis. Gao Gong silently looked at the other person and confirmed that he was still as stupid as before, and immediately felt relieved. I'm afraid that this guy will suddenly think of a mechanical life and then cause an intelligent machine crisis. This is not impossible. In order to prevent it in advance, this guy must be taken out to harm others. Compared to Xiaoyu, Yishuer was much more silent, especially after watching the battle where Pang Xiang defeated the son of Kun. It's broken. It was me who regressed the version. He and Pang Xiang were not old acquaintances, but they were acquaintances, so he naturally knew the level of this little fat guy before. The son of Kun, whom she couldn't even beat, was easily defeated by the other party, even before using the second form, which was said to be the strongest. According to the flat-chested little girl, when Pang Xiang entered the second form, he could be called the king of radiation. Although this was the other party's boasting, it can be heard that Pang Xiang is now powerful. This made her very unwilling. She worked harder than anyone else, but her talent was not as good as technology, and superpowers were ultimately not as good as money. She visualized the dark dimension day and night, but it was not as good as the other party's transformation operation. This made her angry from the bottom of her heart, not angry at others, but angry at herself. Gao Gong saw the other party's thoughts and felt that if this continued, the girl might be seduced by the will of some dark dimension and fall into the dark side. So he decided to give the other party a chance. Chapter 1398. Boss, where are you taking me? When I was practicing swordsmanship recently, there were often voices whispering in front of me, but I cut them off. Boss, do you think it's because my mechanical body hasn't been oiled recently? Otherwise, how could someone talk in my ear, and there are so many people? With Xiaoyu here, there's no need to worry about being bored. Gao Gong thought that this intelligent machine crisis seemed to have met its nemesis. This kind of mechanical revolution is best at bewitching people and stirring up unrest, but it faces a brainless guy. But when I refine those noises into the sword, I feel that my sword is getting faster and faster. Boss, do you want to try my sword? Next time. Gao Gong's body suddenly felt an instinctive danger. This is rare for him now. He suddenly thought of one thing, that is, although he often despised Xiaoyu's IQ, he didn't think she was really stupid. A really stupid person couldn't survive in the cyber test field. She was more like another form of extreme personality honed in the cyber test field. Pure, masculine, strong, and wise. It's bad. Although he said that this girl was the host, he was not really worried that she would be twisted into a conspirator or a revolutionary. But would she use the machine crisis to refine a sword and refine a dangerous and incredible sword technique? He quickly glanced at the other party's personal panel, and sure enough, the stream of consciousness sword technique had broken through to 135% without anyone noticing. Is this considered shooting oneself in the foot? Boss, where are we going? Xiaoyu didn't know what his boss was thinking, but just looked around curiously. Although the corridors were empty, he had never walked through them before, so it was so novel. However, Yi Xuer seemed to have sensed something and looked forward in confusion. In her sight, it seemed that there was a will hidden in the darkness, silently peeping at them. The lights above the three people's heads began to sizzle. Gao Gong didn't have the idea of playing dumb. With a light snap of his fingers, the interlaced entrance to the dark dimension slowly opened. This is the civilization treasure of the Dark Elves, the 11th floor of the Dark Dimension. Gao Gong quickly entered it, and then, one by one, the primitive Dark Elves bowed respectfully to the three people, mainly Gao Gong. Master. Talea, who stayed here, immediately came up. When she walked, she was like a charming and elegant black cat. I don't think I've seen this young lady before. Xiaoyu tilted his head and said. As for Yi Xuer, she narrowed her eyes and looked at the other person. She felt a trace of dark will from the other person. Is the lockpick built? It has been built. Master number 4 left first after debugging. Yes. Gao Gong was quite impressed by this master, because it was a quantum life. Its body surface was always in a superposition state of a large number of digital symbols, but if you look at it carefully, it will slowly disappear into the air. According to its own statement, it was a mechanic who was separated from its own civilization and was recruited by Hiluapa in a black market. Gao Gong can probably confirm that the other party is lying. As a quantum civilization, even if it is a quantum civilization that has not ascended, it is almost not restricted by space and time. Lost, this kind of operation does not exist at all in a civilization that automatically masters quantum fluctuations. The other party must have some secrets. However, Gao Gong did not try to find out the other party's secrets. It is enough for the other party to cooperate with him to create some devices that cannot be produced by machines at this stage. For example, the lockpick in front of him. Name, Space Lockpick. Category, Auxiliary Equipment. Quality, Level 3 Black Technology Plus. Weight, 0. Attributes, none. Function, through exquisite mechanical casting skills, as well as a deep understanding of space technology and quantum technology, a space stabilization device has been created to prevent space parameters from exceeding expected changes when opening the door. Its surface is a polyhedral metal module. The surface is covered with fine non-level lines, and the edges are glowing with a light blue glimmer. On each face, there is a black lock. Looking from the outside in, it seems that you can see a bizarre world. And in places that others cannot see, there are 3 to 5 translucent flexible tentacles. In fact, these quantum tentacles are the finishing touch of this equipment. They will be embedded in the void when the door is opened, firmly locking the void door to prevent the door from opening without limit. If you encounter some dangerous enemies, they will also close quickly. At the same time, it is also responsible for absorbing and storing space energy and injecting it into the key. Gao Gong also summoned his own cosmic treasure. Name, Quantum Key. Category, Cosmic Treasure. Quality, ###. Weight, ###. Basic attributes, ###. Additional skills, Quantum Lock Space Gate. Function 1, Quantum Key. Quantum entangles everything. In the information sea, this is the only buoy, all evolved by quantum, which can transform all virtual defense facilities into quantum states and collapse. Duration depends on the information energy of the virtual defense wall. The stronger the information energy, the longer the collapse time. Function 2, Space Key. It can forcibly open a space door through the mutual conversion of quantum and space. The door will lead to a special space coordinate. The coordinate may be a new energy dimension, or it may be a nebula core, or even another time and space. The door maintenance time depends on the injection intensity of space energy. As a cosmic treasure that can open both quantum gates and space gates at the same time. At least in terms of difficulty of creation, it should be in the first echelon. It's just that it has never been very useful before. The camp has never encountered a strong information system opponent. But this is all in the past. After the function of the space key is developed, this dark dimension will become a large copy point of the camp. Gao Gong inserted the key into the space unlocker, turned it gently, and the polyhedron metal module began to rotate rapidly, and quickly formed a space crystal door in front. Because it was the first time to go to the copy, and there were only 3 people, Gao Gong controlled the rotation amplitude, and only controlled the range of the space door to about 2 people. He took a special look at the lock opener, and found that the space energy inside was only consumed by less than 1%. In other words, it can support more than 100 small books a day. It is not easy to develop large books for the time being. After all, it is now in the mode of large-scale mechanical production. Any proposal that requires a lot of resources will not be passed by Director Du. Let's go! Engineer Gao took the lead, Xiao Yu followed stupidly, and Yi Shuai seemed to realize something, and his eyes gradually glowed with enthusiasm. The three of them entered the space gate. From Talea's perspective, it seemed as if three figures were embedded in the door. A new space world. Talea murmured to herself. She could feel that even the dimension will was curious, because behind this gate, theoretically speaking, it could lead to any place. Chapter 1399. Theoretically, the space key can open any coordinates, so any situation is possible. However, Gao Gong did not expect that he would land on a planet surrounded by monsters just after entering. These monsters are very similar to aliens, but compared with aliens, they are more powerful, and there are even hundreds of meters or thousands of meters of monsters. Their skeletons are exposed, similar to the combination of insect exoskeleton and vertebrates, from the spine to the ribs, and even have plasma jets. These monsters are trampling cities, and these cities have been mechanical fortresses. On the periphery of the fortress, there are heavy mechas holding huge mechanical weapons, ready for battle. And Gao Gong and his three people just landed at the door of the mechanical fortress. After a while, the communicator detected the communication signal from the rear, and Gao Gong adjusted it to the translation mode and quickly connected it. The humanoid creature on the opposite side, whether you are an interstellar mercenary or not, please leave the battlefield immediately. Gao Gong stared at the sky for a while, bored. A second-level planet that has just started exploring the sky just happened to run into the prototype of the massacre. It's boring. Let's go! However, Xiao Yu pulled the corner of Gao Gong's clothes. Boss, I want to fight. No. Give me 10 minutes. 3 seconds at most. Okay. Xiao Yu almost immediately drew out his god-killing great sword and closed his eyes. The sky and the earth went dark. In the mechanical fortress behind, all the energy detection devices exploded. The sword did not move, but the momentum was there. The space was distorted under the extreme killing intent. Time seemed to freeze, and the charge of the alien tide was frozen in slow motion. Even the two people standing next to Xiao Yu felt a little uncomfortable, and the ordinary intelligent species on this planet immediately felt like a mountain covering their heads. If Xiao Yu hadn't controlled the range of his killing intent, the second-level species on this planet would have been wiped out before the aliens came. The next moment, the knife light poured down like a galaxy across the sky, and turned into a death arc that stretched across the continent. Wherever the blade passed, the air was torn apart, and the vacuum crack swallowed everything. The alien shell, flesh, and bones were broken like paper in the face of absolute power. When Xiao Yu put away his knife, the 5 prototype crazes that flooded this planet were all quelled. Most areas of the entire planet were cleaner than those plowed by nuclear bombs. Let's go! After a moment of silence, the communication channel immediately emitted a voice that was 100 times more excited than before. Hero. Really? Thank you. The voice trembled slightly, as if crying. This shows that this intelligent species has tear glands. We thought this planet was hopeless. Aliens were everywhere, the sky was black, and the air was full of blood. People disappeared every day, and we didn't even dare to cry. Please, please stay, we will treat you well. Xiao Yu calmly put away the knife, not happy or embarrassed to be thanked. As for Yi Shuai, she didn't care about the life and death of both sides, whether it was the prototype or the intelligent species. Gao Gong smiled lightly. I think it's better to forget it. After all, you still have to study how to solve the backlash of the prototype gene. These experimental subjects are dead, but if you can't solve this problem, you will probably be cleared out soon. The voice in the communicator was silent for a long time. Gao Gong waited for a while before saying, It seems that you are a smart person. There is no threat, no crying, no anger, which is good. Don't try to fool a highly civilized species. This is much more dangerous than your research on the implantation of the prototype gene. The commander of the mechanical fortress did not come out of the mecha until Gao Gong and the other two mysteriously disappeared. There are large mouthparts in the mouth, the body is half bent, the skin is smooth, and the claws are sharp. His body has been half prototyped. In the more old-fashioned plot, it is this kind of killer monster that is good at spreading genes that enters the planet, spreads viruses, transforms species, and finally evolves into a biological disaster. But as an old driver, through biological instinct, Gao Gong immediately sensed that there are a lot of traces of artificial implantation in these killer genes. So, it is better to say that it is a man-made disaster rather than a natural disaster. A large-scale species transformation experiment. The kind that failed. The villain is not outside, the villain is inside. And if nothing unexpected happens, soon, the people inside will be irreversibly transformed. This exploration is worthless. But there is no danger. But the second time is different. Looking at the white hole in front of him that is constantly swallowing and spitting out matter, Gao Gong wiped the sweat of nothingness from his forehead and muttered to himself. Let the group of players explore next time. Extreme organisms are not invincible, nor can they adapt to all extreme environments. For example, the white hole in front of him. If a black hole is safe as long as you don't fall into the hole, then a white hole is much more unstable. For example, the scene in front of us, the vacuum of the universe trembles strangely, as if the fetal membrane of the universe is throbbing before giving birth, and silver blue cracks tear the space, and the light hotter than the core of the star seeps out from it. It is the wound of the law of time, and space being violently stretched open. The horizon of the white hole surges, like liquid mercury, and countless arcs of light float on the surface, each of which cuts the surrounding interstellar dust. Each of these white hole lights is at least equivalent to a fourth-level weapon, which can easily wipe out a planet. Fortunately, they are not close, at least 10 star systems away. But the three can still feel the terrifying destructive power from it. Planets are just gravel in the universe, and there should not be too many beings that can stir up gravel in the universe. The three looked at each other. The high-level civilization member who just showed a sense of superiority was slapped in the face before he finished pretending. Next time, let those natural disaster warriors go first. The other two nodded hurriedly. The three figures disappeared again. They returned to the dark dimension. Except for Xiao Yu, who was still excitedly shouting to continue exploring. The remaining two looked at each other, and were a little hesitant. Will we encounter the situation just now? I don't know, this thing is too random. Gao Gong was also a little worried about encountering this situation again. Although they all have means of resurrection, it is better not to use it if possible. But later, according to the player's physical body scan map, it was found that his worries were absolutely unnecessary. This universe is like gravel, but gravel is actually the most. There is less than 1% chance of opening the door to such a dangerous area. But Gao Gong was a little unwilling to give up. He opened the door twice, and it felt like it was opened in vain. We have entered the dungeon, how can we get something back? Try again, Gao Gong suggested. The other two had no objection. Soon, the shadows of the three people were hung on the door again. It was not known whether it was good luck or bad luck, but Gao Gong was teleported to an uninhabited starry sky again, and this time, he happened to catch a dark energy tide. Gao Gong almost forgot that in this universe, the dark energy area occupies more than 60%. Although with the development, evolution, and expansion of various civilizations, the dark energy area and dark matter area are shrinking. Especially the several cosmic level projects in the Civilization Council. But so far, the area covered is at least more than 30%. Chapter 1400. Faced with the dark energy tide, Gao Gong was not as shocked as when he encountered a white hole. After all, the latter is an extreme environment at the cosmic level. Although the dark energy and dark matter areas are a fatal threat to most low-level civilizations. But looking at the universe, this is not uncommon, and even for Gao Gong, it is not a big threat. Gao Gong opened his palms, and a book of darkness appeared. This cosmic treasure began to turn pages automatically, and soon stopped at the page of ordinary dark energy. Name, Ordinary Dark Energy. Analysis Level, 0%, Unknown Composition, Unknown Properties, Function, Form energy tides, with strong devouring ability, but after devouring enough energy matter, it will tend to be stable. Gao Gong's call seemed real and illusory, and this page was stimulated, and soon evolved into another dark energy tide. Like two transparent waves with no visible edge, they are not made of matter, but the distortion and pulsation of space itself. One side is glowing with a faint blue quantum glow, like the aurora flowing in the polar night sky, and the other side is steaming with dark red energy mist, as if the melted stars are spreading in the void. Space-time wrinkles are constantly generated at the junction of the two tides. The flow of time in some areas suddenly accelerates, and stardust can be seen gathering and dispersing in an instant. Other areas fall into a nearly solidified slowness, and even quantum fluctuations become visible to the naked eye. Matter loses certainty here. Sometimes it is a wave, sometimes it is a particle, and it wanders between existence and nothingness. In the end, the two tides collided and released completely, and the final result was that there was no distinction between inside and outside, and the boundaries were self-consistent, but inside, the physical rules failed here. A typical void battlefield. Gao Gong chuckled. These chaotic areas will gradually calm down, as the rules of the universe evolve. But if you are mistakenly entered by a starship before it calms down, then unless you are a 100% space attribute warship, you will most likely not be able to get out once you enter. Yi Shuai looked at the Book of Darkness in Gao Gong's hand with bright eyes. This is the third piece of equipment she has found that fits her. The first is this dark dimension, and the second is the quantum key. Let's go and see the source of this tide. Gao Gong sacrificed the gravitational fruit, and the carbon-based fruit with a development degree of 71% emitted a physical law-level light, covering the three people in waves. Under the protection of this physical law, the three people entered the void battlefield with almost no discomfort. Boss, aren't we going back? Yi Shuai said respectfully. Generally speaking, dark energy tides will not be released for no reason, so there must be something at the source of the tide. Maybe it's good stuff. Gao Gong explained. Under the action of the three major cosmic projects, the dark energy area of the universe has been compressed to a very small range. Generally, in this case, if there is another wave, there is probably some inducement, and there may be good stuff inside. The coordinates of the space gate are embedded in the bodies of the three people, so as long as the space energy is not exhausted, the three people can just stroll outside the gate. Fortunately, the distance of the good stuff is not far, probably only 1 astronomical unit away, and Gao Gong saw the culprit, who set off the dark energy tide. They are like alien creations condensed out of thin air from the void, with sharp and angular crystal structures interlaced with each other, forming sharp and beautiful geometric shapes. Each crystal reflects blue, purple or dark gold light, as if some active energy is imprisoned inside. Their surface is not smooth, but covered with fine energy lines, pulsating like blood vessels, sometimes flashing, sometimes silent. Occasionally, a blinding arc will burst out from the top of the crystal cluster, tearing the surrounding darkness, and these energy fluctuations will cause silent vibrations in the vacuum. And when these energy fluctuations brew to a limit, the dark energy tide will be induced. Is this alien space natural gas? Looking at this crystal cluster ocean, Gao Gong was stunned at first, and then surprised. Originally, I just wanted to pick up something to take home, but the system probably felt that I was too unlucky and gave me such a wave of good things. A casual exploration showed that it was indeed alien space natural gas. Name: Alien space natural gas. Category: Third order energy. Weight: 5,188 trillion cubic meters. Basic properties: efficient combustion, efficient release, efficient storage. Additional properties: mechanical forging +1, energy evolution +1. Function 1, mechanical casting success rate +10%. Function 2, energy species have a certain chance of evolution if they absorb it for a long time. Conditions of use: third order energy storage equipment. Note: you are so lucky, kid, you can even bump into this. The reserves of this alien space natural gas are about the order of 10 planets. But the problem is that even if you explore 100 planets, you may not find an alien space natural gas mine. At least among the dozens of star systems around the Alpha star system, no third-level energy source has been found. And except for the Alpha Horned Whale constellation, this is the first stable third-level energy source. Hurry up and find someone to open the mine, and immediately call someone to charge the lock opener. This shows the foresight of the senior engineer. Among the functions of the space key, the coordinates are random, and do not have the function of storage. But as long as the lockpick is continuously charged, this copy can be fixed until the resources of the copy are mined out. This is to prevent a player from getting lucky and opening a copy with super rich resources, but not having enough time to develop it, such as the current situation. It is true that everything is prepared, and if not prepared, it will be abandoned. I am really a genius. The discovery of this piece of alien space natural gas shocked all the senior executives, and even Director Du, who was busy with national mass production, was alarmed. In addition to her, there are most of the mechanical masters. High-quality third-level energy. Not bad, I use this thing easily. It tastes good. A mechanical master of the energy route directly broke off a section of crystal cluster, put it in his mouth, tasted it, and made an evaluation. It's a pity that we came too late. If we came earlier, we might be able to repair this broken space dimension. The source of alien space, natural gas, is the energy scattered by the broken space dimension. A simple subspace must be very valuable. But it may not be moved, especially when it is separated from the main space, which involves very complex space technology. Now is the right time. Even Director Du, who is rare in front of everyone, praised him with pride. You have developed an energy mine in the alien space, the leader's reputation is increased by 1,000, and the camp points are increased by 1 million. The development efficiency of the first phase of the mechanical plan is increased by 20%. The favorability of the camp leader Du Xiaodi is increased by 1,000, and the current relationship is Guan and Bao's friendship. The system is still as good as before. But Guan and Bao's friendship, those who should work still have to work. All the mechanical bodies of the senior engineers have been called back. Every time the mechanical frenzy covers an area, the alien space natural gas in this area is emptied. It turns out that the mecha frenzy is also very useful for mining. We have already agreed to hold the signing ceremony at the Galen D9 planet fortress. At least half of the leaders of interstellar forces will arrive, and it is said that the leaders of civilizations will also come. Du Xiaodi showed the signed contract to Gao Gong for review. The conditions were as expected, the space version of obey orders, but not announcements. No garrisons are allowed, but troop deployments are allowed. Controlled items are open, but points are required for redemption. The more advanced combat power you provide, the more rewards you will get. It seems I have to go there in person. Chapter 1401. You want to go in person? In Du Xiaodi's eyes, Gao Gong's going in person means that his biological body will go, not his mechanical body. The one who can meet her physiological needs and has reproductive function is Gao's body. This is Du Fupa's consistent standard. Well, I will go by myself. Gao Gong repeated. Why? Theoretically, Gao Gong can have countless mechanical bodies, but the number of times a biological body can be resurrected is not much, especially when it is difficult to cultivate such an extreme biological body. If I go, it can interfere with the ideas of those who are interested. In the general sense, the evolutionary direction of the leader of a camp represents the height of the camp's technology tree. If Gao Gong's biological body appears, it can give outsiders an illusion that the technology tree of the Cybertron Legion is biotechnology. Of course, as a former mechanical master, it is understandable that the double-flowered red stick has some mechanical technology, but the main evolutionary direction is still biotechnology. Du Xiaodi hesitated, but still nodded. Another point is that this is a good opportunity, related to that parallel universe, said Gao Gong. It is not so easy to catch a leader of a third-level civilization. The collector has been busy for such a long time, but has not found any good opportunities. But this civilization summit is a good opportunity. The leader of the Colossus has confirmed that he will participate. If a biological body participates in the summit and a mechanical body ambush, it will create a very good alibi. Okay, but you have to be careful, it's not peaceful outside. Engineer Gao nodded. If the rich woman had no objection, he could go without any worries. But before that, some preparations had to be made. For example, prepare the weapons and completely integrate the two cosmic treasures. When Director Du counted the natural gas in the alien space, Engineer Gao turned around and saw Yi Shuer looking at him eagerly. She also knew that this was a critical node in her destiny, just like the great opportunity when Fat Xiang was transformed by the 4th level wetware. Want it? Yi Shuer nodded. Quantum Key, Book of Darkness, 11th floor of the Dark Dimension, 3 treasures, she wanted them all. If I lend them to you, you will probably have to stay here for a long time. Can you accept it? Of course. When Yi Shuer was young, he was in a prison and experimental environment all year round. Compared with that, this dark dimension is already big enough. What if I ask you to completely change the energy route and integrate with this dark dimension? Engineer Gao asked back. Yi Shuer was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to make such a request. Yes. Are you sure? Generally speaking, when it comes to changing life forms, many people will subconsciously resist. In some civilizations, this is even more of a felony. For power, there is nothing that cannot be abandoned, Yi Shuer said decisively. You have ambition, I believe in you. Gao Gong gave the other party a thumbs up. One of the main reasons why he made such a request to the other party was that he felt that a civilization artifact was not safe. He had already obtained the Mirta people's mecha craze, and next was the 1,000-layer dark dimension of the Dark Elves. And this level of civilization treasure must be controlled by one's own people. Yi Shuer is a very good host. The new faction copy has become a new topic for players recently. Although the operating rules of the space key are unknown, one thing is certain, the place where it is generally transmitted is the coordinate where the space law changes. And this kind of coordinates are often either wars or disasters, and the chance of empty is very small. And this greatly satisfies the player's desire to kill monsters. Because no matter how many civilization forces and interstellar forces there are, multiplied by the scale of the universe, they will become a small existence that cannot be smaller. Players have explored dozens of star systems, but they have not encountered even a planetary force or space species. This is the majority state of cosmic civilization's outward exploration. There are not so many space monsters, only darkness, loneliness, and more dark emptiness. So according to some space poets, every civilization that explores the starry sky is a civilization that can be friends with loneliness and has extremely strong self-awareness. The player's dungeon craze did not affect Gao Gong. Yi Shuer's transformation did not affect Gao Gong. Even Director Du's communication was not in the server. Even though the time for signing the Anti-Insect Alliance was approaching, Gao Gong was still in seclusion. And at the bottom of the starport, in the only completely closed production port area, the terrifying light and heat rushed out of the Earth's core from time to time, spread outward, and were then absorbed by the dense energy absorbers. This batch of energy receivers was originally used as energy extraction modules for Dyson spheres. Now it is just in time for use. Between the light and the heat is the light of the carbon throne and the evolutionary power of the gloves. After Huang Yuanli evolved, the carbon throne was successfully built soon. As for the evolutionary power of the gloves, it turned on the function of the evolutionary engine. Evolutionary engine. The limit of the war-mad bloodline is unlimited. It can be targeted to a certain part of the carbon-based flesh, infinitely strengthened, and even all the functions of the flesh are infinitely strengthened. This is the winning weapon of the kings in the Battle of the Void. But these two kinds of light are suppressed by another kind of darkness. That is pure darkness and pure destruction. In this pure destruction process, these two lights are quickly suppressed and collapsed. Seeing the failure of the fusion of the two cosmic treasures, another more dazzling light appears. In the light, a figure can be vaguely seen. His body decomposes and reorganizes in the light. Billions of base pairs are rearranged like stars. Bones are reconstructed at the molecular level, and muscle fibers are transformed into flowing energy. The blue gene pattern is visible under the skin, the blood vessels are shining like galaxies, and every heartbeat causes the space to tremble. This is Gao Gong, who has entered the 5th level carbon-based fusion. Name: Fusion Gene. Rank: 5th level. Function: it can allow species of any rank to enjoy the experience of 5th level fusion in advance. On Gao Gong's left hand, the light of the Ascension Gene has enveloped the entire Liang Long halberd, and the ultimate destruction mark on the right has long been integrated into this weapon, causing the surface of this indestructible 100 million degree magic weapon to crack inch by inch, spreading all the way to the tip. And the light of erasure transformed by the thin needle is being suppressed bit by bit in front of the destruction. And just when it was suppressed to the limit, the next moment, this needle shadow suddenly seemed to be equipped with AI, and flexibly drilled into the magic weapon, directly bypassing the destruction of the right hand and the ascension aura of the left hand. Directly skipped the stage of Gao Gong reshaping the weapon. Failed to cast the cosmic treasure. It turns out that time travelers are not omnipotent, and not every lucky person is lucky. Engineer Gao had a good idea. He used the ultimate destruction mark to disintegrate the structures of the two cosmic treasures, used the 5th order mode of the Ascension Light to perform micro-manipulation, and finally used the space fluid purifier to reshape them. He even prepared the materials for shaping, the 4th order energy ore, and some of the alien space natural gas essence that he had just dug out. Among the 3rd order energy, there are usually 4th order quality essences. And this piece that was finally mined was requisitioned by Mr. Gao. However, the results showed that Engineer Gao thought too much. Before this step, the casting collapsed. Chapter 1402. It turns out that even a mechanical master may not be able to repair a cosmic treasure. Then again, if a cosmic treasure is so easy to make, it would not be qualified to be named after the prefix universe. Even among the ascended civilizations, not many are capable of casting cosmic treasures. After making up for it, Gao Gong began to reflect on the reasons. The blazing halberd is a mechanical creation, and the erasing needle is also a mechanical creation. I tried to modify it with the ascending power of the carbon-based system, but it seems that it really doesn't work. These two cosmic treasures are essentially mechanical equipment with destructive power. They don't have AI modules or so-called biological instincts. Originally, Gao Gong thought that this operation was okay. After all, it wouldn't backfire, but it turned out that even a cosmic treasure with nothing still has some kind of unpredictable life force. Headache. Gao Gong pulled out the blazing sun halberd that failed to evolve, and felt a dull pain in his head. The surface of this indestructible weapon is now full of cracks. The gun barrel, which originally emitted terrifying high temperatures, is like a white dwarf that could go out at any time. Even its properties have changed. Name: Blazing Sun Halberd. Category: Cosmic Treasure. Status: Half damaged. Durability: 11.43 million/100 million. Function: create high-temperature damage. Limitation 1. When using this high-temperature magic weapon, there is a 50% chance that the high-temperature damage will attack both parties without restrictions, or even only attack the user. Limitation 2. If the intensity of use is too high, the durability will drop permanently. When the durability drops to 0, this cosmic treasure will be scrapped. Among the 3 great things in the universe, megastructures are almost impossible to be destroyed, relics can only be sealed, and wonders can neither be destroyed nor sealed. And the cosmic treasures are at the same level as the megastructures in terms of strength. That is, they are almost impossible to be destroyed, but there are exceptions, such as attacks by cosmic treasures of the same level. Look at the bright side, at least I pulled out this needle. Gao Gong gently wiped his fingers along the crack, and a silver light wandered in the fiery sun halberd at a very fast speed. The fusion failed, but this erasure needle seemed to regard the halberd body as its own body under high pressure. What is this, a low-profile version of fusion? Gao Gong threw this thing aside with a gloomy face, closed his eyes, and rested his mind. The camouflage spacecraft still disappeared into the starry sky at superluminal speed. On the Alpha Mother planet, Gao Gong sighed. Alas. Boss, why are you sighing? Sister G asked curiously. I failed to build the equipment. Sister G had a question mark on her face. Boss, weren't you with me just now? Gao Gong. It was difficult to explain to the other party, because this was not the relationship between the main body and the clone, the main body and the clone. So he skipped a topic. Because you performed well in this mission, I plan to reward you well. Sister G was refreshed. Boss, where are you going to take me? Let's go to a deserted place first. This operation is a bit abnormal. You have to be mentally prepared. Sister G was refreshed, and countless plots in the book flashed through her mind. Is it finally her turn? Looking at the female player with a red face, Gao Gong always felt that the other party was not thinking the same thing as him. But it doesn't matter. Engineer Gao took her into a closed biochemical building. Why do I seem to have seen this place before? There is an identical one in the Alpha of the Longhorned Whale. Oh! However, the building was soon closed, and players were not allowed to enter, and it was classified as a confidential area. When Sister G entered the first floor, she saw a large number of biological experimental tools, such as cloning chambers, repair chambers, etc. When she entered the second floor, she was even more shocked, because there were more cloning chambers. Looking around, there were densely packed, hundreds and thousands, all of which were cloning chambers. More importantly, the female bodies in these cloning chambers were all familiar faces. It was me who was naked. Sister G was stunned, with only one thought in her mind. Are all NPCs playing like this now? You're not taking me with you to the silver party? Oh no, I'm the only one in the silver party. It was quite troublesome to find the genetic information of your original body. Fortunately, we finally found it. When you were still a bartender, Madame Humming stored your genetic code when she first transformed you. A novice village? Jijia finally remembered that there was such a thing. Damn, you NPCs are not moral, secretly hiding my genes. What if you do something perverted? Jijia doesn't want a bunch of children with her own blood to come and call her mom. Gao Gong took Jijia to the third floor. There were not many gene warehouses on the third floor, but there was a third-level biological building, the Mother Nest Repairer. PP Leader was taking a bunch of Jijia to do rehabilitation training. This group of G-sisters are all mentally retarded versions, and it is quite difficult for them to do some simple finger health exercises. Seeing the real owner, PP Leader greeted her happily. G-sister, you are here. G-sister was completely confused. What's going on? After copying so many of me, we don't want to go the route of clone civilization? Gao Gong finally explained. In theory, taboo transformation cannot be restored. Even the most basic taboo transformation is the same, so if you want to upgrade, even in the camp, it is almost impossible. The words from the opposite side hit G-sister's vital point. One of the main reasons why she returned to the camp was that her level could no longer be improved. And this was also the reason why she left the camp in the first place. And the technology of forbidden transformation is consumable. Your life form can be transformed only a few times, and the more you use it, the worse the effect will be. This has nothing to do with the improvement of the camp's technology. Even if you are allowed to switch to the mechanical route, you cannot complete the consciousness. You no longer have a complete consciousness. What you have left now are only fragmented fragments of consciousness. Jijia's face turned black, and the next moment, countless black threads rose from the surface of her body. There was a tearful face on the end of each thread. The lights on the ceiling also quickly turned red. But after a moment, Jia regained her human form again and said dejectedly, "Then boss, what should I do?" "Of course, I will take advantage of your transformation times and do a ruthless one." Gao Gong's tone changed. "At least make sure you can reach the upper limit of the third level before we ascend." Gao Gong did not play the role of a real man, and directly sent the information of endless cloning and gene bait to the other party. Name, endless cloning. Category, third order forbidden technology. Function, the Walter family has developed a forbidden method in hundreds of years of human experiments, combined with the technology of cloned civilization. By cloning the body, infusing consciousness, and absorbing the essence of life, a powerful clone power is obtained. This power can be consumed at one time or used as a reserve energy. In theory, the stronger the species, the more clones there are. Restriction 1. Clone the main body and clone the body only below the third level, inclusive. Restriction 2. High risk. The more clone bodies are absorbed, the higher the probability of resonance. Just this endless cloning technology made Sister G breathe rapidly. And when she saw the gene bait, her eyes lit up even more. Name, gene bait. Category, Ascension technology. Level, level 4. Function, artificial grand scene digestion method bestowed by an interstellar Khan, through fleshing a planet, evolving a part of the Ascension bloodline, and raising the body to the fourth level. After her eyes lit up, Sister G showed a resentful expression, as if Gao Gong had gotten her for free. "What are you doing?" Gao Gong wondered. "If I had known that there was such a perverted technology in the camp, why would I go out?" Gao Gong was speechless for a while, and couldn't help but complain. "Don't just look at the benefits of these taboo technologies, also look at its restrictions." Sister G saw from Restriction 1 to Restriction 4, and then froze there. Restriction 4, high risk. If digestion is successful, the camp will be forced to change, join the Interstellar Nomadic Alliance, and will never be able to change camps. "Boss, what is this Interstellar Nomadic Alliance? Do we know it?" Chapter 1403. Interstellar Nomadic Alliance. Gao Gong thought about it. It was really a faraway name. A third-level peak carbon-based civilization with the ability to invade different galaxies. As for the second backer of the Walter family, the provider of the planetary cannon, and the suspected alien galaxy player who was involved in the galaxy invasion, there is no need to explain. It's too complicated. "Then boss, do I have to change my camp again?" Sister G said pitifully, feeling like a kitten who was about to be abandoned. "No," Gao Gong said affirmatively. If it was before, Gao Gong really couldn't do it, but now, even if the other party has mastered the Ascension technology, there is no way to modify her camp attributes. Because Gao Gong has the Ascension gene, not only the 5th level, but also the 6th level. In terms of biological transformation, this thing is a dimensionality reduction attack artifact. Although it just failed a little bit. Compared to this, you should worry about other conditions of use. Restriction 1, high risk. To digest the evil god of flesh and blood, you must have a matching bloodline. Every gene must be recorded with the exclusive flesh and blood law, otherwise it will be 100% contaminated. Restriction 2, high risk. Through the digestion of artificial splendor through bait, the life form is uncontrollable. Through the digestion of real splendor through bait, the life form is unknown. Although the latter is much more dangerous than the former, there is still a slight possibility of completely digesting the real splendor and returning to the original life form. After all, the real splendor has a certain chance of being integrated into other Ascension technologies. Restriction 3, high risk. Failure to digest will pollute the planet, and all carbon bases containing the same DNA will be contaminated together. "Boss, what do you want me to do?" "I will leave you an uninhabited planet. When I leave, you will perform sacrificial rituals on this planet, and perform the fusion absorption of endless clones. When I come back, you will try to raise your biological energy to the upper limit of the 3rd level. At that time, I will perform this part of the Ascension technology transformation for you." Gao Gong explained his plan in detail. Although this Ascension technology of gene bait is likely to be the means used by the Interstellar Khan to descend, he is confident that he can only absorb the benefits and prevent the other party from descending, and block the transformation of Sister G's camp attributes. And if this operation can be successful, Sister G will be able to ascend to heaven in one step and become the first player in the camp, and the first player among all players to have the blood of Ascension. Get ready, PP Leader will cooperate with all your needs. Sister G wanted to say something, but Gao Gong had disappeared on the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the high orbit space of the Alpha Mother Star. As soon as the thought came to mind, all the port gates on this planet opened. The metal door frames made a low hum, The sound of gears biting together was like the bones of ancient beasts rubbing against each other. The hydraulic device hissed to release pressure, and white steam spurted out from the door gap, condensing into fine water droplets on the cold and hard steel surface. Gao Gong began to transform at the same time, and large mechanical modules turned out from the body surface, and soon turned into a large-sized Frenzy-type machine. Frenzy-type 3, the largest Frenzy-type star armor, is 30,000 meters tall. Quantum light began to emerge from the body surface, and the space string ball appeared between the steel eyebrows. 10,000, 100,000, 1,000,000 star armor started at the same time, and the flames from the thrusters burned the whole sky into incandescence. They were as dense as locusts, as turbulent as a tsunami, and the torrent of metal rushed up from every corner of the ground. When the first phase of the mechanical plan was carried out, all the camp's productivity was used for violent production. But even so, there was still a place where weapons production never stopped, and even in the past few days, violent production was constantly activated. Violent production, sacrifice the productivity of all other production ports, concentrate the industrial capacity of the star port in one port, and increase the production efficiency of the port by 10,000%. When the dense star armor shot out along the transmission channel, crashed into the mechanical body of Gao Gong, and disappeared with the quantum light, Gao Gong's mechanical energy had risen to a terrifying level. Follow me, there are enemies for you to kill. On the planet, a frenzy star armor found the board Xiaoyu inside the star port. Without much explanation, it mechanically transformed and wrapped the other party, and then flashed with superluminal light and directly entered the main body. Not far, I can still catch up. The mechanical body looked up, looked at the endless void, and instantly entered the short curvature mode. Take the fusion route. The organism and the mechanical body are both the main body, and both sides share perception. The organism moves forward according to the guidance of the other party, and the mechanical body hangs behind. Soon, the mechanical body sensed that the biological signal produced strange fluctuations. Enter the space tunnel? And it is an encrypted space tunnel. In addition to black holes, there are a large number of complex void gaps in this universe. It is these gaps that reduce the difficulty of developing superluminal technology from ascension technology to third-level technology. The encrypted void gaps are either inaccessible to outsiders except the owner, or will be discovered once they break in. The Anti-Insect Alliance seems to have paid enough attention to this military summit. Because in just a short moment, the space tunnels that the organisms passed through were as many as a dozen, most of which were confusing. So many space tunnels are enough to intercept any signal device. However, there is a secret and instinctive connection between Gao Gong's body, and the mechanical body is hanging slowly. No hurry. The people haven't gathered yet. Gao Gong sat on the spaceship and silently calculated the time through the biological computer. If calculated according to the rotation speed of the Alpha Mother Star, it has been 65 planetary days now, and if calculated according to the time of the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn, it is 26 planetary days. Finally, when Gao Gong was bored and finished the 39th game on his biological computer, a light flashed, and the space fluctuations went from rising to falling, and finally tended to a stable value. Looking out the space window, a large military planet appeared before his eyes. This is a fortified planet, not even a planet, but more like a combination of an armed hedgehog and a mechanical honeycomb. The surface of the planet is covered with layers of fortresses. Like a huge mechanical honeycomb, each layer is densely distributed with gun muzzles and space weapon silos. And in its orbital space, there are many Galen-style mechanical spacecraft floating. They are hovering over the planet like mechanical birds. Even if it is just an ordinary spacecraft model, its weapon scale is comparable to some starships. This is also the standard Galen style. His eyelids twitched slightly, and Gao Gong's biological instinct reminded him that there are weapons on this planet that can threaten him, and there is more than one. Welcome, Mr. G. The ship door opened, and two gold-skinned officers walked in. We have prepared a place to stay. You can freely choose to stay inside or outside the planet. Are there any standards for this? Those with strong strength can stay inside the planet, and those with weak strength can stay outside. Really direct, Gao Gong smiled. Then where does the leader of civilization live? The two gold-skinned officers looked at each other, hesitated, and said, "This is confidential, I can't reveal it." Okay, then I go and take a look. As soon as Gao Gong got out of the cabin, he heard someone calling, "You two, why don't you let us entertain Mr. G first?" Gao Gong looked around and found that it was not the two black market owners, but several other acquaintances. Chapter 1404. The three who came had extremely strong biological auras, infinitely close to the limit of the third order. They were all level 90 boss monsters at first glance, and they were not ordinary bosses, but faction bosses, the kind with faction technology. The one in the middle was as tall as a god of war, with a broad skeleton and shoulders, like a wall holding out the robe symbolizing power. Her neck was straight and her head was high. Every step she took seemed to be measuring the land. Her face was angular, her cheekbones were high, and her whole body was full of the strength that only belongs to the leader of civilization. Especially around her neck, there was a circle of dried biological reproductive organs as decoration, of different models and types. Among the three, this female creature had the most masculine aura. "Welcome, my sister, my name is Emma, the leader of the Emma sisterhood." This sister was not polite either, and came over and gave Gao Gong a bear hug. This sister had such strong chest muscles. The other party's chest muscles were as hard as steel. The Emma sisterhood, a second-level civilization, a typical matriarchal society, is one of the interstellar forces that has had a good relationship with the Cybertron Legion in recent years. However, Gao Gong did not expect that the sister of this sisterhood was actually a female muscular tyrant. But this is not uncommon. Gao Gong looked at the one on her left again. The other party was wearing a robe woven from void silk, and his whole body was luxurious, but had no attribute blessing. But this did not mean that the other party was not powerful. The other party was a three-eyed tribe member. Gao Gong keenly captured a trace of the fourth-level aura in the eyeball between his eyebrows. Upon closer inspection, it seemed to be composed of billions of biological runes. He looked at the last one again. That was an old man with a hunched back. He looked inconspicuous. But Gao Gong knew that this old man was the most powerful among the three. This was not only because of his identity, the great elder of the space monster tribe, the leader of the second-level Leviathan giant civilization. The most important thing was that he himself was one of the hardware of the galaxy computer. Among the greatest legacy of Hiluapa, Gao Gong had studied countless fourth-level wetware, and now he had a very professional perception of fourth-level biological plugins. Although the other party hid it very well, Gao Gong still saw the essence of the other party's fourth-level hardware. What was wrapped under the other party's space monster was actually a hardware essence, but it was on the biological side. Gao Gong smiled at the two golden-skinned officers. "It seems that I have a tour guide." After the leaders of the four interstellar forces left, a golden-skinned officer snorted. "It's just cannon fodder. You really think you are a big shot? No matter how powerful a biological organism is, how many legions can it match? I'm afraid it can't even withstand the salvo of a legion space cannon." The two golden-skinned officers were indignant and unhappy with the attitude of these inferior people. They felt that no matter how powerful the interstellar natives were, they were just ants in front of real power. "Excuse me, has Mr. G arrived?" A holographic projection appeared, evolving into the appearance of a golden-skinned lady, smiling at the two. "I saw his flight is at this time. Ms. Hepa." The two gold-skinned officers quickly bowed and saluted. Their simple identity as metal executors was not enough to make them so nervous. However, with the successful transformation of Galen's bloodline, the status of this experimenter of the gene sublimation project has risen rapidly, and he has long become a presence like the motherland. A golden-skinned officer quickly told them about Mr. G being taken away. But he was thinking strangely in his heart. It is rumored that this person is borrowing seeds everywhere outside. Could he have an affair with this guy? So, our planetary governor was taken away. Another majestic voice sounded. If it is said that Ms. Hepa's search for Mr. G was just a surprise to them, then the arrival of this person shocked the two of them completely. Almost instinctively, the two of them saluted. "General." "Star General." The person who came was actually the highest-ranking officer of this fortress planet, Star General Truman. Was he taken away? Star General Truman's authority was far stronger than that of Ms. Hepa. He confirmed the current coordinates of Gao Gong almost instantly, and before he left, he also said a few polite words to Ms. Hepa. "Madam, you shouldn't come here at this time. Your safety is very important now. It is related to the future of the entire race. For a higher level of evolution, this is necessary." Star General Truman nodded, and the holographic projection disappeared. Soon, Ms. Hepa's projection also disappeared. The two golden-skinned officers looked at each other in bewilderment. They had never thought that this native leader was so powerful that he could attract two high-ranking officials. At this moment, a military shuttle shuttled through the space channel. A flat-chested golden-skinned female officer jumped down and looked around nervously. She didn't see Gao Gong and was obviously disappointed. In fact, there were not only these three people who came to greet Gao Gong. These three were just representatives. In fact, in the outer orbit of planet D9, Gao Gong met with at least hundreds of interstellar leaders. Some of these forces are large interstellar mercenary corps, some are asteroid species, and some are space wanderer tribes. Whether these leaders are showing courtesy or giving gifts, they all show a gesture, that is, clinging to thighs. As the only interstellar leader in the third star Xian, who resisted the army of civilization, Gao Gong's reputation is very powerful. Especially he himself also has the legendary Shrek-level combat power. This is even more terrifying. Civilization is not trustworthy. This is the consensus of everyone present. But civilization is irresistible. And Gao Gong, who can resist the army of civilization, even if it is only to resist a starship corps, is enough for everyone to rely on him as a leader. After sending the last interstellar representative away, the unique voice of the collector sounded from behind. Why, are you not happy to be regarded as a big shot by so many people? The raptors that stick out will rot first. Gao Gong curled his lips, and these interstellar forces took the initiative to get close to him, just because they were not obedient to the discipline of civilization. But the problem is that on the surface, they are a military force, but in reality, they are a mechanical civilization. You don't even want to contribute to the work. How bold. The engineer who has already sat on the capitalist, oh no, on the civilized chair, is a little unhappy. Sooner or later, your whole family will be conscripted. Where is the old helmsman? Hasn't he come yet? Just now, the collector mixed in with the crowd and came over, but the engineer didn't see the other black market owner. Oh, he said he had to arrange his funeral, and would arrive later. The engineer laughed. Does this guy think we are doomed this time? No, he thinks we are doomed, and he will surrender after we die, so we are 10 out of 10, and he is 9 out of 10. I didn't expect this old guy to be so humorous. Gao Gong touched his chin and changed the subject. I was wondering why we leaders had to come this time, and we don't have to worry about being wiped out by the Zerg at this juncture. It turns out that it is to sign a blood alliance. The large group of people who came up to hug the thighs before were not completely useless. At least Gao Gong knew a lot of gossip about the alliance. The reason why everyone must participate in this alliance is that the leaders still participate. The biggest reason is actually to sign a contract, which is the so-called Gene Alliance. And the biggest use of this Gene Alliance is actually to oppose the authority of the Zerg Queen. Chapter 1405. With the collapse of the front line, these interstellar forces, who have their own ways and their own nests, have heard a lot of news about the Zerg and the war from various channels. At the crossroads where a large amount of false news and true intelligence are flying around, the anti-Zerg alliance can no longer sit still. Instead of letting these true and false intelligence circulate everywhere in the black market, it is better to reveal it first. Try to prevent middlemen from making a profit. So the battlefield intelligence on the front line was leaked out quickly. On the front line, the first thing that collapsed in the anti-Zerg alliance was not the frontline battlefield or logistics, but the intelligence battlefield. The authority of the Zerg Queen can be transformed almost infinitely, no matter if you are a high-level civilization, a third-level soldier, or even a biological weapon. As long as you are transformed, you will completely betray the camp. And the encrypted intelligence in their brains, even if it is locked with a gene lock, will be leaked because of the transformation of Zerg cells. This transformation is not 1 or 2, but 1 or 2 million. The entire frontline battlefield on the Zerg side is like a comprehensive map. The consequences of the intelligence battlefield being broken are very serious. Not only can some military tactics not be used, but also the well-hidden logistics planets like Gao Gong Xiaohao can be easily destroyed by Ragnar and his men. More and more collapses eventually led to the collapse of the war situation. So this time, the anti-Zerg alliance learned from their mistakes and united the few biotechnology experts in the alliance to develop a genetic blood contract. As long as this blood contract is signed, it can block the transformation of the Queen's authority. The collector thought about it and said, it's unlikely. At most, it can serve as a warning. At least it can be used to confirm whether there is any problem with your node. If there is a problem, it will be cut off in time. Isn't this an artificial gestalt? Using gestalt to deal with the hive consciousness, this group of people is finally on the road. Well, this kind of contract also has the functions of mutual induction, battlefield vision sharing, and combat instinct sharing. It is said that it is developed based on a cosmic treasure. What cosmic treasure is so awesome? The collector looked at the senior engineer strangely and uttered a few words. The Book of Coevolution of the Merta People. The senior engineer touched his nose subconsciously and laughed dryly a few times. Is this thing fixed? At least there is no problem with this part of the function, otherwise the Anti-Insect Alliance will join hands to kill you first. After trying several cosmic treasures, this one is the most suitable. It is said that other civilizations also paid a lot of price to let those silver skins take out their treasures. TSK. Are you worthy of being a civilized force? I just couldn't make a small change, but you guys succeeded in making a big change. Sad. Gao Gong didn't want to discuss this topic anymore. He looked up at his residence, and the terrifying biomagnetic field was directly released. All monitoring equipment, surveillance machines, and space probe devices all failed on the spot. Even Gao Gong's body gradually emitted the muttering of the evil god, which was not so evil, but more powerful. His true body stood here, and the space was twisted into a totem of sacrifice. Time stagnated around him into a dying worm. Anyone who looked directly at his appearance had blood in his eyes, and the skull echoed with the crazy screams of thousands of selves at the same time. Anyone who heard his whispers had his flesh and blood rebelled spontaneously, and his bones bloomed into blasphemous thorn flowers. Since he is the biggest military leader, it is okay to be a little bit rebellious. Gao Gong thought so. And this kind of aura explosion also fell into almost any detection system on this planet. 10 million, 20 million, 30 million, 100 million, 200 million, 300 million. Any small, individual combat power detection system will explode on the spot, because its upper limit will not exceed 100 million. After exceeding 100 million, it is highly likely to explode. And Gao Gong's behavior will naturally be regarded as a provocation, even arrogance. Rebellious. Bold. Don't know how to live or die. Madman. In a tactical center, a bunch of gold skins looked very angry, and they wanted to drive the satellite warship to crash into the other side to death. In fact, many young officers planned to do so. A ship officer named Ajit was about to turn hostile on the spot and shoot the first bird. As a result, they were naturally stopped. Has the test data been sent over? A general officer said calmly. Yes, it has been sent over. The individual detection system cannot detect combat power, but this does not mean that some stellar weapons cannot detect it. Their monitoring systems are powerful enough to detect all the mechanical energy of a planet. So the report was sent over quickly. 500 million, and judging from the fluctuation trend of this bioenergy, it is not the limit. Can it still increase? The genetic analyst has analyzed a special microcarbon gene from the biomagnetic field. This factor seems to be a genetic component that strengthens the combat form. In other words, in battle, he will show a far stronger combat power than on paper. Does he have a blood relationship with Shrek? Shrek doesn't have this gene component. We all know why it's so powerful, but this one is different. An experienced military expert said calmly. Carbon-based fruit? What else could it be? But this one seems a little different. Since he's so strong, let him deal with the Zerg Queen. He can fight, right? It's just right to kill the king, who lacks a strong biological partner. The leaders of civilizations will be here soon. What should we do with this unexpected factor? Killing him is not appropriate, and it's not easy to deal with, because if you can't beat him, the other party will really run away. And if you ignore him, what if this unruly guy makes trouble at the Civilization Summit? For a while, this group of golden-skinned officers were in a dilemma. And the reason why Gao Gong became unruly was not to be a leader or to show off, but purely to communicate with the collector without being monitored. If people knew that these two were plotting to kill a civilization leader, it would be a big problem. However, even so, the collector still sighed when he saw this almost materialized biomagnetic field that enveloped the entire space, especially in the middle of the biomagnetic field, where only a terrifying human figure could be seen. Cybertron, you are really... Everyone thought that your reproductive system, oh no, it was no longer working after you were contaminated by the biological virus, but I didn't expect that you actually found your own way out. From my impression, the cyber test site you are in charge of doesn't seem to be used to develop biotechnology? Gao Gong's heart trembled, and he found that he was too pretentious, so he quickly made up for it. Then you must not know how the purple giant overlord became the leader of the ascended civilization. The collector touched his chin with his tentacles, thinking, it seems that you have some secrets that I don't know, otherwise our mechanical master would not have been promoted so quickly. Let's talk about the main topic first. How to deal with the fake Colossus King. Do you have a plan? My work during this period has not been in vain. Although I haven't found the flaw of that guy, I have figured out the specific route and guard force. The collector sent this part of the information over, and Gao Gong glanced at it briefly and raised his eyebrows. More than expected. Don't you see what time it is now? Even if it is not worried about being beheaded by us, it is worried about being beheaded by insects. That's true, but it's not a big deal, Gao Gong said casually. Chapter 1406. Gao Gong's pretense soon brought retribution in this life. On the second planetary day after arriving on this planet, Gao Gong could feel the aiming from outer space almost as soon as he opened his eyes. An indescribable creepy feeling. A fourth-order weapon, and it is a fourth-order weapon in activation mode. It is more aggressive than the fourth-order Sapon. Of course, strictly speaking, Sapon is not a lethal fourth-order weapon, but a control-type fourth-order. I am the martial arts chief of the Royal Guard of the Lord of the Colossus. At the request of the Galen people, I am here to accompany you to sign the contract. When looking at this giant with the cell spacing compressed to the limit, and still hundreds of meters high, Gao Gong was even in a trance for a while. Could it be that the content of his discussion with the collector yesterday was leaked? But that's not right. If it was really exposed, the fourth-order weapon on his head that made him feel threatened would have fallen down long ago. Seeing that Gao Gong looked dazed, and not like the monster he had imagined, the giant in front of him showed a disappointed expression. The legendary second Shrek, is this what he looks like? I thought you were so strong, but now it seems that you are just a waste with blood and instincts. The other party poked Gao Gong's chest with a finger as thick as a water tank. I tell you a secret. The so-called extreme environment species exist in every carbon-based civilization, and after top-level biotechnology transformation, they are stronger than you wastes. If they are released, they will replace you in the rankings of all civilizations. The reason why we didn't do this is just to prevent the leakage of genes. We are not like you, whose genes can be easily obtained by outsiders. Gao Gong slapped the other's fingers expressionlessly. Don't touch my sensitive parts. I have no desire to mate with species like your appearance. Gao Gong looked up and down at the other party, and soon confirmed several top biological components, ultra-dense biological tendons, cell-level biological engines, biological crystal armor, and neural flagella like waterfalls. It is indeed a biological war machine. Why, don't you need to protect the leader of your civilization? The other party showed a cruel smile. Looking at you is the best protection, but I changed my mind. Killing you will make it easier to protect. The ear exploded. At the same time, Gao Gong's eyes were instantly dark, and the light, magnetic field, space, and time seemed to be contained in his punch. All senses, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, body, mind, and will, were all ineffective. But it didn't matter, because the biological computer had already simulated the trajectory of the opponent's moves and even decomposed the strength. The muscle fibers contracted like a supernova explosion, the bones made a loud noise, like a planet collapsing, and the air around the fist was compressed into liquid, forming a circle of twisted vacuum shock waves. Master-level skills. And it was a master-level skill that touched the ceiling. Just a little bit, and you can break through the skill limit. But this little bit is a world of difference. Mr. G's residence exploded. The location arranged by extreme creatures, like him, was temporarily made of military-grade super-alloys. The number of alarms was not even as many as the number of activated third-level civilization buildings. Around the residence of Mr. Gao alone, at least 10 types of military-grade civilization buildings were activated, all of which were repressive. A bunch of leaders who wanted to form an alliance with Mr. G suffered an unexpected disaster before they even approached. Before these leaders approached, they were pressed on the metal ground in an awkward posture, and then locked by the imprisonment machine that fell from the sky. You can withstand 10,000 times the gravity, 100,000 times, 1,000,000 times? There are very few leaders who can withstand it, including the 3 who greeted Mr. Gao before. The 3 of them are now looking at each other, not understanding what is happening now. But they don't need to understand, because a monster like a demon has already risen from the ground. The cell spore cloud is like a nuclear explosion cloud. These cells can restore their bodies by swallowing surrounding matter, and these spores can not only absorb cosmic background radiation, but also absorb space fluctuations. This means that unless the space structure collapses, and a vacuum area similar to a black hole appears, it is almost impossible to kill the opponent in one go. The body of this monster seems to be made of billions of broken biological weapons. The sword spine is the bone, the gun barrel is the tendon, and the shield is the skin. Every inch is engraved with the unextinguished war. The wound is not flowing with blood, but liquid biological thunderstorms. Every heartbeat causes the energy weapons within 1,000 miles to vibrate and resonate. On the other side, the old helmsman who just arrived was gritting his teeth and looking at the collector, saying word by word, "Is this what you call foolproof?" The collector widened his eyes, and was also shocked to the extreme. It was obvious that he recognized the identity of this guy. The chief of the Royal Guard's martial arts team, and the fake Colossus King, have always been inseparable. Was the plan leaked or launched ahead of time? How come I, the person involved, Don't know anything about it. Assassination on a planet where leaders of civilizations gather. Are you killing openly, assassinating, or seeking death? In his impression, Cybertron is not so reckless. Did this guy get the wrong script? As for the person involved, Gao Gong himself, he shook his hands calmly. Isn't it just a small cut on your body? As for the transformation, what's more, didn't you start it first? He believed that the dense monitoring equipment on this planet was enough to prove that the other party started it first, and he was just fighting back in self-defense. What if he couldn't prove it? He tended to run away. In fact, even Jinpei, who was in charge of this arrangement, was shocked. Is this the plan? Didn't he find a high-level relationship and finally invite this carbon-based strongman from the Anti-Insect Alliance to monitor this guy? How come they started fighting as soon as they met? Or was this also part of the plan? In fact, even Qi Xiang, the person involved, was a little confused. After subconsciously transforming, he suddenly realized that it seemed that the script was not played out like this. At the beginning, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. As he regarded Shrek as his lifelong opponent, he had full expectations at the beginning when facing this guy, who was called the second Shrek. However, the greater the expectations, the greater the disappointment. The other party's trance eyes, hesitant demeanor, and unbelievable expression were completely a coward. However, it was such a coward that he chopped himself away with one move, and even the extremely destructive threatening aura made him instinctively transform into a Colossus. As the first elephant soldier of the Colossus army, and also the leader of the few satellite-level arms in this galaxy, his real size is extremely large, even larger than most satellites, space fortresses, and Galen warships. At this time, his instinct was still driving his body to grow, but his reason was telling him that he seemed to have done two stupid things. At this critical juncture, he not only took the initiative, but also took the initiative to transform. He could feel that the several civilization-level treasures of the Garen people were aiming at him vaguely. And the other side was still raising his eyes and eyebrows at him with interest, meaning, come here. Chapter 1407. Qi Xiang had never seen such a shameless person. And he couldn't understand how such a shameless guy could evolve to this point. Although biological evolution is also scientific, the strong people of the carbon-based system generally have strong wills and firm ideas. He has never seen such a person, who is completely unsophisticated like the one in front of him. If Gao Gong knew what the other party was thinking, he would definitely sneer at him. The poor rely on mutations, and the rich rely on technology. When Gao Gong raised his head, Qi Xiang also raised his head. The strong spatial fluctuations made both of them feel uneasy. Then Gao Gong saw a planet-level warhead. This is not a description, but the shape of this fourth-level weapon. It is really a metal warhead of the size of a planet. It does not hide the powerful threat it brings. When it appears, the entire outer space is sunken. It is not space compression, but another form of energy reaction, the material collapse chain reaction. It is more dangerous than space compression, because the range it affects is pure matter, and even the physical composition of carbon-based strongmen is also composed of matter. Beep, beep, name, Skyfall. Category, destructive weapon. Quality, 4th level. Weight, a standard planet. Function, question mark. Fuel composition, question mark. Remarks, how can a big Ivan be worth an Ivan planet? Although the main attributes cannot be detected, Gao Gong still understands the operating principle of this 4th level warhead. Standard goldskin style, not enough technology, but dosage. This thing is much more unstable than a normal 4th level weapon. Qi Xiang also looked ugly, because he saw with his own eyes that most areas of this fortress planet have inner defense mode, and huge metal walls generated from the void have blocked all directions. Except for the place where the two of them are, all have entered a kind of anti-nuclear mode. He finally understood why the Galen people had such a bad reputation. They were not a mechanical civilization with outstanding military technology, but they were notorious in the military field. They really dared to use and release them. Qi Xiang's instinct as a strongman told him that as long as he made a move, this warhead with an exaggerated size would definitely fall on his head. Damn it! He came here to look after this unstable factor at the invitation of the Galen people. How could things have come to such a point? Qi Xiang wanted to find a Galen officer to ask for clarification, but the self-esteem of a strongman did not allow him to do so. As for the guy on the opposite side, he was looking at the sky with a silly face, without any awareness of being blown to death, nor did he inspire the desire of a super strongman to fight to death, and he was mainly attacking a mentally retarded person. However, if Gao Gong knew what the other side was thinking, he would definitely be wronged, and he was busy now. You try to use mechanics to reverse the Skyfall blueprint, but the reverse failed. You try to use mechanics to reverse the Skyfall blueprint, and the progress is 5%. You try to use mechanics to reverse the Skyfall blueprint, but the reverse failed. You try to use mechanics to reverse the Skyfall blueprint, and you get the Carib Thruster blueprint. If you upgrade the 3 divine skills of the mechanic to the master level, the function of the pirated artifact of the mechanical blueprint will be automatically activated. At this moment, in the side of the senior engineer, this 4th level weapon began to decompose continuously, turning into various modules, and then from the modules, decomposed into various raw materials, from the inside to the outside, from the engine system to the weapon system. You try to use mechanics to reverse the Skyfall blueprint, and you get the Dark Matter Fuel Type 153. Great job. Gao Gong gave himself a thumbs up. No wonder this thing can be so big, and its properties are so stable. It turns out that it is through the extraction of dark matter. Ever since this thing appeared, Gao Gong was very surprised. The surprise was not that this was a 4th level weapon, but that this thing could be mass-produced at first glance. Is the military technology of the Galen people so powerful? Or did the Galen people start the first wave of technological explosion from the beginning of the Insect War to the formation of the Anti-Insect Alliance and the exchange of technology? Civilizations that pursue military expansionism are indeed more likely to explode in civilization wars. Sure enough, it is not just me who has made progress. Just when the 3 parties were in a stalemate, a special spaceship appeared in the outer space of planet D9, and a gentle voice sounded. It seems something unexpected has happened here. Haha, it's just a minor incident. We are all a little stressed at this critical juncture. Hearing the previous voice, the collector's funny big eyes narrowed and stopped bickering with the old helmsman. The old helmsman also realized something, and he kept his eyes on his nose and his nose on his heart. He restrained his breath to the limit and played a sense of non-existence. When the 2 voices sounded, the entire mechanical planet reacted. In a mechanical gear, a goose yellow bud swayed and grew out. The tendrils of the creeper slowly covered the energy hydraulic pipe. In the direction of the reactor, various energy-type stamens were in bud. On the silver-gray surface of the planet, fluorescent moss was spreading like a nebula. In a few breaths, this military planet was covered by the magnificent scene of billions of 3rd-level plants in full bloom. The terrifying biological spore cloud evolved by the Qi-Xiang explosion was also absorbed and turned into the nutrients of Sheng-Jing. Sheng-Jing? Although it is not as good as the artificial Sheng-Jing digestion method of the interstellar Khan, Gao Gong still clearly felt a similar power. This power is much higher than the radiation ecology. After all, to create this kind of full 3rd-order ecology, even if the planetary tree itself takes action, it will consume a huge amount of energy. However, the other party did it in just a breath. This is definitely a 4th-order craft. And the 2 biological auras that Gao Gong thought were so strong that they did not belong to the 3rd order at all quickly disappeared in the most confidential military command center on this planet. The Lord of the Colossus, the original messenger of the Seed of Life. The only 2 carbon-based civilization leaders in the entire galaxy, or at least in the first star zone, came to this planet just like that. Don't make trouble. Qi-Xiang looked at Gao Gong threateningly and directly restored his previous form, and soon disappeared from Gao Gong's sight. It's such a big show, who dares to mess with it? Gao Gong smiled and flicked a bunch of luminous plants next to him. Name, Photon Sunflower. Rank, Level 3. Bioenergy, 13 million, 0 to 50 million. Function, in blooming mode, absorb the energy of nearby life forms. Upper limit 50 million. Plants like this sunflower are densely packed all over the planet. That is to say, as long as it is needed, it can take the lives of 99% of the leaders of the forces present in an instant. And the one who made the move was not even the one from the Colossus country, who was famous for the development of biological weapons, but another leader of the Seed of Life, who was famous for the development of longevity technology and genetic technology. The leaders of the forces who were excited and enthusiastically discussing the big plan before, all became timid and soft. If nothing else, if this move falls into their sphere of influence, all of their troops will be cleared out. There has always been a saying that from the perspective of civilization, interstellar forces are just ants. They have always thought that this is just a description. Although there is a huge gap in strength between the two sides, the fact is that they are ants. Chapter 1408. It's really a group of insects, not worth considering. In the next few planetary days, Gao Gong's residence was deserted, just like the 18 princes going to see a black fat house, and they became obedient in a short time. Especially those who jumped the most, such as the three-eyed governor who specially welcomed him before, almost wrote Southeast Mutual Protection on his forehead. As a result, let alone contacting him in the past few days, all the contact information was deleted. On the contrary, the leaders of the interstellar forces, who have developed a second-level civilization, such as Emma of the Emma Sisterhood and the Great Elder of the Leviathan tribe, maintain normal communication with Gao Gong. Especially the latter, his attitude was not only enthusiastic, but also respectful. And through this Great Elder, Gao Gong also learned that there were a total of 5 civilization leaders, who came to the Gene Blood Alliance this time, representing 5 civilizations: Seed of Life, Merida Federation, Colossus, Space Empire, Void Dweller. On the contrary, the leader of the Golden Skin, who was the master, did not show up for some reason. The person in charge of signing the contract was a minister of the Civilization Strategic Command. And according to the obscure statement of the Great Elder, this Gene Alliance is probably problematic. The Gene contract signed is a military alliance and a strategic alliance on the surface, and there is also a deeper Gene slavery contract. For example, according to the Great Elder, signing one's own genes in the Book of Coevolution may not be shown on the surface, but at some critical moments, with the power of this cosmic relic, these interstellar leaders cannot resist any orders from the top of the civilization. This is why the Anti-Insect Alliance is contrary to its usual behavior and is willing to deal with these interstellar forces. Even from the perspective of civilization, the conditions proposed are not considered harsh. You know, a level 3 civilization can easily destroy a double-digit level 2 civilization. As a result, a bunch of level 3 civilizations have to discuss cooperation with a group of interstellar forces. This is certainly due to the threat of the bugs, but if you think about it carefully, it is indeed a bit terrifying. It is unexpected, but reasonable. Senior Engineer murmured. He did guess before that this group of civilizations might do something weird, but he was not sure how to do it. After all, for low-level civilizations and interstellar forces, the technology that high-level civilizations can bring out is beyond their imagination. So an advanced civilization basically does not need to use military means to deal with a low-level civilization force. So, this is also the reason why the leader of GeneP did not come. Is this person also worried that some civilization will take this opportunity to do something to him? Before the arrival of the bugs, several members of the Anti-Bug Alliance had a love-hate relationship, such as GeneP and ENP, and GeneP, and the group of astronauts. Now think about it. Of these 5 civilization leaders who came in person, the Seed of Life and the Colossus are carbon-based civilization leaders with advanced biotechnology. Needless to say, the Merida people use this cosmic relic from their family. The Void Dwellers are of the Void bloodline, and they are least afraid of this kind of genetic contract. As for the Space Empire, although it is a mechanical civilization, it is rumored that this mechanical civilization was originally composed of a group of humanoid species that can explore outer space in the flesh. Although it is a mechanical civilization, its biotechnology is definitely not weak. After all, to be able to explore outer space in the flesh, according to normal understanding, it must have a third-level flesh. And he has a third-level body, but he has walked out of the mechanical civilization. This can only be said that the cultural centripetal force dominated by machinery is too strong, resulting in too many mechanical civilizations in this galaxy. The bugs want your life openly, and this group of civilizations want your life secretly, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Fortunately, I have been prepared. In Gao Gong's own dimension bag, there are several biological plugins emitting ascension fluctuations. These biological plugins are all carefully selected by him. Among them, there are computing power plugins that can temporarily increase its computer performance by 1000%, and there are also plugins similar to resetting the human system, and cell plugins that temporarily change the DNA structure. Since it is a biological organism coming, it is natural to be fully prepared. Even in order to be on the safe side, Gao Gong is ready to abandon this biological organism, and even all biological side resurrection methods. This is one of the benefits of taking the fusion route. No matter how perverted your means are against the carbon-based system, you can never affect the mechanical system. And the consciousness in the mechanical system can revive the organism in disguise. This is a bug behavior. However, Gao Gong himself did not explain this matter to Director Du. Otherwise, with Director Du's temper, he would probably turn against this group of civilizations, and Gao Gong's own plan would not be implemented. On the other side, on Planet D9, in a conference hall at the planetary hub, 3 tall figures sat on high-back thick chairs. So not only Yuri can't come, but your one is not going to come either? A tall silver-haired elf said with a smile. Although his smile was full of charm, his tone was full of aggression. This person was the federal speaker of the Merida people, the most powerful person in the Myrta Federation. He had the most luxurious appearance among the silver-haired elves, with a slender and upright figure, broad shoulders and narrow waist, and a dark green robe. The material seemed to be woven from leaves, and the pattern of each leaf had a unique beauty. The most eye-catching thing was the crown on his head. The cosmic treasure elf crown, once the symbol of power of the Myrta dynasty, was mainly composed of moonlight vines that were entangled into the skeleton of the crown, and the antlers of the stags on both sides symbolized holiness. It was under the aura of this crown that the biological aura of the leader of a mechanical civilization completely overshadowed the other two. Facing the questioning of the civilization leader, the Galen minister standing opposite him spoke with a cold face. The commander-in-chief cannot come for some reason. I will be responsible for all matters here. So, you have decided not to leave the main gene of your Galen people on the penultimate page of the Book of Coevolution? The original messenger of the Seed of Life said with interest. No need. Then in the Gene Alliance, our initial shares will be higher than yours. Well, we give up this condition. Then the proportion of the next series of plans and possible war assets may have to be redistributed, the federal speaker laughed. It depends on what kind of assets it is. The golden-skinned senior official opposite also did not intend to give in. For example, if we modify a second-level civilization with a genetic virus according to the plan, and then induce the Zerg Queen to transform, if the whole plan is implemented smoothly, the Zerg Queen will die, and you will not have a share of her body. Or, through the genetic enhancement plan, we should have the first right to recycle the anti-Zerg war machine. This is unfair. Without our space-heavy ship corps, can you stop the siege of the Zerg army? This achievement does not count? You are not the only one. Another diplomatic negotiator spoke. The two sides fought endlessly. Fortunately, with a powerful enemy at hand, no matter how they quarrel, there will be a limit in the end. In the end, the Galen people agreed to make certain concessions on biological assets, but the premise is that if the Zerg civilization collapses, the star field that the Galen people fight back will be used as its independent military assets. Then, we have to solve the problem of these people first. After completing the preliminary agreement, all four parties breathed a sigh of relief. One of the negotiators snapped his fingers, and hundreds of holographic projections appeared. All of these people were leaders of the second-level civilization, and among them, the senior engineer was prominently listed, and was marked as a key point. Pulling these people into a genetic alliance was the most important step in the actual implementation of the plan. Chapter 1409. Good morning, 3 security guards. Early in the morning, Galgon got up and washed up. After washing up, he held a Galen-style nutrition bar in his mouth to replenish various metal elements in the body. The taste was a bit like salty cheese. As soon as Fawn went out, he saw a mountain-like figure blocking the door, like a guard. In fact, it was a guard. On the second day after the two civilization leaders arrived, the captain Chi Xiang, who had fought to the death before, had a new task. To protect Mr. G's safety. In addition to him, there were 2 Galen guards, but everyone knew that these 2 guards were real guards, alerting the 2 monsters to a conflict and defending themselves in the conflict. Even if they were very good metal executors and level 90 boss monsters, they could only be guards in this form in front of these 2 monsters. Chi Xiang stared at the other party with wide eyes, wanting to tear the other party in half alive. But in the end, he just stood up without saying a word, followed behind the other party with an expressionless face, and the terrifying biomagnetic field collided with Gao Gong's magnetic field. Of course, this was Chi Xiang's own understanding of sometimes. In fact, the 2 gold skins next to him were already sweating profusely, and their bodies were full of metal liquid, as if they were in a star furnace. Only Gao Gong was still walking on the road as if nothing had happened. His body was like a black hole, and all the attacks of Chi Xiang were taken in. This performance even surprised the strongest man of the Colossus country. This guy, except for his sloppy personality, lack of strong style, and not conforming to the image of a monster in his mind, all other aspects met his expectations of a strong man. Even this strange personality, at such an important moment, has become another form of monster. Again, what are you looking at this time? Chi Xiang looked over and saw that this guy was squatting on the ground stupidly, staring at a crack on the metal floor. His eyes were dazed, and there was a perverted smile on his face, and his saliva was about to flow down. I heard that this guy was born in a cyber test field. Could it be that his brain was broken by the experiment? It is very likely. The 2 metal executors communicated silently. There are many theories about the source of this person's strength. The most widely circulated one is that the other party is a biological test subject of a high-level civilization, and it was produced by an experimental accident. This theory has been recognized by many people. After all, in this galaxy, there are many monsters that come from biological experiments, such as Shrek, the Lord of the Void, and some famous people in the galaxy. Maybe this guy is really out of his mind. Thinking of this, Shi Xiang was not so angry. After all, it is stupid to get angry with a fool. Gao Gong didn't care what these people thought, and still stared at the metal gap under his feet. Finally, you get the 14th level faction blueprint planet fortress splitting center. Gao Gong didn't do anything else these 2 days, just brush the blueprint. The Galen people probably didn't expect, and it was impossible to expect that a top extreme organism was also a mechanical master. Engineer Gao rubbed his eyes tiredly, got up and left, but his attention was distracted, and he bumped into a pillar. A steel and iron pillar was knocked down by him. Engineer Gao didn't care about other people's eyes, rubbed his forehead, and continued to swing crookedly. I feel that after a while, the blueprint of the entire artificial armed planet can be drawn. As a mechanical master, Engineer Gao found that this fortress planet is not a conventionally transformed planet. After researching for a period of time, that is, the surface is transformed first, then the underground is transformed deeply, and finally the center of the Earth is turned into a planetary engine through the imitation Dyson sphere mode. The biggest advantage of this transformation method is safety and high success rate. After all, as long as the deep transformation is not carried out at the beginning, the core of the Earth will not be detonated. This is also the most common transformation idea. Director Du's first mechanical plan, the planet transformation plan, is actually transformed in this way. According to her plan, it would take 30 to 50 planetary years to completely transform a planet, even with the assistance of a planetary computer. However, the Galen people have a very different way of thinking. They build mechanical planets by splicing them from the beginning. That is, they break the planet into different modules, then mass-produce different planetary modules, and finally assemble them. It is a bit like the whole vehicle manufacturing in the ancient times, but of course, the difficulty is not of the same order of magnitude. The benefit of doing this is naturally a surge in manufacturing speed. Of course, the price is that the difficulty has also risen by 1 level. Gao Gong has lived 2 lives as a human being. He has seen powerful mechanical weapons, terrifying mechanical wonders, and incomprehensible mechanical life forms. But as a member of the information department, he has only seen them. He has never thought about how they were made. After all, he can't make them. It was not until he was reincarnated that he was willing to ponder some of the most basic links in the huge and complex mechanical world. Gao Gong can cheat with the drawing system, but he must at least know what knowledge to use and in which direction to develop the drawings. For example, now he has figured out a little bit. The key to the Galen people's planet manufacturing is not the module itself, but the splicing system in these planet modules. Theoretically, even a planetary computer may not be able to handle all the assembly details of a planetary level. Once a detail goes wrong, it may cause the explosion of the entire planet's mechanical system. But these splicing systems, such as the planetary fortress split center that Gao Gong just reversed, are one of them, which can solve this kind of problem very well. In the thinking of the Galen people, the reason for gathering so many leaders of interstellar forces to such a military stronghold that was originally not open was to prevent information leakage and being wiped out by the bugs. Another reason was to suppress these interstellar leaders and psychologically destroy their mentality of making trouble. So in the past few days, especially after the arrival of civilization leaders, the Galen people also held several small-scale military exercises and even simulated part of the bug war. In this level of war, the Galen people carried out saturation bombing on a scale of light years, while the bugs devoured all the interstellar matter, like a moving interstellar locust swarm. In this level of battle, a planet or a star system cannot even play any blocking role. These interstellar leaders have seen more than once that a star was covered and extinguished by billions of bug shadows. After watching, these interstellar leaders were silent. In the face of the absolute gap in strength, any conspiracy and calculation is useless. After dealing with this group of monsters, the diplomatic representatives of the Anti-Zerg Alliance began to gradually defeat them, and the direction of attack fell on the representatives of higher-level forces. For example, the leaders of the second-level civilization and Gao Gong. Gao Gong didn't know how this group of people attacked the leaders of the second-level civilization. It was probably coercion and inducement, and it was mostly related to the technology tree. After all, it was a second-level civilization, and the understanding of the importance of the technology tree was far greater than that of ordinary interstellar forces. The person responsible for attacking Gao Gong was an acquaintance, or to be more precise, a young woman. Chapter 1410. This young woman has long, smooth brown gold hair that falls naturally on her shoulders. She has big, bright eyes with a mature and gentle look. Although she is a gold skin, she is not stiff and rigid at all. A few strands of hair hang down by her ears, as if she has no time to take care of it or is deliberately lazy. Seeing Gao Gong, her bright red lips slightly raised with a smile, one hand gently placed on her abdomen, and her abdomen bulged slightly. At first glance, she is looking for a buyer. Seeing the other party's posture, Gao Gong's instinct from the cowhood reminded him that the other party is very dangerous, and he will become a father if he is not careful. But on the surface, he still greeted this old acquaintance warmly. Miss Hepa, a female Galen who ran to the alpha constellation of the long-necked whale, and paid a lot of money to ask for a child. Of course, what she asked for was not Gao Gong's sperm, but the space blood essence of the son of Kun. Although the details are not clear, it seems that not long after this person returned, the genetic project he was in had a breakthrough. The two brothers who had secretly conducted genetic experiments with senior engineer before also left on the spot without saying a word, looking pale. So you Galen people have dealt with those metal element diseases? The Galen people are actually very talented in physical combat, and their body hardness alone is not worse than some alloys. But because of this, they dare not overdevelop their bloodline, for fear that the bloodline will be overdeveloped and automatically point out a whole species mechanization. Miss Hepa did not have the arrogance that is unique to ordinary members of civilization. She stroked her abdomen with a smile. It has been almost solved, so I can be released. I heard that you had arrived before, and I went to find you on purpose, but you were taken away. What's wrong? You came to our place, but you didn't come to see my old friend. Who would have known that you, a pregnant woman, are still on the front line? Gao Gong laughed dryly, and then counted with his fingers. You are pregnant with your second child, right? Yes, my first baby has been born. She is the first natural child of our Galen people. This is the second one. Gao Gong felt sad for the son of Kun. Since he became a unit of combat power, not only has he become more energetic, but his hat has also become green. The other parties seemed to have no intention of persuading him to surrender. He followed Gao Gong's ramblings and looked at Gao Gong with clear eyes from time to time, as if as long as Gao Gong nodded, he could do the pre-pregnancy work for the third child. The two sides looked at each other. For some reason, Gao Gong, who had full consciousness points, occasionally lost consciousness for a moment. After the two sides talked for a long time, Miss Hepa stood up with a smile. A smart person like Mr. G must know how to choose, right? Outsiders think that extreme creatures like Mr. G must be as unruly as Shrek was back then, but I know that Mr. G is best at judging the situation. Since we are old friends, let me tell Mr. G another secret. It is rumored that Shrek took too many carbon-based fruits, which made it impossible for the Civilization Coalition to strangle his body, and finally let him leave the galaxy. But in fact, it is not like this, at least not accurate. The young woman gently stroked her abdomen and said softly, Shrek is indeed not dead, but he has not left the galaxy either. After we broke his infinite body, we extracted the carbon-based fruits he swallowed one by one. Even so, we did not completely kill this monster. Shrek's consciousness has been integrated into every cell, so we each divided a part of his body, sealed it in our own civilization center, and suppressed it with our own civilization treasures. Do you think this is still alive? Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and asked with some doubt, do you have the technology to extract carbon-based fruits? What the stringer can do, we may not be unable to do, and they are not making such experiments out of nothing. Seeing that Gao Gong still did not believe it, Miss Hepa smiled gently, with a smile that was difficult to describe. If you don't believe it, wait until I give birth to this child, and you will believe it. A fetal palm the size of a chicken claw suddenly appeared on the other party's bulging abdomen, and Gao Gong's eyes jumped fiercely. He felt a familiar biological energy. This breath is at least 50% similar to Shrek, who was observed in the black hole. Good guy, Shrek Jean. Gao Gong thought that absorbing the blood of Leviathan was exaggerated enough. I didn't expect that the Galen people would want to create this kind of bloodline. Gao Gong has a new understanding of this group of golden skins. Is this the rhythm of forming a Shrek core? It is true that if they don't make a move, it's fine, but once they make a move, it's amazing. Gao Gong suddenly thought of one thing, that is, he may have underestimated the civilization of this galaxy. They not only simulated the mechanical technology of the mechanical master, but also learned some abnormal technology from the cyber test field to a certain extent. After returning to the residence, so, this is a warning, Gao Gong muttered to himself. I not only have the means to suppress you, but also the human body technology to mass-produce Shrek. How is the negotiation going over there? In the holographic projection, Director Du's figure loomed. This is not an ordinary holographic projection, but a subspace projection. It feels like looking in the mirror. The conversation went well, although I was not brought in. Gao Gong sat cross-legged, looking serious. Although this is a military-restricted area, all internal and external interactive signals are cut off, but the people who come here are the leaders of interstellar forces. I am afraid that no one will be at ease if they are disconnected for a long time. Therefore, the Anti-Insect Alliance can open a space channel at a fixed time for external communication. This space channel is 100% the space technology of the Void Dwellers. At least when Gao Gong hung up the communication, Gao Yuanyuan did not track the coordinates of this military planet in reverse. It seems that he really just acted as a tool this time, Du Xiaodi said softly. Soon, we won't have to be tools anymore. Gao Yuanyuan was not interested in these diplomacy. Seeing that she couldn't find her brother, she smiled lightly at her cheap sister-in-law, and then disappeared gently in the real space. Du Xiaodi shook her head. This little girl is not a pushover. Although it is not clear what is going on inside the star network, from the powerful information fluctuations leaked several times, it is known that this is definitely a change similar to the information wave. However, when it comes to explosive production, Director Du has never been afraid of anyone. After confirming that Engineer Gao is still alive, he immediately rolled up his sleeves and devoted himself to mechanical engineering. His level of hard work made the mechanical masters, who are used to seeing hard work in engineering, couldn't help but admire him. She is simply a brick-breaking goddess. After hanging up the communication, Engineer Gao was about to go back for a rest. If nothing unexpected happens, he will be mainly responsible for slacking off in the first half, and he will work in the second half. The mechanical body has long been lurking near this planet. Because the monitoring system here is too powerful, it can only be monitored from a distance of more than 100 light years. At this distance, once the leader of the Colossus state leaves for a period of time, there is a considerable chance that he will not be able to catch up. Engineer Gao has to find a way to insert a monitoring device next to the other party. This is not easy, but it is not difficult either. After all, Captain Xixiang is right next to him. But just as Engineer Gao was about to go back and continue to think about the plan, a few space ripples appeared from behind. Engineer Gao turned around and saw a huge transparent octopus. Chapter 1411. This is a really big void octopus. Each tentacle seems to be able to wrap around an entire planet. And its main tentacles are not solid, but are composed of some kind of distorted space field, sometimes solid like liquid metal, sometimes transparent like the void, and each tentacle ends up splitting into countless tiny dimensional cilia, which can draw short space ripples in the air, just like the ripples on the water surface after being gently disturbed. And when one of the ripples swept around Gao Gong, it actually directly swept Gao Gong into a subspace. This subspace is like a broken mirror, and each fragment reflects a different fragment of reality. What's even more bizarre is that the mirror was split, and Gao Gong's image was naturally split, and even his bioenergy was split. Name, Gao Gong. Race, cosmic life. Bloodline, life embryo C. Bioenergy, 10 million, space sealed. Gao Gong can sense his other bodies, but he can't mobilize bioenergy. From the octopus tentacles tearing out to summoning the subspace, it only took a breath. This shows that the other party had a plan long ago, and this plan was probably executed when Gao Gong entered the planet. A civilization master deliberately hid himself and ambushed the leader of an interstellar force. Who would believe this bullying? But he did it. I can only say that he is worthy of being Shrek's former cellmate, and he has no martial ethics. Gao Gong laughed dryly, and his gloves lit up on the spot, and the evolution engine directly entered the infinite enhancement mode. All talents were activated, all boss panels were lit up. No matter which part of the body trunk, it suddenly increased 100 times, all demonized, and the powerful biological magnetic field turned into a thick smoke column, which penetrated madly from the mirror, and turned into the phantom of the Black King among the Horus Kings. This is the God King who controls energy and dimension among all the kings. There was a trace of surprise and curiosity from the other side. As a war-crazy civilization, all the kings are leaders of civilization, so from the Black King, the other side clearly felt a trace of the same leader's pressure as his breath. However, the leader of civilization is the leader of civilization. As soon as the huge demon phantom transformed by the Black King appeared, these subspace mirrors were broken for the second time. This time, the mirror was broken more thoroughly, directly disintegrating into the size of a palm, and the entire subspace was filled with various mirror chips, as if a mirror with dense cracks. Gao Gong's upper limit of blood bar was shortened again, this time from 10 million to 100,000. With a biological energy upper limit of 100,000, even if you play with it, it is useless. The Lord of the Void probably thought so. It investigated the one in front of it, and knew that similar existences are best at battlefield explosion and combat evolution. Although from the perspective of a civilization leader, it doesn't matter if you explode, but what if you run away after exploding? For species of this level, once they decide to run away, even a 4th level weapon may not be able to completely kill them. So he carefully designed this trap, waiting for the other party to take the bait. He even deliberately concealed the information of his arrival. For most species, in this case where the body is split into countless pieces, they would have died long ago. This is a regular suppression, and it has nothing to do with how powerful you are. But this person in front of him doesn't seem to be like this. A trace of doubt emerged from the consciousness in the void. The next moment, he understood where this doubt came from. A trace of blood began to fill the cracks of the mirror. The Void Lord's orbital sight quickly confirmed the direction. That was the mirror that sealed a quarter of the opponent's skull. On the opponent's skull, a throne bulged out. The existence of the carbon throne itself is a product of the carbon-based rule system. To be more precise, it is a container of rules. This is its greatest function, carrying carbon-based fruits and placing carbon-based rules. The next moment, dense blood lines passed through the void from the throne and connected to every biological component of the seal. At the same time, a carbon-based fruit jumped out of the throne. This fruit was previously called a zombie fruit. After it was fully developed, it was called a morphological fruit. The fruit jumped slightly and appeared on the dissipated demon phantom of Gao Gong. The next moment, the demon phantom condensed its true body at a speed 10,000 times faster. His single eye is a golden vortex with a diameter of 3 meters. The iris is engraved with an inverted cosmic microwave background radiation pattern. Those who look directly at it will see a fragment of their own future. His body is composed of pure high-dimensional energy, and its form is between entity and nothingness, like a dark matter storm that is forcibly bound. The Black King among the Horus Kings is the only God King who can freely explore the dark matter and dark energy areas. His body has become atomized because of the long-term absorption of a large amount of dark matter. It feels more like an energy life than a carbon-based creature. But among the kings, his carbon chain is the strongest. Under the stimulation of life and death, Gao Gong's evolution chose the most appropriate direction at the first time. The tentacle of the subspace-sized void octopus, which was transformed from a space fragment, suddenly lit up. From the perspective of biology, a strong and sticky human figure squeezed out from the tip of the tentacle. From the perspective of space, another subspace squeezed out in this subspace. And this subspace is a human-shaped subspace, and its appearance is extremely familiar. Gao Gong, who had just regained consciousness, had a thought in his mind. Sure enough, the Shrek who was observed in the black hole before was manipulated. In a billionth of a second, Shrek appeared opposite the Black King who had not yet fully evolved. His fist was like a black hole, absorbing all the space, and it was more explosive than the punch that Qi Xiang had used a few days ago. No matter how excellent and powerful the carbon-based strongmen cultivated by biotechnology are, there is one thing that naturally grown creatures have, but it does not have. This thing is called wildness. This guy definitely divided Shrek's consciousness. Faced with this punch, the Black King transformed by Gao Gong only had time to open his mouth, and dense black lightning mixed with black storms gushed out. Number 13 Dark Matter Storm. Level 4 According to the characteristics of number 813 matter, it has a strong repulsiveness to all energy particles, data signals, and life signals. The cosmic abyss known as the graveyard of civilization is filled with number 813 dark matter. Legend has it that in the abyss, all life cannot set foot, and all signals cannot be transmitted. Until now, no civilization has been able to enter and explore it. The dark matter storm is a skill developed by #civilization, level 7, based on the characteristics of this dark matter. Mode 1, all skills below level 4, including level 4, evolution mode, and material state can be interrupted by the dark matter storm. Mode 2, skill states above level 4 will also be damaged by the dark matter storm under the impact of a long storm. The impact time doubles for each higher civilization level. Note, the highest level is no more than 6th level. Only when you reach the peak of the 3rd level, or even when you become the Black King and sit on the carbon throne, will this 4th level skill show its most powerful power. The entire subspace seemed to be swept by the dark matter storm, and the tentacles of the giant octopus were slightly transparent. However, Shrek still relied on his instincts, without any signal guidance, and punched the Black King in the middle of his eyebrows in the storm and lightning. Chapter 14:12. The instinct of a carbon-based warrior is not metaphysics, but a science, which can even be traced back to the legendary cosmology. Cosmology, the will of the universe, the biological universe. No matter how mysterious it is, Shrek killed through the dark matter storm and punched the Black King in the center of his brow. The terrifying biological will directly disintegrated the unfinished king's body. This is an indisputable fact. With a click, a crack appeared on the back of the carbon throne, and it had a tendency to expand. The carbon-based treasure that Huang Yuanli had cultivated with great difficulty had the posture of returning to the factory as soon as it appeared. However, another carbon-based fruit jumped out of the chair, and the fruit decomposed into a divine shadow. The face of the divine shadow turned into a vortex, and endless gravity was generated from the vortex. The carbon-based fruit and the carbon throne are actually containers. This container contains the carbon-based gods bred by the two. Only when one leaps from life to God can it be truly called a conceptual transformation. Although it has not reached the level of this conceptual life, the combination of the fruit and the throne has temporarily created a pseudo-gravity god. Although Shrek is powerful, he cannot escape from this state for a while. And this is what Gao Gong wants. The next moment, a ray of light from a higher dimension, as if from the depths of the universe, fell from the sky and fell on Shrek. The figure of this monster actually became transparent little by little, and then completely disappeared into the void. And this ray of light fell on the octopus monster, and also made his body transparent, and even shone into the deepest part of the void, where there was a thing like a black can. Son of God incarnation, level 4 incarnates into a high-dimensional species, called the Saint Clan. The Saint Clan takes it as its mission to expel all evil gods in the universe. It has assisted countless civilizations in expelling the pollution of evil gods, so it is honored as the Saint. The Son of God is the image of the high-dimensional race entering the physical world. Through the dimensionality reduction attack, Gao Gong dispersed Shrek's consciousness back, and at the same time, the light shone on the body that Gao Gong had known for a long time. The super void giant octopus in front of him is not the body of this Lord of the Void, but this one's body is actually a canned spirit that is more powerful than Huang Yuanli. Scientific name, brain in a jar. And this picture flashed by. The next moment, the entire subspace was blurred, as if there was a huge mouth of the abyss, depriving all material existence. Sure enough, he was angry. Gao Gong could only evolve infinitely once more. Under the 3-carbon-based fusion mode, this time, through the authority of Patriarch Nock, already liberated, he evolved into the Patriarch of the Purple Glory family. Densely packed purple glory gems grew back from the outer armor, and the spatial fluctuation of each gem was equivalent to a space gem. Under the effect of these space gems, the lethality of space fluctuations was weakened by 99%. They were all war-crazed bloodlines. In terms of combat power alone, the patriarchs of the Nock family were actually not as good as the Horus kings. However, in some targeted areas, the immunity strength of the Nock bloodline was actually much higher than that of the Horus kings. However, even so, in this state where the entire subspace was about to melt, Gao Gong still felt that every bit of bioenergy in every cell of his body was about to be squeezed dry, and at the same time, waves of scraping pain continued to occur. That is to say, my mechanical body is not here. Otherwise, I would grind you to death for showing your health bar just now. The Lord of the Void, who was just successfully ambushed by Gao Gong and showed his true body, had his health reduced by Gao Gong's divine sense the moment he shone on his canned body. Name, Lord of the Void. Civilization Camp, Void Dweller. Bloodline, Void Mastermind. Brain in a jar, health, 25.6 billion. Just over 20 billion, don't give my mechanical body a chance. Gao Gong resisted the desire to use Star Destroyer, and the black light in his eyes rose and fell and rose again. Biological bodies are not as good as mechanical bodies. In terms of mechanical bodies, the health of the Lord of the Void is not even a fraction of his mechanical health. But from the perspective of biological bodies, his own health is not even a fraction of the opponent's. So unless his 104% breakthrough skill limit can kill the opponent instantly, if he can't kill the opponent instantly, he will be killed instantly by the opponent. Although the worst outcome is to abandon this body, he hasn't finished his work yet, and the eye hasn't been inserted yet. Finally, the space storm gradually subsided, and the giant void octopus appeared again. Compared with the previous one, its form seemed to have not changed at all. This is not surprising. After all, space creatures are the best at recovering blood. I am surprised that you can hold on until now, and what's more surprising is that you still have carbon-based fruits. I thought the artificial fruits made by the string controller had been eaten up by the greedy guy Shrek a long time ago. Although most void species have no gender distinction, the voice of the Lord of the Void gives people a very feminine tone. Could this be a rich woman too? Haha, You have to ask her. Gao Gong spat out a mouthful of blood, revealing half red and half white teeth, and was quite arrogant. So, the news I got not long ago is true? Shrek was dismembered by you. Which part of me do you plan to dismember, kidney or kidney? The whip will cost extra money. You are different from Shrek. At least when we were chasing him, he was just difficult to kill, but you made me feel a little bit of threat. The Lord of the Void said, although I don't know why, I am more inclined to believe that you really have this method. So how about the deal? What kind of deal do you want to make? Gao Gong asked back. I need all the information related to Ascension transformation in your hands, and in return, I can remove you from the list of Gene Alliance. You should also know that this list has some problems. Gao Gong laughed dryly and said, so you think I can't get rid of the genetic slave contract? The Lord of the Void said, you are not Shrek. I believe you will not do such a thankless task. Or, you think that with your backup, you can get rid of the control at the genetic level. Gao Gong narrowed his eyes, and a black light was about to overflow in the gap between his eyes. In Gao Gong's vision, the colors were gradually stripped away, and the subspace gradually changed from space to points and lines. The Lord of the Void seemed not to notice, and continued to persuade Gao Gong. You may think that you can avoid this control by damaging the Book of Coevolution, or you may think that the biotechnology of the two carbon-based civilizations cannot interfere with creatures of your level, but I want to tell you a secret. The source of this technology does not come from our anti-insect alliance, but from another existence that is no less threatening than the Zerg Queen. If Shrek and I are just test subjects of the Stringer, then its existence is the seal of the mechanical overlord back then. You are doing better than Shrek for a reason. Gao Gong grinned, revealing a pair of white teeth. It's just that I've understood a truth since I was a child. When someone tries to reason with you, the truth is often hidden in the unfinished second half of the sentence. If you have the ability, use your broken book to control me. Gao Gong made a backhand move, and a black fire halberd fell into his hand. A black fishy light flashed, and the Lord of the Void's eyes went dark. An instinctive threat reminded it of the weakness when it was born and was used for biological experiments. He almost instinctively showed his second body, which was the real Void Dweller. Unfortunately, when it regained its vision, Gao Gong had already broken through the void and left. Chapter 1413. So, you haven't located that guy's coordinates yet, and you've been attacked by another civilization leader? On a dark and windy night, the Collector showed up with great enthusiasm, and even dragged the reluctant Captain Death with him. As soon as he showed up, he was shocked by the appearance of Gao Gong, who was naked, as if he had been baptized by a bunch of rich women with steel wool, and was covered with all kinds of wounds and scratches. From time to time, there were also space-attributed glass shards popping out of the cracks. Gao Gong simply told him about the attack by the Lord of the Void. After that, the two looked at each other. Do you still have a grudge against this guy? Gao Gong did not hide it, and simply told him about the origin of the Lord of the Void and the Black Hole legacy. It turns out that this guy is also a test subject. Hearing the dark history of this civilization leader, the old helmsman couldn't help but be shocked. Aren't there too many test subjects in this small place? 2 of the 3 present are test subjects. The Supreme is probably also a test subject of the Old Master, otherwise why would Patrick leave the organization no matter what? It seems that they are doing better than us? After the old helmsman was not contaminated by the evil god, he also showed his original appearance. He was a square middle-aged handsome man, like a short-haired Chow Yun-Fat. The captain of the death god suddenly said in a strange tone. Everyone is a test subject. In terms of status, he himself is still a test product of the ascending civilization. As a result, when he was still complacent about building a black market planet, the other side had actually developed a third-level civilization. Compared with the other party, his business seems to be very low. The Collector also poked his chin with a short tentacle, and his expression became unusually strange. The senior engineer looked at his nose with his eyes, and his heart with his nose, without saying a word. He was different from the two. He had already pointed out the third-level mechanical civilization, and was ready to make a splash. So, after the atmosphere was awkward for a moment, the Collector took the lead in breaking the awkwardness, and stuffed the small tentacle into his belly. When he pulled it out, he had already found 3 test tubes. This is the medicine I collected, which can help you heal your wounds. The senior engineer took it casually. Name, copy blood cell insert, disposable, rank, 3rd level black technology. Origin, Hello Galaxy Paradise Pharmaceutical Group. Attributes, special blood cells can be secreted quickly, blood volume recovery speed increased by 10,000%, no consumption effect, upper limit 50 million, the remaining 2, one is to repair blood, and the other is to expel negative status, both of which are among the best of the best. You seem to be doing something? Do you need to control time? The old helmsman also spoke. He also had some repair drugs in his hand, but they were basically related to the repair of the evil god. So he changed a way to help. Can you control the passage of time? Gao Gong looked up. This is a very powerful ability. It can be done in the box, but not outside the box. Why not? The collector asked. Because I don't have this function. Ancient refrigerators can only cool inside. The old helmsman gave him an unexpected but reasonable answer. Gao Gong was quickly transferred to the inside of the box, which looked like a cabin. There was no darkness or loneliness, and the old helmsman decorated it very well. The collector and the old helmsman were drinking on the deck, while the senior engineer was repairing his body inside the cabin. The body did not suffer any serious damage, as was the case with the rule-based war, either being completely killed or being safe and sound. On the contrary, after squeezing the body to the limit, the hidden biological energy increased again. According to the gloves, this is the correct way to open the blood of the kings. By constantly challenging strong enemies, the potential explodes between life and death, and even among these strong enemies, there are some members of the ascended civilization. Of course, there are also many kings who have fallen for this. The senior engineer is not so suicidal. A third-level civilization leader almost made him unable to come back, let alone a higher-level existence. At this time, he used the gravity fruit to dissolve the spatial power brought by the big octopus, and on the other hand, he used the shape fruit to permanently dissolve the transformation rate of the organism. This is a slow process, and the transformation rate of the 8 systems has only decreased by 1% to 3%. The reason for doing so is nothing but to implant the 4th-level biological plug-in. After a battle with a giant void octopus, Gao Gong found that his biological body was still too weak. When facing the leader of the 3rd-level civilization, if the opponent is not rushing to capture him alive, he can actually kill him easily. So, although the carbon-based technology tree is not lit up, but the necessary enhancements still need to be done. There are 2 choices. One is to take the route of the Horus Kings, challenge various gods, and compose a carbon-based epic. Gao Gong, who has 2 war-mad bloodlines, is theoretically the best practitioner of this route. Even Shrek back then, Gao Gong suspected that he wanted to copy this route, first upgrade his own bloodline to the war-mad bloodline, and then develop a war-mad civilization. The second one is naturally to start with 6 divine equipment, a full set of 4th-level plug-ins, and then challenge the next level. Gao Gong's choice is to have it all. He can reset points first, then implant 4th-level biological plug-ins, and finally challenge various bosses with a full set of divine equipment. So he has to reset points first. In the past cognition, this kind of human body transformation rate can only be increased, not decreased, so a lot of transformation space will be wasted. But this was before getting the carbon-based fruit. Who would have thought that there is a completely reset carbon-based fruit? Back on the zombie planet, the source of the breathing method of a group of zombie players was this fruit. So Gao Gong can also do it himself to change the transformation rate for a short time. However, if you want to reset your points permanently, even if you have carbon-based fruits, it will be a long and tedious process. Fortunately, this observation box has the effect of rising and falling time, and Gao Gong can heal his wounds while he is restoring his points. After completing the reset, 10 planetary years have actually passed, but in reality, it is only equivalent to 1 night. After 1 night, when the 2 quietly left, Gao Gong's human transformation rate has basically been cleared, and the human transformation rate of the least human system is only about 5%. This certainly made Gao Gong lose a considerable part of his talent and attribute blessings. All the messy radiation beast specialties before were swept away. But it made Gao Gong feel an indescribable sense of relief. Sure enough, a player who doesn't reset his points is not a good player. This seems to be able to be expanded into a kind of player service, a camp-specific reset service? Gao Gong suddenly had an idea. It seems that under the ascended civilization, it seems that only his side can provide such a service. The reason is very simple. There is only one morphological fruit. Gao Gong glanced at the dimension bag, and several 4th-level plugins inside were eager to try. The biological plug-in he brought was naturally the one that matched him very well. But after hesitating for a while, Gao Gong chose to give up. This weak state now will save a lot of trouble. Although most people don't know the specific situation, most of the high-level civilizations know the Lord of the Void's plan. So in the next few planetary days, this second Shrek is still arrogant, but under the detection of the machine, it is obvious that this guy's biological energy has dropped a lot. Just as the battle report cannot lie, biological energy cannot lie. This thorn was finally settled. Many people think so. So, after a series of complicated ceremonies and meetings, it finally came to the key alliance link. Chapter 1414. It turns out that the one who is truly as stable as an old dog is none other than the civilization. The higher the level of civilization, the more stable it is. Almost immediately after all the interstellar forces were convinced, the entire planet D9 immediately entered the armed mode. The huge armor plate cracked in the roar, revealing the hidden array of weapons underneath. The gun barrels rose like a forest, with a caliber enough to smash asteroids. The gates of the space launch silos slid open one by one, revealing the cold light of the warheads. A dull mechanical roar came from deep in the Earth's crust, and the planet's rotation speed slightly accelerated, as if a giant beast was stretching its muscles and bones. Countless nanomachines poured out of the cracks like a silver tide, weaving into a defense network on the track, forming a layer of flowing metal mist. Nanomachines? Gao Gong looked up at the nanostorm in front of him, slightly surprised. I didn't expect that the Galen people, who are big and strong, would actually point out nanotechnology. Although it may not be as specialized as some microscopic civilizations, the fact that they can point it out is enough to explain everything. Sure enough, the more microscopic, the more microscopic. To be able to take the route of giant ships and cannons in the interstellar era, the technology hidden under the iceberg must be more complex and profound. At the same time, the life breath of the four far superior third-level species also stretched out unconcealedly, like the sea of life, like a legendary giant, like a noble king, like the universe and the stars. The original messenger, the Lord of the Void, the Lord of the Colossus, and the Speaker of the Myrna Federation. Behind these four are four third-level technology trees that have been developed to a certain extent. In the eyes of the senior engineer, it seems that billions of mechanical modules are separating and reorganizing. Mechanical bodies can use biological computers to perform calculations. Conversely, biological bodies can also use certain abilities of mechanical bodies, such as leader perception. As an immortal leader, Gao Gong can naturally distinguish who is the same kind and who is not. However, none of the four people in front of him pointed out the immortal leader, which means that these four guys all have health bars. Cut for a little trash. Gao Gong thought silently. Ms. Hepa, who was leading the way in front, suddenly stopped, frowned slightly, and looked at Gao Gong with a complicated expression. I may be giving birth. The dense biological patterns extended from the abdomen to the face, arms, and other parts. At the same time, a very ferocious biological breath accumulated in the opponent's abdomen and became stronger and stronger. The two golden skins on the side were also slightly stunned, and then one of them spoke quickly. I will notify Truman Star General immediately. The security intensity of this person is not lower than that of some Star Generals. Come on. Gao Gong could only silently bless the other party, and then was led by another soldier in a gold uniform to the Alliance venue. Looking at the luxurious and spectacular Alliance venue, Gao Gong suddenly showed a strange smile. At this juncture, the gold version of Shrek is about to be born, which is really a good sign. The venue is already full of interstellar leaders, whispering to each other. Seeing Gao Gong, most people showed a kind smile. As long as you are strong enough, the other party will be reasonable enough. This kind of vulgar reason is also universal in the interstellar society. Moreover, I don't know who leaked the news. Now everyone knows that the leader of the civilization of the Void Dwellers, the Lord of the Void sitting on the stage, failed to suppress Mr. G. After all, in addition to fighting against bugs, the Anti-Bug Alliance is not of one mind. In terms of status, Mr. G may not be as good as these civilization leaders. But in terms of toughness, this one is no less than Shrek back then. The existence ranked first among extreme creatures is well deserved. Gao Gong stood in the center of the venue, squinting at the empty figure on the stage, not hiding his arrogance and malice at all. After a moment of confrontation, he directly made a gesture of wiping his throat. The scene was full of astonishment. This is too unscrupulous. The three-eyed governor couldn't help but say, Excellent male, I really want to collect his reproductive organs. Ms. Emma's eyes were colorful. The Leviathan elder was silent. He could feel that the other party's biological breath was weaker than before. Sure enough, no matter how powerful a creature is, it can't resist the real power of civilization. Some things you can do once, but doing it a second time, it's breaking the rules. For example, the Lord of the Void tried to suppress Gao Gong. If he succeeded, naturally many people would be willing to patch you up. But you failed, so you can't destroy the alliance. After all, the Anti-Zerg alliance is not yours alone. So after the failure, whether it is Gao Gong or others, they don't worry about a second attack. You have to follow the Dark Jungle Law, but also the rules. A civilization that only follows any one of them cannot go far in the interstellar society. Next, a golden-skinned minister came out and spoke a high-sounding speech. Fortunately, the style of the Galen people is not nonsense, and they talk more about big cakes. The bugs devoured a large number of interstellar forces and civilizations, and also absorbed a large amount of civilization wealth. If it is successfully suppressed, these vacant wealth and territory may not fail to cultivate 1 or 2 third-level civilizations. This is the biggest pie that the Anti-Bug Alliance has drawn. Seeing that the time is almost right, the federal speaker who has been looking down on everyone directly sacrificed the Book of Coevolution. The power of the cosmic relic instantly covered the entire planet. As this golden book was opened, the entire planet seemed to have become a huge life form, and every creature was sublimated in this genetic evolution. However, the system's beeping sound continued to sound. Warning, warning, your carbon-based information is being recorded, including the following life characteristics, gene code, for helix structure. Warning, warning, there is regular information trying to modify your carbon-based structure. Warning, you are signing a contract with the relic. Gao Gong suppressed his biological instinct to resist, and also stabilized the 2 carbon-based fruits that were intended to fight back. The original plan was that he would use the 4th-order plugin to deceive the relic and fool it. But now, he changed his mind. The reason is very simple. From the words between the lines of some gold skins, he came to a conclusion. This kind of gene alliance can be broken free. Of course, the conditions must be very harsh. But what conditions can't be met by the upgraded plugin? He has a shipload of goods. And, for some reason, he always feels that this matter will not go so smoothly. In a military center, a bunch of gold skins are silently watching the scene of this alliance. Although the possibility is extremely low, it is not ruled out that someone is making trouble in it, such as some insect spies. These beasts are lucky, the Galen man Ajit suddenly cursed. As a military expansion of civilization, its thoughts must have lit up the racial superiority, species power, and even the species extinction policy. On the road of expansion, this idea will inevitably become more and more radical, until it is like a mental stamp, firmly imprinted in the depths of the spirit of all Galen people. This is another form of civilizational centripetal force. And despising these interstellar creatures as beasts is a common thing among many golden-skinned officers, especially young officers. He does not discriminate against interstellar species. They discriminate equally against every intelligent creature that is not of Galen origin. Even his superiors only frowned after hearing this, and did not speak. But who would have thought that he would get more and more angry the more he scolded? Chapter 1415. These low-level carbon-based creatures can't even build the most basic logic circuits correctly. No wonder their behavior is so chaotic and disorderly. They are simply a waste of resources in the universe. Their intelligence level is still in the early stage of planet formation, and they are not in the same dimension as our advanced intelligent creatures. These inferior gene patchworks have gathered the shortcomings of all low-level creatures. They are like eliminated experimental subjects. In this world that pursues perfect evolution, they are really out of tune. Letting them join us is simply the biggest failure of the upper level. Ajit, shut up. His direct superior spoke with a cold face, not because of his swearing, but because his words offended the upper level. This is much more serious than 10,000 racial insults in their place. But who would have thought that this guy would actually change his tone and start to scold him? You are also a Galenian. Your DNA is like a low-quality code. Any virus can make you collapse. With so much blood and flesh garbage transported here, our planet is almost a garbage dump. Are you still clinging to your home planet as cave dwellers? You have been brainwashed by the moral program. We should destroy everything we see with our naked eyes like those bugs. Looking at the guy whose face was already hot due to anger, the superior was not angry. Instead, he took 2 steps back and said to the 2 mechanical guards nearby, "Remove his mechanical weapons." One mechanical guard instantly stretched out his hand. An electromagnetic light lit up from his palm, and all the mechanical weapons and equipment on Ajit's body collapsed on the spot. The other mechanical guard also instantly completed the transformation, and his hands and feet became mechanical prison devices, and he rushed towards the other party at a rapid speed. Ajit also laughed, dodging the guard's attacks while continuing to taunt. You figured it out so quickly? It seems that your brain can also use chemical signals to transmit information. Who invented this backward appearance setting? You are not even as good as the mechanical life next to you. This is because we have strengthened the AI defense module of the mechanical guard before. Otherwise you would not have risked invading his brain. What? Did you encounter trouble when you modified the chemical signal? Hey, do you know me? We are not completely ignorant of the outside world. The Queen of the Insects has recruited a civilized-level mechanical army from the second star zone. It is said that these mechanical armies are virus machines with the same desire to pollute as the insects. They should be you, the infected. TSK, you are really smart, but it's a pity that you still don't know enough about us. Ajit bowed his head flexibly, and his palm popped out like lightning, shooting through the energy device on the chest of the mechanical guard. At this moment, his speed, flexibility, and strength are far beyond the general sense of the Galen people. We can not only invade your brain, we can invade more, or your body. The next moment, in the eyes of the superiors, Ajit's body began to mechanically transform. A large amount of metal elements were extracted and attached to the arms to transform into a mechanical weapon. Ajit was not transformed. When the chest of the superior was shot through, this was the last thought in his mind. Ajit, who took the civil service route, was actually not allowed to carry out any direction of mechanical transformation. The reason was that in front of the machine, an independent and indifferent will was needed to truly control the increasingly large mechanical system. The original position of Ajit was immediately covered by more energy beams. The well-prepared infected and the well-prepared Galen had a small-scale gunfight in this small command center. Similar events continued to occur throughout the planet. Above the atmosphere covered by metal mist, the 1,000 faces emerged from the darkness and calmly looked at the armed planet wrapped in nanometal below. I didn't expect that the Galen people would touch the power of the origin, so they can't be left alone. It is definitely not a good thing for the enemy to follow the clues of their own technology tree. In an instant, the black nano cloud surged into a liquid dome under the ionosphere, and each nanospore flashed with bioelectric fluorescence. Since the Zergization, the 1,000 faces have gained many powerful racial characteristics, one of which is that when evolving a nanostorm, it will breed a terrifying bioelectric current. This powerful bioelectric current can easily tear apart the outer defense of a planet. When the first wave of storms hit the nanometal atmosphere, the entire planet's ionosphere was covered with spiderweb-like black arcs, and the planet's defense mechanism was instantly activated. A large number of honeycomb-shaped energy matrices were activated at the contact points, like blooming golden lotuses, layer upon layer, trying to wrap each other in reverse. In the War of Civilizations, it is not only one side that makes progress. These energy matrices simulated by nanotechnology have the shadow of Nozentic technology. In this fierce collision, the space seemed to be distorted. Among the faces without facial features of the 1,000 faces, who were rising and falling in the nanostorms, a bug shadow appeared for the first time. The next moment, the entire planet D9 began to be transformed into insects. Originally, it was a world of steel with precision gears meshing and pipes crisscrossing, but now, those cold and hard alloys are being slowly eroded by a sticky, living substance. At first, only amber mucus seeped out of tiny cracks, like the digestive fluid secreted by some insects, corroding the edges of the metal, and fibrous flesh-like pipes began to grow between the gears. Those originally silver-gray mechanical creations are now like giant teeth that have been hollowed out, with the outer armor peeling off in pieces, revealing the intricate insect egg sacs inside. This planet-level insectification undoubtedly interfered with the Alliance's contract. In the Book of Coevolution, in the silver light, tiny insect shadows spewed out, and also took away some of the light of cosmic relics. "It's here as expected," sighed the original messenger. "There are not many opportunities to suppress 4 civilization leaders in one breath," said the federal speaker with a smile. "What the Queen enjoys most is the joy of personally killing the leaders of civilizations of the same level," said the Lord of the Void. His illusory figure began to expand rapidly, turning into a void octopus monster that someone had seen before. The octopus body directly wrapped the entire Alliance sight, and the light of space began to expel the brilliance of the insect. "I want to see how much power it can spread." The Lord of the Colossus snorted coldly, and his figure disappeared instantly. "Can you anchor the body of the Zerg Queen this time?" The original messenger looked at a golden-skinned minister. "Intersector-level weapon strikes. 33% success rate. Not in this sector, that one is hiding deeper and deeper. Is it possible for the Zerg Queen to recover?" The Speaker of the Federal Parliament looked at the original messenger. "With the biotechnology we have, there is no chance of recovery after being hit by at least 2-digit 4th-level weapons. But the ability of the Zerg Queen to evolve is beyond the scope of our technology tree. As long as she sheds her shell before she dies, not only will her previous injuries be healed, but her strength will also be improved. The Zerg Queen's strength will be improved, which means that all Zerg will evolve a second time. It's a pity that she was not brought here. Yes, it's a pity." At least 10 light years away, on a large suspended meteorite, a mechanical body was sitting silently on it, with a straight mechanical skeleton, But the surface was covered with interstellar dust, and it seemed that it had not moved for a while. Finally, the mechanical body turned its neck and looked in one direction, and something wonderful seemed to be reflected in its electronic eyes. Chapter 1416. From the perspective of the mechanical body, the fluctuation in that direction is very strange. It is obviously a huge mechanical energy, but in the mechanical energy, there is a special fluctuation that only information life has, and this fluctuation is also contagious. In the electronic eyes of the mechanical body, virtual fluctuations jump out from the superluminal speed. The dark red data flow pulsates in the void like blood vessels, and countless mechanical units are floating from the boiling code pool. In the grid afterimage of virtual and real overlap, a fully armed mechanical army seems to jump down from the virtual level. The leading mechanical leader soon discovered this strange mechanical body, jumped forward, broke into thousands of luminous particles, and jumped into the air, and when he appeared again, he was opposite the mechanical body. But it is no longer a mechanical form, but a virtual form. Its torso is spliced by countless broken code fragments, and jagged error spots burst out from the seams from time to time. The firewall of the mechanical body buzzed instantly. This is only shown when encountering a very powerful virus. The two sides looked at each other, and red and white light flashed alternately in their electronic eyes. "Hello, how do I get to planet D9? The other party asked in the standard universal language of the universe. "This direction, about 10 light years away," the mechanical body replied. "Oh, thank you. Be careful when you go there, a large-scale planetary invasion war is taking place there. We are going to participate in the war. Then you must be more careful. A total of 4 civilization leaders have descended on this planet, so be careful." The other party was stunned, and looked up and down at the mechanical body in surprise. "We will be careful. Come on, Ollie." The other party was silent for a while, and said, "You know us, you know our target is the leader of civilization?" "No, but your face is full of targets." The other party was silent again, and then focused on the back of the mechanical body's head, as if suspecting that the other party's thinking module was inserted in reverse. "Thank you, we will try our best." "Well, come on." The mechanical leader entered virtualization again, and the virus code group turned into a virus red light, and drilled back into the mechanical army. The mechanical army, that had stopped originally, entered a special jump mode again. All the mechanical bodies are like the physical projections of some kind of superdimensional virus. Wherever they go, the electronic world and the mechanical world simultaneously have cancerous distortion ripples. During the jump process, several other virus mechanical leaders communicated with it in confusion. The other party's performance just now was bizarre. Could it be that he was invaded by the thinking virus in reverse? "Why didn't you convert him?" "Because I'm kind." "Is it strong?" asked another virus mechanical leader. "Not sure," this one said honestly. "Anyway, my total of 14,123 waves of virus invasion did not break the other party's firewall, and I don't know whether it is strong or not. But I didn't feel that the other party had powerful mechanical computing hardware." "Yeah," this one paused and said, "because what blocked me was a biological computer." The virus machine leader, who asked the question, couldn't help but look back, but he had already entered the superluminal jump mode and couldn't see the other party's appearance. However, the remaining memory data told it that this was a mechanical body. Could it be that when he played with the mechanical virus, he also misplaced the visual module? After this army of virus machines left, the mechanical body, or the senior engineer, talked to himself. "What a joke. I have a fully equipped biological computer and top-notch practical experience. If you can hack into me, I might as well kill myself with a piece of tofu. If I didn't know who your opponent was, I would have hacked you long ago just because of all the password intrusions, remote operation intrusions, system vulnerability intrusions, and life code intrusions you have done." But then again, this is the army that the Zerg Queen specially recruited from other star regions. It's really unique. Virus machines, mechanical viruses, the mechanical system of this galaxy has really been played out by these guys. However, since the Zerg Queen can pull reinforcements from other star regions, then that starry sky voice. What are the so-called Suppression Alliance doing? Aren't they the culprits who drove the Zerg Queen from the second star zone to the first star zone? Or are they just sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight? Since the planet D9 has become a mess, our plan must be slightly changed. In the electronic eyes of the mechanical body, scenes are being played out. The huge mechanical pillars that support the sky and the earth have already covered the entire star system, the void giant octopus, the biological flower sea in outer space, and the weapons of civilizations that are fighting each other. A huge space bubble slid past the mechanical planet and directly drilled into another star system. The next moment, dense worm cavities opened up in the entire star system. These worm cavities ranged from hundreds of astronomical units to several light years. In a dense and crazy chewing, all the matter in the entire star system, including an identical planet D9, was quickly devoured. Who said that the Zerg didn't have long-range weapons? When the anti-Zerg alliance wanted to stop the other side, the Zerg Queen on the opposite side also wanted to find an opportunity to snipe 4 civilization leaders in a row. Although the target was only a mirror galaxy. This mirror galaxy is 100% the work of the Void Dweller. To put it simply, it is to copy and paste a space coordinate, and then cover it on another space coordinate. In this way, even if the Zerg's long-range weapon falls on this coordinate, it will only hit another place. Its principle is similar to the virtual membrane. On the surface, the 4 civilization leaders personally came to this planet. In fact, it was the power of the 4 civilizations that transformed this planet, and even the nearby star fields, turning it into a battlefield center. Both sides began to use their big moves against each other. At this time, the original plan was not feasible. The original plan was to follow the leader of the Colossus after the alliance was completed, and finally intercepted and killed him halfway. But no one expected that the real purpose of these civilization leaders was to use the name of the alliance to have a medium to high-intensity civilization battle, not only to attract the various armies of the Zerg, but also to try to reversely deduce the body of the Zerg Queen. That's completely different. These civilization leaders did not come alone, and there must be traces of civilization armies near them. It is completely difficult to intercept a civilization leader's guard and intercept a fully armed civilization army. The latter is no less difficult than declaring war on civilization. So the plan must be changed. The only chance now is to take the initiative, while both sides are still competing with each other with 4th-level weapons. As long as they are imprisoned in the box and taken away, it will be easier to escape in the chaos of the battlefield. This is the only chance that Gao Gong saw. The 4 civilization masters are present in person, and all the defense forces are outward-looking rather than inward-looking. After all, although it is a united front of the Anti-Insect Alliance, if you are stabbed, there is really no place to complain. The Lord of the Void personally took action to suppress Gao Gong. Doesn't it have a civilized army? Or does it have no 4th-level weapons? Wouldn't it be more convenient to use these 2 to suppress? The reason is nothing else, it is to restrain each other. I can talk, and I can also love the Queen. The mechanical body muttered to himself, but he did not forget that he had the insect's favorite in his hand. Chapter 1417. When the mechanical body decided to take the route of the Queen of Insects, Gao Gong's biological body was undergoing the final transformation. Not only him, but all the leaders of interstellar forces have reached the last step. However, the focus of the scene is no longer on them, but on the group of gods, who are showing their magical powers. If no one knows at this time that they are bait for the Anti-Insect Alliance, it would be too stupid. And now the only strongman who still focuses on the Gene Alliance seems to be Gao Gong. As a trace of genetic brilliance was extracted, Gao Gong's divine consciousness finally used the effect of genetic frequency to brush out a page of attributes of this cosmic relic. Name, Post-Carbon Book, page 12, God said, this combination of carbon must be able to breathe the embryonic form of life. So, simple hydrocarbons appeared, and they constantly collided and blended in the environment set by God. From methane to complex long-chain hydrocarbons, every change follows God's secret and great plan. God said again, they must become more complex, and must be able to store and transmit information. In this way, RNA and DNA were born. Their spiral intertwined structure seemed to be the music of the life code composed by God, and the arrangement of each base pair is God's unique writing of life. God added, carbon-based organisms must share with each other and establish connections with each other. Thus, a large number of genes are entangled and edited with each other, forming a new gene network. In this network, everyone can perceive each other, interact with each other's sensory consciousness, and evolve together. But if you want to get out of this net, Gao Gong immediately felt the powerful oppression of the cosmic relics. What an interesting sister. Suddenly, the voice of Ms. Deep Net sounded beside Gao Gong's ears. I almost forgot that Deep Net is also a net. You can sense the other party. Well, I can sense that the other party has many wonderful abilities, far more than mine. Ms. Deep Net said with some envy. But you are unique. Gao Gong said sincerely. Even if it is 10 books of coevolution, Gao Gong will not use her to trade. He, by the way, can it sense you? Gao Gong thought of something again and asked quickly. No, this sister does not seem to have her own relic. Will strange. Gao Gong does not care whether this thing has its own AI, he only pays attention to one point. So, is my inference correct? Well, that's right. This gene network not only traps you, but also entangles your gene codes together. That is to say, if I want to break through this gene network, my bioenergy must exceed the sum of all the people present. Although the bioenergy of each of the 1 or 2,000 people present has not reached the third order limit, on average, the bioenergy of each person is above 50 million. A simple conversion will easily lead to the conclusion. To break through this God-made big network, the bioenergy must exceed 100 billion. 100 billion. In theory, a third-order species is absolutely impossible. In reality, this is also quite difficult. Not every time, you can hit a great opportunity like the Mecha Frenzy. Gao Gong counted all the fourth-order plugins that superimposed bioenergy in his hands. Maybe I need to think of some other ways to make it just right. But I don't want to be a blood cow. My mechanical body is already a full-blood cow. Gao Gong's positioning of biological bodies is a violent output player. Sure enough, it is worthy of the handwriting of civilization, and there are a lot of conspiracy. If a time traveler like Gao Gong can often carry out the operation of the lower to the upper, with the experience of the former high-level species, then, generally speaking, what civilization does is to strike at the dimensionality reduction. Can 100 billion creatures do it? If not, then just be a dog. Gao Gong began to think about the operation again. Although he had not come into contact with cosmic relics in his previous life, he did not believe in rules without loopholes. For example, create a fake gene account, modify genetic information, etc. But the next moment, a strong threat came from the biological body. Be careful. Gao Gong's figure flew out suddenly. At the same time, the voice of Ms. Wang became closer and farther. An explosion so powerful that it distorted the space fell from nearby. The density of the space changed in a gradient. With a glance, dozens of interstellar bosses around him were directly compressed into amber by the solidified space, then shrunk little by little to small black dots, and finally disappeared. In the alliance mode, Gao Gong's vision was divided into two. On one side was the gene network and gene brilliance covering the field of vision, and on the other side was the superpressure air wave brought by the super bomb. It was precisely because of this imbalance that many famous ruthless characters in the interstellar were directly killed by this wave. Gao Gong almost instinctively entered the Zeo Patriarch mode, and cracks appeared on the space gem. At the same time, his figure was blown away by the terrifying air wave. In his peripheral vision, he could only see his own craters crushing the huge outer defense wall of the fortress planet. What was that just now? It seemed to be the warhead fragments of the fourth-level planetary missile. This thing was chopped into pieces? It was hit so fiercely, Gao Gong's health was directly wiped out by nearly half. He was also a Blood Bowl level boss, but being hit by this fourth-level bomb was still very dangerous. This is the real strength of the civilized war level. Gao Gong backhanded a hammer, and the gravity fruit was activated, squeezing and throwing away the dozens of tons of metal debris around. At the same time, as the whole body was covered with smoke, the large area burns, deep scratches that could reach the bone, and some genetic injuries were healing rapidly. With his powerful vision, he could see that in the original explosion core, that is, the Alliance site, there was a humanoid armor creature hundreds of meters long suspended. Kill the king? No, compared to the Zerg mecha, this humanoid Zerg looks wilder, like a Zerg giant reinforced by metal. The head is in the shape of a triangular carapace, covered with dark purple scaly armor, and light green mucus-like fluid seeps out from the gaps. A pair of huge compound eyes occupy 2/3 of the head area. Each compound eye is composed of thousands of diamond crystals, glowing with a cold amber glimmer. And on its pair of death sickles, there are more than a series of corpses of interstellar leaders. Anyone who is swept by its eyes is stared at by the death god. Unfortunately, it is still a step late. As the person involved, Gao Gong can clearly feel that the entire network has begun to be recycled, and the book of coordinated evolution has long disappeared. Gene Alliance has been established. Wait! Gao Gong's eyes lit up, and without saying a word, he took out an object. A trace of space-time ripples rippled out, and the figure instantly disappeared from the spot. Name: Space-Time Hourglass. Category: Special Treasure. Quality: Cosmic Treasure. Time function: Space-time debugging. By reversing the hourglass, the timeline can be reversed 3 seconds forward/backward. Gao Gong's figure disappeared instantly, and when he reappeared, he was on the ruins. At the same time, he also clearly felt that the power of the previous contract of the Gene Alliance gradually disappeared in his body. This is a very strange feeling. On the one hand, He can still feel the huge gene network. His carbon chain is in it, and it is in the center. On the other hand, he can also clearly feel that this gene alliance can no longer restrain himself. The reason is also very simple. What does the contract you signed with me 3 seconds later have to do with me 3 seconds ago? It's just a space-time bug, but the flashback is not very good. Gao Gong looked up and saw the King Killer looking over. Mud Howl? Chapter 1418. Not only did the opponent not say hello, he raised his hand and slashed. The sickle of the God of Death passed through the space and appeared at Gao Gong's neck. And the halberd in Gao Gong's hand also stabbed out at an extremely strange angle, just intersecting with the sickle. The powerful biological energy released by both sides instantly triggered a series of nuclear bombs, which exploded on this planet. In less than a breath, both sides destroyed an area of a continent. If a player brushed a probe here, he would be surprised to find that the skill list was brushed up, and every fight between the two sides was at least a collision of third-level expert skills. Gao Gong activated 2 kinds of fighting bloodlines at the moment of the battle. His eyes turned bright red, and the biological magnetic field on his body boiled like magma, drowning both sides. Gao Gong's eyes turned black and red, red and black. However, whenever the black light was about to overflow from the pupil, the death scythe of the opposing Slayer King would mysteriously appear in the direction where Gao Gong was originally going to break through the skill limit, breaking the skill precondition that had been brewed to the limit. In theory, there is no skill precondition for breaking through 100% of the legendary skill, that is, there is no process of brewing the ultimate move. After all, it is the product of the limit breakthrough. But this is on the normal timeline. The opponent slash not only reached the speed of light, but also achieved the point of playing with the speed of light. Every time he slashed, he dragged the time forward by 0.000001 seconds, and only this one move forced Gao Gong's brood killing move back. If it is said that after activating the War Mad bloodline, Gao Gong automatically mastered all the third-level combat skills of the Nock family, then the opponent has a complete set of Zerg third-level combat system, and although this combat skill system has not broken through to the last step, it can also make all third-level skills play to 100%. This is also the realm that the kings of all generations have reached. Full 3-level combat system. It is with this realm that the kings can conquer the void and challenge powerful enemies of different systems and civilizations. The opponent is not a king killer, but a real Zerg king. In the Zerg civilization, he is second only to the queen. Gao Gong's figure disappeared in an instant, and the magma boiled to the limit, even melting the void. Space halberds transformed by dimensional threads killed the opponent from all directions. Every move is different, and every move is a unique 3-level killing move of the Nock family. Family Bloodline. Activate all Nock family bloodlines. Increase the void affinity by 5000%, increase the energy affinity by 5000%, and the body has the ability to pull the dimension of space. Facing this powerful enemy, Gao Gong also activated all bloodlines. For a time, half of the surface of the planet was covered by this terrifying heat energy. The Zerg King in front of him also entered the highest alert mode, his mouth closed, and a large number of biological patterns appeared on the surface of his body, and many of them even overlapped with the Nock bloodline. The timeline seemed to be motionless, but every place on the timeline seemed to have a phantom of a Zerg King. From the outside, at this moment, this Zerg killer god burst out with unprecedented light. When the light dissipated, it was Gao who was knocked out, the legendary second Shrek. Gao Gong looked at his charred arm, and the scorching sun halberd of the Lord Eater. At the worst time, he ran into the strongest enemy and encountered a 50% chance of the magic weapon backlash. His health was directly hit below the warning line. But it seems that he is not the only one who is unlucky. Because under the mechanical giant pillar opposite, there is also a huge figure sitting down. The terrifying creature can quickly scorch, split, and disintegrate the ground. However, the strongest man of the Colossus country seems to be much worse than himself, with blood holes of all sizes all over his body, and the one suspended opposite him is the same Zerg King. These two Zerg Kings not only have biological abilities that have broken through the third-level upper limit, but are also proficient in the racial killing moves of microscopic insects. Without any warning, dense holes appeared on the surface of Qi Xiang's body, and the holes expanded rapidly. The carbon-based strongmen of the Colossus country let out a painful roar. The biological magnetic field spread out, and even stopped the rotation of the planet in a short period of time. Then, the mechanical giant pillar behind began to automatically transform, not only covering the surface of the body, but also filling the holes of all sizes. Name: Qi Xiang. Level 90 max plus. Biological energy 100 million plus. Mechanical energy, 300 million plus. Skills, mechanical giant soldier driving, mechanical stick technique, satellite-level energy weapon transformation. A series of top-level skills. The luxury of its panel is not inferior to that of a senior engineer. Especially among the 5 boss panels, 3 are mechanical reinforcement templates. Many people have almost forgotten that the Colossus is not a carbon-based civilization, it is a mechanical civilization, and it is a rare civilization among the mechanical civilizations in this galaxy that can develop stellar-level mechanical soldiers. As a mechanical civilization with carbon-based species as the main body, it basically has to find a way to solve the problem of species mechanization. The method that the Galen people thought of was to stop body modification and cut off the human plug-in technology. The method of the Myrta people was to use telekinesis to control the Star Armor Core, and at the same time strictly prohibit the development of AI. In fact, both methods have serious consequences, at least in terms of climbing the technology tree, there are shortcomings. But the Colossus seems to have chosen the third route. Use an absolutely tyrannical body, and an absolutely powerful carbon-based will to control the astral-level machinery. Although it is not as perverted as the fusion route, this route is the most powerful in terms of potential. Yu Gaogong seemed to want to say something. The Zerg King on the opposite side did not have the habit of talking to the enemy. As a high-level Zerg of the King level, although he did not have the blessing of the Queen's authority, he was bathed in the Queen's authority for many years, and his resistance buff was amazingly strong. The damage dealt by Gaogong was restored in a few breaths. Then its body collapsed on the spot. Gaogong's body also collapsed. Microtech is not invincible. Although it is incredibly powerful in large-scale instant kills, it is difficult to kill any high-level species in the light-speed combat mode. But as a means of surprise attack, it is definitely very useful at this time. Gaogong's body was devoured in an instant, and his blood volume was instantly emptied. Only 3 items fell down. Carbon Throne, 2 carbon-based fruits. The Zerg King tried to drive the subatomic Zerg to devour the 3. However, this devouring had no effect on the 2 fruits, as if these 2 transparent fruits really did not belong to this time and space. Rules cannot be eliminated at the physical level, even at the microscopic level. The only thing that worked was the Carbon Throne, which already had a crack, and now had many more tiny cracks. If you look at it from a microscope, you can see that there are many insect holes on the cracks. However, when she forged it again, Huang Yuanli learned from the last lesson and cultivated the durability of the Carbon Throne to a very high level. At least it can't be destroyed by a planetary cannon. A human face squeezed out of the throne with difficulty, muttering to herself. It has to be returned to the factory for overhaul after one use. If it's used a few more times, she will probably go crazy. I was thinking of dealing with you as a normal person, but since you don't have martial ethics, don't blame me for spending money. He opened his mouth and spit out a ball of fluorescent light. The surrounding insects didn't even react, and they turned to ashes on the spot. The Zerg King, who felt something was wrong, immediately evacuated and reassembled his body in the distance. In its emotionless thinking system, an indescribable sense of oppression arose for the first time. This kind of oppression is not experienced when facing the Zerg Queen. In this fierce civilization war, all ascended species are at risk of falling. So this time, Gaogong went all out and came up with a ruthless move. Name, Fusion Gene. Rank, 6th rank. Function, allows species of any rank to experience the 6th fusion in advance. Let's go to the 6th rank. Chapter 1419. They've used this trick, it's true. When the mechanical body appeared on the periphery of planet D9, it immediately synchronized with the operation of the biological body. Zerg King, it's really hard to say. Zerg King cannot be simply equated with ordinary high-level soldiers. If you have to describe it, it's more like the existence of Horus Kings. In other words, the combat power of the leader of civilization. The upper limit of the biological energy of the third-level soldiers is 100 million, but with the possession and absorption of countless subatomic Zergs, the biological energy is likely to break through 10 billion. This kind of strongman is prepared by the Zerg Queen for the real leader of civilization. But when the biological body took out the mark of ascension, it knew that there was no suspense in this battle. The 6th level carbon base corresponds to level 180, and what is the concept of level 180? You know, the information matrix of the novice village natural disaster, which was able to devour the cyber test site unscrupulously, was only level 180 when it entered the mature stage. When the one who started the cyber wave was not even at the fully mature stage. Theoretically, the information matrix can only enter its heyday after all the waves are set off at the same time. The information matrix, that has entered its heyday can use a small memory worm to set off the same scale of cyber waves on different planets tens or hundreds of light years away. This is the horror of the 180-level boss. The cyber test field cannot stop it. Even the planet of the third-level civilization cannot stop it. Even the planet of the ascending civilization may not be able to stop it, and it may even need to use the means of ascension to transfer species. Even if it is just a completely blank 180-level monster, at least on this planet, it is invincible. If it is not for the fear that if you use this identity to kill the leader of the civilization army will come back to fight you, Gao Gong really wants to try it. Can a blank 180 monster suppress a level 90 civilization leader with full technology tree status? Now the entire star field is caught in a fierce confrontation between civilizations. The original nano-atmosphere has been completely dyed black. It is unclear who killed whom. It can only be felt that there are strong fluctuations in it. There is no universe, no background, and no radiation. The atmosphere has probably been beaten out of the subspace by the microscopic war, giving people the feeling of some chaotic chicken eggs in the creation myth, before the creation of the world. As for the disappearance of several civilization leaders, no, they are not completely gone. At least Gao Gong saw a planet-thick tentacle hanging from the starry sky from time to time, instinctively sweeping through the void, causing spatial disorder of hundreds of astronomical units. Even the virus mechanical army that had asked for directions before disappeared. The mechanical body was suspended in the air and took out a communicator. Soon, a very strange picture appeared in front of the mechanical body. Planet D9, which was at the focus of the battlefield, suddenly slowly turned a small angle. The angle of rotation was very, very small, probably less than 0.0001, but the planetary picture was refreshed instantly and became the appearance before the war. The collector kept waving his short hands at Gao Gong on the planet. The mechanical body immediately entered the short curvature mode and drilled into it. The planet instantly returned to its original state. "Why did you come just now? People are going crazy outside?" Patrick started complaining as soon as he entered the door. From the perspective of organisms, the war inside the planet is indeed of high intensity. At least 10 Zerg kings have descended, and there are countless subatomic Zerg armies. But in the outside world, Gao Gong did not feel the trace of the war. However, the knowledgeable Gao Gong immediately realized that this is not an ordinary war, but a dimensional war. Through the special planetary space created by the collector, Gao Gong saw the real war scene outside the planet. The Zerg wave gushed out from the broken dimensional cracks, and their shells flashed dark purple biological light. Their bodies twisted and deformed at the junction of physical laws and void energy, like clay kneaded by invisible hands. The array of mechanical bodies plowed a scarlet channel in the Zerg swarm. Their weapons were not bullets, but self-replicating nanostorms. Wherever the golden gray fog tide passed, the Zerg exoskeletons were disassembled into basic particles and reassembled into mechanical servants. Void species hovered outside the battlefield. They had no form, only the oppression of reality by existence itself. Space collapsed into a vortex around them. The blazing white beams of energy life shot into it, but like light falling into a black hole, it was stretched, twisted, and finally annihilated. In the center of the battlefield, the dimension itself began to wail. The code of the virus mechanical army corroded the space-time structure, constantly trying to collapse one subspace after another to destroy the Void Legion of the Anti-Zerg Alliance. They and the Void Dwellers were one inside and one outside, one constantly destroying the subspace, and the other constantly creating the Void battlefield. The inner and outer dimensions were constantly stretched and extended, expanding by at least hundreds of light years. If you don't understand the scale of light years, you can simply and roughly understand it as the range of 100 star systems. I knew this wouldn't go so smoothly, but I didn't expect it to be so damn unsuccessful. Brother F.A. swore, and his tentacle beards grew back because of excitement. Void expedition? With the electronic eyes of the senior engineer, even if the focal length is at the limit, it can't exceed 1 light year, so he could only draw conclusions through the perception of space fluctuations. I remember that the Milta people discovered the insect civilization during a void expedition, right? The senior engineer asked. That's right, so the Anti-Insect Alliance took action this time, most likely to touch the insect's nest. The collector looked at the outside world worriedly. Its planetary space could not withstand any attack from both sides and would collapse. Fight from the first star zone to the second star zone. The uneducated Death Captain exclaimed, "What a long battle line that is, 10,000 light years? Where are those people?" The senior engineer asked, of course, about the leaders of the civilizations. The original messenger and the Lord of the Void disappeared at the beginning, but I can still vaguely feel the breath of that fake. The two looked at each other. Good opportunity. What are you talking about? You won't let me do it now. I won't go crazy with you. I will be killed. The Death Captain backed out halfway. Killing the leader of a civilization in a civilization war? Are you kidding me? The Collector patiently explained that if this operation is to succeed, it really depends on the other party. The bugs have long-range weapons at the Star Zone level, and the Anti-Bug Alliance naturally has them. But if you want to aim at the target, you have to confirm the correct void coordinates. The Queen of Insects is trying to find the real coordinates here, and the Anti-Insect Alliance is doing the same. There are not many people on this planet who can do this, especially since the Queen of Insects has extremely terrifying instincts, and will be discovered as soon as the 4th level weapon is aimed. So, most of the civilization leaders are doing it. One is responsible for cross-dimensional void exploration, and the other is for the exploration and entanglement of insect biological information. And most of them are the Lord of the Void and the original messenger. Brother F.A. understood a little. So, there are 2 civilization leaders missing on the battlefield now. To be precise, they are fighting a higher-level war, Gao Gong added. It already has some flavor of the Ascension War. The Speaker of the Federation is still inside the planet, because the Book of Coevolution is inside. For the silver-haired elf, I'm afraid he would rather lose this war than lose this cosmic relic. When he was helping the Black Machinery Alliance before, he almost lost it. As for the fake, he is most likely the commander-in-chief of the interstellar battlefield. His powerful biological body can communicate with the original messenger over a long distance, and he is the leader of the mechanical civilization. With him in charge, the interstellar battlefield can be guaranteed not to collapse, and the other 2 civilization leaders can explore the front line with confidence. Brother F.A.'s eyes gradually lit up. So, this is really a good opportunity now. Chapter 1420. The Zerg King had followed the Queen in battle for many years, and had seen countless incredible creatures. But there had never been such a creature, as strange and even terrifying as the one before him. The other party had clearly been devoured by it, and then recovered completely in just a breath. With a wave of his hand, blood plasma gushed out like a fountain, and his insect leg holding the Grim Reaper's sickle was cut off. Familiar feeling. Gao Gong muttered to himself. Without any exaggerated special effects, he entered the 6th level. In his previous life, he was only at the 6th level at his peak. The perspective of the 6th level ascending species is unimaginable for ordinary species. In its senses, low-dimensional objects in space are completely open and transparent. Time is a line, space is a surface, and it can switch between points and lines at any time. Commonly known as the physical body traveling through time and space. But the carbon-based is still different. Gao Gong muttered to himself in a low voice. From its perspective, the speed of the death scythe was as slow as a child's play. It just stared, until the opponent's insect foot sprayed a lot of blood again, and disappeared together with another biological weapon made of the same material as the 3rd level black technology. High-level carbon-based species all have the observer effect. The Zerg King screamed and escaped directly into the speed of light. In its perception, this was an invincible opponent. Gao Gong laughed dryly, and his palm slowly reached the junction of the line and the surface. The Zerg King suddenly looked up and found that the atmosphere had disappeared, leaving only a palm composed of white lines. He gently grabbed it, as if he was pinching an ant to death. The eyes of the Zerg King went dark instantly. Ding, you killed the Zerg King, experience increased by 20 billion, galaxy reputation increased by 1, and obtained a 3rd level random suit *1. You killed the Zerg King. Zerg Queen Rosa's favorability is -1000, and the current favorability is hostile. You killed the Zerg King. Anti-Zerg Alliance reputation increased by 1000, and exchange points increased by 500,000. Gao Gong casually clicked on the suit. You get the Feather Insect suit, epic black technology. You should know that the god-killing suit he made by himself only got an excellent. The difficulty of making a full set of excellent is hundreds of times greater than that of making a single piece. And feather insects, are they related to the Zerg? Feather insects swallow the sun and rise by fire. Rise, ascend, a simple glance at the attributes, biological suit, feather ascension mode, rainbow transformation. Who invented the pseudo-ascension mode? Is it so cool? This thing is not only a biological suit, but also a blood suit. Wearing it can transform into a species called feather insects. The effect is to enter a pseudo-ascension mode through rainbow transformation. The only problem is that this thing needs to consume a lot of energy before rainbow transformation. This consumption can be solved by absorbing stellar heat energy, but if there is no star nearby, it will immediately drain the user's bioenergy. Its bioenergy consumption is in units of billions. If Gao Gong guessed correctly, this feather insect is probably also a kind of ascension technology creation, and it is on the biological side. Its purpose is to simulate ascension. I haven't felt so comfortable for a long time. Although there are many different descriptions of ascension in different civilizations, its essence is unchanged, and it is a kind of transcendence of life forms. And once this feeling is experienced, even the most selfless intelligent species will be addicted. This is also one of the 3 recognized sources of ascension in the Civilization Council. I really want to try it again. Gao Gong muttered to himself. In this state, he felt that he could do the same as the group of star elders in his memory, crossing the timeline and annihilating the stars. He also wanted to try to see how far the skills that broke through the skill limit could break through. However, Gao Gong was not an original battle maniac after all. He was actually an old driver. He quickly suppressed his desire for battle. His eyes crossed time and space and fell on the core of the planet. He saw the disappeared federal speaker and the relic book next to the silver-haired elf. The Book of Coevolution. Gao Gong stared at the relic deeply. In his current state, if he tries hard, he can get a relic. But the old driver understands one thing. A little impatience can ruin a big plan. As for the mechanical body, he might have to take action himself. At a time, he only deals with one civilization leader. The senior engineer looked away. Huh? He turned back. From the perspective of the Sixth Order life, he could see that this cosmic relic has a total of 15 pages, 3 of which are transparent. And the material of most of the pages is a special carbon chain that is no less than the Sixth Order genetic material, and each connection point is a text that is no less complex than the cosmic dead text, and these texts form a statue of the kind placed in the church. Each statue has a different shape, but it is filled with an aura that makes him, a 6th-level person, feel inexplicably odd. This is the most special and unique point of this cosmic relic. It is these auras that make this cosmic relic impossible to copy. But the question is, why is there a Zerg Queen drawn on the last page? When he saw the last page, Gao Gong almost thought he was dazzled. No, he was not. The perfect human body is dotted with deadly Zerg features. The 10-meter-tall body is curvy, and the skin is as cold as mother of pearl, but the waist and abdomen are covered with layers of emerald insect armor, which moves like a living thing with breathing. Her face is extremely beautiful, but 6 pairs of fluorescent compound eyes are fan-shaped on both sides of her temples. Her pupils shrink into thin vertical lines in the dark. Her 4 slender arms look weak, but they are actually covered with translucent Zerg exoskeletons. If it's just the appearance that's similar, that's fine. Maybe this is the future evolutionary direction of the Merida people. But the problem is, the Queen's authority that is unique to the Zerg Queen. Gao Gong will never forget the creepy feeling of billions of stars in the universe turning into insect compound eyes. This thing has killed me countless times. Species evolution. Good guy, who is so smart to bury such a big bomb in the human universe relics. The first reaction in Gao Gong's mind is a certain old face. Deep in the core of the star, the Book of Coevolution suddenly opened, and the pages clattered. Seeing this, the silver-haired elf stroked the spine of the book and said softly, "Have you found anything, Holy Spirit?" The movement of the pages gradually subsided. The silver-haired elf frowned, and the telekinesis covered the entire planet, and under the effect of Galen technology, it expanded to the limit. Even the subatomic insect figure was clearly visible. There is no evolutionary breath of the Zerg Queen. According to the deduction of several civilization think tanks, and the deduction of several civilization technology trees, the biggest difficulty in achieving the greatest success in this battle is how to mark the Queen's body. Because of the subatomic Zerg, there is a certain probability that the Zerg Queen's body may also be subatomic in size. The cross-stellar aiming of the 4th-level weapon is really like a cannon hitting a mosquito. And just after he retracted his sight, a transparent figure rippled into space and time behind him, carefully observing the Book of Coevolution, and disappeared before the book reacted. Since someone wants to evolve species, then he will help someone. You do your species evolution, I do my mechanical evolution. We all work together well, how nice. Chapter 1421. The King of the Colossus was suspended in the deep space of the universe, like a silent giant beast. But the scene he saw was by no means silent. The deep space was like the mouth of a giant beast, with the engines of tens of millions of warships spewing blue-tail flames, gathering into a steel torrent at the coordinate point of the star map. The energy matrix flowing on the surface of the ship shone with scarlet light, like countless bloodshot eyes, staring at the unknown void cracks in the darkness. When the jump engine started at the same time, the entire star field was twisted into a liquid prism, countless silver light blades split the space barrier, the fleet turned into a meteor group and sank into the chaotic vortex, and a strange hum came from the depths of the void, like the whispers of ancient gods, and like the wailing of countless souls. The quantum wave vibrated the protective shield of the warship, and set off energy ripples on the surface one after another. In the early stage of the Void expedition, this is a standard investment type project. Its energy consumption and material consumption will reach a point that will make even the third-level civilization feel painful. However, once this project has a breakthrough, the benefits it brings are huge. Whether it is dimensional technology, space technology, or the output of Void exploration, it will make a civilization's wealth rise rapidly. In the Civilization War, the civilization that mastered the Void expedition is also the civilization with the longest hand. In the Anti-Insect Alliance, the one with the strongest space technology is undoubtedly the Void Dweller, and below it are the Colossus and the Space Empire. The Space Empire has the prefix of space, so it goes without saying that the space exploration technology is powerful. It is also the only civilization whose interstellar territory has spread to 3-star regions. As for the Colossus, it took a different approach. It was a transition from energy technology to space technology. There is a catchphrase among researchers who study energy science. The ultimate of energy is space. After all, the largest area in the universe is called the dark energy area. And in order to control the star-level mechanical body, the Colossus must develop an energy source of the same scale. And the development of this energy source will bring a lot of precious space data. Until one day, the Colossus discovered a special cosmic wave. Hee hee. Are you sure this works? Of course, bugs like to eat this stuff the most. The senior engineer took out a pile of green transparent ore, heated it with a mechanical palm, and then applied oil to the surface of the mechanical body. From the eyes of outsiders, these ores have a subtle taste after melting, but in the eyes of bugs, these ores exude a fatal attraction. This is a delicacy of the cosmic treasure level. Name: Composite Mine V. Category: Cosmic Treasure. Weight: 1,080 tons. Basic attribute: Ore conversion. Additional attribute: Species evolution +1, Zerg attraction +1. Function 1. Convert high-level energy ore into edible minerals. Carbon-based organisms that eat this mineral for a long time have a certain chance of promoting biological evolution. Function 2. The fifth version of the composite mine, composite minerals have been adjusted for edible taste, and have a strong attraction to carbon-based species and Zerg species. Even the energy fluctuations it emits will attract Zerg from the universe. The collector can vaguely feel the attraction of this ore, but can't help but confirm it again. Are you sure this will work? In this case, won't you be swallowed by the bugs directly? If you encounter a top-notch delicacy, you won't think of swallowing it whole. Besides, I can afford to lose a mechanical body. Let's go! This is a plan with the highest success rate if we want to confirm the coordinates of the King of the Colossus. The collector no longer had doubts. His figure melted instantly, turning from Patrick into a pool of golden space fluid, and the Captain of Death also showed his true form. Amid the screams of countless evil gods and terrifying visions, he turned into a high-tech box with a completely different style. The golden space fluid was directly thrown into the box. Gao Gong grabbed it, and could sense that the other party appeared in his Klein bottle resonator without any action, and even appeared in the quantum space where only his consciousness existed. This also means that the other party can indirectly collapse the mecha frenzy by destroying the quantum frenzy induced by himself. This discovery made Gao Gong feel refreshed. Although this box spirit is a product of ascending civilization, but when it was made, they hadn't ascended yet. And although the 4th level items are rare, the 3rd level civilization may not have them. Mecha Frenzy can still be a trump card, but at least it can't be the only trump card. And it can't be used as a conventional weapon to suppress everywhere like the Mirta people. If it's not used, it's fine. Once it's used, it must achieve results and kill all the people who know about it. Moreover, on this battlefield, Gao Gong felt the same frequency fluctuation. In other words, somewhere on the battlefield, there is a mecha frenzy in the activation mode. Almost as Gao Gong came out of the planet's subspace, a few black lines overflowed from the space. With almost no hesitation, following instinct, a large number of subatomic Zergs in the battlefield infiltrated from the void and lay on the surface of Gao Gong's mechanical body. Gao Gong ignored the alarm from the mechanical body and did not make any resistance. Soon, a large number of bugs crawled on the surface and inside of Gao Gong's mechanical body. The number of these bugs even exceeded 100 million, and it increased rapidly in units of 100 million. It seems that this group of bugs has not eaten anything good following this Zerg Queen. Gao Gong thought silently. And these bugs did not eat Gao Gong up directly, as the collector worried. But after the initial licking, they quickly entered a state similar to drunkenness. The 4th level Zerg, or is indeed a bit high in alcohol for the 3rd level Zerg. The Zerg will in Gao Gong became stronger and stronger, even surpassing the aura of the Zerg monarch. As expected, Gao Gong also breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why the Zerg can be called a natural disaster is because of 2 magic weapons, the Zerg arms, and the Queen's authority. And these 2 can sometimes be transformed into each other. The secret has not been studied by any civilization so far. However, as an excellent player who has been hunted down countless times by higher-level Zerg queens, Gao Gong knows many tricks to fight against the Zerg. One of them is to use the Zerg arms to trace the Queen's will in reverse. I can also be a Zerg, and I can also be a Queen. On the brain plug-in of the mechanical body, the frequency of the simulated brain waves suddenly began to stabilize and merged with the billions of Zerg frequencies detected on the body. Soon, Gao Gong sensed the omnipresent Queen's will. Billions of thoughts spread like tentacles, and every nerve ending was connected to the consciousness of the Zerg. She was not thinking, but sensing, just like the universe itself breathing, and every pulse affected the fate of the entire race. Her thinking had no boundaries, no distinction between the individual and the whole. The consciousness of the lower Zerg was like tiny waves, rising and falling in her spiritual ocean, and she was the black hole that swallowed everything, condensing all the fear, hunger, and desire for evolution into an irresistible will. Under the control of the Queen's will, Gao Gong's consciousness quickly covered the battlefield and accurately located the coordinates of the Colossus's leader. Chapter 1422. Zerg Consciousness, Queen's Will, Queen's Authority. In the eyes of those who don't understand Zerg civilization, they may be the same thing. But in the eyes of those who really understand, they are completely different. Zerg will and Queens will overlap most of the time, but there are also times when they don't overlap. Especially when the Zerg Queen can't control the Zerg will will even elect a new Queen. So Zerg Queen is actually a high-risk profession. Gao Gong naturally doesn't have the ability to use Zerg will to kill the Queen. But when part of the Zerg consciousness is dormant, simulating and replacing Zerg consciousness is still no problem. Of course, there's a problem with this process, that is, the existence of the Queen. If the Queen finds out, she can manipulate the Zerg consciousness to strangle the invader. But the problem is that this is the enemy's battlefield, and it is the enemy's base camp with heavy technological blockades. Here, if the Queen really dares to show up, Gao Gong really has to admit that the other party is a man. So, soon, Senior Engineer confirmed the target. It was a huge figure suspended in the void. The breath alone was comparable to that of an extreme species. Especially around him, there were those suspended mechanical giant pillars. The mechanical energy of each mechanical giant pillar exceeded 100 million. In the exploration of the biological body, it was detected long ago that it was a third-order rare mechanical equipment, that is, the so-called strategic-level equipment, which is a civilization weapon similar to the Myrna people's Mecha Frenzy and the Galen people's Arc Wall. This kind of mechanical giant pillar has a famous name, the Elephant Pillar. When the mechanical body saw the other party, the king of the Colossus, the so-called Elephant Lord, also turned his eyes. And a trace of doubt was visible to the naked eye. But soon, this trace of doubt turned into solemnity, because the Zerg King was in Super Limo mode, rushing towards him madly. The Zerg Queen dared to extend her will at this time? Isn't this courting death? It doesn't seem like it. The purpose of their personal appearance was to force the Zerg Queen to show her feet so as to anchor the coordinates, and then carry out long-range strikes. The other party also knew this, so they only sent the Zerg King to control the Zerg consciousness. Because Zerg consciousness is everywhere, especially this kind of subatomic Zerg. But the Zerg breath in front of him seemed to surpass the Zerg King. Could it be a new type of soldier developed by the Zerg? The Lord of the Elephants quickly sent this news back to the real command center. This command center is not the D9 planet in front of him, but the capital of the Galen people, the Metal Expedition Star. It is a mechanical planet with a size comparable to a star. In the strategic center of this planet, there are not only Galans, but also Myrdas, astronauts, life scholars, synths, world masters. In short, it is a gathering of top experts from different civilizations. For example, the famous Myrda Master Tunilo is among them, and he is looking at a planet-level supercomputer with interest. The news sent back by the Lord of the Elephants was quickly transmitted to various deduction centers, and finally gathered in the hands of decision-makers from various civilizations. And they quickly came to a common conclusion. Whether the opponent is a new type of soldier of the bugs or not, its goal is very clear. rush into the void channel behind the Lord of the Elephants, and cut off the void connection of the channel. The two civilization leaders, who were going on the void expedition, were completely exiled to the endless void. This was the most likely possibility, and it was also the point where the insects were most likely to break through in countless previous battle simulations. Implement the 56 tactical plan. Soon, arms were raised one by one. Maybe they are going for the Elephant Master, Master Tunilo said lazily. After a period of getting along, everyone also knew this unscrupulous character, and they didn't care. However, a general of the Colossus Kingdom standing next to her lowered his head and looked down at her, and said sullenly, "That's great, the Elephant Master can destroy the opponent with his body. It's obviously a mechanical civilization, but it always thinks about the body." Master Tunilo felt bored and continued to close his eyes to rest. Gao Gong's action was both unexpected and reasonable. It is reasonable that the Zerg Queen will definitely have a hidden hand. Unexpectedly, who is this guy? Not only the Anti-Insect Alliance is not clear, even the insect side is not clear. When the leaders of the infected of the virus mechanical army saw this side, they were stunned at first, because this did not seem to be the time expected by the Insect Queen to launch, and even the target of the launch was not very familiar. But the powerful insect-tied consciousness on the other party cannot be fake. In this case, we must help the scene. It happened that the other party killed into the void battlefield from this direction. The next moment, a large number of mechanical control programs were transformed into virus modules, and the surrounding vacuum environment suddenly became a large-scale local area network. The cosmic background radiation became garbled, the magnetic field was transformed into virus code, and even various mecha weapons were forcibly transformed. The coordinates of the reinforcements were blocked at once. The other side was not idle either. Planet D9 began to deform on the spot. The equatorial area of the planet was the first to rise. Tens of thousands of pistons began to expand and contract crazily, pushing the heavy armor plates to stack layer by layer, rotating and biting, forming a huge ring structure. Inside the ring structure, countless precise energy conduits spread and intertwined like a spider web, connecting the energy network of the entire planet with the core reactor. The elephant columns that originally filled the surface of the planet also deformed. Part of them turned into gun barrels, and part of them turned into stabilizers inserted on the gun barrels. The energy lines on the surface of the planet suddenly lit up a dazzling scarlet, and hundreds of millions of gears began to fly in the opposite direction, stirring the energy core deep in the Earth's crust into a boiling liquid. The metal mountains collapsed and reorganized in the violent tremors, turning into fuel flowing with electric light and injected into the barrel. A light more dazzling than a star gushed out from the muzzle. And this light almost cut the star system in half. However, this is not the limit. The light of the elephant column lit up one by one. Soon, the light that was brighter than the stars flashed wildly, almost reaching 1 shot per second. In a blink of an eye, more than a dozen shots were fired, and there was no sign of stopping. You know, the planetary cannon has a CD period. It is already the limit to be able to fire twice or 3 times in a row. But now, in this Galen version of the planetary cannon, this attack seems to have no end. At the same time, the surrounding starry sky turned into a void, and ripples of space rippled out, reflecting the virtual light of the virus machine. On a physical scale, space seems to be stretched wildly. At the same time, cracks appeared in the space, black lines sprayed out from them, and soon evolved into a black tide, covering the battlefield where the virus machine was. A standard mecha frenzy. The Zerg King also came out at some point, and fought with some super machines. Even the Speaker of the Federal Parliament appeared in the atmosphere, looking at the small black dot in the distance, with a surprised expression. In the timeline of the evolution of those prophetic treasures, there is no such future seen. Under this level of attack, the real owner finally showed his original form. Contrary to everyone's expectations, it turned out to be a strange mechanical body. The quantum light on this mechanical body flashed wildly, showing an incomprehensible amount of blood. Chapter 1423. As the focus of the battlefield, Gao Gong silently counted the blood volume: 100 million, 200 million, 300 million, and finally 1 billion, 2 billion falling down. The Galen people's planetary cannon is definitely improved. It not only has a continuous shooting effect, but also has 5 to 10 times the damage of ordinary planetary cannons. Gao Gong believes that the son of Kuan could withstand 2 shots in the past, but now he can't withstand 1 shot. This is probably the effect of those elephant columns. There are thousands of mechanical plugins on the surface of the opponent's cannon. This is probably also prepared for the various insect armies. If the various insect armies force their way into it in order to kill the leader of civilization, What they face is this endless artillery fire. However, the blood volume lost is nothing to Gao Gong. The power of the undead leader is hard to imagine for outsiders who have not reached this level. How many shots have been taken? 30 shots, 40 shots. This can be equivalent to the firepower of this old man for one night. Gao Gong suddenly became alert and looked up. He saw a huge space clamp suddenly protruding from the twisted void. The clamp was dozens of stories high, and the huge clamp arm was like the arm of an ancient giant, engraved with complex and mysterious patterns, and the rune light flowed, as if chanting a spell of destruction. A large space clamp. Gao Gong recognized this thing almost at first sight. It was a star system level destructive weapon, and one of the top legacies of the Stringer. Without saying a word, he directly developed the short curvature mode to the limit. He saw endless streams of light on his electronic eyes, and as the large clamp behind him closed, he only felt endless cracks opening and closing behind him. Gao Gong's body was stretched into a thin line. One end was outside, and the other was inside. There was a strong feeling of falling into a black hole. In the eyes of the mechanical body, the transparent white light transformed by the gravity fruit was jumping wildly. At the same time, the top-equipped computer of the biological body consumed computing power without spending any money. The final reaction brought about by this consumption was that a large number of gravity parameters also appeared on the surface of the gravity fruit. At the same time, the development degree of the fruit was also soaring, from 71% directly to 91%. The thin line that stretched Gao Gong's body suddenly turned a corner, and the two ends of the line touched each other, and the figure instantly disappeared within the range covered by the clamp. However, there was an unlucky virus mechanical leader who was swept in. It was also comparable to the existence of the Zerg King, but it was swept away by the space wave and disappeared without even a wave. Your gravity fruit has been developed to more than 90% and enter the deep development mode. As the development level deepens, it will have a permanent strengthening effect on your bloodline. When the development level reaches 100%, it can breed carbon-based gods and gravity gods. Gao Gong just glanced at it and didn't care. It turns out that talent can be accumulated with blood volume. If you can survive being caught by the space clamp with hundreds of billions of blood volume, you can also comprehend it. Just after escaping from the space clamp, the black tide transformed by the mecha frenzy has already surged from all directions. It's better to come by chance than to come by accident. Gao Gong's eyes darkened, and his whole body entered the quantum state. When the black tide surged up, it produced a reaction that no one expected. In a few breaths, the mecha frenzy was sucked out. After being clamped by the fourth level weapon, the mechanical energy of the mechanical body not only did not decrease, but also increased a little bit. The quantum light flashed wildly, as if you could see the entire mechanical world constantly splitting and reorganizing. On the Metal Expedition star, the scene was quiet. Master Tanilo's eyes were full of colors, and she obviously recognized the other party. The federal speaker of planet D9 also opened his mouth slightly. It's not that he would not be as good as the other party if he fell into the same situation. It's just that the other party's performance is so fucking thick-skinned. Is it really a physical resistance? What material is the other party's mechanical body made of? And in Gao Gong's body, the two who saw Gao Gong's great power on the front line were completely confused. Didn't you say that this guy was a commodity that the mechanical master didn't want? He didn't want this, so how high is that person's vision? The old helmsman. The collector was silent. As a security planet computer, the other party's current performance is indeed a bit exaggerated. If you were so powerful back then, would the purple giant only let you be a planet security captain? Or, after being infected with the disease, the mechanical body has been strengthened in disguise? In the Super Limo mode, Gao Gong also quickly approached the Elephant Master. Although there were many attacks on the road, the frequency was not high. After all, in the third level civilization, although there are Super Limo weapons, there can't be many. And most of them are prepared to be used on the Insect Queen. Gao Gong didn't plan to resist with his physical body anymore, mainly because if he continued to resist, it would probably expose the characteristics of his mecha frenzy. So he flipped his mechanical palm and summoned the Book of Darkness. Bone-eroding fog, hidden color matter, and ordinary dark energy, all three kinds of dark energy turned into dark tides. For a moment, the huge nebula was torn apart by the waves, and the originally stable gas and dust clouds were stirred into chaos, forming various strange shapes, some like dragons dancing wildly, and some like phoenixes in nirvana. Space itself began to collapse and expand, like an ocean hit by huge waves. The gravitational field fluctuated violently, and the light of the stars was torn into spiral light bands, and all kinds of human figures on the field whether they were insects, machines, or organisms, all disappeared like dyed dragons. Name: hidden color matter. Effect: through the interaction of color charge with ordinary matter, a large-scale chameleon effect is produced, covering nebula matter, ordinary energy life, and carbon-based life. And the elephant master finally got serious, pointed his hand, and dense elephant columns shot into the huge void behind him. At the same time, the 4 mechanical satellites around turned around and began to deform, while moving in orbit. One after another, giant mechanical arms stretched out from the core layer, and the joints unfolded one by one, like the tentacles of some space creatures. 12 groups of giant pillars 100 meters high rose into the sky, like the spine of an ancient titan. The surface of the pillars showed precise star map patterns, flickering with the energy pulse. It was as if a mechanized space monster had awakened in this world. The opponent's mechanical energy also began to soar, quickly breaking through 100 million, and soon breaking through 1 billion, and this was far from the upper limit. The Colossus country's unique star-level machinery, the Colossus Soldier, finally showed its true form. When the Colossus Soldier's mechanical arms were unfolded, each piece of the mechanical arm exceeded the diameter of the satellite, crossed each other, and evolved into a series of energy canals, once again tightly closing the void channel. At the same time, the various troops of the Anti-Insect Alliance, including the 4th-level weapons, all rushed towards this side frantically. They regarded this strange humanoid mechanical body as the key to the Queen of Insects' breakthrough. At this moment, Gao Gong flipped his palm again, and a box appeared. At this time, the Elephant Master had already found something wrong, his face changed, and he was about to retreat. However, the golden liquid suddenly spurted out of the box, directly locking his hands and feet. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the box was buckled down, and the mechanical body grabbed it and ran away. The others were confused. Chapter 1424. When everyone on the battlefield was confused, the Speaker of the Federal Parliament was the first to react. The cosmic relic in his hand rustled, and his figure instantly appeared near the huge hole in the void. At the same time, the pages of the book in his hand opened, and a large amount of carbon chains sprayed out, covering the direction of the 3 people who disappeared. The sky and the earth suddenly turned white. A finger made of silk and pale broke the void and covered all his vision. With a light stroke, the carbon chains that were originally pervasive were all swept away. Ascending species. The Speaker of the Federal Parliament stared at the finger disappearing in the void of the universe. At the same time, a cry sounded from planet D9. New life was born. As soon as he left the battlefield, Gao Gong evolved the mecha frenzy without saying a word. Black lines rushed ahead, and the light was left behind, forming a phenomenon similar to the tail of light. The light in front would be strongly compressed, the wavelength would be shortened, and the frequency would be increased, making the front present a strong light, like a bright light ball. The combination of the light ball and the black line flew for hundreds of planetary days. During this period, it passed through at least 10 information isolation zones. Finally, in a nebula with complex signals and variable radiation, the mecha frenzy restored its human form and disappeared without saying a word. At the original place, only a high-tech box was left floating in the interstellar dust. It was not that Gao Gong did not want to run further, but that the refining of the illusion master suddenly reached a critical moment, and Gao Gong had to go all out at this moment. At this time, the box was no longer a cabin. It was an entire observed starry sky. The planets in the fake starry sky turned into all kinds of strange evil gods, but before the images were polluted, they were crushed by the horrible biological fluctuations. During this period, the collector also tried to rotate the planet and summon the projection of the Golden Palace, which was one of its most precious collections, a cosmic treasure. However, a golden beam of light just fell, and was torn into pieces. The mechanical planet transformed by the mecha frenzy, and the roar of the horrible creatures sealed inside the planet. There are also a lot of mechanical debris brought by the confrontation between the two sides. The biggest loss of suppressing a biological body is actually the mechanical parts, whether it is the suppressing party or the suppressed party. Didn't you say that you have figured out the bottom of this fake? The old helmsman looked at Patrick angrily. Patrick touched his cheek with his tentacles and said with a smile, "It was just a small mistake. I never thought that the space technology of the Colossus would have a breakthrough at this time, but we are making technical adjustments. You'd better make technical adjustments instead of letting others clean up your mess." The so-called mistake is that every time the mecha frenzy compresses the Elephant Master to the limit, accompanied by a huge roar, a Colossus weapon will always emerge from the void. This leader-specific Colossus weapon is like an ancient god cast in steel. Its body is comparable to a satellite. Its huge size creates a chilling sense of oppression inside the box. Its main body combines streamlined and angular geometric structures. The dark silver titanium alloy outer armor is layered, and the surface is etched with spiderweb-like energy patterns, like a mysterious cosmic totem. Compared with the previous version of the Colossus, this version is not only humanoid, but also more powerful. The gravity anchors that look like human hair are not only in the hundreds of millions, but also constantly distort space and try to anchor reality. This puts a lot of pressure on the old helmsman. And this kind of special Colossus is not just 1, but 10. In other words, 9 have appeared before. Whenever the mecha frenzy compresses the illusion master to the limit and is about to grind the opponent's body, the opponent can always magically summon such a Colossus divine soldier to expand the mecha frenzy, and with the tens of millions of thrusters on the body, it sprays plasma flames for tens of kilometers, like the core of a star. It's like the mechanical Pangu is about to open the mecha chaos. Every time this happens, another killer of Gao Gong appears. Xiao Yu, with half-opened and half-closed eyes, floats in the void, and the core of the god-killing great sword in his hand, the god-killing system, is activated again. When Xiao Yu swung the sword, wherever the blade passed, a sharp hissing sound came from the center of the black tide. It was the electronic consciousness of the mechanical body trembling in fear. This sword was not intended for physical cutting, but to forcibly invade the central processor and neural network of the mechanical body through the resonance frequency. The torrent of consciousness released by the blade was like countless tiny spiritual tentacles, infiltrating every circuit and chip of the mechanical body. The Colossus God Soldier collapsed again. Just like the previous 9 times, the dark silver titanium alloy armor was the first to crack. Like the surface of a planet bombarded by a group of meteorites, countless spiderweb-like cracks spread at the speed of a supernova explosion. The dark blue energy line suddenly turned into a dazzling scarlet. The energy flows that once injected life into the Colossus soldiers turned into uncontrolled energy magma at this moment, gushing out along the cracks and condensing into glowing crystal clusters in the vacuum environment. The pulse scanning array on the head was like a broken honeycomb, and the 6 sets of ring detectors were blown into pieces one after another. The scarlet light turned pale in the violent explosion. The thick mechanical arm broke first at the joint, and the barrel of the annihilation-level particle cannon suddenly collapsed inward, and the stored purple plasma lost its restraint, instantly triggering a violent chain reaction. The terrifying light lit up from the center of the black tide, and then radiated around, and a large number of mechanical parts and fragments would be ejected. Every time this happened, the old helmsman would grin. The collector looked at the mechanical girl hanging in the void in shock, and there was even a hint of fear in his big eyes. Although it was obvious that the opponent's human engine had entered the overload mode, the mechanical palm holding the sword was still emitting a wisp of smoke. However, as long as the opponent held the dangerous sword, the collector felt the fear from the depths of his soul. The opponent could definitely cut off his soul with one sword, and even the authority of the Supreme that he relied on could not stop the opponent. A quantum figure suddenly appeared beside the two. He has quantum properties similar to the box, which means he exists when he is observed, and disappears when he is not observed. Almost there. The two were refreshed. Finally, they could suppress the other party. Thanks to you this time, General Cybertron, the collector said sincerely. He also began to use honorifics. The quantum figure nodded slightly, without being modest. In fact, there was no need to be modest. Before, when he fought his way into the battlefield with various weapons, and Can the Illusion Master, his health was only consumed by 50 billion. But in order to wear down all the resistance of the other party, the mecha frenzy operated without gaps during these 100 days, and the health consumed was actually 10 times that of the previous battlefield. Whenever the opponent summoned the Colossus to try to break out of the siege, it was a blood-sucking battle. The opponent was not only a cross-civilization-level star-level mechanical body, but most importantly, this fake actually took a half-step in the direction of the undead leader. You actually did it. The leader of the Colossus country on the opposite side spoke for the first time. If you are talking about the undead leader, then it is indeed true, Gao Gong said frankly. Although it was a bit coincidental, it was done. This is an exchange at the level of civilization leaders. I didn't expect that in this galaxy. In addition to natural disasters such as insects, there are also monsters, like you hidden. The leader of the Colossus country expressed his heartfelt emotion. Chapter 1425. From the perspective of this Lord of the Elephants, the mechanical body in front of him definitely came from an unfathomable mechanical civilization. After all, in theory, if you want to take the route of the undead leader, you must be in the middle and late stages of a mechanical civilization. For the Colossus, it is already a pleasing trick. Their powerful carbon-based bodies can create greater mechanical redundancy. But he probably didn't expect that someone was better than him in taking shortcuts. Gao Gong smiled and didn't explain. He opened his palms, and a large number of mechanical parts began to separate and reorganize, transforming into cage tools. It was as if flesh and blood were screaming in steel. His body was nailed to a huge mechanical cross, his spine was fused to the alloy skeleton, his nerve endings were pierced by nanofibers, and countless silver snakes gnawed the last bioelectric current. They poured in from the cracks in his eye sockets, mouth, and chest, and condensed into cold thorns in his blood vessels. During this process, Lord of the Elephants did not try to resist. However, the powerful extreme biological body is useless under this level of mechanical suppression. Although Gao Gong's mechanical frenzy has not yet reached the microscopic level, but he ensured that if the opponent has any signs of entering carbon-based fusion, he will decompose every part of the opponent's body. Shrek's immortal body is based on eating too many carbon-based fruits. The opponent can't do this. The eyes of the Lord of the Elephants flashed with full pain. After all, the pain of this kind of metal liquid being poured into the body is 10 times that of enema. The next step is up to you. The collector floated over leisurely, and a symbol belonging to the Supreme appeared on his pointed forehead, which was emitting a unique spatial light. Seeing this scene, the expression of the Lord of the Elephants finally changed. Surprise or accident? The collector deliberately asked. The Lord of the Elephants was silent for a moment and said, "You are offending an existence that you can't afford to offend at all. There are so many existences that I can't afford to offend, and this one is not bad. Once the Old World Master returns to the main universe, we will all die, right? This is the fate of the organization. That is your fate, not mine." Seeing that the Lord of the Elephants was still unwilling to speak, the collector looked at the old helmsman. The old helmsman flew over with his head held high, feeling that he had boarded the pirate ship and couldn't get off. As a black market owner on the side of the evil god, he, the captain of the death god, has rich experience in interrogation and forced confession. Under the eyes of the evil god, there is nothing that cannot be exposed. But interrogating a civilization leader is indeed exciting enough. So he closed his eyes, muttering the evil god's mumbling that outsiders could not understand. Soon, a small piece of the rotten dimension was summoned out, like a veil, covering the body of the elephant master. The rotten dimension was like a torn space forcibly stitched together, and a sticky dark light seeped out of the cracks. As soon as it was covered, the elephant master's body grew thousands of human faces, each of which was screaming silently, with lips moving but no sound, and eyeballs pierced by black tentacles, and the pupils reflected the sins of the person being tried throughout his life. The other two people were so scared that their hair stood on end. As expected of a severely infected patient, the effect is fierce. Soon, these contaminated information were reobserved by the box as normal biological information, which was translated into text and directly reflected in front of the three people. High-end interrogation does not require any cooperation from the interrogated person at all. Looking at these cracked information, the three people sometimes looked solemn and sometimes shocked. It turns out that the so-called Supreme is actually a carbon-based fruit imitation, a conscious artificial fruit. No wonder, no wonder. "No, it's still different," said Gao Gong softly. "The god system in the carbon-based system, from carbon-based fruit to carbon-based god, is equivalent to mastering the power of the rules of this universe step by step. But once out of the universe, these fruits will wither immediately, and the power of the rules they master will also be stripped away. Vice versa. So although the Old World Master is an ultimate creature outside this main universe, once he enters the main universe, all the power of rules will be forcibly stripped away. Therefore, the essence of the Supreme Organization is actually a carbon-based tree. The Old Master used some unknown method to plant a tree in the main universe. As the tree grows, it will grow self-aware fruits, which are the so-called Supremes. For concealment, these fruits are not activated, but remain in the main universe, waiting for the Old Master to reach the other side. Once that person descends, all the Supremes will complete the final evolution, become carbon-based fruits, and be absorbed by him. The Old Master, who has absorbed dozens of carbon-based fruits that have been developed to 100%, will instantly restore his power outside the universe and descend in full glory. There has only ever been one so-called Supreme Being, and that is the Old World Master. As for the Supreme Organization, as the name suggests, it is exactly the organization of this person, the kind of human body organization. After getting the truth, the collector's always smiling face was extremely ugly at this moment. The other two people also understood it very well. After all, no one wanted to be a nutrient, and it was a nutrient of this level. Although I don't know how the other party will absorb it specifically, There is no doubt that since the Supreme Being dared to let it go, there must be a way to recycle it. I want to go and calm down. The collector directly left the box, and went to reality to calm down. As for Gao Gong, although he sympathized with the other party a little, he did not forget his main purpose. As the biological information was constantly observed, he also knew the truth that the other party had smuggled out from the parallel universe. The reason was still related to the old world master. This illusion master sneaked in from the origin universe under the arrangement of that person just to plant the carbon-based tree in the main universe. The origin universe is the name of the parallel universe. The reason why it is called origin is that as a parallel universe, it is one of the few ancient parallel universes, and the first parallel universe after the Big Bang. This kind of parallel universe is also very rare in parallel time and space, because the early main universe was quite unstable, and there are very few that still exist today. It is also a rare material for studying the Big Bang. It can even deduce the environment before the Big Bang. I feel like I'm going to get rich. This was Gao Gong's first reaction. But soon, he had a headache again. If it's just picking up a parallel universe, there's no problem. But the way to open this parallel universe is the authority of the Supreme on the other party. If the existence of the old world master is known by the space-time administration, it will definitely be focused on, and most of the time, this authority will be taken back. If we bypass the space-time administration and directly develop the parallel universe, we are worried that it will be usurped by an advanced civilization that is capable of monitoring it. Unless we conceal the news of the Supreme Being first, register it as an ordinary parallel universe, and develop it until a stable space channel is created, and then leak this information. We need to find a space-time agent with low IQ and limited knowledge to help. Gao Gong immediately had a candidate in his mind. Chapter 1426. After confirming the plan, the next thing is how to deal with this person. Senior engineer and old helmsman both prefer to kill him directly. However, this needs to consider the collector's idea. Kill! After this, Patrick came back. His temperament seemed to have a little more ruthlessness. I don't believe that the old thing can still come down after the Supreme Organization is completely destroyed. The face of the false master changed, and he wanted to say something. However, the quantum senior engineer pointed his finger, and the humanoid mechanical frenzy was instantly launched. From the inside to the outside, countless black lines rotated wildly, and the flesh of the extreme creature disappeared visibly with the naked eye. The facial features of the false master disappeared instantly, turning into a vague shadow of a door. The door seemed to open a little. Stop him! As a senior engineer who had once single-handedly brushed the old world master, he naturally knew what would happen next. Shall use stream of consciousness kill, Lao Duda's level 4 observation, Patrick's golden palace, and even Gao Gong's mechanical eyes were dark again. With a flick of his finger, a head jumped high from the opponent's neck. The black line instantly covered the upper and lower sections, wrapping and swallowing any part of the opponent's body. You killed the civilization leader of the Colossus, the Lord of Elephants. The reputation of the Colossus is negative 10 million, and the current status is dead enemy. You killed the civilization leader with your own hands. The number of civilization leaders killed, 1. Your leader reputation increased by 30,000. You get 5 mechanical puzzles, and 5 biological puzzles. You get 100 random draws. You get 1 branch of the technology tree. You get an artificial bloodline draw opportunity. You get 3 random third-level skills. You get the Gate of the Supreme Authority. As the body of the Lord of Illusions was completely decomposed, a series of dripping sounds rang out from the system. The difficulty of personally killing a civilization leader is roughly equivalent to the difficulty of beheading a general and seizing a flag in ancient times. Not only is it difficult, but the chances are even smaller. Gao Gong can do this. The collector's information and the old helmsman's box are both indispensable. After the illusion master disappeared, the previous door shadow did not disappear, but was suspended in the air. The magical thing is that when this group of door shadows appeared, the collector's body also bloomed with the same light. My position as the Supreme is a spatial parameter, and it is a door. The positions can be exchanged, but one person cannot occupy 2 positions. The collector also completely broke the jar and pointed his finger. A holographic projection like a star map appeared. Half of the positions showed specific supreme authority, such as infinite cell division, fluid evolution, gravity. Gao Gong frowned. Gravity? Doesn't this overlap with his own gravity fruit? Only one consciousness can exist in one position, unless the position is exchanged. Most of the intrigues in the organization over the years are also for this. The collector's tone was dull. But I still want to warn you. This door must have the cosmic coordinates you need. But if you use it for a long time, you may be infected and become a supreme after the transformation. Senior engineer squinted his eyes and looked at the star map. Sure enough, the more he looked at it, the more it looked like a tree. 99 supreme positions are equivalent to absorbing 99 carbon-based fruits directly if the other party wants to descend. It is more than enough for a group of gods. Gao Gong confirmed again that this old master was one of the infinite powerful ones in the midterm version of the infinite powerful one's world. It's okay, it's still uncertain who will infect whom. Gao Gong absorbed the mark of the door into his body without any hesitation. Ding dong, the Supreme One is transforming. The other two people's eyes flashed with admiration. Dare to directly confront the ultimate creatures. It must be said that the other party's courage is amazing. TSK, Gao Gong probably guessed the two people's thoughts, and couldn't help but complain in his heart. After two crossovers, if he can't develop into a high-level civilization in the midterm of the game, he might as well die. At that time, even if an ultimate creature came in person, it would be nothing more than giving him a top-level experimental material. Those infinite powerful ones were very fierce in the early stage, and many of them severely damaged the ascended civilization. But after those top civilizations reacted, it was nothing more than sending food. After all, the stowaways can't be on the stage. Sensing the only complex cosmic parameter fluctuation inside the door, the senior engineer confirmed that it was the coordinates of the origin universe. What are your plans next? Don't you want to go to the parallel universe with me? This universe is very old, and there may be cosmic relics. The premise of being able to collect is to be able to hunt for treasures. Real treasures are difficult to obtain no matter how noble the channel is. Unfortunately, the collector shook his head. I am leaving this galaxy and going to find some old acquaintances and ask for some favors that I didn't use back then. Those Supremes are not easy to deal with. Then take care of yourself. I suggest you don't rush to explore that parallel universe now. There is a storm coming here. The first sealed object has been unsealed, and there is no guarantee that the second and third will not be unsealed. You are on the civilized route, with a large family and a lot of business, and you have finally imitated the mecha craze. If you don't go there, it will take hundreds of planetary years to come back. By then, I am afraid that the situation will be completely beyond your expectations. Gao Gong was not surprised that the collector recognized his method. Those who can appraise treasures must have a sharp eye. He was just curious about another thing. If the first sealed object you said is a bug, then what are the remaining two? You know, when I suppressed the machine cracking star, there are some things I don't know. The collector looked at Gao Gong deeply. His eyes were quite playful. As far as I know, the three sealed objects that were suppressed are subatomic zerg, flesh and blood, and the other one seems to be a split body of some civilization disaster. Flesh and blood? Senior engineer could understand the first and third, but the second one was more abstract. This pool of flesh and blood seems to be the product of a certain ascended species being suppressed by the ancient mechanical civilization. It has a high concentration of pollution. It is precisely because it is difficult to handle that it was brought all the way here and sealed and suppressed. After all, there are no ascended species around the cyber test site, so there will be no complaints. Can this flesh and blood interfere with ascended species? Senior engineer was slightly surprised. If the seal is intact, there is basically no need to worry. But with the technology of the ascended civilization, it is likely to be discovered. The purple giant overlord is too lazy to get entangled with others, so he has been carrying it with him. The disease you contracted may be caused by it. No, it has nothing to do with it. Senior engineer knew at a glance that the other party had misunderstood something, but it was difficult to explain. Silence for a moment. Then I wish you good luck. Old helmsman, my territory is very large, and we have many ships, which can accommodate your black market. The old helmsman rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm stupid? The war of civilizations has reached this intensity, and I just killed a civilization leader as an accomplice. If I don't run away at this time, I will die. It seems that the two black market owners are going to advance and retreat together. A gift for you. The old helmsman threw a dimensional bag. Gao Gong took a glance and saw that it was full of third-level potions, all from the evil god. I give you a gift too. The collector also threw something over, and Gao Gong raised his eyebrows slightly after getting it. Chapter 1427. Name, Golden Box. Rank, Unknown. Equipment attributes, Attack Power 0, Defense Power 0, Mechanical Module, None, Biological Module, None. Function, an unknown box. After opening, it will undergo unknown changes due to the observer effect. Remarks. A strange equipment composed of fragments of cosmic treasures, which has the ability to revive the dead to a certain extent. When Gao Gong took the box, he immediately looked at the two in surprise. There is no doubt that this is a replica of the old helmsman body, and the main material used is the Cosmic Treasure Golden Palace, and it seems to be mixed with some other Cosmic Treasure fragments. What does this mean? Just a backup. I hope there will be no time to use it. Don't look at me, he is the one who made it, and I don't know if this thing is useful. The old helmsman shrugged. Gao Gong played with it for a while, with a strange smile. You gave me this thing, aren't you afraid that I will die before you? A smart guy like you will definitely not die before us. In the interstellar era, it is not that easy to completely kill a person. Personality backup, consciousness backup, cell daughter. Don't have too many of these things. Of course, it is not certain whether they are reliable or not. This golden box is probably one of them. It is probably to prevent the arrival of the old master and survive from death. It is hard to say about the effect. Because if that person's carbon-based tree is really that powerful, it can completely achieve information deletion at the cosmic level. Even the memories of the two of Gao Gong will be deleted together, and the logic is complete and seamless. Trying to create a second creation through the observer effect, the effect is really hard to say. But with him around, these two really can't die. Your civilization restoration task, Origin Supreme Tracing Task completion rate has reached 50%. Please draw your phased rewards. Reward 1. A random cosmic treasure. Reward 2. A random 3rd/4th order building. Reward 3. Important, please deliver the information and body parts related to the old master to the ancient machinery old man. Receive the reward of the senior civilization leader, and get the clues for the next part of the task. System, you are too good. In my current state, I will go to pay a visit to this mechanical ancestor, and I will be kicked out immediately. He is not a bumpkin who can't get out of the galaxy. He can definitely see at first glance what route he is taking. Origin Supreme. Senior engineer muttered to himself. I carefully scanned the mission introduction again. The Supreme spread an ancient virus called the Origin virus, intending to contaminate the core of the 7th level civilization, the ancient machinery kingdom. An unexpected variable caused the conspiracy to collapse like a domino. Under the spread of mechanical glory, all the dark things in the universe fled. Although you are the first person to flip the domino, neither the mechanical throne nor your direct superior Xinghuan suppression purple giant star expects you to continue to have good luck. In my impression, in the mid-game, in addition to the infinite powerful world, there is also the most famous plot of the fall of ancient civilization. Old antiques like the ancient machinery old man and the machine mom died in batches. It turns out that these two plots can be connected. The infinite powerful are targeting these ancient civilizations. Could it be that they want to occupy the magpie's nest? Gao Gong uttered a sigh and suddenly thought of a possibility. Could it be that the false lord's occupation of the Colossus Kingdom was not a coincidence, but a small experiment in the early stage? I was wondering how this task could be a pseudo-flight upgrade, but it could actually involve two cosmic-level plots. What a pity. Gao Gong looked at the completion rate of this task again, no more, no less, just 50%. For this kind of completion type of task, the good stuff is definitely in the later stage. Maybe it can be related to that group of ancient civilizations. You know, the favorability of that group of cosmic-level Lao Deng is not ordinary, and difficult to brush. And if this task is well run, it will definitely be an opportunity to reach the sky in one step. But I can't do it myself. If I want to continue to advance the task, I must meet with Guji Lao Deng, and this first step is stuck. It doesn't work even with the help of the Purple Giant's channel. This level of news, this old man can't confirm it without using a mechanical can to soak himself for 10 days and 10 nights. It doesn't work to pass it to the players either. Being targeted by a civilization leader of this level, the news of the fourth disaster might be leaked in advance. What a pity. After parting, the mechanical body began to wander aimlessly, truly aimlessly. Sometimes, it even relied on guessing the color of the next aurora to confirm the direction. Although information civilization is best at cyber fortune-telling. But it is not certain that the Colossus country can hire an expert in this area. So let's hang out outside for a while first. Anyway, no one would associate Mr. G, who had just fought and killed a Zerg king, and was seriously injured, with the mysterious mechanical body under the starry sky. With the help of the biological perspective, Gao Gong also saw a good show. After the mysterious machine took away the leader of civilization, the Lord of Elephants, the insect side also activated the real killer. It was a space planet wrapped by countless layers of subspace. Somehow it bypassed the space blockade of the Void Dwellers and landed on the periphery of the Void Giant Hole. Then, there was a large-scale Void War, and according to subsequent statistics, the subspaces affected were as many as thousands. At present, it seems that neither side has got what they want. At least, except for the leader of the Colossus, no obituary of any civilization leader has been issued. It was a lonely fight. As for Gao Gong, he took a detour while extracting the rewards. Considering his ordinary physique, Gao Gong decided to make a cushion first, and save the good things for the end. The first draw was naturally the free random draw. You draw Dancing Robot *1. You draw Time and Space Disorder Alarm Clock. You draw 100,000 experience points. You draw Specialization Points *1. You draw Specialization Points *2. You draw Qua Party AI Chip. You draw Level 2 Skill Liquid Metal Arm Transformation. You draw Lost Compass. Although quite a few equipment names are funny, but the effects are inexplicably practical. For example, the Time and Space Disorder Alarm Clock, its effect is to anchor a time flow that is completely different from yours. Then according to the time of that time and space, it wakes you up at a fixed time and place. You should know that most of the time flow does not necessarily move in a uniform straight line. That is the welfare model of the main universe. In many time and space, the time flow is not a uniform straight line. Suddenly, it is like an electrocardiogram beating a few times, and it may be dozens or hundreds of planetary years. It is also completely possible. This is also the reason for the collector's warning. Exploring parallel time and space will not only bring rich rewards, but also unexpected risks. With the Time and Space Disorder Alarm Clock, Gao Gong can confirm the changes in the time flow of that parallel time and space. If the alarm rings very frequently, it is probably that the time flow has fluctuated. In addition to this alarm clock, the Lost Compass is also very useful. Gao Gong is really lost now, and he is so lost that he doesn't even know the direction. The good thing is that even if the people of the Colossus want to avenge their leader, they can't find him. Because Gao Gong himself doesn't know where he is now. Chapter 1428. It turns out that Gao Gong is neither a European emperor nor a non-European emperor. These 100 consecutive draws are neither mediocre nor explosive. Except for the interesting equipments such as the Time and Space Alarm Clock and the Lost Compass, there are no top-quality items, and of course no guaranteed bottom-up items. So next, Gao Gong decided to start with the puzzle. As the image was activated, 5 mechanical puzzles shot out and combined with each other. At the same time, 5 biological puzzles also shot out and combined with each other. Detected that the 2 puzzles have 35.1% overlap. Do you want to do a double puzzle? If the double puzzle is successful, the building will rise 1 level. If the puzzle fails, the building will fall 1 level. Detected different properties in the 2 puzzles. After completing the puzzle, the building will have both carbon-based and mechanical functions. Gao Gong's mind moved. The dual system. Could it be a fusion route building? Isn't it that his luck has finally come? With the consent, the 10 pieces began to be separated and reassembled like a classic jigsaw puzzle game, and debris kept falling from the puzzle, making Gao Gong's heart sink. Sure enough, bad luck finally came as expected. Puzzle failed. This civilization building is downgraded by 1 level. After monitoring, the original mechanical puzzle can be combined into a 4th-level civilization building, and the original biological puzzle can be combined into a 3rd-level civilization building. Under the double puzzle, the success rate of the 4th-level building is 34.4%, and the success rate of the 3rd-level building is 98.1%. The broken puzzle began to reassemble, forming a very strange gate shape. Puzzle completed, you get the 3rd-level building. The door of perversion, huh? Senior engineer confirmed again and again to make sure that he was not dazzled. This name is too perverted. Name, perverted door. Category, small civilization building. Quality, 3rd-level civilization. Attribute, biological system/mechanical system. Weight, ? Function, seamlessly transform mechanical species into carbon-based organisms, and vice versa. Usage restriction 1, organisms below level 85. Usage restriction 2, bioenergy/mechanical energy below 15 million. Remarks, TSK, changing the life form is really perverted. This double-sided door stands in the system space, emitting a mysterious and subtle light. The door is about 3 meters high and rectangular in shape. The frame is made of an unknown material that shines with metallic luster but seems to have the texture of life. One side is a mechanical material that shines with a cold and hard light, and the other side is like a biological vein, constantly mobilizing genetic codes. This thing. You say it's useless, but this is the first fusion building in the camp. It's the kind that can be recorded in history. But if you say it's useful, at least all the NPCs in the camp can't use it, unless they are civil servants who take the government route, such as Qin Jinzi, Gao Gong thought about it, and only thought of this one person, the only one. Even many top players can't use it. This thing seems to give ordinary players a chance to change the professional system, combined with a morphological fruit, from resetting points to changing professions. It's a one-stop service. Gao Gong finally realized the importance of this thing. Civilization ascension. Gao Gong himself is not worried, nor are the NPCs in the camp. The most worried people are actually the players. What these idiots are best at is to make some random changes, and then make the account useless. Although there are fewer and fewer players who make random changes now, there are still more of them than before. Gao Gong is worried that if he ascends, his chance of ascending will drop to what extent given the human body development level of these idiots. Moreover, the basic quality requirements for taking the fusion route are very high. The basic quality of every member of every civilization that takes the fusion route is extremely strong. This is really important enough. Gao Gong muttered to himself. More importantly, all the equipment produced by this system have the effect of imitation and reverse push. If this abnormal gate can be mass-produced, or even upgraded, it can really be called a treasure of civilization. This thing is more precious than 10 cosmic treasures. So, it's a good thing that it failed. If you succeeded, with the mechanical technology of our camp, we really don't have the ability to reverse it. Speaking of technology, Gao Gong decided to point out the technology tree branch *1 first. A crystal branch grew out of the system space and pierced into the technology tree panel. Please select the technology branch you want to light up. It turns out that the so-called technology branch is the professional knowledge chain. Gao Gong suddenly realized. There are not many great technology trees nowadays. Small and medium-sized celestial body transformation, nanotechnology, special technology of a certain civilized race. The last one seems to be related to race technology, and is strongly related to race blood. Gao Gong's mind moved and he took out another reward. You get the artificial bloodline Fire Thief name, Fire Thief. Rank, 3rd rank rare. Category, Energy System. Advanced Talents, Advanced Fire Thief, Energy Assimilation, Fire of the same frequency, Undead. Remarks, there is a small chance to get the boss template Prometheus. This effect is only for NPCs, Energy Bloodline. Although this Fire Thief bloodline is pretty awesome, it's like everyone has practiced the star absorbing technique. And Gao Gong obviously saw that this thing was the nemesis of energy machinery. Ordinary energy weapons could not kill it, but it could easily absorb the enemy's energy source, such as the fire box. It even seemed to be able to absorb some biological energy. If this thing could raise a legion, the effect would be no less than the legendary Void Monster Legion. But the problem was that he had a mechanic technology tree, and he had no use for an energy bloodline. There was no way. Gao Gong hesitated between small and medium-sized celestial body transformation and nanotechnology, and chose nanotechnology. Although nanotechnology is unlikely to beat subatomic technology, it is also good to study it. After all, they are all microscopic technologies. The next moment, the whole crystal branch lit up, and the 7 luminous nodes turned into 7 professional knowledge. You get the occupational knowledge microscopic materials. You get the occupational knowledge nano-programming. You get the occupational knowledge nano-life research. You get the occupational knowledge cluster consciousness. You get the occupational knowledge ultra-micro information communication. You get the occupational knowledge quantum technology nano-branch. You get the occupational knowledge deep material manipulation. After the 7 occupational knowledges were combined, a blueprint was unexpectedly swiped out. You get the core blueprint Deep Nano Hub, the ultimate product of this branch of technology, a nano-god machine with autonomous AI, autonomous evolution, nano-cluster control, and other functions. You have a god machine. Will you explode? Senior engineer studied this blueprint and found that the level of this blueprint exceeded the upper limit of level 15, but it did not belong to the level of the 4th order building. After all, if the 4th order building is to be developed, it is definitely not just a professional knowledge chain. But this blueprint seems to be for nano special attack? Senior engineer touched his chin and talked to himself. I immediately thought of the 1,000 Faces civilization. If this thing is used well, it might be a killer. Maybe my luck has almost run out, and I didn't get any good stuff from the remaining 3 3rd level skills. But even so, I still gained a lot. It's time to go back. Chapter 1429. It may take many years to recover from the damage caused by the war. This is especially true for interstellar wars. Gao Gong, organism, looked at the outer space, and the dark purple energy flow twisted in the void like a living thing. A large number of mirror fragments appeared in the vacuum of the universe. Many space fragments also reflected the scenes of the previous war. Some space fragments were like drunken men, spitting out a large number of mechanical parts and corpses. Gao Gong was sure that many of these parts were his body. After being hit by so many star cannons, the wounds must have decomposed something. However, the anti-Zerg alliance should not be able to detect anything. Even if they found it, they would think it was the wreckage of the Mecha Frenzy. This battle was really tragic. The three-eyed governor next to him sighed sincerely, even with a trace of lingering fear. The real interstellar war made these local tyrants see its cruelty. And another partner of Gao Gong, Ms. Emma, disappeared. She died, her body devoured by the invading bugs. A leader of a second-level civilization was devoured without even putting up much resistance. Even her collection, the reproductive organs of a group of second-level to third-level species, were eaten clean. That's good. At least after she goes down, she doesn't have to worry about having no toys to use. The Leviathan Elder on the side also flew over, hovering next to the senior engineer, standing behind him with his back bent, without saying a word. This elder lost a hand. As for the trivial parts lost on his body, there will be more. Because of the previous battle, this one was pushed to the limit, and had to show his original form. The satellite-class space monster almost attracted a Zerg army at once. Although Leviathan's biomagnetic field can create large-scale energy tides, it can't withstand the enemy's large number. Fortunately, this old man has enough blood, otherwise he would have been eaten clean. Microscopic species are so perverted. No matter how strong you are, as long as they can consume a drop of your blood, they can swallow you clean. In fact, if it weren't for Gao Gong's help in the later period to hold off a Zerg king who rushed over, this one would have died. Compared with all other interstellar leaders, Gao Gong's record of bombarding and killing a Zerg king and fighting a Zerg king is absolutely outstanding. In fact, even if it is placed on the entire battlefield, this record is quite outstanding, not inferior to the top individual combat power of any civilization. It deserves to be the first extreme creature. Later, after confirmation, it was found that this Zerg king was indeed the latest evolved super soldier, which had never been seen before. Moreover, this style must have evolved from the King Slayer. This discovery made the top leaders of the Anti-Insect Alliance somewhat speechless. It took a lot of effort to develop a special weapon for insects, but not long after, the insects pushed back this biotechnology and evolved even stronger. As soon as this super weapon appeared, it brought huge damage, and many top leaders fell into its hands. Originally, with Gao Gong's powerful record, there should be a commendation meeting. However, the disappearance of the leader of the Colossus Kingdom was too shocking. Now the entire Alliance's intelligence network is working hard to try to find the leader of the Colossus Kingdom. This is the second civilization leader who died in the Insect War. He was not even killed by the Queen of Insects herself. Does this mean that there is a second Queen-level combat power in the Insect civilization? And there are rumors that a secret Alliance intelligence team has also been established, which is said to be to investigate some secret phenomena that have appeared on the battlefield. Gao Gong is 100% sure that the secret phenomenon is related to the ascending species. Therefore, the original commendation meeting became a personal condolence of several generals, and the third-level biological building of the Seed of Life was dispatched for physical repair. The results proved that Gao Gong was indeed exhausted. Although absorbing the carbon-based imprint can enjoy the treatment of ascending combat power in advance, the price is not without, that is, the severe overdraft of various biological indicators. All the senior engineers accepted medical monitoring calmly. The obtained physical data also confirmed that the other party was indeed exhausted and unlikely to do anything fancy. I'm leaving. Gao Gong finally retracted his gaze and said meaningfully, "See you on the battlefield." The three-eyed governor's mouth twitched and finally replied, "See you on the battlefield." After signing the Gene Alliance, this group of people had a military communication channel that would not leak secrets, and they also knew their next military mission. The three-eyed governor's army was included in the war sequence of the next SEAL's counterattack, and Gao Gong was also in it. This is a part of the 4-star Swirl counterattack. The Cybertron army was also drawn. A mechanical army. A biological army. These are the troops that Gao Gong must be drawn. Obviously, the top leaders of the Anti-Insect Alliance confirmed Gao Gong's troops in several Longhorned Whale counterattacks. Especially the two most powerful ones, the Fire Seed Mechanical Army and the Radiation Goddess Army. Originally, Gao Gong thought that 3 troops would be drawn, such as his own Shipgirl army, which was also drawn. After all, the Myrta people should have known about their hidden troops. It seems that after the alliance was established, this group of top leaders was sure that we would not turn against us, so there was no need to exhaust all the resources. After all, the genes of our group of people were engraved in that book. Gao Gong's genes were also included, but because of a bug, Gao Gong could clearly feel that the constraints of this contract were only limited to him 3 seconds ago. What does he have to do with himself 3 seconds ago? Cosmic relics are not omnipotent. This book of coevolution does not have any function on the time and space side. Gao Gong confirmed this through personal experience. It's not interesting to go back. Gao Gong said goodbye to the depressed three-eyed governor, but the Leviathan elder followed him without saying a word. Wait, wait! Before Gao Gong boarded the Galen starship, a petite voice panted. Gao Gong turned around and found a little golden-skinned lowly jumping off the shuttle excitedly, with the aho hair on her head particularly eye-catching. What's your relationship with Miss Hepa? I'm her daughter, uncle. Don't you think I look familiar? Looking at the little girl, who already had some beauty, Gao Gong suddenly realized that giving birth to Shrek was the second child, and this one was the first child. What do you want? Uncle, I wrote a letter. Can you please bring it to my biological father? As soon as this was said, the Leviathan elder couldn't help but look at the other party, and there were indeed some marks of Leviathan blood. It's not impossible. But you must not tell my mother, the little girl said nervously, looking around with her big eyes. Okay. Gao Gong nodded. He keenly noticed that there were at least 3 90-level metal executors around the other party. After all, it was the firstborn daughter, so it made sense to enjoy the treatment of a national treasure. Then I'm leaving. Goodbye, uncle. Seeing that this notorious big man was easier to talk to than expected, the little girl was very happy, and waved to him enthusiastically. You haven't given me your letter yet. Oh, I almost forgot. The moment he received the letter, for some reason, Gao Gong's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the back of the other party leaving, Gao Gong casually swiped a probe. Name, here. Level 71. Bloodline, New Galen Bloodline / Leviathan Bloodline / Zur Queen Jean. Chapter 1430. What a show. Really a show. Amazing show. On the other side, on the black cloud transformed by the mechanical body, the quantum figure muttered to himself. Is the operation so showy? The gold skin and the silver skin were infiltrated at the same time. One was infiltrated into the treasure of civilization, and the other was infiltrated into the next generation. Gao Gong couldn't imagine how exciting the scene would be after the next generation of gold skin grew up. It can only be said that it is worthy of being classified as a natural disaster species in the carbon-based system, and it is professional in species evolution. If I continue like this, I will become the main force in anti-insects, right? No, I also have an insider, and I am thinking about turning against him halfway. Boss, what are you mumbling about? Xiao Yu, who was sitting on the black cloud, asked curiously. Nothing, you play your game. Okay. Looking at the jubilant look on the opposite side, Gao Gong hummed a little. The previous tracing mission gave him a civilization building and a cosmic treasure. He drew the civilization building, but he was not lucky enough to draw the 4th level building. The 3rd level building, Laser Prism Fortress, is a standard space war weapon, equivalent to a branch category of Star Fortress, with enhanced energy weapon modules and mobile modules. But in the cosmic treasure, he drew a very powerful weapon, a cosmic treasure of the structure type, or in other words, a cosmic treasure level structure. Name, Starfall Judgment. Structure Starfall Judgment. Starlight falls in the crack of the dark sky, carrying flames to the sky and breaking the night curtain. The ancient spiritual power condenses into a sharp blade, and the 9-day mighty force casts a male embryo. The wind and clouds are angry when the cold light flashes, and the ghosts are sad when the purple lightning rushes. A slash of the universe opens the dark dawn, and the judgment of all things suppresses reincarnation. Category: Cosmic Treasure. Final Structure. Function 1. Starfall Mode. The robot is forced to transform into Star Destroyer mode, with the ability to destroy the planet. Function 2. Judgment Mode. The robot is forced to transform into Life Judgment mode. In this mode, all structures of the Sword Master will be forced to upgrade by 1 level, and any sword technique will automatically have the function of carbon-based decomposition, which will force the carbon-based life to enter other life modes. Note: this is a weapon that can challenge the God System powerhouse. Are you envious? When he drew it out, Gao Gong was very happy, thinking that he was finally possessed by the European Emperor this time, and he was very happy. As a result, before he finished feeling happy, the weapon flew to Xiao Yu's hand. The little girl was surprised for a moment, and then she was very happy, saying that her wish came true. Although she wished for 10 gasoline burgers, It was not impossible to have a weapon. It was obviously his boss who showed up. However, when he saw the function of this judgment divine weapon, Gao Gong knew that this thing was 100% suitable for Xiao Yu. As expected, Gao Gong silently looked at the appearance of the sword. This big sword was wrapped with scarlet energy veins, like flowing biological nerves. The surface of the sword was densely covered with nano-level gene cracking units, like millions of micro-laser blades arranged. The DNA chain of the living organisms affected by the sword light would be bombarded at the quantum level, the base pairs would be disordered, the cells would begin to mutate wildly, and evolve indefinitely towards the direction of unknown life. This is also the core technology of the Construct series. The Construct is not a weapon that emphasizes killing, because pure killing actually has limited damage to high-level carbon-based creatures. Do you dare to believe that even a high-level carbon-based creature with a cell wiped out can rely on biological instincts and its own imprint in the universe to reassemble a carbon-based body? This is already infinitely close to the power of the Creator, and it is also the most powerful power of the carbon-based system. But if the carbon chain is destroyed, it is equivalent to destroying the life gate of every carbon-based strongman. But it's okay, at least it's internal digestion. And when this construct was extracted, Gao Gong clearly felt the fluctuations of the mechanical revolution, and not just one. The host revolution was only suppressed, but it has not been eliminated. However, if it is later, I may also be recognized by this construct. Gao Gong is already thinking about the mass production of the God Killer suit. The God Killer suit was modified into the Frenzy Mech series, and then evolved into the God Killer Frenzy. It was just a patch to make up for the lack of damage of the Mech Frenzy. This is a development direction. There is also another development direction, which is the Nano Mech. Evolving the Nano Storm through the Mech Frenzy is also quite possible. Soon, Gao Gong lost that little bit of imbalance in his heart. With the mechanic tech tree in hand, he could make anything. The speed of the organism returning is faster than that of the mechanical body. When he passed through the virtual membrane, he saw this picture. The entire star system was tightly wrapped by the industrialized giant net, and the core of the star was surrounded by layers of Dyson sphere structures. Countless mirror-like energy collectors surrounded it like a swarm of bees, converting the light of the star into surging energy. The flickering light arcs jumped between the collectors, like a symphony of electric currents on a cosmic scale. The asteroid belt has turned into a giant cosmic mine. Hundreds of millions of mining robots are busy among the meteorites like mechanical locusts. The laser-cutting beams are constantly flashing, breaking up the asteroids instantly, and then transporting the resources to the space processing station through the magnetic traction pipeline. In the processing station, the automated assembly line is running at an almost crazy speed. As the giant mechanical arms are waving, one after another interstellar battleships, mining ships, and transport ships are like industrial products born from the assembly line, waiting to be sent to every corner of the galaxy. The surface of the main planet has been completely covered with steel and alloys. The towering giant factory towers pierce the atmosphere. What gushes out of the chimneys is not smoke and dust, but plasma carrying energy, drawing strange colorful tracks in space. Inside the mechanized planet, a large number of mechanical parts are put into mass production, assembled, and pieced together into mechanical arms. In the eyes of outsiders, the Cybertron Legion is the strength of the two main legions. But after a casual glance at the system, Senior Engineer came to the conclusion. I have 100 divisions. Oh no, 100 legions. As long as there is enough time, the number of legions can be increased by 1, 2, or even more zeros. Director Du, who had been notified long ago, was already waiting in advance. Although he was still wearing the classic white coat and ponytail, his white hair was still very special. Especially after he became a cosmic noble, he naturally had noble dignity. This was like a top-tier noblewoman screwing in, full of disobedience. The two were an old couple, so there was no need for politeness. Director Du got straight to the point. What's the situation? Gao Gong told him about what he had encountered. Director Du was listening calmly at first, but when he heard that there was a Zerg Queen's mark on the Book of Coevolution, he frowned, and finally when he heard that the Galen bloodline had Zerg genes, he frowned again. How can we fight this war? All species have evolved. Isn't it equivalent to adding 2 more civilizations to the insects? Species evolution is not necessarily successful, Senior Engineer comforted the other party, and if you want to forcibly transform species, you also need to consume a lot of Queen's authority, which may not be a bad thing. The Queen's authority is a powerful ability similar to the Creator, with powerful biological rules. It is also the biological nuclear weapon of the insect civilization. It is better to use it on others than on yourself. Why don't you tell the Galen people about this news? Director Du asked. Chapter 1431. In fact, Gao Gong had considered playing tricks on the bugs. That is, leaking this news. Even leaking it not only to the Gallons, but also to the Myrdas. But he eventually rejected this idea. Even if we want to start the evolution of species, it will take a certain amount of time. Before that, the anti-bug alliance is actually very strong. Seeing Director Du looking at him with burning eyes, Gao Gong knew that he couldn't fool the rich woman. In fact, I'm not worried about the war potential of the bugs, I'm worried about the Zerg Queen, Gao Gong said truthfully. No matter how powerful the bugs are, as long as our mechanical farming and warfare mode is formed, we can also fight against her. If she can evolve, we can also evolve, and evolve better and faster. Not to mention the dozens of mechanical masters in his family, even if there is only a system, Gao Gong has this confidence. A life of cheating, no need to explain more. But I can't see through this queen. A normal Zerg queen wouldn't use her authority so frequently. She's overdrawn her authority too much. Isn't she worried that the Zerg consciousness will turn against her? This Director Du inherited Hiluapa's memory of the cosmic nobility, and has some understanding of the Zerg. Now that he thinks about it, it seems that something is really wrong. There are two possibilities. One is that as a seal, she has been transformed by an advanced civilization, and her queen's authority far exceeds that of other Zerg queens in the conventional sense. The second possibility is that she may be looking for the other two seals. These two seals are probably in the first star zone, so she is very eager to kill here, not afraid of loss. Engineer Gao said his two inferences. Director Du understood a little. So, you want to use those two civilizations to test the power limit of this Zerg Queen? Yes. What if she really has no limit? Director Du asked another crucial question. Engineer Gao laughed dryly, and did not say such words as turn to the southeast to ask for a fight, but said with a vigorous masculine aura, then we have to hunt with her in the 4-star. Director Du's eyes were shining, but she knew that this was only the first level of the other party's answer. Creatures like little wolf dogs can be powerful or cute, and being powerful is only the first level. Garans are carbon-based creatures, and Myrdas are also carbon-based creatures. So what? What does her transformation of her carbon-based species have to do with my mechanical revolution? If she wants her gold and silver skin, then give it to her. I will inherit the legacy of the two federations and the Republic for her. Who else can fight against the insects but me? Engineer Gao said righteously. The brilliance in Director Du's eyes immediately turned into a smile. She liked this kind of man who could seamlessly switch between serious and not serious. That's what she said. She also wanted to do it. But when the Zerg Queen would carry out species evolution was not up to her. It was even hard to say whether it would succeed. After all, the golden and silver evils were able to take the mechanical route with their carbon-based bodies, which was quite a trick. So after returning, Gao Gong still focused on his technological development. This thing was a grand and righteous way, and it was more powerful than any scheme. He first found Qin Jinzi, and gave her the abnormal gate. Qin Jinzi also personally tested it in front of a group of people. Then a group of people witnessed with their own eyes the scene of a curvy career girl transforming into a mechanical girl. The moment the big breasts outlined by the suit rose and fell with her breathing, blue light exploded from her toes, the professional suit turned into a data stream and dissipated, the precise titanium alloy bones pierced the skin, the liquid metal meandered along the waist, and condensed into a turbine-like propeller at the buttocks, the towering breasts were replaced by energy shields, and the neck extended mechanical tentacles with cold light. In the blink of an eye, the graceful curves of the front and back were reconstructed by metal and data streams. The scarlet electronic eyes swept over the astonished colleagues, and the mechanical palms emitted a humming sound of energy storage. It's amazing. Although the main body is a big tree, Wang Yuanli, who manifested a clone and ate melons everywhere, exclaimed. And the Decepticons, who have always been rude to carbon-based species, immediately showed red hearts in their electronic eyes. Broken, it feels like the engine exploded, then Qin Jinzi turned into the mechanical entrance again, and not long after, the tall girl with a protruding front and a curved back appeared again. TSK, carbon-based scum. Decepticon expressed contempt for the heartbeat just now. It's interesting, Dr. Yu's eyes jumped. Several mechanical masters, who passed by and ate melons also pointed and talked, with curiosity on their faces. Gao Gong's heart moved. Masters, do you want to try it? These mechanical masters are not all level 90 max characters, and there are also a few who are talented young outstanding mechanics. Some of them are the kind whose civilization level is not enough and cannot reach level 85. After Gao Gong said the conditions, several smart people who met the conditions went to try with great interest. Boss, Is this abnormal gate intended for natural disasters? Qin Jinzi guessed what Gao Gong was thinking at the first time. Gao Gong nodded and said, "This group of natural disasters are blessed with immortal power. If they can switch between the two systems, their utilization value will be greater." Qin Jinzi nodded. She was not shocked by the immortal attribute of the fourth natural disaster. After all, it was a product of advanced civilization. Some technological principles that she didn't understand were understandable. In fact, Qin Jinzi looked at the abnormal gate and suddenly said, "Compared to transforming life, it is actually more convenient to transform items." Huh? Gao Gong was stunned at first, and then he came back to his senses. Yes, isn't it more convenient to transform equipment than to transform mechanical species and biological arms? Converting mechanical equipment into biological equipment also saves a bunch of carbon-based players from fighting naked like grandsons every day, making it look like some abnormal XP. Engineer Gao touched his chin, followed this line of thought, and considered it from the perspective of a mechanical master. That's right, upgrading and transformation are difficult, and simulation and reverse thrust are not easy, but downgrading and development are not possible. There is no need for awesome biological equipment, and some sophisticated biological suits are enough to satisfy those naked men. So Engineer Gao quickly handed the matter over to Qin Jinzi, and asked her to form a team to conduct research. There are many mechanical masters interested in this, after all, who says that mechanical masters must be mechanical species. At least here, mechanical masters on the carbon-based side account for nearly half of the number. Engineer Gao quickly formed another team, and handed over the knowledge chain of nanotechnology and the deep nano hub to several other mechanical masters. The leading master number 7 is a fungus-shaped creature, and is good at building atomic machines. After this person reveals his true body, ordinary people have to use a microscope to see it. He has a racial advantage in building microscopic weapons. Gao Gong found the people who had reversed the mecha frenzy before, and discussed the ideas of the god-killing frenzy, and the nano-frenzy with them. Everyone agreed that there was a way to do it. Okay. There is a way, right? Then let you do it. Several mechanical masters looked at each other. Although this gentleman was very generous in giving money and resources, and was a high-quality sponsor, but was he so careless in the project? This is a large-scale project of civilized level, but seeing that Director Du was standing behind Gao Gong, everyone still endured it. Master Du's little lover, this phase still needs to be given. Chapter 1432. After arranging the most important scientific and technological tasks, Gao Gong was not idle. In fact, as one of the top leaders in the interstellar forces, he received military news from the Gene Alliance almost a few days after he came back. A mechanical army and a biological army must immediately go north, under the command of the Great Dweller of the Void Dwellers, to prepare for the next Hales battle. And this Hales is a star field in the 4-star cluster, covering an area of about 10,000 star systems, located at the edge of the 4-star cluster. Because after testing, there are many natural void channels here, such as black holes, void gaps, and subspace. If you occupy this place, you can march upward. The Robert Galaxy is different from a certain Milky Way. It is not a pancake, it is a storm. Each star region is equivalent to an eye of the storm, and each star cluster is equivalent to a section of the eye of the storm, so it goes up step by step. Because of this, there are actually a lot of void cracks between different star regions, and even between different star clusters. This kind of space crack can easily allow the bugs to enter the first star region from the second star region, and can also easily allow the civilization army to kill from the third star cluster to the fourth and fifth star clusters. So don't look at the bugs' aggressive momentum, threatening to destroy 2 civilizations and assimilating 1 civilization and killing down. Once blocked, or in other words, in some battles, the battlefield will instantly move to the 4th or even 5th star cluster. Of course, this is a tactical or even strategic consideration. He is very clear about his identity. Among a group of thugs, he is a relatively capable fighter, but he is just a thug. Therefore, the high-level officials of the Anti-Insect Alliance would not discuss this strategic level with him. He only needed to dispatch 2 legions. So, soon, the high-level officials of the mechanical legions came to pay their respects. In addition to the old faces such as Tianwei, Venus, Blood Spider, Bumblebee, and Decepticon, there were also dozens of new faces. The mechanical leaders of these emerging fire machines, the AI modules are not so smart yet, and they seem a little dull. Gao Gong first took this group of high-level officials to worship the Ancestral Hall, registered their names on the electronic spirit tablet, and stored the consciousness backup on the star network. Under the double insurance, if this group of people really died, he would have no way to deal with it. After this set of procedures was completed, Gao Gong gave a few instructions in the tone of the Cybertron general. Some of you have been with me for a long time, and some are new brothers and sisters who have just been born. But no matter who you are all my arms. In wartime, we need to help each other, regardless of factions. Share battlefield data, share combat data, and share data terminals for leaders. Gao Gong was not shouting slogans, but as the lead commander of the Cybertron Legion, as a true Cybertron general, every word he said was equivalent to unlocking a layer of mechanical seal. Although the memory of this guy Cybertron was messed up by the tide of cyber, he did not forget these things in his roots. And with the opening of these wartime modes, the temperament of this group of mechanical soldiers immediately changed, and a scarlet light appeared in their electronic eyes, and they have begun to recover some of the glory of the past when they followed the mechanical master to conquer different galaxies. Data on paper is one thing, and even battlefield experience is just another form of data. But the performance of a true veteran on the battlefield cannot be matched by a mechanical replica. Mechanical life, it is also a form of life. Before the expedition, go to the starport. I have prepared some special weapons for you. Gao Gong paused, and then said, and I won't go to this battle, your commander. Speaking of this, the electronic eyes of several veteran mechanical leaders lit up. Leave it to her. A group of mechanical leaders lowered their heads in the direction of Gao Gong's finger, and finally saw the half-mechanical dwarf, who was not even as tall as their feet. It's so short. I almost didn't notice this person. I won't. Gao Gong interrupted the Decepticon as soon as he jumped out. Then follow the old rules, fight the general. Gao Gong interrupted the other party neatly. Since he is a thug, there is no need for any strategic or campaign considerations. The only thing he needs is to be able to fight. Especially the kind of abnormal fighting ability. In this regard, this little mechanical angel can definitely satisfy. As long as she doesn't use her brain, she's a genius. It's not just the Decepticons who are unconvinced. Even the most talkative TLWay frowned. Cyborg life barely qualifies to join the Cybertron Legion, but as a leader, don't joke. You don't accept it? Gao Gong said expressionlessly. You accept it after a fight. I want to give it a try. Not only did the advanced spark box on the Decepticon's body light up, but even the arc furnace started to turn, and the arc as thick as a water column ran everywhere. This one's mechanical energy is now infinitely close to 100 million. By the way, this group of spark machines have installed a lot of good things during this period of time: the original arc furnace, the Carib thruster, the dark matter fuel, the transformation energy turret, the 4th level energy stone. There are already a lot of good things in bits and pieces. So even though the Decepticons knew that the dwarf was a bit weird, they still resolutely attacked him. Gao Gong couldn't bear to watch. After obtaining the ultimate construct, the judgment of the falling star, to be frank, even if Gao Gong's biological body took action personally, unless the carbon-based imprint was used, it would still be beaten violently. Soon, the dusty mechanical leaders came back again. Are you convinced? Gao Gong looked at Xiao Yu, who was eager to try. If you are not convinced, you can continue to fight until you are convinced. Tian Wei looked at his miserable mechanical colleagues and sighed. We are convinced. Soon, this group of mechanical leaders went to the starport to collect equipment. Gao Gong was responsible for receiving the second wave of biological legions, that is, the Radiation Goddess Legion. His own cheap daughter, the Little Red Goddess, brought a dozen SSS-level Radiation Goddesses and a dozen SSS-level Beast Kings to pay a visit. Since the planet tree broke through the evolution limit, this group of tree guards also made further breakthroughs. For example, from what Gao Gong saw, the biological computers of this group of biological leaders were basically above 7.0, and some seem to have developed brains in a jar. Are you sure you want to lead the team? Compared to forcing the mechanical army to let Xiao Yu be the leader, Gao Gong was a little hesitant about appointing Xiao Xianhong. After all, it was his own child born in 100 seconds. More importantly, the resurrection method of the carbon-based system is not as stable as the mechanical system. What should we do if something goes wrong? I am willing, Xiao Xianhong said firmly. Gao Gong hesitated for a moment, and finally nodded. Before leaving, everyone go to the ship to get a 4th level plug-in. It's not that Gao Gong is reluctant to give more, but if he gives more, this group of 3rd level soldiers may not be able to digest it. After all, not everyone is Fat Xiangs. And Gao Gong thought about it, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of transparent fruit with crystal light falling into Xiao Xianhong's body. The deeply developed gravity fruit has its own genetic imprint, which can naturally be inherited through blood. Isn't this how the carbon-based god system is operated? Chapter 1433. After absorbing the gravity fruit almost seamlessly, Xiao Xianhong's strength skyrocketed. If it was only equivalent to the first level of extreme creatures before, it might not be advanced. But after absorbing it, it immediately made rapid progress and vaguely touched the level of Shrek. Although this former first monster absorbed more than a dozen fruits, on the one hand, artificial fruits are not as good as real fruits, and on the other hand, Gao Gong did not believe that the monster could develop so many fruits to the deep stage. Even Gao Gong doubted whether artificial fruits could be developed to this stage. After all, Shrek died after all. If he really touched the edge of the carbon-based god, with the suppression technology of the third-level civilization, no, the civilization army, that was at most the late second-level civilization at that time might not be able to suppress him. Looking at Xiao Xianhong, who absorbed the fruit and looked at him with burning eyes, Gao Gong said helplessly, "Others can get plug-ins, but you can't." The little red cheeks bulged visibly, and she suddenly imagined all kinds of dramas such as stepmother abuse, ex-wife mischief, and father suffering. In the planetary era, this one can be said to be a native of the internet, but in the interstellar era, this one is a serious interstellar internet otaku. Unlike Huang Yuanli, a female lackey who likes to run around, this one's hobby is to stay in the tree and surf the internet, indulging in various BL novels. The theme she is most interested in recently is Dad Love Me Again. As an old driver, Gao Gong saw that the other party had entered the female driver mode, so he could only patiently explain, "You are my child. Strictly speaking, I am not your father. You should call me mother." Of course, this is not important. What is important is that our bloodline matches seamlessly. If others can use plugins, you can use them too. The physique of an SSS-level beast king is comparable to that of a space beast. What they can bear, you can also bear, not to mention those tree guards, oh no, the radiation goddesses. Although these radiation goddesses are only SS level, they are equivalent to subsystems in the large biological system of the planet tree, sharing the authority of the top biological computer. Naturally, they also share part of the power of the biological plugin. But Gao Gong deliberately prevented Xiao Xianhong from gaining power from this aspect. This is also the reason why his biological daughter was dissatisfied this time. Gao Gong briefly talked about the relationship between the carbon-based god system, carbon-based fruits, and even ascension evolution. "You have my bloodline, so you are the best heir to the pantheon. Although there is no sign of it yet, once the fruit is successfully bred, you will be the heir to the pantheon. This is more powerful than implanting 10 fourth-order plugins. So before that, you must keep your blood pure, and the biological equipment of the wetware civilization is most likely to be infected with blood." Xiao Xianhong immediately became serious, breaking away from the state of a dead otaku on the internet, and realized the importance of Gao Gong's words. It turns out that Dad, oh no, Mom really loves me so much that she even wants to give me the ancestral pantheon. Sure enough, I am the biological child. I also prepared a treasure for you. Gao Gong pointed his finger, and a ball of light lit up and appeared. This is the third version of the Carbon Throne. Huang Yuanli referred to many fourth-order plugins for the characteristics and effects of the third version of the Carbon Throne, absorbing the poor durability of the first version and the insufficient combat power blessing of the second version. And the appearance is also different from before. It flows with amber liquid carbon fiber throughout, and fine blood vessel-like lines wriggle on the surface. As the energy surges, these lines shrink and expand like living things, oozing lavender bioluminescent mucus. The backrest of the throne is shaped like the dorsal fin of a spinosaur, composed of layers of translucent keratin scales. Inside each scale, there are luminous gene chain fragments suspended, interweaving into a complex biological map in the darkness. When the user sits on it, the scales will unfold like a peacock, extending countless tiny nerve tentacles, irresistibly piercing the user's skin and perfectly connecting with the nerve endings. When Xiao Xianhong saw this thing, a dazzling light instantly burst out in her eyes. Sure enough, our Gao family is also well off, so we don't have to ask our stepmother for food all the time. Stepmother, I always feel that something is wrong. The temperament of this Carbon Throne is infinitely close to the treasure of the universe, and there will be no new version in the short term. The Carbon Throne is not so easy to mass produce. Every time it is built, a lot of computing power of the planet tree, even the origin, is consumed. Especially this time, because the effect is too good, Huang Yuanli bleeds heavily, and the whole person is depressed as if she has her period. It is impossible to have a second throne in a short time. After delivering the scientific and technological tasks, and completing the assignment of the 2 legions, Gao Gong had time to find the son and daughter of Kun. He handed the letter that the little lowly gave him to the other party. After reading it, The son of Kun had a strange and complicated expression, a little sad, and a little excited. The daughter of Kun on the opposite side was somewhat excited, especially knowing that the next generation of the Galen people had the Leviathan gene in their blood. So, we are also the ancestors of the Galen people? Do you think the Galen people recognize us as relatives? Don't talk nonsense. The son of Kun, who had long since recovered his instinct as a civilization leader after being depressed for a long time, solemnly warned the other party. If you leak any information outside, the Galen army will come the next day and kill us all. In fact, if it weren't for the insect war, we would have been imprisoned by the Galen people by now. That's impossible. If you really want to do that, would a little girl write to you? As a new leader, the daughter of Kun is still somewhat naive. In the eyes of the third-level civilization, we are animals, the son of Kun said in a flat tone. What's written in the letter? Gao Gong interrupted the other party's quarrel and changed the subject. Just some simple greetings. The son of Kun did not hesitate and handed over the letter made of special materials. Gao Dong simply glanced at it and found that it was really an ordinary greeting letter, feeling a little surprised. He was not interested in the little lowly, he was interested in the incarnation of the suspected Zerg Queen. But this could not be said. The son of Kun continued to remain silent, as if he had no affection for his daughter. On the contrary, the daughter of Kun was eager to try, as if she wanted to use this opportunity to connect with the third-level civilization. And the senior engineer remained silent. The atmosphere was silent. Until a holographic projection appeared, revealing the figure of a three-eyed tribesman. Leader, large-scale biological fluctuations have been detected, suspected to be a second-level civilization army. The holographic projection directly showed the monitoring screen on his body. I saw satellite-level space monsters appearing in the picture. Under the dark curtain of the vast sea of stars, a space leviathan was like a floating living fortress. Its head is triangular cone-shaped, covered with sharp cuticles, and three huge compound eyes are arranged in a triangle. Each compound eye is composed of countless hexagonal crystal faces, emitting scarlet light, and it seems to be able to penetrate space wherever it looks. Below the compound eyes is a huge mouth that can swallow asteroids. The jagged teeth are shining with a cold metallic luster, and the inside is covered with tiny tentacles. There are tens of thousands of space monsters like this, big and small. These leviathans, from big to small, show obvious migration postures. And in the center of the migration team, there are 100 larger adult leviathans, pulling 100 biological planets. On these planets, there are giants who are half human and half whale, silent and quiet, like ancient totems. People are coming. Gao Gong stood up. Chapter 1434. Gao Gong was not idle, and chatted with the two siblings. He was the second sub-civilization to receive the camp, but the first sub-civilization of the mechanic civilization. After the painful thinking of the son of Kun, the communication of the daughter of Kun, and the discussion and consultation within the Leviathan tribe, it was finally confirmed that the entire space tribe and the entire Leviathan giant civilization would join the Cybertron Legion. This group of migrating giants, behemoths, and biological planets soon disappeared in a coordinate that does not exist in a vacuum. The first mechanical plan has covered nearly 50 star systems, and the virtual membrane has also covered 50 star systems. The last black hole legacy in Gao Gong's hands has also been used up. We can only hope that Yu Pengxiang and his team can explore other stringer black holes and gain something. After seeing the mechanical production at the level of the star system, the Leviathan leaders almost immediately realized that this could not be the technology of the second-level civilization, nor was it the super production of a certain advanced machine, but the self-evolution of an entire mechanical system, and this mechanical system was not a second-level, but a third-level civilization. The Leviathan leaders, who were originally a little skeptical, almost immediately agreed to the arrangement of the Great Elder. Joining a third-level civilization, this is what the space tribe dreams of, and judging from the situation, it is still a newly born third-level civilization, and it comes at the right time. Son of Kun, you are defeated well. This group of space monsters suddenly had the consciousness of the protagonist. You gain the allegiance of the space tribe Leviathan tribe, the leader's reputation increases by 10,000, and you gain the faction bloodline, Leviathan bloodline, and you gain the third-level faction profession, Giant Beast Tenderizer, Space Biologist. You gain the allegiance of the secondary civilization Leviathan Giant Civilization, the leader's reputation increases by 10,000, and you gain the faction bloodline, Leviathan Giant, second level, Space Bloodline, second level, and you gain the profession, Tamer, second level, Leviathan Giant Warrior, second level, Leviathan Giant Knight, second level, Leviathan Energy Research Scholar, second level, Leviathan Biological Bacteria Scholar, 2nd level, Son of Leviathan, 3rd level. You gain the Secondary Carbon-Based Civilization Technology Tree Tamer. Technology Tree Tamer. Senior Engineer glanced at the technology tree and found that it was a biological technology tree about flesh forging, symbiotic cultivation, neural connection, and evolution catalysis. How to say it? Not surprising. According to the introduction of the Great Elder of Leviathan, as one of the biological hardware of the Galaxy computer, this old man is knowledgeable and knows that the power of civilization is invincible in the universe. But he is just a biological hardware, not a storage hardware. If he wants to develop civilization, he doesn't even have a reference material. So it took a different approach and finally cultivated an intelligent species, so that they don't study others, but study themselves. Not to mention, while studying, it really lit up a technology tree and developed civilization. But this is the limit of what he can do. Going up, that is, the scientific research direction of the 3rd level civilization, even he himself is not clear. On an artificial observation deck, the senior leaders of the Cybertron camp are communicating with the senior leaders of the newly joined space tribe. The Galaxy computer is likely to be the product of the ascended civilization. Do you know the ending of that advanced biological civilization? Dr. Yu is very interested in this. The Leviathan Elder shook his head. I don't know. My vague biological memory reminds me that the flesh and blood era seemed to be calculating something, but it didn't work out, so it completely collapsed. Everyone looked at each other, and even many Leviathan executives heard this for the first time. Isn't it a higher level of civilization war? Flesh and blood era, the model of the Galaxy computer? Huang Wen asked. As the AI of the planet computer, he was very curious about what a computer stronger than him could achieve. However, the Leviathan Elder shook his head and didn't know anything. Or rather, he didn't want to tell them. The Elder raised his head and looked at Mr. G, who had been silent, actually reading the system message. Leader, I heard that your 2 legions are about to set out to participate in the insect war. Yes. I request to send Leviathan to follow. I allow it, but the number does not need to be too large. Gao Gong nodded calmly, knowing that this was the other party's pledge of allegiance. I will lend you enough high-quality equipment. If you perform well, you can stay. The Leviathan executives didn't understand at first what kind of high-quality equipment could be given to them to equip Leviathan with mechanical armor, and when Gao Gong took out the 4th level plug-in, the eyes of these space monsters were about to shoot lasers. After a period of scrambling and almost fighting on the spot, the 500 places were finally allocated. Seeing the son and daughter of Kun setting off happily, even the Great Elder of Leviathan felt a little resentful. If I had known earlier, I would have gone by myself. Who would have thought that a mechanical civilization would have such top-level biological equipment? Great Elder, come and study. Dr. Yu shouted excitedly. The Great Elder nodded calmly. Being studied within the tribe and being studied outside the tribe made no difference. Considering that there were quite a few Leviathans, and they had families with them, Gao Gong and Director Du discussed and directly arranged a star system for them. This star system was also renamed the Leviathan Star System. What's the point of keeping these creatures? Director Du didn't care about these space creatures, and didn't even show up. He just chatted with Gao Gong through virtual projection during the interval. We have to go the carbon-based biological route. It's good to have a sample to study, and there is a complete biological technology tree. The success rate of studying some advanced biological drawings is also higher. Director Du nodded casually, and then cut off the communication. For the current Cybertron Legion, the joining of a space monster tribe is insignificant. But for the players, it is completely different. As soon as this group of biological soldiers that are too large to be concealed entered, they attracted the attention of countless players. And the system notification let them know that the camp has recruited a space species. And these space species look like old acquaintances from the Second Planetary Protection War. Isn't this Leviathan? He's joining now? Damn, I knew that the Son of Kun had a quest storyline. Who made the quest chain? What a big mount. I feel like I can move my own mechanical city on it. Not to mention 1 mechanical city, 10 mechanical cities are enough. Can this thing be conquered and cultivated? It should be possible. Isn't this a faction soldier? A group of people pointed and talked. They didn't treat these space creatures as people. Of course, many times, they didn't treat themselves as people either. Compared to the spectators, more players lined up in a long line at the entrance of the starport. A half-mechanical, half-biological door was at the front of the line. As soon as someone came back, he announced several faction benefits, such as free job changes and free point reset services. Of course, this is only free for the first time. The second time is 10,000 faction points. The third time adds a 0, and the fourth time adds another 0. As a former player, Gao Gong understood one thing very well. These scumbags would never cherish something that was given for free. Chapter 1435. It is no longer the novice village era. Even the rookies back then knew the importance of transformation rate, transformation space, and transformation limit. Especially when high-level players are getting stronger and stronger with excellent point-adding strategies. And some players who at points are useless, and some players who make random changes cannot even activate carbon-based fusion. This kind of camp welfare is particularly valuable. And even for high-level players, there are times when the transformation fails, and they also want to achieve 100% effective transformation. Now just browse the forum. You can find a lot of related posts on how to go back to the new mechanical mode. Comparison of the advantages and disadvantages of the firebox and the carbon atomic reactor. Copying homework, how to achieve 100% transformation. Sharing equipment matching and skill responsibilities of first-line high-level players. In addition to resetting points and changing professions, the bloodline brought by high-level engineers has also attracted the attention of players. Leviathan Giant bloodline and profession are fine. After all, this is the second level, and there are very few second-level players in the camp. But the newly released Leviathan bloodline and Fire Stealer bloodline are very attractive to players. After all, for carbon-based players, excellent bloodlines are very rare. As for players who take the energy route, it is the first time that they know that they actually have bloodlines to exchange. Xiao Jie is one of them. As a player who originally had a spiritual talent, when he was promoted to the third level, the system suddenly popped up an option whether to perform a mind-body exchange. And he, who had originally planned to take the telekinetic mechanic route, clicked it. As a result, it was transformed into an energy life in an instant. Damn, this turns out to be the meaning of form transformation. Psychic energy actually belongs to the energy system. This account was ruined in an instant. He originally preferred remote control, but after being completely transformed into energy, he suddenly lost his control ability. The reason is not complicated. Although the profession of telekinetic mechanic is more mechanical, it is a carbon-based profession. Energy life naturally cannot use telekinesis. As for this kind of spiritual energy, it is more inclined to inspire, cleanse, refine, and purify. Whose robot needs you to inspire? So Xiao Jie lost his job. The kind that no one wants to form a team. What's more tragic is that even the Metamorphosis Gate can't help him, because this equipment is a mutual transformation between the mechanical system and the carbon-based system. Don't play with him, an energy system. Fortunately, God will not abandon people, and the camp has a fire thief bloodline. More importantly, it is an energy system. Xiao Jie can switch seamlessly, and can retain some of the characteristics of spiritual life. This is simply amazing. Xiao Jie quickly completed the transformation of the fire thief. Its appearance has also changed. It began to exist in the form of a flowing, glittering energy body, sometimes showing a vague human outline, and sometimes like a burning flame, giving people a mysterious and unpredictable feeling. As one of the few players who transformed into a fire thief, he was soon pulled away by the relevant departments of the Mother City to conduct a series of tests on actual combat, damage, transformation speed, energy efficiency, etc., including several talent tests unique to the fire thief, advanced fire thief, energy assimilation, same frequency fire, undead, etc. In terms of energy assimilation and the same frequency fire, Xiao Jie showed a stronger efficiency than other fire thieves. Ordinary fire boxes can be sucked dry within 10 seconds when he is fully efficient. And his fire stealing ability, after integrating psychic power, showed an effect that no one expected. Your fire stealing ability can actually absorb and expel the energy of the evil god. Seeing the trace of evil god's breath running around driven by the light on Xiao Jie's body, many players in related departments expressed astonishment. You won't be infected? Maybe I am too kind in my heart, and the evil god can't infect me, Xiao Jie thought. Absolutely impossible. After receiving the news, the PP leader immediately transferred the data and said bluntly, "Why can't I be kind?" Xiao Jie asked back. "Because in Sister G's customer list, you have always been a big buyer of books and virtual wives," the PP leader said bluntly. Damn you guys, a bunch of virtual players are always violating other people's privacy. The fire in Xiao Jie's heart turned red, and he soon muttered something that others couldn't understand, such as pure love books don't count, all wives are true love, I just want to create a beautiful family for them, etc. Let's go, the boss wants to see you. Yeah. Xiao Jie soon received the leader's exclusive task, and his eyes widened. Originally, I was going to give you a temporary evil god protection potion, but since you can expel the evil god's breath, then there's no need. On the super light speed spaceship, the PP leader explained to Xiao Jie. She is still in the virtual clone mode. You are not going to let me deal with the evil god of the universe, are you? I can't beat him. Little Jie was terrified. It's not to deal with the evil god, but it can be regarded as a mission on the evil god's side. Soon, the spacecraft stopped from the super light speed mode, and Little Jie also saw a planet transformed by the evil god. Its surface was shrouded in thick black darkness, with strange dark red lines surging in it, like countless twisted blood vessels, exuding a chilling breath, and thick purple-black miasma surging over the planet, occasionally flashing a cold light, like the evil god's malicious gaze. Sharp and twisted peaks stand on the planet, like fangs breaking out of hell, and the rocks are a sickly gray-black color, as if they were completely eroded by evil forces. Isn't it for me to deal with the evil god? Looking at the evil god's breath surging on the surface of the planet, Little Jie's eyes twitched fiercely. A large number of mosaics also began to appear on the surface of PP's virtual clone. Go down. The two were quickly transferred by the traction light on the spacecraft. The surface of Xiao Jie's energy body quickly sensed something, and a few invisible threads were wrapped around him. With each entanglement, the strange screams and whispers in his ears became stronger. Xiao Jie's ability was indeed very strange. When the ability of the fire thief was activated, these threads were quickly cut off, and his vision became clear. He saw his unconscious steps, and the dark energy swamp in front of him. The black light in the swamp seemed to surge up anytime and anywhere. These black lights could kill me in seconds. How could there be such a thing on this planet? This should be something the boss made when he had nothing to do. Let's go see the boss? No, let's go see Sister G. I haven't bought any notebooks recently. The boss also buys from here? Xiao Jie suddenly had these two nonsensical ideas in his mind. But he quickly gave up on this idea, especially the latter one. How could a living hero, like the boss, who pioneered the road of civilization, be a dead otaku like him? After regaining his vision, he was soon shocked by the scene on the surface of the planet. He was not surprised by the horror of the environment, but by the corpses everywhere on the surface of the planet. It would have been fine if there were just corpses, but they were all the corpses of Sister G, some with wide eyes and distorted expressions, some with broken limbs, and some hanging in the void. Each way of death was actually different. Chapter 1436. The entire surface of the planet is covered with various corpses of Sister G. Although it is not true that there are corpses on every inch of land, you can bump into one every 2 steps, which is definitely not an empty talk. I was wondering why the cloning system has been ineffective recently. The production capacity of those cloning cabins must have been used here. Little Jie was surprised, and the instinct from the spiritual talent told him that the death method or location of each corpse was very strange. According to some metaphysical theories, the eye of the formation? Sister G is conducting experiments on some camp projects, so she created this clone planet. It should be called the Corpse Planet. Little Jie complained in his heart and changed his mouth. What experiment? 100% morphological transformation, not the ordinary 4 major systems, but the evil god side, equivalent to a hidden profession. There is a hidden profession in the camp. Soon, the two came to the bank of a river. The river water presents a strange dark black color, as if it is condensed from endless darkness, flickering a chilling light in the dim light. There is often a thick layer of fog on the river surface, and low roars and strange sounds can be heard faintly in the fog, as if countless wronged souls are wailing in it. On both sides of the river, there are jagged rocks, shaped like twisted monsters, stretching out to the river surface with fangs and claws. Standing on the shore, Xiao Jie only felt that eyeballs were looking at him at the bottom of the river. The originally energetic body surface was quickly entangled with wisps of black smoke. Xiao Jie had to use the ability of the fire thief, and a large amount of light and fire rose from his body. This river didn't exist originally. For the purpose of experiment, we opened up a river. The boss called it the other side. Soon, a raft appeared on the river. On the raft was half of Sister G. I say half because she only had the upper body, and the lower body was a human outline made of strange black lines. The raft was also very strange. If you look closely, it is made up of large and small spines. Some of them are particularly small, and you can even see that they are not very old. Don't look at them, they are all mine, Sister G said. Don't stand there, get on the boat quickly. Both of them boarded the bone raft, and the virtual clone of PP Leader changed from mosaic to clear with the naked eye. Sister G took out a bamboo stick of unknown material and started rowing. As the river on the other side overflowed, waves rolled over from time to time, rolling out dozens of Sister G's bodies. Just like a famous saying that Xiao Jie had heard, the sun set on the river, time flies like this day and night. I don't know which great sage said it, but it sounds particularly reasonable. Aren't there many bodies flowing down? Why do you want me to come here? Little J couldn't help asking. Among the talents of the fire thieves, there's a high-level fire thief, right? Sister G said while rowing without looking back. Yes. High-level fire thief. Steal the enemy's life source from the opponent's body, with a small probability of causing the enemy's health to be emptied. This is the normal version, and after Little J integrated the spiritual talent, he got another version. High-level fire thief. Soul side steal the enemy's consciousness, spirit, soul, and other existence from the opponent's body. Does consciousness belong to species or energy? Does spirit belong to species or energy? Does the soul belong to species or energy? At least in this system, they all belong to energy. So Xiao Jie's star-absorbing technique is essentially soul-stealing. No words were spoken along the way. Soon, when they were about to reach the other side, the PP leader frowned. Sister G, we are going in the wrong direction, right? This is not the direction to the #1 clone nest. The direction is correct, but your information data was interfered by me and artificially deviated. But before I came, I had already injected a direct viewing evil god potion. Even if I faced the evil god, my source data would not be affected much, not to mention that as the minister, my firewall is connected to the mother city. Sister G at the bow stopped talking and just rowed. As the minister of the electronic network department, the PP leader was no longer the rookie of the year. Without saying a word, his body directly turned into a virtual invasion flow and carried out virtual hacking. The Sister G on the opposite side also collapsed on the spot, turning into thousands of cursed threads, looking down at the two. I saw a series of dazzling and agile data streams rising from the ground, like silver snakes with life, winding and shoveling in the air. Soon, the PP leader had the upper hand. Those data streams twisted and squirmed like living things, tearing purple-black cracks in the sky, and countless flashing codes spread around like blood vessels. The indescribable existence seeped out from the cracks, and was surrounded by constantly reorganized data and broken mathematical formulas. Why don't you help? Little J reacted and immediately used the fire of the same frequency. The surrounding starlight seemed to be forced into energy, and Little J turned into a huge golden fireball, and crashed into the indescribable existence on the spot. Amidst the sharp and piercing mumbling, Xiao Jie seemed to hear Sister G's hysterical roar. I am also Sister G, and I am also her. Why do you have to kill us to complete this guy? She abandoned us. We didn't abandon her. Please, please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I know the secret between her and your boss. She is fake, your boss is fake, and the whole universe is. The next moment, the two of them were instantly teleported back to the other side, which was the shore from when they came. The PP leader had a very serious expression. The situation is worse than I thought. Sister G can no longer maintain her consciousness, causing her consciousness to remain in other clones, and these clones are trying to lead us to her original body, and then replace Sister G as the final gene bait to absorb the ascension mark. Although he didn't understand what the last two words meant, he understood the main content. Xiao Jie suggested, then why don't we cross the river by ourselves? Anyway, you know the coordinates. Of course not, don't you understand? This other shore is actually the artificial scenery transformed by Sister G's own flesh. Without her leading the way, we can't get in at all. What should we do now? The PP leader sighed. I will send the situation here to the boss first, and then hope that the next Sister G who comes is the genuine one. If you can't contact online, then you can contact offline. No one stipulates that you can't brush the forum online. Xiao Jie opened his mouth to say something, but soon found a reason for himself. Maybe it's too busy online, so it's impossible to brush the forum at all. Soon, another Sister G appeared. This version of Sister G had only the lower body, and the upper body was a strange outline made of cursed silk threads. The monster on the opposite side spoke in surprise. Finally, I've waited for you. I was worried that you were deceived by my clone. Great, you haven't come in yet. PP leader and Xiao Jie looked at each other and were speechless. Soon, the two were taken to the center of the other shore again. After the PP leader deliberately asked a few questions to the players, he immediately gave Xiao Jie a look. The two of them joined forces to strangle this clone again, and were sent back to the other shore again. This happened again and again. Every time it was a similar process, the same type of clone fakes, which made Xiao Jie gradually feel annoyed. He complained in his heart, When can I complete this task process and go to the real other shore? Chapter 1437. Person PP. How many humanoid monsters do we need to kill for this mission? After killing the nth clone of Sister G, Xiao Jie couldn't help asking. If it was just killing monsters, it would be fine, because you have to level up anyway. But the problem is that this game doesn't give you experience points in PvP. It's really frustrating to fight for so long without any benefit. Person PP remained silent, just waiting for the next clone to arrive. Little J had no choice but to open several Star Network channels to kill time and start playing badly. He first read the latest news, such as the great success of the Memory Project. From now on, virtual players also have a second life. The cross-dimensional consciousness transfer machine was successful. Virtual players explored the starry sky and gained more weapons. A major discovery was that virtual life resonated with the underlying code and could enter the quantum state for a short period of time. These are still relatively normal news headlines, while some abnormal headlines are obviously made by players, such as some weird account replacement services, pirated weapon rental and use, one knife 99.99, oh no, it's level 99.99, how to bypass the Mother City system and choose the second camp. The main focus is a show of operation. Little J's scalp tingled after watching it. Do you really think that NPCs don't read the news? Pirated accounts have been created. How did they do it? Temporary consciousness transfer? Who is willing to let others use their accounts for free? Oh no, it's likely to be paid. Fortunately, the XP system of this game has been blocked, otherwise I don't know what tricks you guys can come up with. For example, virtual invasion of the electronic companion system. When other players are making love with their wives, suddenly modify the code and turn into a foot-picking man. Thinking of this, Xiao Jie immediately decided to install a higher-level firewall for his wife when he returned home. Ding dee. Ding dee. Xiao Jie found that there was a strange account at himself. The name is Sister is a natural queen. Sister is back again. Please contact the small account to buy the book. What a long name. When I opened it, I found that it was a long paragraph. You stinking idiot. I finally developed the artificial scenery to the fullest. You come to kill my consciousness. Are you here to help or to make trouble? I hack you. The following is a dirty word content of tens of thousands of words. This forum does not prohibit players from spraying, so there are a lot of content that is not suitable for children. And Xiao Jie immediately recalled the owner of the account. Isn't this Sister G? So, there is a clone that is actually the original version. Since the clone is the original version, then isn't there something wrong with the PP leader who killed the clone? What kind of mission is this? Is this a detective mission? I finally calmed down Sister G and was ready to help the Queen digest the artificial splendor and control the PP leader who had problems at some point. As a result, as soon as I logged into the account, I found that at least 10 Sister GIS were beating up the PP leader, and 2 pairs of Sister GIS were beating each other. Who the hell is he asking him to help? Help quickly, what are you still standing there for? You said you would help, why don't you do it? You go and trap her, I take you to the other side first. Hurry up, what did you just promise me? Since bionic people can dream of electric sheep, Xiao Jie discovered another philosophical question. Can player clones go offline and browse forums? How can this memory be uploaded to the game? What should I do? Even if I am good at resolving fights, I don't know whose fight to resolve at this moment. Just when Xiao Jie was at a loss, the situation changed again. The PP leader, who was showing his power on the field, and whose virtual data stream almost covered half of the river surface, and even half of the planet, suddenly froze. The virtual clone covered by the advanced code suddenly began to produce a large number of system vulnerabilities caused by the source code invasion. Among them, on the vulnerability of the face, a golden palm suddenly pulled out from the inside out, and golden light overflowed. With a fierce pull, the virtual clone protected by the Mother City level firewall was instantly torn into pieces, and the scattered advanced code could not even be reassembled. You are long-winded, cowardly and useless. For some reason, Xiao Jie felt that this evaluation was not directed at the PP leader. Soon, the figure composed of the golden code on the river surface killed a lot of people, and cleared all the G sisters in a circle. Shit, what level of NPC is so powerful? Name, Gox's clone. Level, ? Just as he was about to go out to investigate, his collar was pulled up by the opponent. How dare you investigate me? The strange virus code invaded his body from the inside out. The evil god burning incense, red code, human brain shock wave, are all the rumored third-level top virus codes. It's really too much to deal with a player like him who is less than level 80. Even Xiao Jie can feel that with the impact of these waves of virus waves, These three superviruses have a tendency to merge into one. He was so scared that he dared not move. He was hacked by a virus and died, and his level dropped a lot. He didn't want to brush up his experience for another half a year. You are the big sister of the punk family. Little Jay's mind raced, blurting out. It turned out that the forum legend that the information department also has hidden professions and hidden bloodlines is actually true. You are also the big sister. The other party threw him down with disgust. Big sister? No, leader, you. Little Jay quickly reported the situation here. It turned out that the task could not be carried out, and the system began to attack by dimensionality reduction. After getting the player's information, Galkes sneered. They are all fake. No one is real. She is fake. She is fake. She is also fake. Then am I real? Little Jay was stunned for a moment and asked a very stupid question. You are almost fake too. Looking in the direction of Jayox's finger, Xiao Jay was shocked to find that the person standing on the shore was not him. And the fire thief's flame on his body was already wrapped by a large number of black lines, and it was ready to go out at any time. He looked down and saw that his body was indeed extremely illusory, and the cursed black lines were crisscrossing in various human body systems, weaving into various organs. And once this evil god's system was completed, his entire personality would be switched, and that would be a matter of minutes. Xiao Jay wanted to ask, then are you fake? But he didn't do that. Come with me. The female NPC was also very fierce. With one kick, the entire other shore was overturned, revealing a bright red riverbed and densely packed corpses in the river. It was still Sister G's corpse, swollen from being soaked. The female NPC snapped her fingers again. The next moment, it was as if a data galaxy fell from the sky. The invisible optical cable constructed by Starnet Communication is like a transparent ribbon, shuttling between buildings and clouds, carrying a huge amount of information transmitted at superluminal speed. The data torrent is surging here, and every interaction is like a collision of stars. The interweaving of light and shadow updates the Starnet information and data flow in real time. Digital portals are opened in the river. Only then did Xiao Jay understand that the so-called number 1 cloning nest is at the bottom of the river. It turns out that the other side is at the bottom of the river. However, this level of Starnet data migration, isn't it only the Starnet master who can do it? Xiao Jay followed behind in confusion, and after entering the cloning nest, the real scene gradually emerged, and even one could see clone pods entrenched in the flesh and blood. Some of the Sister G in the clone pod rolled their eyes at him, and some gave him the middle finger. This should be true. Chapter 1438. Xiao Jay originally thought that he would see the genuine Sister G when he walked to this clone nest. In the end, he didn't see the genuine Sister G, but he saw the genuine Boss G. Boss G sat naked at the deepest part of the bottom of the riverbed, his lower body almost merged into the flesh and blood, and only the outline of a flesh and blood throne could be vaguely seen. Even from a very far distance, he could feel the terrifying biomagnetic field. And this biomagnetic field actually merged with the magnetic field of the entire flesh and blood planet, and there was no difference between them. When Gao Gong opened his eyes, the surface of this flesh and blood planet seemed to have a huge eyeball opened. I asked PP to pick you up, but I didn't expect her virtual clone to be contaminated. I had no choice but to let my sister escort you. Little Jay swallowed his saliva. Boss, what's the situation now? What do I need to do? Although PP is contaminated, what she told you before is actually correct. Your mutant talent is just right to assist Sister G in collecting consciousness and restoring her true self. She absorbed too much energy from the clone and couldn't control it. As for Jayox, he was even more straightforward. He directly summoned a hyperlink door and kicked the other party in while completing the virtualization operation of this player. Gao Gong was used to the big sister's simple and rough style, so he changed the topic and asked with interest, can capturing the data fluctuations of this artificial spectacle really help you complete the fourth order virus transformation? Of course, I am Gao Kes. As soon as the voice fell, the dwarf in front of him disappeared, and with Gao Gong's eyes, he could naturally see that on the surface of this planet, the scarlet data flow was like magma flowing across the planet's orbit, the indigo code tsunami was raising thousands of waves in the stratosphere, and the fluorescent green virus clusters were entwined around the surface like a liquid galaxy. Every time the three virus data streams collide, they emit fluctuations no less than the data tide level. It is this level of virus that can ignore the artificial splendor of the entire planet. It's more troublesome than I imagined. Engineer Gao muttered to himself. Originally, according to Engineer Gao's idea, Sister G was responsible for endless cloning, and he was responsible for gene bait, which was the artificial splendor digestion method given by the interstellar Khan. But the first thing that was unexpected was that Sister G actually lost control of her ego, because she absorbed too much clone energy. This is actually not surprising, because Engineer Gao has used this trick before, but who is he? Let's not talk about anything else. How many boss templates does he have? And how many does Sister G have? Even if the other party is forbidden to transform, the increased attributes are more than one boss template. So after getting the report from the head of PP, Engineer Gao said nothing and sat directly on the planet, and lit up a boss template that he had not used much before. Leader template, Biological Tyrant. Biological architecture. All mechanical buildings are biologicalized and used for their own purposes. Below level 4, including civilization buildings, infinite cells. The secretion of biological cells breaks the division limit of all level 3 intelligent species. When there is sufficient energy, they can be infinitely divided. Human planetization. The human body is integrated with the planet to absorb huge stellar energy. Gao Gong controls the progress of the Shengjing ritual by biologicalizing the entire planet. The biological planet that Xiao Jie saw in outer space before was actually not Sister G, but Gao Gong himself. With his progress control, the speed at which Sister G's consciousness collapsed was greatly reduced. But it is not enough to just reduce it. The consciousness must be regrouped before the ceremony can continue. So this player ran into the gun directly. On the virtual level, the opponent is like playing Snake, collecting consciousness bit by bit to restore Sister G's self. Gao Gong is thinking about creating a Fire Stealer core by artificially replicating energy blood. Even without this guy's mutant talent, the Fire Stealer itself is powerful enough. He has already thought of the object of transformation, which is the group of energy life in the Alpha constellation of the Longhorned Whale and their descendants. As Sister G's consciousness gradually revived, Gao Gong also began to actively promote the progress of the entire ceremony. The other side quickly changed from a river to a sea, covering the entire planet. The bloody seawater on the surface of the planet boiled, and even reflected a very strange picture. I saw a terrifying number of biological fleets, in an almost brutal and extremely aggressive manner, conquering different galaxies and different civilizations. As temporary stargates opened, those seemingly ordinary biological warships instantly revealed their horrific nature. They opened their huge mouthparts and spewed out clouds of spores carrying deadly genetic viruses. These spores were like countless tiny gods of death, spreading rapidly in space. Wherever they went, the planet's ecosystem was ruthlessly eroded. The atmosphere of the originally azure planet was gradually shrouded in strange colors, and black foam began to appear in the ocean. Under the influence of genetic pollution, the vegetation on land grew wildly and twisted, becoming grotesque, no longer a symbol of life, but the spokesperson for death and destruction. Not to mention the huge biological arms comparable to planets, biological warships comparable to stars, and the indescribable interstellar biological ecology. Their harm is comparable to that of the Zerg. No matter whether it is a second-level civilization or a third-level civilization, all are swallowed up by this strange biological ecology. This ecology is similar to the mecha craze of the carbon-based system, but the degree of development is far higher than the mecha craze. At least the mecha craze cannot cover a galaxy, or even a star wheel. This has nothing to do with quantity. To be more precise, this is already an ecology that has evolved to a higher level. For example, in the picture, there is a third-level biological army hostile to this fleet, and there must be a lot of third-level carbon based in it, but it was crushed and absorbed in a few breaths. The nomadic civilization under the command of this interstellar Khan is a carbon-based civilization at the peak of the third level. And 100% of them point out the ascension technology, such as the pseudo-stargate that can be teleported across galaxies. Gao Gong watched silently, but he did not notice that outside countless galaxies, in that strange carbon-based ecosystem, an old giant also opened his eyes at the same time and looked at the coordinates of this galaxy. The braided giant Khan pondered for a long time and slowly spoke. Call Tieba over to me and tell him that there is a marked galaxy that I needed to conquer. Gao Gong did not know that his operation attracted the attention of the interstellar Khan. After all, there are thousands of strange ways of perception in the universe, and it is normal that Gao Gong has not seen it. And with the evolution of the artificial grand scene, the original other shore once again changed from the sea to a river, and from the river to a liquid evil god. The viscous black and purple liquid slowly gathered in the void, outlining a vague human figure, and countless tiny tentacles extended from its body, with strange bubbles surging on the surface. The breath on the other party was very similar to that strange carbon-based ecosystem. Sure enough, so powerful that it can force a change of camp. Gao Gong even felt that Sister G's aura was infinitely close to those interstellar nomadic soldiers he had just seen. However, This was impossible. Gao Gong, who had been prepared, opened his mouth and spit out a ball of ascension marks, which landed directly on the figure's forehead. Chapter 1439. The ascension mark, which was not even of this level, produced a chemical reaction-like effect as soon as it was put into the artificial splendor. The biological fleet, the interstellar con guard, and the carbon-based frenzy were all like rippling spring water, swept away by the ascension light, and replaced by all kinds of bubbling blood and black lines. The restrictions brought by the genetic bait lit up one by one, and then turned gray one by one. Limitation 1, high risk to digest the evil god of flesh and blood. One must have a matching bloodline. Every gene must be recorded with the exclusive law of flesh and blood, otherwise it will be 100% contaminated. Limitation 2, high risk by digesting the artificial grand scene with bait, the life form is uncontrollable. By digesting the real grand scene with bait, the life form is unknown. Although the latter is much more dangerous than the former, there is still a slight possibility of completely digesting the real grand scene and returning to the original life form. After all, the real grand scene has a certain chance of being integrated into other ascension technologies. Restriction 3, high-risk failure of digestion will pollute the planet, and all carbon bases containing the same DNA will be polluted together. Restriction 4, high-risk successful digestion will force you to change your camp and join the Interstellar Nomadic Alliance, and you will never be able to change your camp. Soon, when the last restriction of joining the Interstellar Nomadic Alliance disappeared, Gao Gong got a prompt from the system. The player Jia in your camp obtains the Ascension Bloodline Pseudo. Your leader reputation increases by 50-100. The player Jia in your camp completes a 100% metamorphosis. Your leader reputation increases by 50-100. The player Jia in your camp has more than 100 million biological energy and obtains a new system function. Offline, your leader reputation increases by 50-100. Your leader reputation exceeds 251300. Activate the 5th boss template task. Star Network obtains the 4th order evil god model. The original terrifying, weird, and even evil visions all disappeared, and Sister G just sat there quietly. I have to say, this female player is pretty when she's not crazy. However, if you look at it from the perspective of biomagnetic field, you will find that she is a complete monster. She is made of twisted flesh and blood, and her skin is translucent like melted wax oil. Under the skin, purple blood vessels and egg sacs of unknown creatures are wriggling. Above the neck, it splits into 3 faces. One retains the charming human facial features, and the corners of the mouth are torn to the ears. When it opens, it is full of cursed threads. One is covered with insect compound eyes and fangs, and corrosive mucus is constantly dripping. The last one has no facial features, only a sucker-like mouthparts covered with barbs, swallowing and spitting out a long scarlet tongue with barbs. In the center of the eyebrows of the 3 faces, the previous ascension mark is embedded. It is this ascension mark that is nailed to the 3 faces, making these 3 weird faces unable to be completely split. Gao Gong can see the composition of these 3 faces. The cursed thread is sewn at the corner of the mouth, which is the first morphological mutation of Sister G. That insect face is most likely the Khan bloodline, and the interstellar Khan's body may also be a giant space insect. As for the last face, it is a standard evil god face, which is the style of the Liberation Society. It's pretty scary. The 3 combined into one is the pseudo-ascension bloodline. If you break it down, it means that Sister G has 3 top-level abnormal bloodlines. No wonder her biological organisms can break through 100 million in an instant, and it is likely that breaking through 100 million is just the bottom line, not the limit. After all, she is a legitimate 4th-level bloodline fake. In the previous life, if the player's biological organisms could break through 100 million, it would have to wait until the late stage of the game, and without the blessing of civilization and technology, there were only a handful of players who could reach this level. At least I haven't seen a few. But what the hell is it that the biological energy can be offline when it exceeds 100 million? Why don't I know that the system has this function? My information energy in my last life also exceeded 100 million. Gao Gong looked at this new offline function with a subtle expression. It always feels that the system is playing a big game. After completing the upgrade, a white light flashed, and Sister G went offline on the spot. But this time, Gao Gong couldn't follow. Moreover, he probably didn't have time to follow. From the virtual perspective, the planet has changed even more. The entire flesh and blood planet has become a dish on the golden long table. The evil god burns incense to transform the atmosphere and orbital space into flowing silver-white codes. The red code weaves a purple-black puppet network in the mantle, and the human brain shockwave uses scarlet silk threads to sew all the gaps on the surface of the flesh and blood planet, that is, the veins of mountains and rivers, into a twisted organic program. Gao Gong had to do his old job again, using virtual means to assist his body, bypass the virus invasion, and at the same time recycle his body code and reorganize it into his own body. On the carbon throne with a crack, a human body outline became clearer, and the flesh on the flesh planet melted like snow. Fortunately, these viruses only used the planet to carry out higher-level information evolution, and did not receive the invasion command, otherwise Gao Gong would not have retracted his body so easily. The fusion of the 3 third-order viruses was also very smooth. Gao Gong soon received a system notification. The 4th-order pump virus God Killer has been developed. The virus model can be upgraded to the 4th order by decomposing the evil god. The Camp Family Pump family has been upgraded, and the 3rd-order Hidden Soldier Evil Code gang members have been added. Camp Points, Star Network, increased by 10 million, Gao Yuanyuan's leader reputation increased by 10,000. Gao Yuanyuan transferred reputation, and you gained 5,000 leader reputation. Gao Gong glanced at the attributes of this new soldier. Name, member of the Evil Code Gang. Rank, Level 3 Rare. Category, Information System, Virtual Virus Side, Advanced Talents, Evil Code, Species Abnormal Absorption, Half-Evil God Virus Invasion. Notes: peripheral members of the Punk family possess the powerful ability to absorb the cosmic evil god and transform it into a virtual virus, and its code skeleton also refers to some other bloodlines. Now, not only the energy system has a new bloodline, but even the information system has a hidden profession. And being able to transform the evil god, there is a high probability that there is also the Horus bloodline among these other bloodlines. This is not surprising. After all, the strongest absorbing bloodline, in addition to the carbon-based system, is the information system. After all, what is faster than copying and pasting? It seems that it's time to release another Camp Mainline task. Gao Gong muttered to himself. Camp Mainline task, Evil God Conquest task. Sister G finally went offline. Then she was stunned, not because the offline environment was unfamiliar, but it was too familiar. All kinds of paper balls of unknown purpose, rubber stick-like objects of unknown purpose, and some furniture with dust. In my memory, how long has it been since I went offline? And what did I do after going offline? These memories are quite vague. Glancing at my virtual biological helmet and biological computer, it was clearly written on the screen, Cyber World is down for maintenance, and the update will be completed in 6 hours. Please wait for a while. Down for maintenance? Sister G was stunned for a moment. No wonder she was kicked offline. However, in her impression, this game seems to have never been down for maintenance. She thought about it, and decided to go out for a walk. The door that Gao Gong couldn't open no matter what, she pushed it lightly, and it opened, and light overflowed from the crack of the door. Soon, she saw a familiar picture. This is an underwater city. In the dark blue light of the deep sea, the buildings on both sides of the street are interwoven with glowing corals and bioglass. Transparent shuttle-shaped vehicles shuttle silently, and glowing electric eels entangle the vehicles, leaving dark blue trails. In the shop windows, sellers use tentacles to flexibly operate holographic projections, displaying pearl jewelry and genetically modified seaweed products. The glowing plankton dotted on the edge of the window form dynamic price tags. Yes, this is my hometown. Chapter 1440. Gao Gong didn't know that the door offline was easily opened by this female player. He didn't know that the world where Sister G was actually an underwater world. After the other party went offline, he scanned the boss template task he had brushed out. Boss template task, Civilization Conquest. Conquest. Difficulty, Level 3 Hell. Task brief. The real civilization force uses other civilizations as stepping stones, and when it steps onto the real civilization stage, the direction of civilization is the direction of the blade. Task target, conquer a civilization of the same level. Task reward, a boss template. Task impact, mechanical extinctionism plus or minus 5%. Unexpected, but reasonable. As the camp becomes stronger and Gao Gong himself becomes stronger, the difficulty of the boss template task will also increase. However, this civilization conquest still surprised Gao Gong a little. This means that the difficulty of the boss template tasks in the future will only be higher. And the weight of this mechanical extinctionism also makes Gao Gong a little concerned. This is more of a faction attribute than a foreign policy. If the mechanical extinctionism reaches 100%, it will directly activate the destruction of civilization. For example, according to Gao's guess, the probability of mechanical extinctionism in a military regime like the Galen people is around 30%. And his boss template task has increased the other party's hard work for so many years by 1/6. Sure enough, the leader's will is the will of civilization, but where can I conquer, or which civilization should I conquer? At present, it seems that the only civilization that has really exposed a big flaw is the Myrta people. I don't know if the system will recognize it if we take advantage of the opportunity of the insect species evolution to defeat this federal civilization. Or, we can openly attack the insect servant civilizations. By the way, the front line should have started fighting. The 4-star, the higher star field. Huge subspace cracks appeared in each star system. The mechanical army of the Anti-Insect Alliance and the insects are in a large-scale war of attrition. Microscopic species are not without defects, but compared to defects, they have more species advantages. For example, in the subspace transmission channel that the mechanical army has finally built, a large number of subatomic zergs directly pass through the subspace barrier, which is the crystal wall in the mouth of some civilizations, and kill directly, which cause many subspace channels to be cut into sections. Not only the legions responsible for exploration were cut apart, but even the legions guarding were cut apart. The mechanical army led by Xiao Yu was besieged by bugs and a space node. Xiao Yu found something wrong at the first time and raised her head curiously. Coincidentally, next to her was a flat-chested female gold-skinned man that Gao Gong knew. Of course, it was not necessarily a coincidence. Officer Galen had the power to deploy allied forces. It was possible that this flat-chested woman deployed someone's troops to her own command for some unclear reasons, and she might have had some intention of protecting them. What are you looking at? After the female gold-skinned man asked the question, an alarm sounded from the space stabilization machine. The originally stable energy turbulence suddenly became manic and restless, making a sharp hissing sound, as if foreshadowing the impending disaster. Then, a twisted crack slowly tore open, and the thick darkness like ink spread out from it, swallowing everything around it. After experiencing a series of insect wars, the female gold skin no longer had the so-called panic feeling. After calmly arranging one by one, soon, the space annihilation bombs specially made by the Galen people flew out, and one physical vacuum after another opened with the attack. As the war continued, the defects of microscopic species were exposed one by one. For example, like now, after the physical vacuum was created, the insects were stuck in the space like flies on a chopping board. Let's retreat first. The female gold skin pulled Xiao Yu's little hand and retreated. Xiao Yu's appearance was very deceptive. A bunch of fire machines followed silently behind, and a large number of Myrta Star armors rushed up, and various Zerg special attack weapons were transformed. In the arrangement, the Fire Seed Mechanical Core belongs to the second-line Garrison Corps. This is not to underestimate G. In fact, most of the forces can only fight guerrilla warfare in the outside world. Being able to guard the space channel is already a favor to this second Shrek. Xiao Yu's face flashed with eagerness. Can we try it? The female gold skin hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. Almost at the same time of nodding, all the Fire Seed mechanicals began to transform, and a large number of devices similar to energy baffles were transformed from various modules. At the same time, the Fire Seed box began to emit a terrifying light. The next moment, a huge energy shield covered the surroundings, covering a planetary range. If someone familiar saw this scene, it would be familiar. Isn't this the sentinel array of the planetary guards? The female gold skin also quickly detected the strength of these crystal walls. Surprised, she hurriedly said, "Be careful, the bugs may crawl in from the energy gap." At this point, the Anti-Bug Alliance didn't know how much it suffered. However, this layer of crystal wall seemed to be not only an energy defense shield, nor a pure sentinel mode, but also flashed colorful light with the baffle on the surface of the fire machine. Under the illumination of these lights, the nearby bugs fell directly, as if they were killed over and over again by insecticide. This is... The female Genpei was stunned. She felt that this technology looked familiar. She hesitated for a while. Matrix technology? So far, the most suitable mechanical technology for dealing with insects is the Matrix. However, the insects also know this. There are few Matrix equations leaked, and the developed Matrix is not as powerful as the Nozentic Matrix civilization. But the one in front of us should be extremely high in terms of restoration. Well, a big guy is coming. Xiao Yu was eager to try. The entire node seemed to be covered by a huge shadow. Then, a gap was torn in the subspace. A huge insect mother slowly emerged. Its body was almost the same size as the subspace. Its shell was hard and exuded a metallic luster. It was densely covered with sharp barbs. The insect mother's head was raised high, and the huge compound eyes flashed with a cold light, as if it could see through everything. Its mouth parts kept opening and closing, making low roars, directing the actions of the swarm. Behind the queen of insects, there were countless subspace insects. They were like a surging black torrent, pouring out of the cracks and spreading to every corner of the space node. "It's coming so fast," the female gold skin murmured. According to the deduction of the base camp, the queen of insects had only been injured once, so the counterattack should not be so fast. "The boss said that I can't fight small monsters, but I can definitely fight this big monster." The female gold skin turned around, and found that the silly half-mechanical girl had disappeared since I didn't know when. Then, an angry roar of the insect mother resounded through the subspace. Xiaoyu killed a level 90 worm queen, added 1 billion camp experience, 2,000 anti-worm alliance reputation, 10 random blueprints. Xiaoyu killed a level 90 worm queen, added 1 billion camp experience, 2,000 anti-worm alliance reputation, 100 skill points. Xiaoyu killed a level 90 worm queen, 2 biological puzzles, 1 advanced biological blueprint. Insect queen hatred value added 1,000. Chapter 1441. In fact, in this battle, Xiaoyu not only killed 3 Zerg queens, but also overturned 200 Zerg spaceships, killed countless Zergs, destroyed more than 10 interstellar fortresses, and finally fought against the 3 Zerg kings that appeared in this battle alone, severely injuring 2 of them. His exaggerated performance even surpassed Ji in the counterattack of the long-horned whale in all aspects. It was precisely because of this exaggerated performance that the Zerg army retreated 3 planetary days faster than expected. And this performance undoubtedly attracted the attention of the top leaders of the anti-Zerg alliance. Doubt, shock, and incomprehension. At this time, in various combat intelligence analysis teams, they were repeatedly recreating Xiaoyu's battle. Xiaoyu, and that strange mechanical knife crisscrossed the battlefield. Wherever he passed, whether it was subatomic level Zerg or advanced Zerg flesh, all collapsed in one blow. This description is not an exaggeration. In the picture, a Zerg king was leading a large army of insects into the battlefield, but as soon as Fawn was covered, he was chopped into 2 by Xiaoyu. In fact, if there were not countless insects on the battlefield reorganizing their bodies, the blood volume would be infinite. Not to mention 1 insect king, 3 insect kings would have to fall here. And this performance also caused an unexpected consequence. Because the contribution of the vassal forces, in addition to being able to obtain contribution points, its merits are hung on the liaison officer. The female gold skin suddenly went from an unknown state to a hot character on the battlefield. A 4th-order structure, the enemy is still carbon-based, and the opponent is a bug. This is simply a brush paradise. Looking at the 10 million contribution points of his own camp on the Interstellar Force contribution list, Gao Gong didn't know what kind of expression to show. With the superposition of various factors, it seems that he has released an incredible monster. He casually took out the blueprint given by the system, which is a level 14 Zerg weapon, but it requires Zerg technology and Zerg bloodline, and was soon thrown into the warehouse by Gao Gong. With 10 million contribution points, he can exchange for anything. And good things come one after another. The group of energy life of the Narwhal showed amazing matching for the Fire Stealer bloodline. After discussion within the tribe, it was unanimously decided that all energy life, including Mrs. Narwhal, would be transformed into Fire Stealers. The prototype of an energy legion was instantly built. Similarly, another equipment series that may have a far-reaching impact on the development of the camp, the simulation and reverse push of the metamorphosis gate, was also completed. Looking at a door that is 80% similar to the original, a mechanical gun began to deform. First, the gun body began to crack, and countless blood vessel-like tissues gushed out, wrapping the grip into a beating heart. The originally regular magazine cracked into a jagged flesh mouth. An excellent energy gun quickly completed the biological evolution, and the rank became excellent. It lost an instant ability, and gained a biological energy charging skill. The damage was much smaller, which was a bit of a loss. This is also one of the few achievements that the biological research department in the camp can show off. Seeing Dr. Yu's attitude of asking for credit and funds, Senior Engineer glanced at him and said bluntly, "How much funding does the Legion give you every year? You only take out such a small thing. You still have the nerve to ask for experimental funds. Do you have any shame? Let's not talk about anything else. Have you researched the insecticides I gave you? I have the complete formula in my hand, but you can't figure it out. What else can I say to you? Look at the people of Orgrimmar. Dr. Yu failed to get the funds and was scolded. He left in disgrace. Gao Gong immediately handed the abnormal door, imitation, to Huang Yuanli and asked her to produce 1,000 doors first to ensure that there is such a door on every planet, so that players can change the equipment attributes at any time. Compared to the difficult birth of the faction's biotechnology, the development of mechanical technology is much smoother. Especially when the people of Orgrimmar generally upgraded to the 3rd level, this group of geniuses began to show their true genius. Soon, surrounded by a group of Gao family elites, Gao Gong saw the first cross-civilization level equipment of the faction, the Deep Nano Hub. The Deep Nano Hub is a sphere with a diameter of about 2 meters. The outer shell is made of a special translucent polymer material, which emits a faint blue-cold light, like a mysterious planet floating. Its surface is covered with dense, irregularly arranged tiny protrusions and grooves. These microscopic structures are actually precise, nano-sensing devices that can accurately capture nanoscale substances in the surrounding environment. As for its interior, it is made up of millions of microscopic plugins created by the entire professional knowledge chain of nanotechnology. It turns out that the so-called cross-civilization equipment is a matter of the entire professional knowledge chain. Senior engineer muttered to himself, and now he understands the manufacturing process of this level of equipment. He has 2 cross-civilization equipment in his hand. Among them, the Horus glove is evolved by himself, and the Klein bottle resonator is a system product. Both are unreplicable to some extent. But the real cross-civilization, in a sense, is to develop the potential of an entire professional knowledge chain to the limit. For example, this one in front of us, name, Deep Nano Hub. Category, Nano Equipment. Level 3 Cross-Civilization, Pseudo-Level 4, Function 1, Adaptive Material Reorganization can decompose and reconstruct nano-units, instantly change the form, from single-person equipment to giant building structures, and even simulate biological tissues or mechanical modules. Function 2, Atomic Precision Manufacturing. Each nano-unit, less than 100 nanometers, can independently manipulate a single atom, realize molecular self-assembly, and synthesize any known substance out of thin air, from ability stones to biological tissues, just by adjusting program parameters, except ascending substances. Function 3, Armed Nano Engineering. Use the Nano Hub as a large nano plug-in and implant it into any advanced building/civilization weapon. Within the control range of the building/weapon, it can trigger nano-tides, nano-storms, nano-life decomposition, nano-devourer, and other effects. Not only the senior engineers, but even some mechanical masters, who came after hearing the news, took a breath of cold air after seeing the effect of this nano-machine. Apart from other things, the effect of the function of armed nano-engineering alone is even better than some 4th-level weapons. How can 3rd-level technology be so powerful? The superposition effect of nanoparticles, or the quantum effect? It's amazing that nanoparticles of this magnitude can be mastered without the control of group thinking. Let me try. Under the control of several mechanical masters, as long as the coverage area of this equipment is set, all the materials in the area will disintegrate into nanoparticles, and even a big mountain will disappear in an instant. Ha, it's enough to build this equipment in this life. Master number 7, the fungal creature responsible for building this equipment, laughed loudly, and his body emitted an unprecedented light. He actually evolved on the spot because of his excitement. Engineer Gao touched his chin and suddenly smiled. This move is really a bit familiar. Isn't it just the nanostorm? He has seen it in the novice village, in the wave of the Bionic Man Revolution. Chapter 1442. Cross-civilization equipment not only represents the limit of technology at this stage, but also represents breaking the ceiling and touching a higher level of technology. Even if it is just the armed nano-engineering, its strength is no less than the Bionic Revolution of the year. You know, in the cyber wave, the Bionic Revolution is the penultimate stage, second only to the last cyber wave. And the various effects of the armed nano-engineering all indicate that this is a nano-life special attack artifact. In addition, its functions 1 and 2 also indicate that it is a manufacturing god machine. Little Lolita Gao Lily, the Orgrimmar person, who had the 5 boss templates before, reported another good news to Gao Gong. With this nano-god machine, Gao Gong's 2 kinds of mecha frenzy, one is the nano-mecha frenzy, and the other is the god-killing mecha frenzy, can be quickly formed. The former only needs to be implanted in this Deep Nano Hub. In the latter case, the Deep Nano Hub can quickly complete the assembly of the God Killer suit and manufacture the same model of the Frenzy-type God Killer suit. The God Killer suit originally had no assembly line, and could only be made by top mechanics by hand, but even for top mechanics, there would be slight differences in hand rubbing. That is why it has never been able to become a model, let alone undergo a frenzy-type transformation. But now, with this nano-god machine, it is possible to mass-produce and transform this suit. This also means that even without breaking through the skill limit, and without using cosmic treasures, his Gao's lethality would reach a very terrifying level. Because this is not the damage of a set of god-killing suits, but the sum of countless sets of god-killing suits. This is the increase in quantity, the increase in damage, and the qualitative change caused by quantitative change. A set of deep nano-hubs was created, or in other words, the lighting of a professional knowledge chain actually added 2 more mecha frenzy. By the way, since you want to create a god-killing suit, to be more precise, it is the sort of killing carbon-based, you should need this thing. Gao Gong thought of something and threw a dimensional bag over. Gao Lily took it, shook it, and it made a rustling sound. She looked down and saw that it was all 4th level gems. The energy purity cannot be purified with the current technology of the camp. These are the remains of those energy lives, all of which are the crystallization of inert energy. I leave them for you to practice. Even if you fail to build the equipment, it won't explode. If everything goes well, you can probably build 40 or 50 sets. If there are any rare materials that need to be exchanged, use the channels of the Anti-Zerg Alliance. These civilizations have spent a lot of blood to motivate us stragglers. Whether it is the star-level battleships of the Galen people, or the telekinetic killers of the Myrta people, including the super space suits of the Space Empire, they can all be exchanged, naturally including some precious material resources. With Xiaoyu, this super big brush, this kind of contribution points is rising crazily, and it will rise again after a wave of use. No matter how you use it, it will never be used up. After explaining the task, Gao Dong returned to the starport and came to the 2 new production lines. What these 2 production lines produce. One production line produces a blueprint reactor consciousness device obtained a long time ago. Name: Reactor Consciousness Device. Category: Mechanical Plugin. Producer: Cybertron Legion Port Area 1. Quality: Level 3 Excellent, Evolvable, Attribute 1, Mechanical Energy plus 100,000, Mechanical Efficiency plus 20%. Attribute 2, Strength, Mechanical System, plus 50, Agility, Mechanical System, plus 50, Intelligence, Mechanical System, plus 50. Plugin Function: AI Consciousness Implantation. Remarks: A type of AI plugin. Compared with the external AI module, this engine consciousness, born from the movement data of the mechanical body, can better match the movement of the mechanical body. AI plugins are quite common as brain transplants for mechanical civilization. Generally, there are 2 schools of thought. One is to train the AI before insertion, and the other is to make a large model first, and then slowly feed the data for cultivation. Each has its own advantages and disadvantages. The former is more convenient, and the latter has greater potential, but the probability of cultivating strange AI is also higher. Reactor Consciousness Device is one of the latter, and it absorbs not only machine data, but also energy parameters, so if it is cultivated well, it has a very rare function of strengthening the energy system. Senior Engineer grabbed a Reactor Consciousness Device and looked at it for a moment, then put it back and began to look at another equipment production line. The equipment on this line is not made according to the previous drawings, but is deduced by several mechanical masters. Name: Subresonator. Category: Mechanical/Quantum Plugin. Producer: Cybertron Legion Port Number 1. Quality: Level 3 Excellent. Function 1. Primary Quantum Effect, generating quantum reaction of mechanical body, and improving mechanical energy through the fusion of mechanical modules. Function 2. Quantum Resonance, resonate with quantum space, and thus connect to quantum consciousness control. Function 3. Quantum Expansion, by expanding quantum space, strengthen the control of mechanical bodies. Function 4. Question mark, not activated, note, as a kind of supporting plugin, it strengthens the perception and connection of a certain large-scale mechanical ecology. The appearance of this subresonator is very abstract, like the antenna of Teletubbies, which has its own fluorescent effect. And those bright spots are actually artificial quantum dots, which produce quantum effects through mutual collision. As for the last function, that has not been activated, it is the quantum tunnel. The other end of the tunnel is the starport under the feet of the senior engineer. Whether it is the Reactor Consciousness Device or the subresonator, its goal is to further develop the authority of the immortal leader and achieve a higher level of immortality. For example, if these 2 types of equipment are installed on all the Frenzy Star armors, they can not only be directly connected to the starport and enjoy a steady supply of mecha parts, but also further refine the control of the mecha frenzy. By improving the camp technology tree to strengthen their own strength, this is the correct way for the leader of civilization to evolve. After confirming that everything is running normally, Gao Gong closed his eyes and entered the prototype mode of the rich woman's love that had not been online for a long time. Directly enter the Star Network. The feeling of logging into the Star Network this time is a bit like his first time logging into cyberspace. The neural signal was captured by the quantum entanglement bridge, the body fell into the deep sea, and the mind expanded at the speed of light. Countless mirror images of parallel universes flickered around, like fragments in a kaleidoscope, each piece reflecting the memory of a certain civilization. The song of cosmic background radiation sounded in my ears. It was the original photons 380,000 years ago that were decoded into an ethereal chorus, which was the aftermath of the Big Bang. When Gao Gong opened his eyes, what he saw was the process of the formation of virtual planets. The startup animation is quite dazzling, Gao Gong muttered to himself. This is not like himself. When he built the Star Network, the startup animation was all scenes that were not suitable for children. What was also a bit unexpected was that Gao Yuanyuan did not show up immediately this time. Gao Gong did not care and casually clicked on a virtual planet, and his figure instantly appeared on the planet. This kind of virtual planet was originally called a virtual node. In cyberspace, the largest virtual node was no bigger than an electronic city, but now it is more than 1,000,000 times larger. Chapter 1443. Gao Gong was teleported to an agricultural planet. Although it is strange that there is agriculture in the virtual world, it is not so strange if you think about it carefully. Looking around, in a vast planting area built by code, there are huge data trees standing. The branches of these trees are interwoven with complex numbers and symbols, flashing a faint blue light, as if the current is flowing through them. Each branch is hung with a variety of data fruits. They are of different shapes. Some are like crystal clear crystal balls, with colorful data information flows constantly flowing inside, and some are like strange gems, emitting soft light, the intensity of which changes with the importance and activity of the data. Gao Gong picked a fruit at random. You get a level 3 data packet. Do you want to analyze it? Please enter the analysis password. It is detected that you have the Star Network Administrator authority, and it will be automatically analyzed for you. You get the 11th level information blueprint emotion energy production machine type 1. The thinking program provider is MIFA, Alpha. The provider still has 1/5 of the computing power available for lease. You can choose to rent it according to the thinking farm contract. If you bypass the farm contract and reach an agreement with the provider independently, the farm will not perform security maintenance on the knowledge output in the planting data packet. The senior engineer smiled, bypassed the forest and animal husbandry area, and came to the virtual farmland. 1 or 2 information lives that are obviously players are undergoing memory harvesting, commonly known as pest control. Who opened the nightmare copy again? Damn it, it scared me last time, and it's coming again this time. Just take it, this thing sells well, another player said. When I have enough experience, I will go to the consciousness cloud to graze, and I will never serve these uncles again. It seems that you have a good harvest, and you can buy the consciousness cloud certificate? Hee hee. The 2 players did not see Gao Gong. Gao Gong looked at it with interest for a while, and confirmed the process of this production method. The upgrade method of information flow players is different from that of other players. They can rent information engines, evolve copies by themselves, and then fight monsters in the copies to upgrade. But in this copy mode, their brains, or information systems, need 24-hour system maintenance. For example, once the information flow interferes with the operation of the life system, it needs to be eliminated. That is what the 2 players are doing now. And some of the eliminated thinking program fragments seem to be a popular market commodity, which is very suitable for making some virtual virus raw materials. This kind of self-production and self-sales, and the game mode of big account leading small account, is the first time that Gao Gong has seen it. After all, when he opened the Star Network in his previous life, it was equivalent to playing a private server, and there were no other players at all. What's more, even if it is the same civilization, because of the different life forms of information species, and different technological tendencies, different civilization ecology will be bred. Gao Gong simply walked around this virtual planet, and found that there is not only copy agriculture, but also computing power agriculture, information energy agriculture, and even a small part of metaverse agriculture. The last part of the production is actually the virtual universe parameters, which can achieve higher distance Star Network data transmission by simulating universes with different environments. This is also the advantage of the Star Network. Its signal is better and far beyond other virtual civilizations. After visiting this agricultural planet, Gao Gong wandered to an industrial planet. Then he saw a large number of factory clusters, information refineries, algorithm forging plants, thinking assembly lines, quantum computing power mines, virtual species power plants. These virtual buildings are more familiar. They are all drawings that Gao Gong gave to his sister. Whether it is an agricultural planet or an industrial planet, the number is very large, even far exceeding the number of mechanical planets in the camp in reality. This is not surprising. Because to put it bluntly, agriculture or industry is actually a description, and in essence it is just a high-level information programming. With a large number of drawings, these buildings can really be copied and pasted. Moreover, except for some players who go to offline copies on these planets, there are not many NPCs. At least Gao Gong didn't see a few alpha people. So are they all down there? Gao Gong muttered to himself, and directly called up the Star Network Control Authority to sync the information. Not to mention, compared to connecting to cyberspace, even compared to the previous networking, the effect is much more intense. Gao Gong was suspended in the vacuum of the universe, like a light spot suspended above the data dome. Then, he began to fall. The complex code stream peeled off from the high-dimensional network and fell to the underlying protocol, dragging after images, like a glowing jellyfish falling into the deep sea. They continued to decompose during the fall, breaking from complete logic modules into fragments, and then from fragments into raw bits, and finally turning into a chaotic electronic dust. This is what happens to every life, including information life, when it enters the information sea. The universe is so vast, billions of light years long, and its bizarre and magnificent beauty is beyond the imagination of any intelligent creature. But from the perspective of information civilization, these are just appearances, dust on the table, icebergs on the sea, and insignificant combinations and structures on the information sea. The real world is below, not above. Gao Gong entered the information sea, and this time he entered very smoothly. He didn't have to take the elevator or start over. The prototype body was shining with stars, and each point of starlight was a data stream of a virtual planet. Under the protection of these data layers composed of thousands of light points, Gao Gong dived very easily. Even when a constantly reorganized data vortex rolled towards him, it was actually blocked by the starlight. Looking at the faces constantly churning out of the vortex, and the scarlet error prompts oozing out of the corners, Gao Gong knew that if this thing went out, although it might not be comparable to the information matrix, it would also be a very remarkable information monster. However, facing the information barrier of an entire information civilization, this monster seemed a little powerless. Gao Gong suddenly felt a little impulsive. This impulse not only came quickly, but also came extremely violently. The information flow in Gao Gong's body instantly formed thousands of hormone models, and then surged up all at once. Gao Gong's expression suddenly became feminine, and then he showed a weird smile, like a rich woman brushing a steel wool. The next moment, his body collapsed on the spot, and billions of memory worms crawled out of it, and then evolved into the cyber tide at its peak. It was not water, not light, but some kind of existence between liquid and signal, swallowing everything along the way. There was no strange light, no holographic projection, no light pollution, and even no strange and erroneous data. There were only waves after waves of pure data without any logic. These tides covered this data monster, which was at least a rapid upgrade, and then swallowed it up bit by bit. Then, the tides regained their human form and cyber chaos. On the surface of the body, sometimes a human face made up of search engine keywords appeared. Sometimes it split into thousands of flashing pop-up pupils. Occasionally it would stabilize for a few seconds, but it would show the chat records deleted yesterday. Finally, it was frozen into a human form again. Chapter 1444. You devoured virtual entity 6121. Information energy increased by 10.3 billion. The virtual entity was digested and secreted by memory worms, and you gained 50 million secreted information energy. Memory worms mature faster, and will activate the 5th level information matrix with a small probability. Obtain the 5th level information organ. Mother sacked. The peerless little boy frowned and looked at his abdomen. Fortunately, it didn't bulge, but there was a palm-sized enchanting tattoo, and he could clearly feel the surging chaotic information energy fluctuations inside, as well as the hungry desire to eat. As an old driver, Gao Gong could judge it instantly. If this desire to eat is not satisfied, then the next time, it will not be a small probability activation, but a high probability activation. But on the other hand, although you are full and drink enough, you will naturally be thirsty and sleepy. But you can't force the information matrix to sleep by feeding it every time. Sooner or later, this trick will not work, and in this case, once it wakes up, it will be the complete version of the information matrix. A genuine level 150 boss monster, definitely more than one level stronger than the inch-top version on the machine split star, a complete version. It was a bit of a miscalculation. Although the opponent was put to sleep by catching a bug in the information sea, the instinct of the information matrix was automatically activated, and it actively and instinctively absorbed deep information. The civilization leader data layer that Xiao Yuanyuan gave me was only for external defense, but not for internal defense. Gao Gong knew that he had made a mistake, and this mistake could have been avoided. Moreover, abdomen tattoo, secretion eating. I always feel like I have seen it in some domestic films. Oh no, I have become a female protagonist. But think about it in a positive way. I am now a small information matrix, Gao Gong muttered to himself. Mother Capsule, after absorbing enough deep information, it can actively activate a small-scale cyber tide, 10.25 billion/10 billion information energy. There is a mecha frenzy and a cyber tide. The only thing missing is a frenzy in the carbon-based system. Fortunately, information civilization has also entered a period of rapid development. Compared with being completely helpless before, and even having to sacrifice a rich woman to get it done, now it is not that there is no way out. For example, the simplest and most direct way is to wait until the star network technology is developed to the limit, and then the unique ascension technology of the star network civilization can be created. One of the ascension creations on the information side has a strong restraining attribute for this kind of information monster. Gao Gong was silent for a moment and continued to dive. Moreover, he adjusted the leader authority, and the light spots surrounding his body turned into a veil covering the data body, from protecting the outside but not the inside, to protecting both the inside and the outside. Although it is impossible to completely isolate the feeding instinct of the information matrix, it can also limit it to a certain extent. And soon, Gao Gong saw stars one by one, which was not an illusion. Because in the submerged sea, if it is not a strong enough information system anchor point, it will be instantly decomposed into the underlying data, and then disintegrated into a pure information flow. After a star, Gao Gong soon saw another star. And the appearance of this star was extremely familiar, and Gao Gong quickly recognized it. Narwhal Alpha, the first planet under Gao Gong's rule, is also the most valuable one. So far, no second resource planet has been found in the star field controlled by Gao Gong. 50 star systems, nearly 500 planets, and no resource planet. This is a normal ratio, otherwise the Myrta people and the Galen people would not have a dispute over a border planet. When Gao Gong's finger gently touched the planetary light spot similar to the moon in the well, his figure was instantly pulled out of a starlight, and then appeared on the Alpha constellation of the long-horned whale. Giant trees that cover the sky, surging energy fluctuations, various energy mines visible to the naked eye, and various crystal cores. Various energy fluctuations, biological fluctuations, and information fluctuations are intertwined. Gao Gong can be sure that this is a resource planet. However, the gray vision makes Gao Gong seem to have entered a strange place. Leader, do you need lighting? The voice of an alpha suddenly sounded beside Gao Gong's ears. Well, let's see if she can find it. Gao Gong's eyebrows suddenly lit up, and the next moment, it seemed as if an eye squeezed out from his eyebrows. This was not an eyeball, but a layer of alpha eyes. The next moment, the trunk, branches, and various radioactive fruits of the planet tree, and even through the biomagnetic field created by the planet tree, saw the real brain in a tank, which was a real world with a coverage area no less than that of the planet, parasitic in the biomagnetic field of the planet tree. Here, Gao Gong saw hundreds of millions of new radioactive species, which could no longer be described as radioactive beasts, because they grew wisdom. Perhaps in a few hundred or thousand years, a third-level biological civilization similar to the seed of life will grow, with this planetary tree as its core. Gao Gong's observation finally aroused the alertness of the planetary tree. On the branches in the distance, fruits grew one after another and turned into human shapes. Huang Yuanli of all sizes and shapes looked around and searched everywhere, as if they had found something, but they didn't. These Huang Yuanli have auras ranging from B level to SSS level, and there are even space monster versions. For example, the Huang Yuanli closest to the top of the tree is half human and half whale. When breathing, it triggers a considerable energy tide in the high orbit space. There are even more weird ones, such as the Huang Yuanli at the end of a tree root. It is a Huang Yuanli with no lower body, and only upper body. The key is that it has no facial features, only a sucker-shaped mouth covered with barbs, swallowing and spitting out a long scarlet tongue with barbs. This version of Huang Yuanli is very much like a certain female player. It is very difficult to engage in biotechnology without basic knowledge. This is equivalent to the first industrial revolution without the foundation of thermodynamics, mechanical engineering, material science, and other disciplines. Don't be funny, you can't even build a steam engine. But Huang Yuanli is not engaged in the carbon-based revolution. She is full of fourth-level plugins, and she is just playing the role of fourth-level technology. And the role of one of the Wet River plugins is to simulate bloodline. As the source of biotechnology in the camp, she has absorbed almost all the blueprints of the camp's genes, whether it is the son of Kun or sister Ji. But even so, she did not find Gao Gong. Gao Gong glanced at the system panel. You enter the blurred vision of the boundary of reality. StarNet technology. StarNet universe activated. The overlap rate of virtual universe parameters is 91.3%. You can perform primary reality intervention. Gao Gong smiled, and did not continue to observe the other party, but said, "Can the StarNet link affect people besides planets? It has been tested before, and has been successful. Then try it. Link me to the farthest member of the Legion." Yes. Generally speaking, this farthest member is most likely a player, but with the current player's equipment, he can't run that far. So, unexpected, but reasonable. Gao Gong saw Xiao Yu on the front line of the battlefield thousands of light years away. And Xiao Yu's opponent was not the Zerg, but the guys Gao Gong had met once, those virus mechanical bodies. A whole army of virus mechanical bodies surrounded Xiao Yu, and the fleet of ship girls controlled by Xiao Yu. Chapter 1445. The bugs are not stupid. After Xiao Yu showed her terrifying carbon-based killing power, the bug commanders naturally realized that this half-mechanical girl was a special attack against carbon-based creatures. As a galaxy famous for its mechanical technology, many mechanical civilizations have actually pointed out the construct technology. The bug civilization knows it, so it is impossible for the mechanical civilization not to understand it. And since it is a carbon-based special attack, it is normal to use a large mechanical army to surround and kill. But the situation is still unexpected. Facing the siege of a group of virus mechanical leaders, this group of big Xiao Yu showed full resilience, and the genuine Xiao Yu also switched the Starfall judgment in his hand to the Starfall mode. In this mode, one knife can cause an explosion and destruction of hundreds of miles. Xiao is like a user of the 18 dragon subduing palms, with the speaker turned on, and he attacks crazily, like a humanoid runaway nuclear bomb. Even several virus mechanical leaders did not expect this situation. So this army of virus machines changed their mindset, and entered the virus mode. The metal shell glowed with strange blue light, and liquid code oozed out of the armor seams. The whole army suddenly stopped, like a war machine that had been paused. Then, they collectively vaporized and turned into billions of blue light spots that rose up. These light spots gathered in the air into a swarm of electronic locusts that covered the sky. The compound eyes of each locust were beating firewall cracking protocols. When they pounced on the enemy, they issued a high-frequency howl. It was not a sound wave, but a data pulse that directly vibrated the nervous system. The invaded Xiao Yu began to twitch, the engine module automatically unscrewed, and the aiming system projected bloody garbled code on the retina. Xiao Yu also knew that the situation was urgent. Her face was tense, and then she did something that shocked both the enemy and us. She suddenly opened her mouth, as if she was going to perform her famous stunt of swallowing 4 gasoline burgers in one breath. Then something even weirder happened. As if some ancient swallowing protocol was activated, the outer shell of her construct suddenly showed blood-red lines, and each metal plate seemed to come alive, starting to wriggle and reorganize. The data stream of the virus was forcibly extracted, like light pulled by a black hole, twisted and immersed in the body of the mechanical body. The moment the dark blue code touched the armor, it was parsed, disassembled, and swallowed by some older program. The optical mirror of the mechanical body suddenly lit up, no longer a cold observation mode, but some kind of hungry life. Xiao Yu swallowed hundreds of millions of third-level electronic viruses in one breath. Then, Gao Gong's eyes turned white. At first, there was no knife light. Only a thought was born in the void, pure, sharp, and without any impurities. It does not come from the swing of an arm, the sharp edge of a blade, or even the concentration of killing intent. It is just that a certain existence thought, and then, the world has the possibility of being cut apart. Gao Gong took the initiative to cut off the view. There is nothing to see. Use the intelligent revolution to absorb billions of electronic viruses, and then use the power of the revolution to cut out the stream of consciousness knife light. On the contribution ranking list of the Anti-Insect Alliance, the Cybertron Legion was already leading. There was another 2 zeros behind it. In just this battle, Xiao Yu gave him Gao a contribution score of 10 billion. Awesome. The destruction was complete, And most importantly, the virus mechanical leaders were killed. Gao Gong was not paying attention to the war at all. In fact, he was very concerned and knew that the most troublesome single-unit army for the Alliance was not the Insect Kings, but the virus mechanical leaders. These strange species of half-mechanical and half-electronic viruses are naturally antagonistic to mechanical bodies. If you fight them head-on, they will transform into virus mode, but when you try to use antivirus software to eliminate them, they will evolve into mechanical hardware. It is precisely the mutual switching of these two modes that makes it very good at attacking large-scale mechanical systems, including but not limited to mechanical planets, stellar fortresses, and super-mechanical weapons. Not to mention, the number of mechanical planets hacked and destroyed by them alone is as high as double digits, and even the Space Empire has issued a special bounty. The bounty is for the heads of these virus mechanical leaders. It is said that with these skills, several virus mechanical leaders almost found the civilization coordinates of the Space Empire. So the Space Empire, which was not the main force in the war, was so angry that it offered up to 100 space battleships as a reward. As the main fleet of the Space Empire, this kind of space battleship can be comparable to the Galen Arc Great Wall. Bring it back for research and see if it can be copied. Engineer Gao muttered to himself. But his expression was not particularly happy, because he noticed that Xiaoyu, and even a bunch of big Xiaoyu, did not have any reinforcements. For a second-level garrison corps, this did not look normal at all. Who released them? How did they happen to run into a virus machine army? Gao Gong was sure that after such a perverted record in this battle, the Alliance leaders would definitely give themselves a perfect reason. But Gao Gong also understood. Xiaoyu, and even the Kankli Corps, were being targeted. Those people were eager to study and dissect them, and find out the mechanical technology that brought powerful lethality. And Gao Gong didn't need to find a reason. They would put the source of this technology on the mechanical overlord. Because the Spark machine was originally a soldier under the overlord, and he, Cybertron, was also a famous soldier leader. First hard, then soft, soft then hard then soft, Gao Gong muttered to himself. After this wave of not being able to kill people with a knife, or saving lives in danger, the next is likely to be the overall situation party, the dedication party, the situation trading party, etc. The style and thinking of each civilization are different, and the operation is likely to be different. Of course, if they tried to turn Xiaoyu against the enemy, Gao Gong would not be surprised. Hee. It's really expected. The other party has 10,000 ways to deal with an interstellar force. And if you want to cut off the other party's hand, you don't rely on various operations to resolve the other party's operations. Instead, you use your strength to prove that the Cybertron Legion is a third-level mechanical civilization in the skin of an interstellar force. Only in this way can Gao really sit at the negotiation table. Otherwise, all operations are actually meaningless. Blurring the boundaries of reality, completing the star network positioning of the planetary level and the individual, can we do the last step? Gao Gong said softly. Under the sea, the Alpha Manninghua appeared and said respectfully to Gao Gong, just waiting for you to take the last step. Boring formalism. Gao Gong smiled, and the next moment, the fluorescence around him suddenly dispersed, sank into the deeper sea surface, and fell into one strange information module after another. Then, on the opposite side, the body of the Mars lit up with a little starlight. Xiaoyu, who was thousands of light years away, also lit up with a little starlight. On the Alpha constellation of the Longhorn Whale, in the body of the planet's big tree, every radiation species lit up with a little starlight. Whether it was exploring the star field, going to the dungeon, or even the physical body of the offline hosting player, a little starlight lit up in the body, as if traveling through time and space. Then they intertwined with each other. Chapter 1446. This time, it was rare that players and NPCs changed at the same time, and they were all a little overwhelmed. Needless to say, Huang Yuanli, whose main body was a planetary tree, had various incarnations using various methods to explore, but nothing was found. They all suspected that some civilization had used some fourth-level weapons to kidnap her, a precious and protected plant. But she soon came to her senses, slapped her head, and thought of something. Gao Xiuya seemed to have told me that she wanted to build a star network link. Is that the case? In the new Mother City, in the new electronic network department, Sister G was talking to the head of PP with a smug look on her face, and suddenly looked at the fluorescence on her wrist in surprise. What is this? Soon, she pulled out countless cursed threads from her wrist, but the fluorescence was still there. Heh. Sister G sneered, and one end of the silk thread was reassembled into a strange insect mouth. The mouth was like a concave drill, with circles of sharp teeth. The surrounding network signals were affected by her and began to flicker. Many holographic projections turned into mosaics. Sister G, don't make trouble. This is the Star Network Transformation Plan. Everyone has to install it. As a minister, PP leader naturally knows a lot of news that others don't know. Star Network Transformation Plan, what is that? By the way, is Star Network a new cyberspace? I heard that it is only open to information life. It's too stingy. PP leader said helplessly. Cyberspace, a second-level network technology, has long been popular. Many mechanical cities have popularized it. Bowsy has opened more than a dozen private servers. If you want to play, just find one. Star Network is a third-level information network. Apart from other things, the communication ability alone is far better than cyberspace. Is that so? Gia was stunned. She hadn't returned to the camp for so many years. She didn't expect that the camp had changed so much that players could build their own cyberspace. The PP leader looked at the other party and hesitated. With your mental state that is more evil than the evil god, if you log into someone's cyberspace, you will pollute other people's networks. After thinking about it, she changed the subject. Have you seen the evil god conquest mission I sent you? This is a hidden mission. You will act together with the Punk family. The mission weight is very high. If it weren't for your current state, I wouldn't be able to help you. Punk family, I seem to have heard of it somewhere. Gia recalled, but before she finished recalling, she heard the system beep. In fact, it was not just her. The PP leader next to her, and several other players, who were still in the electronic network department, all received system notifications. Virtual reality boundary expansion completed. Biological simulation signal coverage completed. Ding, you get the Star Network link blessing. Star map lights up the next moment. The two women's eyes blurred, and they felt that their vision was infinitely expanded. They saw various space creations and mechanical planets. Their vision gradually passed through the entire Alpha Mother Star System, expanded to the left and right Nanchaman Star System, and continued to expand outward. This expansion is not even comparable to the general sense of superluminal speed. In a few breaths, it was fixed to all the territories currently controlled by the Legion, that is, the range of 50 star systems. And within this range, the densely packed dots were marked out. In addition to the areas that have been explored, even some hidden mineral deposits and dark matter points in the asteroid belt have been marked. Even a certain resource planet is included. It's like opening a full map perspective. The first wave of star ways in the star network is on. Open the interconnection of all things in the entire star domain. Open the teleportation function, planet day, teleportation times 100/100, within the entire star domain of the Legion. Outside the territory, open the online mode. When actively invited, players can randomly teleport to the vicinity of another player, teleportation times October 10th. All attributes of information system players are enhanced. Information system players enjoy the resurrection function, resurrection times March 3rd. Information system players can upload to the Star Network space anytime and anywhere. Information system players can fuse information energy. Information system players can rent information energy online. Information system players. Although the series of system reminders behind are all for information system players, the teleportation function in the front alone is enough to shock all players. Sister G and PP leader looked at each other. Their mouths were open. Go to the Alpha constellation of the Narwhal. The PP leader nodded vigorously, and the two figures flashed and disappeared on the spot. The next moment, the two figures appeared again. The energy environment was dozens of times more dense than that of ordinary planets, which proved that the two had indeed appeared on this planet thousands of light years away. Beside the two, stars flickered, and players were teleported one by one. The players were all very excited. Fuck, this game finally has the teleportation function. I'm so sad. I don't have to travel for a year to kill a monster. What is the Internet of Everything? Isn't it just teleportation plus online connection? Doesn't this mean that the son of the current version is the Legion Flow? What Legion Flow? That's called the People Shaking Flow. Oh no, this game favors Krypton Gold players. Come on, I want to recharge. Can you find me a recharge channel? So, the business flow is the real son of the version? Fuck, I would have developed a mechanical city earlier. The information department is the real son of the version, right? Look at the more than 20 prompts in the system. Most of them are related to them. Hey, that's not right. Why is the tree gone? The teleported players looked up and found that the famous landscape on this planet, the supergiant tree that blocked the sky, had disappeared at some point. The PP leader also received a communication from his subordinates, and only sent a photo. On the Alpha Mother planet, tree roots that obscured the atmosphere fell from the sky. But before she could finish watching, the surrounding players were shocked again. This planet tree, it teleported back again. It turns out that not only players can be teleported, but NPCs can also be teleported. Does this mean that in future missions, NPCs can be summoned to help? A new mode? A combat assistance system? On the Gao Gong side, he also received a long list of prompts. As a civilization leader, he received a few more system prompts than the players. The first star network evolution is completed. Gao Yuanyuan's leader reputation is increased by 10,000. You get Gao Yuanyuan's transfer reputation of 5,000. Level 3 Virtual Civilization Star Network completes. The first industrial revolution. Camp points increase by 30 million. Star Network Thought. Post-physical anxiety is activated. Star Network Thought. Virtual reality is activated. Wow, 2 thoughts come at once. Civilization evolves too fast, and there is such an effect. Post-physical anxiety. After losing the physical body, can virtual life still maintain humanity? Or evolve into a completely new form of existence? Virtual reality. If the virtual world can perfectly simulate reality, then does reality still have special meaning? These are all things that a virtual civilization must think about and reach a consensus after continuous evolution. The reason why 2 suddenly popped up is also very simple. The civilization technology evolves too fast. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, 1 thought is almost enough for 1 industrial revolution. Brother. Gao Gong finally heard a familiar voice. Chapter 1447. Gao Gong looked down, and found that Gao Yuanyuan's illusory figure appeared in his arms at some point. In the sea of information, this figure was like a dream, like a transparent mermaid. You have evolved well, and deserve praise. Gao Gong smiled. Thanks to my brother, the little mermaid said with a smile. Brother, I didn't expect the effect of star evolution to be so powerful. This is nothing, Gao Gong disagreed. In addition to the first star evolution and the Internet of Everything, there are also the second and third star evolutions. After completing the 3 star evolutions, the star network civilization system will probably have evolved to its end. Gao Gong's understated tone made Gao Yuanyuan admire him even more. It was simple for the other party to say, but for Gao Yuanyuan, who had already stepped into the interstellar, and had contact with some civilizations, this could be said to be a step to heaven. Seeing Gao Yuanyuan didn't believe him, Gao Gong smiled and explained to her, as an information civilization that takes the virtualization route, the most important things are nothing more than 3 points: data, computing and cognition. With the virtual hardware drawings and virtual software drawings I gave you, that is, those virtual industrial and virtual agricultural planets, with these, the first 2 are not a problem at all, and the last point is not a big problem either. Thoughts are good and bad. Good thoughts can improve the development of civilization technology, and bad thoughts can even cause internal divisions in civilization. However, as a former 6th level civilization leader, Gao Gong does not need the so-called technological progress brought by thoughts. He has a complete technology tree in his hands, from the trunk to the branches. As for the damage caused by the trend of thought, from the current point of view, post-body anxiety and virtual reality theory are not trends of thought with serious consequences. At most, it is because the technological progress is too fast, which leads to the inadaptability of civilized individuals. This inadaptability is universal, but the harm is not that strong. If someone takes advantage of this to make trouble, Gao Gong has also made some arrangements. Among virtual civilizations, the star network belongs to the strong signal type civilization, that is, its network speed is extremely strong and the transmission speed is extremely wide, whether it is transmitting people or other things. But this is not because it has developed some super light signal technology, but because its technological side is in the vague direction of virtual reality. Gao Gong told the truth about this virtual civilization. Gao Yuanyuan nodded and agreed. Brother is right. Since virtual life is real life, why can't the virtual world become the real world? And why can't the virtual universe become the real universe? As long as the parameters match 100%, they can be transformed into each other. And this transformation is the key to opening the transmission and connection, and it is also the core secret of this civilization. To put it simply, the first wave of star evolution is a civilization-level cut and paste. But to achieve this, more than 5 virtual knowledge chains, dozens of third-level civilization buildings, and hundreds of thousands of drawings are required. Those advanced, precious, and complex virtual civilization buildings cannot be seen in the virtual space because they are all sunk into the information sea. Only by fine-tuning the deepest information layer of the universe can we achieve an operation similar to lighting up the fog of the entire map. Do you know what I was most worried about when you were doing the evolution of the stars? Gao Gong suddenly changed the subject. What are you worried about, brother? I'm worried that there are other information civilizations in this galaxy, Gao Gong said softly. In the competition among civilizations in the same system, the information system civilization can be said to be the most cruel. This cruelty does not lie in how powerful weapons it has developed or how many species it has killed, but in that once an information civilization is in a leading position in evolution and can access the information potential C, then other information civilizations will have no room for evolution at all. The information potential C will be completely closed by the other party. And if the Star Network civilization encounters such a civilization that can close the information potential C in the early stages of development, it will be very troublesome, very, very troublesome. But fortunately, this galaxy does not have this level of information civilization, and technology worship is still a bit beneficial. If there is no mechanical master, the civilization development of this galaxy may flourish, but with a mechanical master, then it will become a mechanical civilization leading. Since we have what others don't, then we are not the ones who are unlucky. We must let these indigenous civilizations know what it means to be able to hang the entire map. Brother, do we want to help the Anti-Insect Alliance and locate the coordinates of the Insect Queen? Gao Yuanyuan was full of confidence. Among the drawings given to her by Engineer Gao, there were also fourth-order information building drawings. Even without this drawing, with the powerful weapon of virtual reality boundary blur, she could locate the high-level insects one by one, and then summon the army to encircle and kill them. Unexpectedly, Gao Gong shook his head and said, "The Anti-Insect Alliance is not our ally." He simply recounted Xiao Yu's experience. Gao Yuanyuan's face changed after listening to it. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Does my brother want to stand on the side of the insects? But is the Queen of Insects willing to cooperate with us? No, I stand on the side of the civilization technology tree. Whoever can improve our technological development as soon as possible is our ally. On the contrary, whoever stands in our way of evolution, we will kick it away." Gao Gong coveted the mecha heritage of the Milta people and the heavy ship heritage of the Galen people. But recently, a civilization heritage attracted him, that is, the heritage of the virus mechanical civilization. From the perspective of the Anti-Insect Alliance, this virus mechanical civilization is very troublesome. If you use mechanical weapons, it will be transformed into a natural electronic virus, but when you come to deal with the electronic virus, it will be transformed into mechanical hardware and physically destroy the firewall. But from the perspective of Gao Gong, this virus mechanical civilization is very restrained by its own side. Information civilization is best at suppressing viruses. The opponent's virus mode is not only restrained by StarNet technology, but also by Big Sister Jaox, and even by Xiao Yu. Facts have proved that no electronic virus is as poisonous as the infection of the mechanical revolution. As for the opponent's mechanical body mode, Gao Gong is looking for a mechanical civilization with moderate strength to practice with. Although the mechanic civilization is not a war-crazy civilization, its attribute of being able to build everything also allows it to continuously build new machines as the civilization wars, and at the same time continue to evolve. In short, it is a good whetstone. While Gao Gong was thinking about which one to start with, a heated discussion about Xiao Yu was taking place in the command center of the higher star field. Researching and decomposing Xiao Yu is something that the anti-insect high-level officials will consider later. But for the allied generals on the front line, Xiao Yu, the half-mechanical girl, is simply a magical weapon for attacking cities and capturing strongholds. This magical weapon is not only needed by the higher front, but also by other fronts, because some civilization guerrillas in the fifth star, those civilization elites, who are trying to search for the insect body, also try to recruit this humanoid magical weapon. Because with her, at least the encirclement and suppression of the insect army is not a problem. The best use of Xiao Yu is naturally a small team assault and beheading. So the pressure was transmitted to the big dweller, and the big dweller was transmitted to the flat-chested female Jinpi. Chapter 1448. In an encrypted dimension in the other dimensional space, the female Jinpi saw the great dweller. This void general has a strange appearance. It is in the form of a suspended hazy mist, but it is not ordinary mist. Instead, it seems to be condensed from thick golden substances, and the light is deep. Moreover, being composed of golden mist does not mean that its form is unstable gaseous. On the contrary, its form is very stable, like the light of stars being imprisoned in it. Although the void dwellers are the same species, they can absorb different void energies to build their own bodies. The energy source of this great dweller is said to be the spatial folds of the core of the star. Therefore, among all the great dwellers, it is famous for its violence and ferocity, and has the nicknames of Destruction Dweller and Collapse Dweller. But even so, not all situations can resort to violence, especially in the Anti-Insect Alliance. There are some high-level people whose violence is more exaggerated than it. At this time, wisdom is needed. Take a look. The great residents pointed, and at least 20 secondment documents appeared in front of the female gold skin, and the secondment targets were all some cyborg girls. Among them were some senior generals on the front line. The female gold skin even saw a person in charge of the Alliance's logistics department. Logistics department? Of course, in addition to this strange secondment, she also saw the signature of her own General Galen. Tell me about it. The female gold skin shook her head and said calmly, shouldn't this matter be notified to the person in the Cybertron Legion? Strictly speaking, we are just the temporary managers of this mechanical army. In wartime, all military units must obey the overall situation. I believe that the general can understand this, otherwise he would not send such a super combat force here. Don't you think so? The big resident exuded a trace of joy. In this case, why did you notify me? Just arrange it directly, the female gold skin said expressionlessly. He who let Helly be so lucky to become the liaison of this super mechanical army, and according to the Alliance agreement, I have to get your signature for any transfer of this army. This is also the content of the genetic contract. But General, I must remind you that it was the Cybertron General who signed the contract, not the half-machine girl. Yes, that's what I mean, the big resident was very happy. As long as the person concerned does not want to be seconded, then we have sufficient reasons to reject other recruitment requests. The female gold skin was stunned. She didn't expect that the other party actually meant this. After hesitating for a while, she said, I will inform the other party of your thoughts. The female gold skin turned and left. You should know that among the high-level people, I am the least suspicious one. The great dweller finally said something meaningful. The female gold-skinned girl paused and said nothing else. Soon, she found the powerful but silly little girl, who was eating and drinking in the cafeteria. Many people don't know that the void dwellers, or most of the void species, are actually gourmets. They can adjust their taste and even adjust their spatial perception to adapt to the delicacies of different species, or even different dimensions. Therefore, the canteen of the void dwellers is also full of various delicacies. Good times. Hulu hulu. You are also good. Hench hench. The female gold skin sat opposite her, touched the other's little head, and remained silent. By the way, Xiao Yu wiped her mouth and said, recently, a few strange people came over and took out a strange document to give me a physical examination. The female gold skin's heart tightened. Where are they? I don't know. According to our boss, if anyone has bad intentions towards me, I will beat them up, and after beating them up, they will leave. The female gold skin found the scattered documents, and saw the unique text on them. Iron Expeditionary Force? This is also a mechanical civilization in the Alliance, and it is a military power similar to the Galen people. By the way, they also said some strange things, saying that I am some kind of mechanical throne, and have been investigating me for a long time. But what is the mechanical throne? Xiao Yu scratched his head. Our boss has a throne, which is plump and soft. I often sit on it to play when he is not around, and sometimes I even lie on it to eat, but hey, he never knows. After turning on the teleport and connection functions on the entire faction map, it seems that everything is easy. Especially as a minister, the head of PP has the power to blur the boundaries of virtual reality, and with this power, he can even achieve ultra-long distance teleportation. Soon, the group was teleported to a planet polluted by the power of the evil god. Its surface is covered with creeping flesh, deformed creatures and twisted physical laws. Any spacecraft that enters its gravitational range will receive strange whispers, tempting the crew to go crazy or mutate. Planets like this are rare in this galaxy, but there are many of them, but most people are not aware of their existence. And this kind of planet will not appear in the routes and areas covered by civilization. It should be here. An alpha stared at a rock, and soon the rock grew facial features, and the empty mouth opened and closed towards him, making him inexplicably want to listen to what the other party said. But soon, a trace of coolness, even with a bit of spicy feeling, covered from the throat to the limbs and torso, expelling this weird desire. Even as a third-level virtual life, he rarely felt a sense of entity. I said, giving you an injection before coming here will help, the PP leader said to this NPC acquaintance. I didn't expect that my alpha eye has no protective effect against this kind of pollution, the alpha said with lingering fear. Among the organs of the alpha, The eyeball on the head also has the function of a virtual firewall, but it has no resistance to the direct gaze of this evil god. Fortunately, before coming, the PP leader asked the other party to convert a tube of evil god potion, so that nothing went wrong at the critical moment. However, among the 4 people in the group, the other 2 were not affected at all. Needless to say, Sister G was completely at ease in this environment, as if she had returned to her hometown. She looked around and hummed happily, but if you listen carefully, you can hear that what the other party was humming was the strange polluted muttering. And the other one who was not affected was actually also a player, and a fake, handsome little monk. The little monk always had a slight smile on his face, and this kind of smile looked either a villain or a pervert at first glance. But it is more likely that the other party is both. The PP leader looked at the other party with some fear. Ghost in the Shell has a list that records the troublesome players, who have done big things, or have the ability to do big things. The Een Zinzi in front of him is on the list, and ranks quite high. Many hacking incidents within the camp have a shadow, but no evidence can be found. At this point, the player group is no longer something that NPCs can ignore. What's more, the PP leader knows that the other party has another identity, a member of the punk family. Chapter 1449. As a minister, PP leader actually knows a lot of faction secrets, or plot clues. For example, deep in the tree of the planet, there is a high-level radiation bloodline that carbon-based players dream of. For example, in which faction laboratories, it is easiest to brush experience. Or, what are the hobbies of the 4th-level life in the faction, and how to brush the favor of those 4th-level life. Even including some high-level circles in the faction, such as the Mechanical Master Association, the former Crystal Core family, the Gao family, and this punk family. The most dangerous one is this punk family. It is not a simple humanoid virus exchange meeting, but also mixed with some very dangerous things, such as evil god bloodline, such as Turing religion. If the faction is a chaotic neutral faction, then this Akatsuki organization, oh no, it is a small organization, is definitely chaotic evil, and it is not far from extreme evil. So the players who join this faction, although they cannot be said to be anti-human elements, they are all perverts. And they are all marked as perverts: Black Eyes number 2, Scissor Hands, Mortar, Hacker, Lu Dahua, Swallow, Debt Collector, Shinmu, Een Chanzi. In other games, these are standard red-named players, and because the game cyberspace is particularly real, this group of people is particularly perverted. As far as the PP leader knows, this fake monk is not only a member of the punk family, he also has some other identities, such as a humanoid intelligent body, a Turing believer, and a senior prosthetic doctor, specializing in human brain. To be honest, if the PP leader is allowed to choose, he will definitely kick this guy out of the camp as soon as possible. He is not a chaotic player like normal players, but an extreme personality brought up in the cyber test field. Emi Dofu, PP Minister, what are you looking at? Een Chanzi noticed the PP leader's sight, turned his head, and asked with a smile. In his eyes, there was still a strange electronic virus light. Nothing, just curious about where your old partner Shinmu went. PP leader covered up. Oh him, he finally repaired the planet host center, and is thinking about developing the planet Buddha. PP leader, then his progress is really fast enough. So fast that he has pointed out the star-level mechanical transformation. Yes, thanks to the boss's suggestion, the boss said that if this skill is developed, it will be very popular, and he also said several senior NPC mechanics to help. That's great, PP leader said indifferently. The 4 of them soon arrived at their destination, which was a huge cave. This cave has a Cthulhu-style aesthetic, like a giant beast with its mouth open, wanting to swallow everything in the world. The cave entrance is filled with thick fog like ink, which seems to be alive and twisting, emitting a disgusting stench, as if warning everyone who approaches. PP leader took out a token and threw it in. After a while, the fog slowly dissipated, and a cursed figure walked out. This person was wrapped in shadows, and it seemed that there were countless living things crawling wildly under his skin. And it saw Sister G for the first time, and its tone changed from chaotic mumbling to the universal language of the universe. I never thought that there are sisters like me in this world. Sister, your evolution level really surprises me. Sister G also chuckled, and her body began to change. The originally exquisite and delicate facial features became a face without facial features, with only a sucker-like mouth covered with barbs. In the mouth, a 2-meter-long tongue spitted out and rolled into the mist. The originally scattered mist became dense at this time. Is this mating? The only NPC was surprised. Although he had seen it several times, no matter how many times he saw it, PP leader was still not used to it. Even Een Chanzi, who was considered a perverted monk, showed a surprised expression. On Sister G's system panel, several prompts popped up. You communicate with the cursed figure, and your favorability increases by 1,000. You communicate with the walking chaos, and your favorability increases by 1,000. You communicate with the evil god combined body, and your favorability increases by 1,000, and the combined body devouring desire increases by 1,000. Just when the favorability reached 99.99, Sister G's tongue was instantly retracted. The cursed figure on the opposite side also let out a joyful cry. For the sake of our sister, I will accept your captain's mark. This broken sampan is left, but you still want me to repay her favor. The PP leader and the alpha looked at each other. From what the sister meant, if Sister G hadn't used this perverted way to increase her favorability, would this mission have been pushed forward? As if sensing the two people's thoughts, the other party giggled. Of course, I still recognize the favor of the broken sampan, but if you only have this thing, then the me who came out may not be me. Come in, I guess you must have a very troublesome thing to ask me for help. Unexpectedly, the PP leader thought that the cave was dark and humid, and there might be some blood sacrifices and human sacrifices. Unexpectedly, after the fog dissipated, it turned out to be an excellent ecological environment with birds singing and flowers blooming, AI housekeepers, self-circulating water systems, adaptive furniture, and various exotic flowers and plants. Sit down and talk, the lady snapped her fingers, and soon a service robot brought 4 cups of unknown drinks. The PP leader looked at the strange thing bubbling in the cup, and got straight to the point. I want to ask you to do us a favor. Which force are you from? The other party did not comment. Cybertron Legion. Oh, the Cybertron general who is said to be comparable to Shrek, is your leader? Do you know our boss? No, I just know Shrek, the other party said lightly. PP leader silently memorized this background information, and then recalled the information of this guy. According to the task prompt, this is a former fairy resident who has close ties with various evil gods, and even often plays the role of a middleman. But this does not mean that the other party is an evil god's devotee or evil god believer, and it is precisely because of this that he is so precious. We need some coordinates of the body of the universe evil god, or the body channel. The other party stopped fiddling with flowers and plants, and raised his head in surprise. What do you want to do? Investigation research. The other party looked at the 4 of them in a daze, and suddenly laughed, laughing as showy as Sister G. Are you the black gloves of a civilization? Just one interstellar force wants to seal them. You don't need to worry about that. I just want to know if the favor of Captain Death can allow you to help us do this. The other party hesitated for a long time, and just when the hearts of the 4 people were gradually sinking, he shook his head. I'm afraid I can't. But I can. The shadow disappeared, and the other party's body bulged visibly, changing from a female form to a male. It seemed that countless living things were wriggling wildly under the skin. The smooth texture was bulging and twisted, and tiny holes burst out from time to time, from which purple mucus with a fishy and sweet smell oozed out. The terrifying evil god's breath overflowed without concealment. In a trance, the 4 people saw a satellite colony with craters and moon seas that were constantly wriggling. My name is Fuo. I am taking you to suppress myself. Chapter 1450. Since the first star evolution, the Cybertron Legion has been full of teleporters. Some players are so bored that they even teleport after walking a few steps. This thing is not a game service, but a camp benefit. It consumes computing power. Thank goodness that the senior engineer knows the player's morals, and set a limit of 100 times in advance. Otherwise, there will definitely be players trying to do such a tricky operation as infinite teleportation. And players have gradually discovered that the so-called teleportation function can also be used during PK, within the camp range, so new PvP tactics have been designed in several red-named planets. Many high-level players with strong reputations will be defeated by this tactic if they don't check it for a while. There is no way. The teleportation function is too buggy. There is no limit on the distance, no CD, and no special effect. Using this trick plus a suicidal output, the ranking system programmed by players themselves in the red-named planets has changed so fast recently that it is dazzling. Many foul-mouthed players were challenged and insulted by teleportation. Finally, all the PvP masters could not stand it anymore and jointly applied to a retired host to ban teleportation, a thing that destroys the balance, or to limit the number of teleportations in the PvP competition. Lolita quickly updated the PvP system and sealed the teleportation function. However, this move caused more dissatisfaction among ordinary players, who jointly applied, so Lolita followed suit and unlocked the teleportation function. But ordinary players also had differences among themselves. How many teleportations should be required to achieve the balance of the PvP game? During this process, Lolita was not impatient at all, and her performance was hundreds of times better than that of a forum administrator. I can only say that they are all idle. The teleportation function is actually not intended for Scourge warriors. When the visiting female Dark Elf Lunala chatted with Gao Gong about this topic, Gao Gong said casually, "Why is this?" The beautiful and graceful female elf asked hurriedly. This function is essentially for information life to better enter the information sea, absorb deep information, and strengthen itself. But the function of virtual reality with blurred boundaries seems to have been misunderstood by those little scourges. As a half-vassal of the Cybertron Legion, Gao Gong also generously shared this teleportation function with this group of dark elves. As the daughter of the leader of civilization, Lunala is naturally not like those rustic players who think this is just a function of version update. After several experiments, she immediately realized that this teleportation is definitely a powerful information technology, and it is not an ordinary technology, at least it is also at the level of civilization trump card. So she hurried over and tried to find out the source of this super technology, because she didn't believe that this technology was developed by an interstellar force. Just as Gao Gong was about to say something, his black-skinned secretary, Irizen, who was also a dark elf, came over and whispered something to Gao Gong. Gao Gong hummed and stood up to leave. Suddenly, he thought of something and turned around and said, "Since you are here, come and take a look." Lunala was obviously stunned when she saw the silver-haired and silver-eyed fellow opposite her, and then she recalled the other party's identity, and was immediately shocked. As a member of the same clan, she was very surprised that a deformed monster like Irision had restored her dark elf bloodline. She knew how difficult it was to repair it. Even with the technology of the Black Machinery Alliance back then, it couldn't be solved. How did the other party do it? Lunala's attention was immediately diverted. While following behind the senior engineer, she carefully asked the other party, Your bloodline has been restored." But the elf lady in secretary outfit just glanced at the other party calmly, then retracted her gaze, and ignored the thoughts of her fellow clan members. Irision. "Yes, master." The female elf immediately showed Lunala's unimaginable obedience. This is not in line with common sense. Before the dark elves were fully mechanized, because of the instinct of this bloodline, this species, regardless of gender, was the attacking party. "Your strength seems to have improved a bit recently?" The senior engineer glanced at the system panel, and found that the female elf had risen from level 82 to level 86. "Well, I absorbed a lot of energy in the dimension with extremely high energy activity. These are all gifts from the master. Oh yes, I almost forgot that your talent in energy sensing and absorption is no less than that of some energy species." Gao Gong suddenly realized that the players are not the ones who gain the most from using the key to brush the dungeon every day. After all, the number of times players can brush the dungeon every day is limited. But the Dark Elves, as the guiding NPCs, do not have such restrictions. In addition, they can absorb dark matter and dark energy. Every time they open the door, it is a feast. The progress of the three secretaries is not even the fastest among them. Lunala became more and more anxious as she listened. What dimension? Wasn't their civilization's treasure dismantled by the Queen of Insects? How come there is another dimension, and a different dimension? Unfortunately, she didn't find out the news she wanted to know along the way. Soon, the three of them came to a mecha test center. This kind of mechanical building is not uncommon. In fact, even mechanical civilizations that are not good at star armor technology will conduct research and analysis in this area. Lunala didn't believe that the other party could come up with any star armor technology that would make her eyes light up. Then, when the last door opened, an indescribable sense of creepiness suddenly came over her. In a trance, she seemed to have returned to the time when the mother planet was devoured by endless insects, the painful leader mother, the generals who made death attacks on the insect army, and the Alliance scientists who chose to commit suicide because they could not develop insect-killing weapons in time. When Lunala came to her senses, she found that she had been sweating profusely without realizing it, and her legs were trembling. This kind of deterrence actually comes from the strange star armor in front of them. These god killers, who seem to have crawled out of the god war, have dark red energy lines flowing on their black main armor. For Scarlet Pulse god-killing machines are embedded in the elbow and knee joints. Every time they flex and stretch, they will open up a gap in space. The Raised God Rebellion back module on the back is like a beast ready to kill at any time. 6 arc-shaped energy conduits are connected to the roaring god-killing engine in the center. When these construct modules are combined together, they will emit the murderous aura of carbon-based biological special attacks. What's more exaggerated is that there are a total of 50 such highly threatening construct suits. It's no wonder that Lunara performed so poorly. In fact, even the Orgrimmar people who were responsible for making them had to wear heavy protective clothing when they were finally assembled to debug and install them. Oh, you have even made a carbon-based sword for killing. I thought you couldn't get enough. Gao Gong looked at the pile of giant swords in the corner with some surprise. Half of the murderous aura he felt just now came from these swords. But now, these killing weapons are thrown together like a pile of scrap copper and iron. Sure enough, when the number increases, the magic weapons look unimpressive. And as the strength of the camp improves, the previous difficult options have become less difficult. The 10 kinds of blood of the top 3 strong men required for this kind of structural killing weapon now have at least hundreds of options. Chapter 1451. Gao Gong casually pulled out a carbon-based sword of killing. Compared with the usual mechanical swords, this sword looks very simple, but if you look at it a few more times, you will find that the sword is filled with murderous aura like a tidal wave. From the uneven patterns on the sword, Gao Gong saw the whale pattern of the space beast, so he probably knew the source of this blood of the top strongman. Name: Carbon-based sword of slashing. Category: Construct, God Killer Series. Quality: Level 3 Rare. Transformation rate requirement: 100% mechanical transformation. Compatibility: 0 to 100%. Attack power: 1 million to 20 million. Additional attributes: Carbon-based damage plus 500%. Function 1. Carbon-based slashing. Can add a carbon-based fusion effect. Function 2. Species extinction. The more carbon-based species killed, the stronger the lethality. Function 3. Space nemesis. 20% damage blessing for space bloodline. Remarks: Different constructs have different secrets. The secrets of the God Killer series are not as simple as the surface. There is also an unexpected surprise. Gao Gong grabbed the hilt and tried to control it. Then, the strong sense of repulsion came like a tide, and the surging murderous aura of the sword body began to backfire. Gao Gong entered the carbon-based mode, and the backlash was even greater. The whole sword was like a red-hot iron, and the blade was shaking wildly. Not only did the air explode into pieces, but even the space was scratched. Your compatibility with the carbon-based sword is 0, and you are suffering from structural backlash. This backlash even caused Gao Gong's human body transformation rate to jump up and down, although the frequency of the jump was not large. Gao Gong used the ability of the morphological fruit to suppress it, and the interference was over. However, another situation occurred, that is, he began to lose blood. There were many cuts on the palm. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows, but did not suppress it anymore, but began to use the biological computer to simulate the parameters of the mechanical body. Metal lines began to appear on the surface of the palm, and even some mechanical structures were added. This degree of deformation is very easy for a person with the morphological fruit. However, even if Gao Gong confirmed again and again that there was no difference between the palm of the organism and the palm of the mechanical body from the shape to the composition, the compatibility of this construct weapon was only barely over 20%, and it could not go up any further. This thing is really spiritual. Gao Gong shook his head, threw away the Leviathan bloodline version of the sword, and looked at the other ones. Except for some different functions, the properties were almost the same, so he took the 2 women away. After the engineer left, the guy who had been standing in the corner, like an ordinary mechanical body, lit up his electronic eyes, strode forward, and grabbed the previous carbon-based sword. The previous sense of resistance disappeared instantly, replaced by a feeling of blood connection. At the same time, the compatibility on the system panel skyrocketed from 30%, 40%, 60%, 100%, and soon reached the upper limit. It's strange, I didn't set the recognition mode for this sword. How can it distinguish between mechanical and biological bodies? The mechanical body, or the mechanical version of the engineer, muttered to himself. Or is it that the way the structure is built comes with the initial version of AI? Or Gao Gong's mind moved, and he summoned his hand, and a ball of fluorescence jumped out of the space. It was the morphological fruit that had left with the organism before. The fruit was like a flowing liquid, constantly changing its shape. At the same time, the rule light that belonged to the carbon-based system lit up, almost illuminating most of the center of the mecha. And almost at the same time, the sword that killed the carbon-based sword, not just this one, but all the constructs were stimulated, and the sword body overflowed with black light, as if resisting this rule force. So that's it, Gao Gong muttered to himself, as if he had figured out something. The so-called construct is actually a kind of antivirus software, but it is an antivirus software for carbon-based fruits and carbon-based gods. So even if there is no AI system, once a carbon-based organism appears, it will automatically react. This is what the construct is like. After fully understanding the principle of the construct, Gao Gong was no longer afraid. With a flash of quantum light on his hand, the carbon-based killing sword was sucked into the space string ball. The mechanical palm gently touched again, and the god-killing suit next to it also disappeared. After a circle, all the construct suits created by a group of Orgrimmar people with great effort were sucked into the body. At the same time, the original Frenzy Type 1 also began to change, and the figure quickly became smaller, and the God-Killing Engine, God Reverse Back, God-Killing Engine, God Reverse Back and other construct modules also turned out one by one. Soon, it changed from the Frenzy series to the God-Killing Mechanical Body. Gao Gong wanted to try the effect of the God-Killing suit, but after looking around, he gave up the idea. The implanted space shuttle started, and the figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. In a few breaths, Gao Gong appeared in outer space. After thinking for a while, he shot out of the orbital space and came to the farther interstellar vacuum. There is really no one here except for the large and small meteorites. In this case, there is no need to worry. The next moment, Gao Gong activated all the functions of the God-Killer suit. For a moment, a very powerful kinetic energy roared out from each mechanical unit, especially when the God-Killer engine was activated. Gao Gong now finally understood why Xiaoyu, after the modification, was like a hyperactive child. It turned out that he really couldn't move. Without personal experience, it is difficult to understand the real combat power that transcends paper data. In particular, the whole set of God-Killer suit does not look like some mechanical body, with only cold mechanical energy left. It gives people the feeling of a beast. To be more precise, it showed a rare vitality in a mechanical body. A vigorous vitality. Gao Gong grabbed a carbon-based sword with his hand, and the entire God-Killing mechanical body disappeared instantly. On the surface of a nearby satellite-sized meteorite, more and more streams of light were visible to the naked eye, and even covered the surface of the meteorite in a breath. Then the figure of the God-Killing mechanical body appeared again, and a layer of white ash was smeared on the structural sword in his hand. The next moment, the meteorite satellite, under the gaze of Gao Gong's electronic eyes, slowly collapsed, and gray-white debris visible to the naked eye floated from the surface, forming a hazy mist. It did not explode, nor did it leave scattered debris. It just fell apart in silence, like a sandcastle blown away by the wind. The moon's crust turned into a fine dust cloud, spreading silently, like a slow-motion avalanche. The silver plains that once reflected cosmic rays, the craters that had been looked up to for thousands of years, now lost all their luster and became a floating pale ash. Gao Gong gently touched the great sword, and with the help of the mirror of the sword, he saw a strange mechanical face. Since he often changed the mechanical body, sometimes Gao Gong would forget what he looked like. If it was an ordinary mechanical life, it might have some cognitive impairment. But as an old driver, this obstacle did not exist at all. After confirming the lethality of the God-Killer suit, Gao Gong started the Mecha Frenzy, but this time the Mecha Frenzy was a bit special. It was a small-scale Mecha Frenzy. Moreover, the mechanical bodies that made up the Mecha Frenzy were all God-Killer suit. It's okay to call it a God-Killing Frenzy. Chapter 1452. You seem very happy? The next day, in outer space, Du Xiaodi looked at Gao Gong and was very sensitive to his emotions. Is there? Gao Gong touched his cheek and was surprised. Du Xiaodi nodded seriously and touched the other person's face to confirm. Then even if there is indeed a lot of good news recently. In addition to completing the carbon-based killer weapon God-Killing Frenzy, Gao Gong also discovered the secret of the God-Killing suit under the God-Killing Frenzy. And this secret was not even discovered by Xiaoyu, the mechanical angel. This made him very happy. Although comparing IQ with a mentally retarded person, it is hard to say whether it is praising others or belittling oneself. But facing this genius girl who is blessed with 2 mechanical revolutions, he, as a boss, is also under great pressure. But now, Gao Gong has proved with facts that the qualitative change caused by quantitative change is indeed more powerful than the flash of genius. Yesterday, when practicing the God-Killing Frenzy, Gao Gong successfully activated the hidden attribute of the God-Killing suit. God-Killing Mode. God-Killing Mode. 13 types of constructs are mutually constructed, and in a short period of time, they have the power of sealing rules and falling carbon-based gods. This sentence alone is enough to show the power of this God-Killing mode. The falling carbon-based god is too far away, and it is not needed for the time being. Another way to say the sealing rules is to destroy the carbon-based fruit. The rules cannot be broken because they are the basic structure of this universe. But this does not mean that the fruit cannot be sealed or decomposed. This is the truth of the construct, reconstructing the rules. If it really couldn't be sealed, the carbon-based god wouldn't have fallen. Even if the old master was so invincible, he wouldn't have wandered outside the main universe. With such a killer, Gao Gong can be sure that at least in this galaxy, no individual is qualified to stand in front of him. Take a walk with me, don't be distracted. Just when Gao Gong wanted to regain his domineering spirit, the rich woman's little hand fell on Gao Gong's earlobe, and gently lifted it, breaking Gao Gong's impulse to restore his domineering spirit. Forget it, forget it. These days, what's the use of being able to fight? If you want to get involved, you must keep your word. If you say you want to be supported by a rich woman, you must be supported by a rich woman, even if you are 100 times stronger than Shrek, even if you can kill the leader of civilization head-on, it's actually nothing. Don't you see, after the leader of the Colossus Kingdom was gone, a new leader of the Colossus Kingdom soon took over, and the strength of civilization did not decrease much. Maybe because the fakes were taken down, the civilization state returned to normal. Only civilization can fight against civilization. And only Director Du's first stage mechanical plan can breed the power of civilization. And now is the acceptance stage. It's called acceptance, but in fact Director Du is using this excuse to take Gao Gong on a romantic interstellar walk. The teleportation limit is only for players, and for these two civilization leaders, there is no upper limit. So Du Xiaodi took Gao Gong's hand and set off from the Alpha Mother Star. The stardust under their feet was like fog. The two moved slowly in the weightless void. The stardust seemed to be pulled by some mysterious gravity, gathering and dispersing into a hazy light band. There was endless darkness all around, but it was dotted with stars like a dream. These stars were like bright gems inlaid on the black sky, emitting soft and charming light. In the distance, there is a gorgeous nebula, like a painter's palette overturned in the universe. The nebula presents all kinds of wonderful colors, brilliant light and colors, and various shapes. The figures of the two are embedded in this vastness. Brighter than any star cluster, dark matter surges like a tide, silently pushing them forward, passing through clusters of ionized gas, which are like the breath of the universe, glowing with faint blue and purple-red light. After the two teleported to other star systems, Gao Yuanyuan's illusory figure appeared where the two originally stayed, with her little cheeks bulging visibly with the naked eye. She also wanted to take a walk with her brother, and she also wanted to hold hands with her brother. She even wanted to turn off the teleportation function of that cheap sister-in-law. It was so annoying, but it was called a walk, and with Director Du's aesthetic taste, he wandered around and came across various space machines, such as the Iron Devourer, the Warp Forging Chamber, and the Corona Furnace. When she saw these machines, Du Xiaodi's eyes were shining brightly. But the amazing thing is that Director Du loves machines, but has no feelings for mechanical life at all. I have to say, this is also very strange. Gao Gong looked around, and it was obviously a huge cosmic vacuum, but it gave people a crowded feeling. In the orbit of the red giant, the Dyson ring furnace rotated slowly, absorbing the energy of the star, compressing the plasma into a superdense alloy, and the hot metal torrent was bound by the magnetic field, flowing like a liquid galaxy, and injected into the automatic forging array. Every drop of molten metal contains enough energy to ignite the planet, but it is cooled and extended under precise control to become the armor of the battleship and the skeleton of the engine. Deep in the asteroid belt, nanomachines surge like silver tides, breaking down rocks and extracting rare elements. A huge matrix printing array floats in the void, and laser beams silently carve in the vacuum, building kilometer-level space station modules layer by layer. There is no gravity distortion, no air disturbance, and every structure reaches the theoretical limit of accuracy. The transportation of materials across star systems does not rely on bulky spacecraft, but through quantum entanglement transmission nodes. The semi-finished products on the assembly line are decomposed into data streams at the moment of completion, crossing light years, and reorganized at the assembly station at the other end. The factories of the entire galaxy form a superluminal production network, sharing blueprints and resources in real time. Gao Gong's mechanical body silently floats in this huge mechanical network, feeling the mechanical energy that is difficult to describe with numbers. The large number of drawings gambled by the system, the financial resources of the cosmic nobles, Director Du's infrastructure talent, plus the mechanic technology tree that has been lit up by 90%, constitute the spectacular scene in front of us. And now, just like Gao Yuanyuan lit up the first star evolution, the first stage of the mechanical plan was officially completed. Gao Gong's mechanical body was once again replaced with the Frenzy 1 type, which is the largest Frenzy model, suspended in a star system number 25. Compared with the north and south gates of the Alpha people, Director Du's star system naming is much simpler. With the Alpha star system as the number 1 star system, the exploration order is number 2, number 3, number 4. Although number 25 is not in the middle, it is not far away. With the transmission speed of the star network, it doesn't matter where it is. The only thing that matters is the mechanical body of the engineer. Almost at the moment, when the main body and Director Du were in love, the mechanical body was suspended between the 2 mechanical planets and directly activated the main hub. Among the 50 star systems, from the Dyson sphere to the mechanical planets and the space buildings, all entered the violent production mode. Not only machines are produced, but also machines that produce machines. On the system panel, not only the camp points are refreshed crazily, but even the mechanical buildings are refreshed crazily. This is a large-scale engineering project acceptance. Because whether it is the production of machines or the production of machines, it involves complex energy distribution, assembly lines, production lines, and other factors. This even includes the cooperation between planets and the cooperation between planetary computers. It can be said to be extremely complicated, but if it can be successfully accepted, then the senior engineer can responsibly express that the Cybertron Legion can change its name. A name for a mechanic civilization. Chapter 1453. It seems to have begun. On a space building, Gao Gong looked at the vast universe and starry sky and said softly. Du Xiaodi pursed her lips, with a rare nervous look in her eyes. Although there was such a mechanical plan long ago, and it had been simulated dozens of times in advance, she was still nervous at such an important juncture. In this matter, if it succeeds, it will be civilized, and if it retreats, it cannot retreat. If you retreat a step, you will have no place to stand. Don't worry, it won't fail so easily, Gao Gong gently comforted the other party. Those hundreds of millions of Orgrimmar people have been waiting for this day. Any problem in the details will be solved by them. The weakness of the rich woman was only a momentary thing. Soon, Du Xiaodi regained her fortitude, her white hair was slightly raised, and with the help of Haluapo's blood, her sensing range covered several star systems. Star System number 18, Space Dock number 90. The former Orgrimmar royal family Black Crow King Hammer, now tall Black Crow, stood in a giant dock, looking at millions of assembly lines crisscrossing. This was a very common mechanical production scene. And the giant dock, as a building, has the ability to independently produce starships. But this time is different. Because many production lines are directly connected to the space tunnel, a large number of ship parts disappear on the spot as soon as they are completed. Tall Black Duck switched to another holographic screen, and soon, in a space area 10 light-years away, black lines intertwined with each other. Millions, hundreds of millions of parts are combined with each other. These mechanical modules from different docks and different mechanical planets were transmitted to the same space node. Under the effect of the space model, a starship army of 100,000 was fully equipped in a breath. Gao Haya switched to the holographic screen in another direction. In that screen, a super starship that was at least 100 times larger than an ordinary starship was also born in a breath. Titan ship number 306, level 4 building, the national treasure of the Galen people, and soon, this huge shadow was divided into 3. 3 Titan ships were formed visibly with the naked eye. Gao Haya turned back to the dock view, and the next moment, hundreds of holographic screens appeared, and he himself entered a state similar to flow. In this state, Gao Haya can be integrated with the machinery and perceive any mechanical changes in the entire giant dock. The mechanical module has been updated by 20%, and the new mechanical parts have increased by 15.9%. If it was just to accelerate the production of weapons, Du Xiaodi would not have made such a big scene. The core of this simulated production is precisely the production machinery itself. In the orbit of a core star in the 51st star system that has not yet been explored, a mechanical planet emerged from the void, as if it had been forced into reality from another dimension. This planet was not complete. Its surface was not rock or ice, but countless geometrically spliced metal plates, glowing with a cold matte light under the light of the stars. The huge energy matrix array unfolded like a blade, converting the absorbed star energy into dark red pulsations. Then, the gravity anchor pulled billions of parts, and the automated engineering ships circled like worker bees, docking the modules accurately. A mechanical planet was formed, lit up, and resumed production. And millions of parts, or dozens of assembly lines, came from the giant dock just now. After the planet lit up production, space strings pierced out from the matrix, connecting space gaps and space channels. As a sister-in-law, Du Xiaodi didn't want to take advantage of her sister-in-law. This space string transport channel replaced transmission, and was used to form the last puzzle of the first mechanical plan. As for the source, it was naturally a sword holder in the camp. Under the effect of the transmission channel, the production capacity of the mechanical planet almost seamlessly flowed into the surface of several other planets, and quickly completed the surface transformation, which is one of the famous 3P set of interstellar infrastructure. Then, as all the planets in this star system completed primary mechanization, subtle changes also appeared on the surface of the sun. Fine black spots began to appear on the edge of the star's halo, as if filtered by some kind of cosmic level screen. In the screen, a light mist that was slightly dimmer than the star's corona spewed out and began to self-split around the star's orbit. Dyson cloud, or Dyson cloud technology composed of nanomolecules, is using the energy of stars to split without limit. However, this process cannot be as fast as before. Moreover, using stars as industrial engines is much more difficult than creating a mechanical planet out of thin air. After all, the volume alone is at least 1 million times different. But in any case, the completion of the mechanization of a star system in a short period of time is enough to prove that Director Du's first-stage mechanical plan has been successfully completed. This is also the ultimate form of the third-level mechanical industry. No noise, no waste, no limit. Only the mechanical rhythm that never stops at the scale of the universe. The first phase of the mechanical plan is completed, and the camp points are increased by 30 million. You obtain the power of the mechanic civilization, the integration of billions of trillions. The new civilization mode, mechanical farming and warfare, is activated. The new trend of thought, ambition technological revolution is activated. Du Xiaodi's leader reputation is increased by 20,000. You obtain a transfer of 10,000 leader reputation. Gao Gong did not pay full attention to the system prompts. In his eyes, the picture in the eyes of the mechanical body is reflected. The one who gets the biggest benefit from the renewal of the camp technology tree is naturally him, the mechanical leader. And in the star system number 25, as a star system that has completed the mechanization transformation, the entire star system, from the mechanical system to the energy system, is fully loaded. So, the changes here are actually the most intense. Countless black lines visible to the naked eye shuttled through this star system. Some black lines were formed star armor core, while some black lines were unassembled mechanical modules. Often after 3 or 4 black lines interacted with each other, a star armor core appeared, and then turned into a black tide, rushing towards the mechanical body in the center of the star system. From the perspective of the mechanical body, this was the largest frenzy so far. The dense black lines not only wrapped the planet, but even made the entire star system soaked in the sea water of black machinery. The only sea was the mechanical body that had been completely quantized. The simultaneous heating of the space string ball and the Klein bottle resonator proved that, whether it was a 4th-level equipment or a system product, there was a limit. When the number of frenzy star armors in Gao Gong's body exceeded 100 million, Gao Gong knew that this limit had come. In his body, trillions of mechanical units flowed and reorganized at a dizzying speed like a boiling sea of mercury. Each of their transformations was accompanied by the hissing of metal and the hum of energy. Billions of mechanical joints engaged silently in the vacuum. Finally, before the 2 key equipment exploded completely, all the frequencies merged into one. When the entire star system was covered by the black tide, the vacuum of the universe fell into a deep darkness. Your undead leader's authority was upgraded to level 2. Mecha Frenzy entered deep mode. Your leader's reputation increased by 10,000. Chapter 1454. The power of civilization is not metaphysics, nor is it a means for a great and powerful person to create the world. Rather, it is the countless drawings developed from the most basic knowledge, and then the mechanical buildings built from countless drawings, which cooperate with each other and cooperate across fields, and finally produce a kind of superposition effect that is difficult for outsiders to imagine. For example, the so-called power of mechanic civilization is trillions of one. It sounds very exaggerated, and its performance can be called a miracle. In a breath, a mechanical planet is created, and a few more breaths, the primary mechanization of a star system is completed. If there is a god, it is definitely a standard mechanical god creation. But in fact, its principle is not complicated, and it is even quite simple. It is nothing more than concentrating the productivity and computing power of 50 star systems, 1,000 planetary computers, plus hundreds of millions of space buildings, super factories, and these mechanical buildings on one point. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change, and finally produces a world transformation model. Just like the introduction of billion trillion in one in the system. Billion trillion in one, power of civilization. When the mechanical repetition breaks through the critical point, the quantitative change is no longer a simple superposition, but a qualitative change, like a chain reaction. If combined with some unique professional knowledge chains, such as nanotechnology and string theory, this qualitative change will create all kinds of miracles. Create something out of nothing, rub the planet with your hands, pick the sun and the moon, and cover the universe. It can be said that with the development of science and technology, human imagination of gods is gradually being realized and even upgraded. For example, this one, no matter in which mythological system, is at the level of the creator god. It is precisely because of this level of productivity that a new civilization model has emerged. Mechanical farming and warfare, steel gears mesh with the universe, and mechanical production and conquest complete a closed loop in the data chain. The soil is drained of nutrients by algorithms, species are encoded as production and combat units, and society is a perpetual war machine. Conquest is sowing, killing is harvesting, and civilization is nothing more than a deafening explosion before the fuel is exhausted. It sounds quite fierce. Gao Gong watched it several times with great pleasure. Then he got up and covered the graceful body wrapped in white hair with a quilt. Such a happy thing must be celebrated. And Murphy's Law is not only effective for bad things, but also for good things. Gao Gong soon received another good news. That is, the trio he said to make one piece before came back. And they also brought back another treasure of the stringer. We first went to the subdimensional string fortress mentioned by number 6 Veldy, but did not find the string fortress of the string controller. Instead, we fought with the subspace species here. Then, we went to the Yas black hole. According to number 19 Veldy, that was where the Shrek Star pirates hid their treasures. But for some reason, that black hole does not exist in this galaxy at all. Later, we hid from the Zerg and drilled into a space crack, and number 81 Veldy accidentally found a string image left by a string controller here. Gao Gong nodded. He had heard the other parties experience one after another. After all, he just went out, not without contacting his family. After discovering this string image, Veldy immediately gave it to Gate for analysis. This sword bearer was very efficient without pretending, and quickly anchored a coordinate. And this coordinate is actually a theoretical treasure place of the string controller, but according to deduction, the possibility of the treasure here is actually very low. Because according to the original words of that version of Velvet, in that parallel time and space, the string controller did not betray the mechanical master, but waited patiently for the mission of the cyber test site to be completed before leaving with the master. Since this is the plot, what kind of wind must the string controller have to hide the treasure? But the magic is that on the treasure planet in the main universe, there is really a treasure place for the string controller. It can only be said that there are indeed some mysterious connections between the main universe and the parallel universe, which may not be positive connections, but reverse connections are also connections. And soon, Pang Xiang and his group moved out all the treasures in this treasure. You get 1231 melee space weapons. You get a professional knowledge chain, Stringer Civilization. You get 4 space defense fortresses. You get 1 armed subdimension. You get 1 quantum rift probe. You get 1 dark photon spectrometer. You get 1 biological vacuum culture dish. You get 1 spirit touch scanner. You get 1 flesh degradation device. This time, the harvest, just from the variety, is obviously much more than the last time. But in addition to weapons, fortresses, and subdimensions, most of the rest are research equipment, more than 100 kinds, and the level is also very high, generally around black technology. So, this is not the treasure planet of the string controller, but the scientific research planet of the string controller? That Xiang smiled foolishly. It seems so. Matsushima Keiko kicked the other party in anger, and hurried forward to show off. We got a lot of research materials, including a holographic recording projection of a research direction. You get sealed object number 1 research data *4. You get sealed object number 2 research data *17. You get sealed object number 3 research data *23. You get holographic recording projection *1. Gao Gong raised his eyebrows. According to the collector, the 3 sealed objects are flesh and blood and split bodies, except for 1 insect. Is this scientific research planet dedicated to studying these things? No wonder there are so many research equipment. Gao Gong did not open it immediately, but looked at Wirewai, who had been in a trance. Old Wei, why don't you talk? The green-skinned old star pirate woke up as if from a dream, came back to his senses, and apologized quickly. Why, are you so tired after going to a few routes? Senior engineer asked in surprise. Well, to answer the leader, it's not true. I was just confirming with other Velvets, and came to a very strange conclusion. Huh? All Velvets, in their parallel universes, have no memory of these three sealed objects. Maybe only the top leaders of the Stringers know about this, Senior Engineer said casually. Maybe Velvet also gave up thinking about this. Go back and rest. This time you're out for a short time, but it's also quite risky. After all, it's the Civilization War period, and you may run into the Civilization Army at any time. Wait for a while, and go out again. I give you a treasure spot, and I guarantee there is treasure. It is a civilization heritage called Nebula Whisperers, and these Nebula Whisperers are like the Stringers back then, and they are all vassals of the Mechanical Master back then. You can also wander around the camp. The camp is a little different now. The three said goodbye and left. Among them, Velvet thought about it, and did not return to his residence, but went directly to the space laboratory, which was one of the highest level laboratories in the camp. It was also a high-output laboratory that players dreamed of. Being an assistant here, either brushing specialization or brushing blueprints, it is a holy place for scientific research players. And Velvet also met the big bug gate as he wished. Guess what I found this time? Velvet said loudly as soon as he came up. Gate ignored him, but calmly operated a machine in front of him. It seemed that the design was successful. As he pressed a button, the next moment, the entire laboratory space expanded 100 times. Chapter 1455. Is this space expansion? As the main character with countless personalities, YRY is no longer the cunning but uncultured old star pirate in the past. Because in the different versions of YRY, there are really two YRY with brain mutations and scientific research scholars. When seeing this version of YRY, the star pirate leader actually had an inexplicable sense of shame. This is the dimensional space, an upgraded version of the dimensional bag. According to the boss's instructions, it will be distributed as the system storage space of the Scourge Warriors. System storage space? Storage space is storage space. Why add a system? YRY was a little confused. The big bug waved his claws, indicating that it was not clear. Since you're here, I give it to you. Gate pinched his claws and patted Velvet. Velvet immediately felt a cold feeling coming in, and then stayed in his stomach. At the same time, there was a logo in the upper right corner of his eyes. He grabbed a cup, and the cup disappeared. Then, there was a cup pattern in the logo. Well, thank you. Gate pressed the holographic button, and soon, two custom chairs were automatically formed by nanomolecules in front of the two of them. It's been a while since I came back, and the camp has changed a lot, Velvet sighed. The changes outside are even greater. The two are old acquaintances. Velvet soon told the other party what he saw and heard during this voyage with great interest. Especially after telling the news about the sealed object, Gate's face became a little more strange. You mean, the other Velvets don't know this? Yes, then you know? Although he didn't know what happened specifically, Velvet was sure that the guy in front of him must have changed even he didn't know about. Actually, I don't know either, Gate said honestly. As the sword holder version of Gate, he has all the technological knowledge of the Stringer, but this doesn't mean he knows everything. At least in the time and space where he has never heard of this thing. But we can make a rough guess. Oh! Velvet became excited. This really bothered him for a long time. One possibility is that the information level is too high. After all, this involves the secrets of the high-level Stringer and the mechanical overlord. Even Lord Shrek doesn't know, so we naturally don't know. Velvet nodded. It was indeed the case. No matter which version of Velvet, most of them were Shrek's subordinates. The status was really not high. Another possibility is that the three sealed objects can only exist in the main universe, and do not exist in other time and space. Is there such a thing? Velvet asked in surprise. Yes, for example, some species that can only exist in the main universe, such as the Zerg. Bugs can only exist in the main universe? Of course, in other Velvet's memories, can you find memories related to bugs? It seems there really aren't any. After asking around, Velvet found that this was indeed the case. Since it doesn't exist, there will naturally be no related plots and memories. Gate paused and summoned a holographic projection, which seemed to be writing something. What are you writing? Send a message just now to the leader. Velvet looked at the other party in astonishment. What's wrong? I haven't been away for long. When did you become so concerned about the camp's affairs? You should go out more often. Gate looked out the window. He had personally experienced the great changes in the world before, and as the current sword bearer of the Stringer civilization, he naturally knew that this could only mean one thing, that is, the Cybertron Legion, as an interstellar force, has successfully mastered the power of civilization, and among all the civilization forces, it is quite dangerous. But on the other hand, whether there is an interstellar force supporting it or a civilization force supporting it, for him who is determined to revive the Stringer civilization, that is completely different. Since the Legion has become a civilization, its attitude should naturally change. After receiving the communication from Gate, Gao Gong was not surprised. As an old driver, and an old driver of the information department, who is good at finding out information, he knows a lot of secrets in the eyes of outsiders. For example, the insect civilization just now only appears in the main universe. Although it is not clear why, this is indeed an objective reality. There are indeed insects that can invade parallel time and space, and there are even many advanced insect civilizations that devour an entire parallel universe, but there are indeed no insects born in parallel universes and multiverses. It must be said that this is also very magical. After Gao Gong finished reading the research materials of the three seals, he fell into deep thought. He had to admit that the information of these three seals might be more valuable than the equipment of the string controllers he brought back. Because after unlocking the seal 1, which was the information of the insect queen, he suddenly figured out something that had confused him before. That is the queen's authority of the insect queen opposite unlimited? As it turns out, there is an upper limit. Whether it is the insect queen or the transformed micro-insect queen, there are limits. According to the research on seal number 1, the project studied by the string controllers is how to strip authority from insects, and then use it on other intelligent species. Obviously, this is a very high-end biological research, and it can even be said that it touches the bloodline of insects. Of course, nothing was researched, which is why the information of seal number 1 is the least, with only 4 articles. Even the 3 people who got the information didn't take it seriously. But as an old driver, Gao Gong figured it out at once. It turns out that the Queen of Insects cannot consume the Queen's authority without limit, but it can transfer the Queen's authority to others for use. Although it is not clear whether this is a natural or modified ability, if it does not have this ability, it will not be used as a test subject. So the Queen of Insects is not consuming the Queen's authority without restraint, but it constantly transfers the Queen's authority to others, making outsiders mistakenly believe that it is conducting unrestrained Zerg transformation? Although this news seems useless, if it is handed over to the Anti-Zerg Alliance, and combined with this news to fight 1 or 2 large-scale counterattacks, it may be able to reverse the situation. This is actually easy to understand. For example, in the past, everyone thought that the authority of the insects was unlimited, so no matter which direction, they were heavily guarded, for fear that it would be broken through in a certain direction, and then cause large-scale species extinction. But now it seems that this is not the case at all. For example, if the Queen's authority is divided into 10 parts, 3 parts in this battlefield and 3 parts in that battlefield, and if we can find a way to force the Queen of Insects to give up 2 parts, can the Anti-Insect Alliance fight a large-scale and scrupulous annihilation war in one go? For the Alliance, this is strategic news. But the question is, will Gao Gong reveal this? Gao Gong said, nonsense, of course not. It was originally a relationship of mutual use, not to mention that you are still thinking about my mechanical girl. The girl's IQ is indeed not good, but it does not mean that she is not raised at home. Not to mention that in addition to the Queen of Insects, the news of the other 2 sealed objects also surprised Gao Gong. For example, the test records of the number 2 test product revealed an equally important news. Back then, the source cells of Shrek's body seemed to come from the number 2 flesh and blood. Chapter 1456. According to records, although this number 2 seal still did not produce much results in various anatomical experiments, it showed a strong cell absorption power, which allowed it to carry a lot of extreme energy in the universe, even including the legendary power of rules. This is why Shrek can absorb so many artificial ascension fruits. Gao Gong even suspected that the shell of the artificial fruit was borrowed from the ingredients of this thing. Otherwise, it would not make sense that the group of stringers would achieve such great results in the carbon-based system. They are a mechanical civilization. Gao Gong suddenly remembered something. Ms. Hepa once told him that Shrek did not escape from this galaxy, but was captured by the Civilization Alliance of that year and died in a way similar to being torn apart by 5 horses, and different civilizations obtained part of his body. Although this news was released by the pregnant woman to threaten herself, the second Shrek, it is likely to be true. He vaguely grasped a clue. And this clue is very important. Just as Gao Gong was trying to sort out his thoughts, the communication suddenly rang. His communication was not something that anyone could dial. He had a vague feeling that something was not good. When he received the news, his face immediately darkened. At the same time, in the senior ancestral hall, a shrine with electronic spirit tablets piled up, like a mountain suddenly trembled violently. The electronic spirit tablets at the top began to hum. These were the old men who followed Gao Gong the earliest. Considering the pure mechanical patterns on the spirit tablets, there was no doubt that they were all fire mechanical leaders, who were redug out from the database after Gao Gong inherited the position of Cybertron General. Soon, holographic projections shot out from the electronic spirit tablets, and the projections of Tianwei, Venus, Blood Spider and other fire machines appeared. After the AI data was injected, the memory and personality of the previous version were quickly restored, but some memory data of the battlefield was left over and lost. We seem to be attacked? Some kind of biological virus? It seems that there is more than one attack. Are we fighting against bugs? I can be sure that at least one attack is the annihilation cannon of the Iron Expeditionary Force. By the way, where are the Decepticons? Tianwei has been counting the number of people silently. Several Decepticon machines that rushed to the front did not revive, and their electronic spirits trembled several times and dimmed directly. Although the Gao family ancestral hall is a 4th level building, the annihilation cannon is also a 4th level weapon. Not to mention that there are more than 1 4th level weapons that appeared on the battlefield at the beginning, such as the biological virus that restricted their actions, which is obviously also 4th level. Just like the old saying, as long as I destroy fast enough, your resurrection method can't catch up. Decepticon has a data backup, it's online. Venus comforted the other party. Tianwei was silent. If he couldn't be resurrected in the electronic ancestral temple, then the probability of resurrection online was not high. The Decepticon system data packet might have been interrupted before it was transmitted. General Xiaoyu hasn't been transmitted back yet. More than a dozen holographic projections immediately looked at the shrine behind, only to see that in the second row, 2 electronic spirit tablets were swaying endlessly, neither looking like they were resurrected nor disconnected. The 2 spirit tablets were named Xiaoyu and Xianhong. All the fire machines knew the importance of these 2. A huge mechanical body appeared in the center of the ancestral hall almost at the same time. The darkness blocked all the light, and the shadow made the resurrected fire machines feel the fear from the source. In the electronic eyes of the Frenzy Type 1, a large amount of fire data was sucked into it, and the whole picture of most of the battlefield was quickly restored. The Insect War, the 4-level weapon several dimensionality reduction attacks, and the Central Fire Army was directly destroyed. Of course, just as civilizations do things with a decent attitude, in addition to his fire army, there were also several mechanical armies of other civilizations that were destroyed. For example, at the center of the battlefield at that time, at least 5 insect kings were coming in forcefully and trying to break the deadlock. Even before the dimensionality reduction attack, there were electronic signals from the rear, asking them to retreat temporarily. It was just because of some unexpected factors that the front line could not retreat in time, and the rear support could not arrive in advance. But Gao Gong still smelled a strong smell of conspiracy. Have a good rest. As the voice fell, Gao Gong's figure disappeared again. And the darkness that just covered the entire ancestral hall also disappeared again. The general seems to have become stronger. Tianwei's electronic voice actually emerged with a burst of noise. Yes. Yes. Venus murmured. At that moment just now, not only the entire ancestral hall, but the entire planet was plunged into darkness. Even from the perspective of their several backup mechanical bodies, it felt that the entire Alpha Star system was plunged into darkness at that moment. Guhua Star region. On the edge of the anti-insect war, Xiao Xianhong's figure suddenly appeared, and disappeared again, appearing hundreds of astronomical units away. This person's condition is now quite bad, his face is as pale as paper, and on the transparent fruit on his head, black lines are crawling all over the surface of the fruit. Every time the black lines increase, the effect of the gravity fruit becomes weaker. There is even an indescribable resistance, resisting the control of his own blood. Carbon-based fruits are not invincible, especially on the battlefield of civilization. There are all kinds of weird weapons. Xiao Xianhong realized this deeply this time. But fortunately, she knows the principle of dormancy, which is completely different from the mentally retarded girl in her hand. Theoretically, the ability of her radiation goddess army will not be worse than that of the ship girl army, and she who has absorbed the gravity fruit, if she really goes all out, will definitely become one of the focuses of the battlefield. But in fact, behind the brilliant Xiaoyu, no one noticed her. It was precisely because of her alertness that she could detect something wrong at the critical moment, and snatch Xiaoyu away at the most critical moment. Xiaoyu's performance during this period has attracted the attention of countless high-level officials, especially her powerful lethality that is comparable to or even exceeds the 4th level weapons, which is even more eye-catching. But no matter how strong the attack power of this semi-mechanical species is, it cannot withstand the fact that she herself is only a third-level mechanical body. This is her biggest weakness. Nowadays, Xiao Yu's god-killing suit has cracks all over the surface, and even her face has cracked hideous scratches. Strong attack, destruction, brain-eating. Xiao Xianhong muttered to himself, with a cold tone. These three are the commanders of this battle. The first two come from the mechanical civilization of the Iron Expeditionary Force, and the latter comes from the biological civilization of the Seed of Life. But Xiao Xianhong can be sure that the manipulators behind the scenes are far more than these three. There must be more high-level people involved. Because there were at least 5 or 6 civilizations participating in the war, and they just gave up the central battlefield. It was impossible for such a coincidence to happen. She even suspected that the top leaders of the insect civilization were also involved. She would definitely take revenge, but before that, she had to get rid of the pursuit of those insect kings. Chapter 1457. The unexpected departure of the protagonist of the battlefield does not mean the end of the war. In fact, the loss of several mechanical corps is nothing in the huge interstellar battlefield. After all, the troops invested by both sides in this war alone are as high as 10,000 corps, covering hundreds of star systems, nebulae, and asteroid belts. And in this battle command, several high-level members of the Anti-Insect Alliance are on the front line. This is not to say that they are willing to appear on the front line of the battlefield at the risk of being beheaded, but that the huge virus mechanical corps on the opposite side has a special hacker mechanical corps. Once long-distance communication is carried out, hacking, tampering, and destruction may occur at any time. After suffering a great loss, the Anti-Insect Alliance finally made it a clear rule that the high-level members must go to the front line of the interstellar battlefield. However, for some high-ranking officials of some civilizations, even without such explicit regulations, they are very willing to go to the battlefield in person, such as the 2 high-ranking officials of the Iron Expeditionary Force, for example, Destruction and Assault. These 2 not only appeared on the battlefield in person, but also in the center of the battlefield. And the appearance of these 2 Iron Marshals is also very fierce. Destruction is a towering steel giant. The black armor is as if burned by a raging fire, covered with cracks, and dark red energy flows seep out from the gaps. The head is a sharp wedge-shaped head, without facial features, only a horizontal scarlet light band, which keeps flashing like a cracked wound. The arms are as thick as industrial hydraulic columns, and the end of the right arm is a huge 3-claw hook blade. The left arm is transformed into a multi-barreled rotating cannon. The muzzle still has molten metal from the last firing. Several twisted metal cables extend from the back, connecting a pair of folded propulsion wings. The surface is covered with bullet marks and ablation marks, as if it will collapse at any time. As for the assault, it is a different style. It is a deformed crawling structure, shaped like a mechanical centipede that has been forcibly pieced together. Its trunk is made up of dozens of rusted metal compartments, each of which is covered with spikes and irregular protrusions. Its head is a flat hexagonal metal block, and its 6 compound eyes flash green light at different frequencies. Below is a crack full of serrated cutters, which keeps dripping corrosive mucus. Its legs are not arranged symmetrically, but are randomly distributed on both sides of the trunk. Some are sharp claws, and some are mechanical tentacles with suction cups, which make a tooth-grinding metal friction sound when crawling. There are a lot of signs of destruction and transformation on the mechanical bodies of both, which shows that the transformation technology of the Iron Expeditionary Force is extremely advanced. The second is that there are also a large number of access points and signal centers on the surface of both sides. This also shows that these 2 can transform, and can make these 2 giant-like mechanical bodies transform into the second stage, and the scale of the transformation is also very large. What a pity, I let this little girl run away. Maybe it's a bargain for the bugs. Destruction's mechanical giant feet pounded on the ground, making a deafening sound. Yeah, who could have expected that another little girl could hide so well? When I got the original biological test report, I was shocked. How did these mutant species with an average biological energy of only 10 million make such a big fuss? Aren't they cannon fodder for Mr. G? Strike said in a sinister tone. I don't know how this guy's electronic sound is adjusted. It actually gives people the feeling of 10,000 ants crawling on their bodies. There is only one possibility. The other party used some biotechnology to hide their own bioenergy, and launched it, at a critical moment to block a wave of 4th-level weapons. Damn it! I will execute those winged birdmen, Destruction said angrily. This is the smartest part of the other party. How to deal with it? Why deal with it? They are fighting hard on the battlefield. Aren't they afraid that other interstellar forces will suffer from the loss of their teeth? Of course, the ideas of these interstellar insects are not important, but the original Gene Alliance clearly stipulated that, except for violating military law, we cannot deal with those interstellar forces at will. After all, they have emptied their old bottom, and may have gathered this legion. Without any reason, you still sell them out. This is not appropriate. Strike. This large steel centipede crawled around, and the swinging steel legs made people upset. Destruction said dissatisfiedly, "What did Brain Eater say? It can locate the little mutant creature, right? And who would have thought that it would actually escape from the direction of the bugs? It seems that several bug kings chased after it. Don't let the bugs get away with it in the end. And you? Don't think I didn't see that one of your mechanical limbs also took advantage of the chaos and followed it." Strike made an unpleasant electronic noise again, as if he wanted to say something, but he stopped quickly. The battlefield changed. This was not because the bugs suddenly sent out some surprise troops that could subvert the battlefield, but because a biological signal of an extreme organism suddenly appeared on the battlefield. In fact, in the interstellar battlefield, especially in the mechanical battlefield, the single soldier decapitation tactics are not very effective in front of the various monitoring machines that are in the billions. First of all, you can't even hide, let alone other things. That is, Shao Yu's unpredictable killing power, he can kill gods and demons, and he can kill through the entire battlefield with his attack power alone. This is what really makes civilizations look sideways. So just as the Marshal of Destruction was worried about, this time the plan to capture the mechanical body, it not only worried about the insects taking advantage of the fishermen, but also worried that other high-level civilizations who secretly instructed and supported it would come to the mantis stalks the cicada, while the oriole is behind. Therefore, if a simple extreme organism appeared, it would not actually surprise the two Iron Marshals. Only the identity of the person who came allowed the intelligence from the front line to be transmitted all the way, and finally directly transmitted to the information sensors of the two. On the holographic screen, a twisted and majestic living throne made of countless wriggling flesh, bones, and organic tissues appeared out of thin air in the interstellar battlefield, and on the throne sat a terrifying humanoid organism. He's here? Why is he here? Not only the two Iron Marshals, but also other high-level officials on the battlefield were stunned. It's not that they doubted that the other party would not be angry, or even furious. After all, this super-tactical mechanical body derived from the mechanical overlord would only be regarded as a treasure even by civilized forces. But the question is, how did the other party come so quickly? The violent biomagnetic field flooded out crazily with the help of the carbon throne, 10 astronomical units, 100 astronomical units, 200 astronomical units. With the backrest on the throne, which looked like the spine of some ancient giant beast, the nerve nodes on each joint lit up one by one, and the biomagnetic field was stimulated, and it flooded almost unlimitedly, directly creating a large-scale energy tide on the interstellar battlefield. Within the range of the energy tide, a large number of insects that are invisible to the naked eye are frozen, cracked, and disintegrated. Even some advanced Zerg arms, such as flying dragons, lurkers, and thunder beasts, slowly turned into powder. The space is trembling, as if it is being grasped by some invisible giant hand. He just sits there without roaring, without moving, and even without deliberately releasing power, but the entire space has begun to distort and collapse. Carbon-based wall. Automatically generate a carbon-based firewall. Any enemy who attempts to attack the biological host will automatically disintegrate its carbon-based fusion mode. The firewall restrains the range of first level / second level / third level / fourth level. Chapter 1458. The entire battlefield fell silent. This is not to say that an interstellar battlefield of this scope will stop fighting for the arrival of one person. Moreover, although a large-scale energy tide can submerge a star system, the problem is that the scale of the entire battlefield is more than 100 times that of a star system, and even larger. The real key is that as a typical civilization of great will, the insects are in a collective combat mode driven by a terrifying and powerful hive will on the battlefield. This hive will is not a certain organism, nor is it a certain materialized brain in a jar. It is more like a manifestation of biological rules. So even a fourth-level weapon cannot destroy the so-called hive will, because in a sense, it does not exist at all. But it is not invincible either. When enough Zerg grassroots units are hit by a devastating blow, it will also be disturbed or even destroyed. And the devastating blow is not how many insects are killed, but the decomposition of carbon-based fusion. The bugs can come in an endless stream, but more and more carbon-based fusions are destroyed, which is a fatal blow to the will of the hive. And someone's carbon-based wall, the biological computer developed to break through the upper limit, can just restrain the other party. I say, who bullied my lovely daughter, and bullied two at a time, Do you really think that I am easy to bully? Gao Gong slowly stood up from the carbon throne, and his slow voice fell into the ears of the high-level officials of both sides along the surrounding monitoring system. And as he stood up, the surface of the carbon throne was not static, but kept wriggling, reorganizing, and moving like muscle fibers. The space under Gao Gong's feet was gradually covered by a layer of translucent biofilm, which slowly expanded like a fungal blanket, engulfing and assimilating all the organic matter around it. The carbon throne established a symbiotic or parasitic relationship with the senior engineer and entered the second form. This biological artifact, which can be regarded as the foundation of the carbon-based god system, is not just used to sit and show off. In fact, it is also a weapon to assist carbon-based creatures in combat, but few third-level species can activate its second form. One talent after another was extracted from the biological cloud, and after judging whether it could have an important impact on the battlefield, it was either extracted or decomposed. Soon, 2 old talents were extracted. This evolution is also reflected on the system panel. S-level talent, physical absorption obtains computing power evolution, upgrades to SSS level, obtains carbon throne blessing, upgrades to SSS level. S-level talent energy absorption obtains computing power evolution, upgrades to SSS level, obtains carbon throne blessing, upgrades to SSS level. This from S level to SSS level is based on the old radiation beast system. SSS level is undoubtedly the top of the radiation biological system. In the simplest terms, it is the sky beast level. To visualize it again, the attack of the Son of Kun level is probably unable to break the defense. When the 2 talents are superimposed on Gao Gong, another skill is automatically activated. Biological World, Level 3, exclusive for civilization leaders. The biological magnetic field and the nature of life are completely integrated to create an illusory yet real biological world. In this world, you have all kinds of incredible changes. Gao Gong's body surface began to melt and turned into a very strange state. To put it more vividly, there was a tide of human-shaped beasts. Countless tides mixed with biological and energy constantly hit the surface of the human-shaped outline, and were blocked back by some special life structure, and then hit back again because of the throbbing of some life source. And with each collision, the individual's bioenergy will increase. At 20 million. At 40 million. At 20 million. At this time, even the alliance leaders, who had previously disapproved, gradually became serious, because the bioenergy displayed by the other party obviously exceeded the upper limit of the third-level species. Sure enough, so it is. In a military fortress controlled by the Merda people, a silver-haired elf in military uniform saw this scene and muttered to himself. Few people know that he has royal blood, so in his sight, there is actually an old Ding's eyes. Lao Pu's sight is separated by countless light years, and when he saw this scene, his eyes were filled with strange and intoxicating brilliance. He verified one thing. That is, the existence of the carbon throne can indeed carry higher levels of energy, even including the power of rules. Mr. G, please stay calm. We are waging a sacred war against the bugs. Any accidents may happen during the war. In the nearest fortress, the figure of the engineer Gao appeared instantly and grabbed the huge mechanical creation. The dense alloy that could resist the invasion of the bugs actually began to collapse. The former metal magnetic field control ability, under various enhancements, began to have the destructive power infinitely close to the 4th level skill. Then, the fortress was crushed. Destruction, assault, brain eater. The engineer's sight seemed to pass through space, and fell on the senior executives. On the other side, when 50% of the surface of the gravitational fruit was covered by the strange black veins, the carbon-based fruit seemed to lose its function and floated away by inertia. Xiao Xianhong subconsciously grabbed it, and a sharp pain came from the palm of her hand. The fruit seemed to be covered with 502 glue, sticking to the palm tightly. At the same time, the black veins on the surface of the fruit formed a human face. The face was blurred, but the black lips were particularly clear. Hey, little girl, how about we make a deal? You hand over the half-destroyed mechanical body to me, and I help you get rid of the pursuers. How about that? Xiao Xianhong remained silent, and a fierce red flame began to burn on the surface of her body. Unexpectedly, the flame was of a very high level, burning the human face with smoke. Hiss, hiss, it hurts, you stinky girl. Where did you get such a dangerous flame? It's actually the fire of rules. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts. But no matter how the other party screamed, the human face pattern on the surface of the fruit never disappeared. Don't burn it, don't burn it. I'm not a brain eater. You burned the wrong person. Oh no, you burned the wrong virus. Xiao Xianhong was stunned, and almost thought he had heard it wrong. That's right. I just destroyed your radiation goddess gene and severely damaged your biological virus. But your bloodline is really advanced, and the source is like a vast ocean. I can't pollute it in a short time, so I crawled out of your radiation gene group and negotiated with you. It actually entered the sea of life. As someone's direct bloodline, Xiao Xianhong naturally enjoyed the unique treatment of the second generation. Whether it is bloodline or skills, they will be synchronized in real time by the biological computer. So whether it is the 4th level skill wildfire of wild feathers, or the 4th level bloodline sea of life, Xiao Xianhong inherited them all. The second generation of Fallout thought for a moment and said, okay, you release the fruit first. Hey little girl, although I don't have a brain, it doesn't mean I don't have a virus AI. I finally sealed this thing and unlocked it for you. What if you run away? Aren't you a biological virus? Haven't you infected me? What, do you think I can heal myself? Hey, although your biological body can't get rid of me, I can feel that your superior bloodline is a troublesome guy, not to mention your subordinates. I feel a lot of auras of the same level as me from them. I'm not sure that after unlocking the infection, you won't get rid of me by the way. Chapter 1459. Seeing Xiao Xianhong remain silent, the 4th level biological virus began to persuade her again. Look, you are a carbon-based creature, and I am also a parasite of a carbon-based creature. We are not enemies. On the contrary, I can strengthen you. Without biological viruses, what can your resistance system use to temper and strengthen? Would I, a virus, be interested in this piece of scrap metal? You know, the relationship between the top leaders of the Anti-Zerg Alliance is complicated. My controller, the Brain Eater, is nothing more than a trustee and a loyal person. There is no direct conflict of interest between us, right? Xiao Xianhong thought about it, and suddenly changed the topic, saying, I heard that the Seed of Life is famous for its longevity technology and genetic modification technology. How could it breed a biological virus like you? Hey, little girl, don't believe those nonsense of the Interstellar Society. Which civilization is not a black-hearted devil? Without the short life, disease, consciousness control, genetic pollution, and gender confusion caused by biological viruses, who would run to their side and use the Seed of Life? So, have you never thought about controlling me with your consciousness? Isn't that easier than convincing me with words? Aren't you a virus? Xiao Xianhong said suddenly. Her eyes suddenly flashed with a quantum light. And the biological virus suddenly became furious. Damn, Brain Eater, you are also an idiot. You can't infect the other party's brain for such a long time, and the other party has taken the lead and connected to the top-equipped biological computer, and entered the quantum mode. Now, unless you kill the other party, what else can you do? Xiao Xianhong's body also began to change. Her 2 arms became transparent. Inside her arms, there was a faint sound of surging tides. Stimulated by this, the black lines on the surface of the gravity fruit actually became a little lighter, and even burned out a wisp of black smoke. The biological virus screamed again. Damn, Brain Eater! If you had told me earlier that the opponent this time had a carbon throne, I would never have gotten in. Who would have known that the opponent actually had such a rare thing? I can only say that he is worthy of being born in the cyber test field. Another strange voice appeared in Xiao Xianhong's mouth. Get out! As Xiao Xianhong screamed, a large number of blood and flesh spores appeared on her body's surface, forming a strange creature, like a brain with limbs. Under the powerful force of the tide, it was forced out of the body, leaving only the last sentence. Don't think that we can't do anything to you just because you have Mr. G's support. Even Shrek back then couldn't resist the real power of civilization. Once he's killed, you have nothing to rely on. TSK, Brain Eater actually said something harsh. This is rare. The 4th order biological virus gloated over the misfortune, but soon, it became calm. I almost forgot that these guys were here. The void first showed a few unnatural ripples, like transparent glass suddenly twisted under high temperature, and then a faint blue arc burst out from the edge of the crack, and 2 figures slowly walked out of it. 2 insect kings. Run! The biological virus was also not calm. The authority of the Queen of Insects was a natural nemesis for a non-cellular life form like it. Xiao Xianhong said nothing, and used the power of the tide to forcefully enter the light speed mode. The 2 insect kings who walked out of the space crack flashed a few meaningless geometric spots on their bodies, and also disappeared. After a while, another mechanical channel forcibly opened the void. After confirming that there was no one, it was forcibly closed again. After the mechanical channel disappeared, several groups of pursuers came in different ways, one of which was the virus king of the virus mechanical civilization. It didn't even act with the 2 insect kings. This shows that there is a subtle disharmony in this civilization alliance of the Queen of Insects group. However, if Gao Gong was here, he would definitely confirm that this virus mechanical civilization was probably not transformed, and at most it was just a relationship of borrowing the Queen's authority. After Gao Gong's powerful arrival and the indiscriminate killing of enemies and friends, it was almost natural that both sides received the focus of attack. The bug side was because of Gao Gong's carbon-based wall. To be frank, this thing is more effective against bugs than constructs in a certain sense. As for the alliance side, it goes without saying that the three names that Gao Gong himself said, with that murderous tone, clearly showed that he would not stop until the other side was killed. So, on the broad battlefield, the battle between the two sides continued. But in the narrow local battlefield, the bugs and the alliance joined hands for the first time. But Mr. G proved with his strength that he was called the second Shrek for a reason. Apart from other things, the two kinds of absorption that SSS upgraded alone blocked the damage below 10 million, and 90% of the attacks on this battlefield became ineffective strikes. It even made Gao Gong's biological energy surge again. The microscopic invasion of ordinary subatomic bugs could not even invade Gao Gong's magnetic field. So when Gao Gong entered the light speed mode, a flash of light that distorted time and space exploded wherever it flashed. In a short moment, G killed through the coverage of 3 mechanical legions and destroyed 10 star fortresses and 10 space fortresses. And his weapon was also changed from the fiery sun halberd to 2 space long blades of black technology level, with powerful real damage. The defense of those star fortresses and fortresses was almost useless under these 2 long blades. However, in the eyes of the top leaders, Gao Gong's current performance made them feel relieved. Shrek is just Shrek after all. He doesn't have the terrifying attack power of Xiaoyu. Adjust the battlefield parameters. This is a civilized battlefield, not even an ordinary planetary war. In almost the blink of an eye, all kinds of debuffs surge from all directions. The gravity parameters of your area are adjusted, and the gravity is increased by 10,000%. You are disturbed by the simulated Sapon, and your health is restored by 50%, and your biological energy is restored by 50%. You are invaded by the seed of species, your life form is disturbed, and your fetal sea of life is digesting. You are entangled by the nano-ghost, and your microscopic deformation is sealed. You are frozen by the boson freezing field, and the local physical effect is sealed, and the seal is released. You are. When Gao Gong was instantly frozen in superluminal mode, and then directly blew out a micro black hole with the super snake mode, and escaped from this physical field frozen by the boson, he was greeted by a mechanical giant pillar with a volume even more exaggerated than the Dinghai Shenzhen. With a flick of his wrist, the 2-dimensional blades instantly swung out 10,000 meters, barely holding up the shaft of the giant mechanical pillar. However, as the mechanical engines with at least 1 million sections on the giant mechanical stick exerted force at the same time, the entire space collapsed instantly, and Gao Gong's figure instantly appeared outside an astronomical unit, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. From the southeast, northwest, up and down, left and right, layers of heavy mechanical barriers rose one by one, and Gao Gong seemed to fall into a cocoon woven by steel and data flow. The 360-degree mechanical curtain wall with no dead angles extended from the ground to the dome, layer by layer. From the outside, it seemed as if a mechanical planet ate Gao Gong in the blink of an eye. Chapter 1460. Looking at this mechanical version of a Dinghai Shenzhen, plus a whole mechanical planet that sealed itself, the terrifying gravity fields intertwined, 100,000 times, 1 million times. When the gravity parameter exceeded an upper limit, the entire space began to fluidize. The tide in Gao Gong's body collapsed on the spot before it rushed to the frame transformed by the carbon throne. Colossus? Looking at the mechanical version of the giant spirit god opposite, and the equally surging biological energy inside the mechanical giant spirit god, Gao Gong immediately recognized the opponent's means. I heard Qi Xiang talk about you. He said that you are different from other extreme creatures. I also heard that you killed a bug king, but you probably don't know that in a real civilized war, individuals are insignificant. Even our Colossus species, an extreme species per capita, still have to be proficient in armed machinery. Too much nonsense. Gao Gong's eyes turned dark in an instant. The anti-gravity armor on the Colossus soldiers immediately transformed into defense mode, and then the giant spirit god looked at his chest and abdomen in astonishment, and then looked back in disbelief. From his chest and abdomen to the suppression planet behind him, a big hole seemed to have pierced through the planet. So, he also. In the mind of the giant spirit god, the figure of a certain mechanical girl instantly recalled. The reason why this mechanical girl was looked at by a group of high-level civilizations was not because of her lethality that exceeded the upper limit of civilization technology. Sure enough, the subordinates were like this, and the boss was also like this. You killed the Colossus Soldier King reward. When Gao appeared again, not only did he restore the human tide mode, but the tide had also turned into a surging black. The two black-tech dimensional blades in his hand were broken and cracked. Gao Gong threw away the broken blade and took back the cracked blade. Then he took out another black-tech space weapon. Under the watch of a group of monitoring machines, this action made people jump their eyebrows. Another weapon that exceeds the upper limit of current mechanical technology. So the mechanical kingdom of the Colossus collapsed. You know, Shrek didn't get rid of this repressive mechanical creation as easily as he does now. And the dark human in front of him? His state can no longer be described as extreme. Because extreme still maintains a species framework, but in his current state, his evil spirit is even stronger than her half-mechanical subordinate. Found you. Gao Gong suddenly whispered. The defense systems of destruction and assault, who were originally in the center of the battlefield, tightened and loosened. On the edge of the battlefield, in a late-stage auxiliary mechanical team, the low-profile warning system of the maintenance robot suddenly glowed red, and then all the iron heads exploded one by one, and balls of brain shot out in all directions. Gao Gong immediately turned around, avoiding the mechanical star fortress that was only one astronomical unit away, and turned into white light in the direction where the brains jumped out. Destruction was about to move, but was grabbed by Changshi. Don't be lured out of the hole. The opponent is much smarter than Shrek. He probably saw that although there is only one astronomical unit, he can't kill you with 10 civilization technologies. But if you go with the opponent's means, it will be no problem to kill your mechanical body. The electronic sound of destruction is like a huge bell. You have your own reasons, but I also have mine. Not only our family has set their sights on that cyborg, but they pushed us out. Although we are not afraid of doing such things, there is one thing, we have to clean up the mess. The Brain Eater may have applied for the Book of Coevolution a long time ago. Maybe one person can suppress the other party. What's the point of you going there? Destruction. The electronic eyes with scarlet energy flow stared at the other party for a while, and suddenly laughed strangely. What are you talking about? A treasure that traps genes is used to deal with a mechanical body? You still think you can control the other party? Have your brains been swallowed by the Brain Eater? Strike. He was stunned, and was actually shaken off by the opponent's mechanical claws. He also turned into a stream of light and disappeared, leaving only the opponent's holographic projection, muttering to himself. Back then, Shrek did whatever he wanted and almost touched the civilization coordinates several times. We felt that our upper limit was only the second-level civilization. It was very troublesome to deal with this monster. It would be better to delay time and deal with the opponent after breaking through the third-level civilization. But the facts have proved that even if it is a monster, as long as we withstand its first wave and use civilization technology, we can still kill the opponent. At that time, 16 of our 18 members of the Iron Expeditionary Force were completely cleansed of the AI code by the opponent's fruit power. Finally, I found an opportunity to directly pick off the opponent's head. Back then, we only had the second-level civilization technology and did it. Now we have the protection of the third-level civilization technology. What else is there to worry about? The holographic projection on the opposite side disappeared instantly, but behind the strong attack, 21 holographic projections with blurred faces appeared. Assault. The centipede-like mechanical body crawled around twice in a restless manner, and the electronic sound sounded again. I'm not worried about not being able to deal with the other party. When we were preparing to dissect the small mechanical body, weren't we ready to turn against Mr. G? But what's the situation now? The person hasn't succeeded yet, but the other party has crossed tens of thousands of light years and appeared here. Mirda, didn't you say that he was in the Alpha star field you monitored? The holographic projection of the Mirda was silent for a while, and said, the other party used the virtual membrane developed by the Stringer at the beginning, covering a lot of star systems, and we can't locate his coordinates. Then how did he know our plan? I'm not talking about this capture plan. In my database, this military plan is only known to the top leaders of the Alliance. This is a big problem. To put it more seriously, someone has leaked the highest military secrets because of a small loss. If he can leak the secret to Mr. G today, then won't he leak it to the Queen of Insects on the next planetary day? Assault. As soon as these words came out, the holographic projections of these high-level people also changed their faces slightly. Losing a cyborg means at most losing a possibility to research super mechanical technology. Offending someone is not worth mentioning. But the loss of military intelligence is a taboo in this anti-insect war. This is the key intelligence that even the leaders of major civilizations will pay attention to. As long as we catch Mr. G, we will know how the other party came and how he knew the intelligence. An octopus-shaped holographic projection said softly. We can still use the void cage of the void dwellers once. The centipede face of Qianqi finally eased a little, but he still looked at his colleagues coldly. You better not be too proud. The other party can appear here without anyone noticing. It is possible that he will appear in front of you without anyone noticing in the future. Thanks to those mechanical viruses, your real bodies are not too far away from here. Marshal, you are joking. Even if the other party can escape from us, the void cage is the technology that exiled the stringer. He can't avoid the domination technology, right? The Milta people are very confident. Not to mention, his weak point, the unique genetic code, is still in our hands. Chapter 1461. Gao Gong did not encounter the so-called layers of obstacles before he killed the Brain Eater. In fact, since he killed the so-called Soldier King, in addition to the various long-range attacks that continued uninterrupted, even the frequency of the fourth-level weapon attacks has decreased a lot. The biological computer quickly gave two possible deductions. One is that the Brain Eater was too smart, and his hiding place was too hidden. Not only the enemy was not clear, but even his own personnel were not clear. Since they were not clear, they could not carry out targeted protection in the first time. The second possibility is that the opponent is doing some conspiracy and tricks, and those means that the opponent is sure to kill him have not been launched for a while. Of course, the opponent underestimated the real-time calculation of the top-end biological computer, underestimated the special blessing of the Carbon Throne, and almost completely did not understand the interstar transmission of the star network. These are inevitable conditions. Otherwise, a senior official would not be blocked by himself so easily, just like the fake Colossus King. However, even if the opponent is blocked, it is not easy to kill him. The entire group of stars began to evolve biologically in a very strange direction. In the Superlumo mode, Gao Gong saw a very strange scene. At first, several armed planets on the southeast side of the battlefield collapsed into amygdala, and the blue giant star opposite twisted into gray matter wrinkles in the gravitational spasm. The nebula penetrated into the newly formed gully like cerebrospinal fluid, and the entire star circle rotated and disintegrated, and the star chain broke into the silver branches of synapses. Those ancient star clusters were rearranged under pressure, some condensed into the calcified structure of the basal nucleus, and some stretched into the spiral light band of the hippocampus. The supernova debris settled into dark matter like neurotransmitters, transmitting uninterpretable pulse signals in the gaps between stars. When the last batch of monitoring planets were embedded in the temporal lobe, the entire Xingchuan brain suddenly flashed a brain wave with the same frequency in the entire star field. On the large and small screens of Gao Gong's biological computer, a large number of mosaics suddenly burst out. At the same time, Gao Gong's figure suddenly paused, and the transformation rate of his nervous system instantly cleared to zero. From superluminal speed to extreme silence, not only the tides in his body surged, but also the surrounding space was pressed out with a large number of wrinkles, which then induced a large-scale void explosion and a wider range of sonic booms. However, a distorted fruit suddenly jumped out from the back of Gao Gong's head. The surface of the fruit first produced a trace of pale gullies, like the first wrinkles on the surface of the embryo, and then the gray matter began to proliferate, like glowing clay kneaded by invisible hands, extending the arc outline of the frontal lobe in the void. Those gyri squirmed like living things, and every ups and downs secreted nebula-like neurotransmitters, flashing a pink and purple glow like dopamine. When the morphological fruit completely simulated the brain, Gao Gong's eyes suddenly opened, revealing a ferocious smile. So what if the nervous system is 0%, he can reconstruct an external brain? My biological computer simulated two possibilities. The first possibility has been verified, that is, not only the enemy does not know where your body is, but even you yourself do not know. Now it seems that it is true. No one expected that you are so bold that you actually implanted your body into the hive will. No wonder others don't know. I'm afraid you don't dare to let others know. Gao Gong looked around and didn't see any enemies, but he felt the strong Zerg breath, soaking into the entire universe. Opposite the senior engineer, among the brain-like stars, a human figure composed of brains condensed. The whole body was flowing with semi-solidified gray-white matter, and the surface was covered with gully-like brain convolutions. The topological structure was constantly changing with the pulsation of breathing. His head had no bones to support it, and it drooped like a melted wax figure. The facial features were just temporarily condensed colloid masses. When he opened his mouth, the colloid immediately collapsed into new synaptic branches. But under such a hideous appearance, The other party's voice was like the tail of a cello, low and warm, and every word was gently tickling the ear. This is also part of the Alliance's research plan to study the operating rules of the hive will. It's just a small trick. I'm sorry to make Mr. G laugh. How did Mr. G find my body? I thought you would hunt down the brains I secreted in the real world. To be honest, I've prepared for all biological backups to be cleared together, but this time, the sacrifice seems to be greater than I imagined. Gao Gong knocked on his temple. The eyes flashing with quantum light, and the strange biological network signals that permeated between each other also made the brain eater on the opposite side suddenly realize. So its posture became lower. Before my brain subbody was dismantled, at least 3 forces were hunting down your 2 daughters. I can specify the nearest route for you, and give you the list of the masterminds behind the plot. I can even be your spy in the Alliance. Why do I need to know this? Gao Gong interrupted him directly. Gao Gong asked again, if it was Shrek back then, would you negotiate these conditions with him? The brain eater said with a stiff face, I don't know what you mean. Gao Gong pointed at the dopamine spectrum of the external brain and said calmly, you are a biological civilization. Since you are called this name, you are probably also a researcher of brain technology. I don't know if you have studied Shrek's brain cells. If you have studied it, you will probably find that the effect produced here, or similar organs, is hundreds of thousands of times that of ordinary intelligent creatures. In other words, people like us are typical pleasure monsters. You think I am here to save people, but how do you know that I am not using this as an excuse to make a big fuss? The brain eater on the opposite side wanted to think about something else, but was interrupted by Gao Gong simply and rudely. Do you really think I am chatting with you? I gave you so much time to let you communicate with the will of the hive to counterattack, but you still can't do it. It seems that you, a waste, only have special abilities, and you don't have any abilities. Since you can't kill me when I give you the opportunity, then you can die. The dark tide instantly covered the other party. In the real world, on a large mass of white brain, some invisible withering is spreading from the amygdala to the frontal lobe, just like the roots of a tree shrinking in the frozen soil in winter due to water loss. When the last stream of dopamine is cut off, the entire cortex makes a cracking sound like pottery, and finally turns into powder. The same split picture appears in different places. Just as the same pile of fire machines said in the ancestral hall. As long as you die quickly enough, the resurrection method may not work. Now, this treatment has finally been enjoyed by one of the masterminds behind the scenes. You killed the level 90 boss brain eater. Gao Gong looked up and found that he still had not returned to the real universe. The tide of steel surged silently in the vacuum. Come again? But when he saw the wide-open subdimensional mechanical channel in the distance, he immediately understood. This is not the same as suppressing the planet at all. The fleet that covered the sky and the sun devoured the starlight like a swarm of bees, and the orbital fortress group was suspended in outer space. Aren't you coming to kill me? Now I'm here. The electronic sound of destruction and terror sounded in all mechanical creations. Chapter 1462. Xiao Xianhong is being hunted. And the targets of her hunting are the 2 insect kings and the subatomic army crawling all over the void. No matter what size the small species is, they seem to like to gather in various ways, such as ant balls, dung beetle balls, fish schools, etc. Coincidentally, the subatomic Zerg are also fans of this kind of action. From Xiao Xianhong's perspective, the space began to distort, like a piece of paper crumpled by an invisible hand. The originally flat space channel suddenly bulged, and the walls collapsed inward, forming irregular spherical folds. The vacuum made a sound like glass breaking, causing the original route to become a kind of death highway. Fuck, slow down, don't step on the void trap. This thing is not a vacuum, but the Zerg's troop transport space. The 4th level biological virus yelled, and even opened several mouths on Xiao Xianhong's face, and saliva was sprayed everywhere. Xiao Xianhong wiped it with disgust. If you really want to help, why not unseal my gravity fruit? I have already unsealed part of it. If I unseal it again, you will throw me off. Suddenly Xiao Xianhong groaned. Her arm was still exposed, with 5 fingers spread out as if to grab something, but the part below the elbow had disappeared on the twisted channel mirror. Without saying anything, Xiao Xianhong put her fingers together to make a palm, and cut it off at the shoulder. An S-level radiation beast grew directly from the cut part and pounced towards the space crack, while the original cut part, with a spray of blood, directly grew another arm. Your evolution speed is good. Not weaker than some of the seed leaders I know. Are you interested in joining our seed of life later? Xiao Xianhong was too lazy to talk nonsense. Thousands of bloodlines shot out from her lips, sewing the virus's big mouth tightly. At the same time, a large number of DNA codes appeared on her body, as if calculating the changes in channel parameters. Then, both sides heard a roar at the same time. It was like thunder exploding from the abyss, but it was also wrapped in the harsh high frequency of millions of insect limbs rubbing against each other. At this moment, all the calculation units on Xiao Xinhong's body became blurred, and the Zerg's temporary void worm tunnel collapsed instantly. Wu, is the will of the hive a problem? Even though it was sealed, the virus still chattered. A large mechanical hand fell from the sky. Its size exceeded the normal species' understanding of hands. Each finger was like a steel mountain range across the sky. At the joints were giant hydraulic devices with a diameter of several kilometers, spewing steam in arcs. When it opened, the lines on the palm were bottomless metal canyons, flowing with lava-like energy veins. When it closed, the 5 peaks slowly converged, and the ordinary spacecraft broke between the fingers like a fragile toothpick. What was even more bizarre was that the surface of the palm was densely covered with virus patterns, as if the inside of the mechanical palm was a vacuum. It turned out that it was a vacuum, and following the gaps in the virus code, one could see the abyss inside. Endless electronic viruses roamed in the digital abyss like living things. They were not simple code errors, but malicious life forms with some twisted will. The palm instantly wrapped around all directions. It's over, it's over. The fourth order virus screamed in despair. It's the virus lord. Heh heh. Xiao Xianhong opened her mouth to spit out something, and finally coughed several times, and indeed coughed out half a tree root. At first, it was just a dark brown tree root with soil, but it began to grow wildly the moment it touched the space. Its epidermis did not look like a plant, but rather like some kind of living armor. When rubbing the inside of the palm, blue-white plasma sparks burst out. As the root system continued to expand, the mechanical giant palm that could only wrap the interstellar fortress was now being lifted up from the inside by some unstoppable force. In the crack that opened in the palm, Xiao Xinhong's figure broke through and disappeared directly. The fingertips of the mechanical giant palm tried to re-electronic virus, but a large number of air roots sprayed out from the palm, spreading along the lines of the mechanical palm like living mercury, and each extension doubled its thickness, and soon wrapped up the cold alloy and the virus at the virtual level. If Gao Gong is Xiao Xinhong's biological mother, then Huang Yuanli can be regarded as her half-biological mother. As a mother, she would naturally give her some good things for protection, such as a core root of a tree on the planet. Where did you get so many good things? The fourth level virus was shocked. There were not many organisms of this level, even inside the seed of life. Either they were ancient life forms discovered during the exploration of the star field, or they were unfinished products. With the current biotechnology, they could only cultivate seeds. Just like the one that the other party had just thrown away. Xiao Xianhong ignored the other party. She re-examined Xiao Yu and found that there were no new cracks on this silly and cute cyborg, and she was relieved. Although except for a little finger, the opponent's whole body was already full of cracks. She had never seen such a stupid guy. He resisted the destructive power of at least 5 fourth-level civilization buildings, and at least 10 civilization methods that he might not understand, and at least chopped down 2 of the 4th-level buildings, and then crashed on the spot. Although she felt that this guy was indeed hopelessly stupid, Xiao Xianhong also secretly admired the opponent's ferocity in her heart. And although the system collapsed and the mechanical body was close to being torn into pieces, the electronic code that flashed from time to time on the surface of the mechanical body gave her a premonition that if the opponent survived this time, it would most likely be strengthened. However, a dangerous premonition suddenly came from the depths of her brain. Before she could come to her senses, a black metal ring touched her neck, and it shrank the moment it touched her skin, making a cold mechanical biting sound. Xiao Xianhong was extremely alert. However, this metal ring, which looked like the shell of some arthropod, showed a very strong confinement effect the moment it was buckled. Its surface was flowing with extremely fine blue light patterns, pulsating regularly like blood vessels. The inner side of the lock ring was lined with nanoscale sensing needles. There was no pain when it pierced the skin, only a slight numbness, as if being gently licked by some creature. Then, the needle tip released a microelectrode to establish a direct connection with the nerve endings. Xiao Xianhong's body was numb instantly, and then he felt that his limbs were confined in a vacuum. Strike? The 4th-level virus hesitated for a moment, and said a greeting. An electronic sound also came out from the metal ring. Are you the biological virus that coexists with the Brain Eater? I'm afraid I have to tell you a bad news. The Brain Eater is dead. Well, I knew it a long time ago. You are really a standard idiot, the virus said unhappily. The electronic sound continued to sound. I have to take her away as soon as possible. My sensor tells me that some old friends are coming. Well, you better be careful. There are some very strange things on these two little brats. Why are you silent? A large number of AI-garbled codes suddenly appeared on the surface of the metal ring. And on the only intact little finger of a certain semi-mechanical body, a white light flashed. The entire metal ring was split in two on the spot. The mechanical finger was also burning and smoking, and it was completely shut down. And on a mechanical battlefield, the war is still going on. It is a war, not a battle. Because there are at least 100 units of mechanical legions coming out of the subspace troop transport channel, from battleship legions to close combat mechanical arms, long-range mechanical arms, mechanical planets, space fighters, and even a large range of lethal mechanical weapons, all of which prove one point: this is a war, not a battle. Chapter 1463. Destruction. It is true that the large-scale promotion of Robert Galaxy civilization took place when there was no mechanical master to suppress it. That is to say, when Shrek was surrounded, there were 3-level mechanical soldiers and 3-level starships, but there was no 3rd-level civilization. And the real power of civilization can only be experienced after promotion. And those who take the militaristic route, or in other words, the military power civilization, will definitely enjoy this benefit first. Subspace Tactics Honeycomb Fission. If you look at it from a higher dimension, you can find that with G as the core, at least a star system-sized space is like a space honeycomb, and each hole is a space gap, with a large number of space troop transport channels crisscrossing. This is a large-scale combination of space technology, mechanical technology, and energy technology. In these honeycomb holes, the long river of metal composed of combat starships rushes in the blood vessels of the honeycomb at the speed of light, and inside many nests, there are mechanical repair factories and energy refining centers. In the inner layer of the worker bee house, countless mechanical armies swarmed out. The humming sound of metal joints rubbing against each other echoed in space. Humanoid mechas deployed streamlined energy shields. Shoulder-mounted particle cannons flashed dangerous red light. Spherical reconnaissance robots were in groups, dragging long quantum tracks behind them. And those space-suspended war vehicles equipped with heavy weapons, with hot plasma flames sprayed from the bottom, weaving a huge firepower network around someone. Someone also opened fire at full power, using all the 4th-level skills number 813 Dark Matter Storm, Wildfire, Carbon-based Wall for free. The mechanical bodies twisted and shattered in the storm, as if reflected in the light and shadow of boiling mercury water. The trajectory of the starship was pulled by an invisible force, and dissipated in a strange vortex. The strange biological flames burst in the void like a mountain fire, thousands and thousands of them. Every explosion swept through, which could break the subspace and submerge and melt tens of thousands of spacecraft. The SSS-leveled radiation tide was constantly bright and dark in the space honeycomb, and the mutated energy almost cut off all signals within the coverage area. Even some mechanical bodies were transformed into radiation machines and surrendered to the enemy for counterattack. There is no doubt that in order to suppress the new Shrek this time, the Marshal of Destruction drew out the mechanical forces that were originally used as surprise troops. But the amazing thing is that the billions of troops on the side of the insects also slowly withdrew from the battlefield. This battle seemed to end in a draw. The holographic projection of the high-level officials watched all this silently through various channels. Finally, a golden-skinned high-level official couldn't help but speak. Why do I see the shadow of the mecha frenzy? As an old rival, he is naturally familiar with the killer moves of his old rival. The silver skin on the opposite side is also unwilling to be outdone. Really? Isn't the space cannon fired by the transparent honeycomb your space bubble technology? There is no need to mock each other. In the war with the bugs, which of us has not absorbed the essence of technology from other civilizations? Isn't it true that war promotes the growth of the technology tree? It's just that the Iron Expeditionary Force is one step faster. But its military technology progress, why is there something wrong? A high-level civilization couldn't help but speak. Many people have also discovered this point, that is, the other party has surrounded the entire star system and tried to trap and kill someone with a large number of military machinery. The highest level will not exceed excellent war weapons, and there is not even a rare strategic weapon. Such an effect can be achieved entirely by relying on the accumulation of numbers, plus the adjustment of the AI computing power of hundreds of thousands of strategic command centers in the rear. Perhaps in the field of military industry, we have all taken a wrong step. Too extreme technological breakthroughs may not be a good thing. Level 3 civilization can light up the 4th level building, but the resources required, the degree of force, and even the development level of the 4th level building itself are all worth discussing. At least putting a bunch of 4th level buildings together, and trying to behead the high level bugs and even the bug queen several times, the success rate is not high. On the contrary, like the Iron Expeditionary Force, the basic technology is constantly superimposed, and the quantitative change causes qualitative change, and the effect is much better than expected. At least at the beginning, they joined forces to add a sneak attack, which also allowed a certain mechanical girl to escape successfully. But now, with only this martial destruction in his army, although the number of mechanical troops is a bit large, he has sealed someone with almost the same combat power in the center of the hive. Destruction, this guy, should have simulated how to deal with Shrek a lot since that incident. He must have been looking forward to this battle for many years. An acquaintance said silently. I almost forgot that before he took off Shrek's head, all his comrades died, including his mother machine, companion machine, and mechanical comrades. The Iron Expeditionary Force is a civilization that allows mechanical companions and agrees to AI reproduction. Gold, Silver, and several other high-level members of the mechanical civilization looked at each other silently. As a mechanical civilization that believes itself to be fair, inclusive, and open, their openness to AI is far less than that of this radical military power. Of course, radicalism and openness are originally the same. Although you are chatting happily, I want to remind you that Mr. G may be suppressed by the Iron Legion, but before he is suppressed, the Marshal of Destruction may fall first. The high-level members then noticed that the destruction mechanical body in the center of the battlefield, which seemed to be flowing with dark red magma, had been torn apart for the 3rd time by the Star Destroyer used by the senior engineer. Along with the disintegration of its mechanical body, there was at least one mechanical Legion-level mechanical component, plug-in, and armed module. The torrent of steel sprayed down like a waterfall and sprinkled like rain. The Iron Expeditionary Force lit up the technology of planetary mechanical transformation. Every Marshal-level mechanical body has a similar transformation function. In theory, as long as there is an endless supply of mechanical plug-ins and mechanical parts around it, this one will never die. But the reality is that destruction is going to die. There are at least 4 scars on its body that are as deep as the engine. And with each additional scar, its movements will slow down. Is there any way to save it? A senior executive asked. No way, it chose the dead end by itself. A void dweller stretched out his tentacles and slid around the edge of the entire space hive. This is a large space model, a space model composed of hundreds of millions of machines, infrastructure and computing power. Didn't you see that under this model, the speed of the other side dropped from superluminal speed to light speed, and then from light speed to subluminal speed range, and it is still dropping. But this is not without price. The price is that this space model must be closed, and you can enter but not exit. Otherwise, why would Mr. G risk his life with this one? Wouldn't it be better to behead people everywhere? It looks like Amber. A high-level official of the Space Empire said suddenly. It has too deep an obsession with Shrek. This is a good thing, otherwise who would fight with this one? The damn intelligence system didn't report that this one actually has a killing method that breaks through the upper limit of technology. It seems to be stronger than that cyborg. It's too dangerous. Many high-level people looked at each other, feeling sympathetic and their necks cold. Compared with the effect of annihilating consciousness, the physical destruction of Gao Gong is naturally stronger in terms of visual effects. If you get close to this guy, you will definitely be killed. Chapter 1464. From the perspective of the onlookers, they can naturally point fingers at the mountains and rivers and dung civilization. But from the perspective of the parties involved, facing a Shrek, they can feel the pressure of the mechanical body being down at any time. The power consumption of the destruction mechanical model has been opened to 120%, and the computing power behind it has also been supported to the upper limit. In the reign of the Gorilla Wind Machine, countless mechanical plugins exploded, as if they were returning to their ancestors, and shot to various access ports on their bodies. This caused the destruction mechanical body to be between 10,000 meters and the size of a satellite. Once it fell below 10,000 meters, the alarm system would glow red. The black tide would come like water. The large number of honeycombs in the space hive were like floodgates, opening one by one, and also diverting one by one. There was a sentence that the high-level civilization said correctly. This is an amber. Xiao Xianhong was breathing heavily, not only because his neck was strangled just now, or because her biological energy has reached a limit. In the dark vacuum of the universe, pursuers came out one by one. Most of them were mechanical bodies. And they were top-level mechanical bodies from different civilizations. Xiao Xianhong felt that she was really going to fail this time. Her shoulder was suddenly pressed down by a cold mechanical hand. Xiao Xianhong felt that her scalp was about to explode, but soon, she was like a cat that confirmed its master, and her furry state suddenly changed to a relaxed state. I just negotiated a deal with someone, a little late, and the performance was good. Destruction completely used its own destruction mode. All mechanical plugins, as soon as they were inserted into the mechanical body, began to produce dense cracks, and in the cracks, a dark red light flowed, stimulating the performance of the mechanical plugins to 500%. I am at least 1,000 times stronger than before. I will twist off your head again, and put it in front of the grave of my brother's wife. Can machines also get mental illness? A variant of cyberpsychosis? Gao Gong muttered to himself in confusion. Although he lost the instant movement of the gravity fruit, the various changes of the shape fruit allowed various energy lights and hardware strikes to fall on him, either passing through or bypassing. Combined with these two SSS plus absorption skills, the blood volume consumption was not much. It's just that the two arms have been freed from the energy-tied mode. It's not that the second form of the carbon throne is not good, but that my energy can't hold up. The second form of the carbon throne is equivalent to a low-profile version of the Ascension Mark, with no consumption and no time limit. As long as the high-energy mode can be maintained, the high-energy form can be fixed. The huge mechanical fist that covered the sky, and the sun fell from the sky again. Gao Gong made a casual stroke, and under the cover of the black tide, this huge fist, including most of the mechanical body behind it, collapsed. Also disintegrating was a space weapon of the black technology level. Gao Gong changed another one. But this time, he did not try to chase and decapitate. The quantum light in his eyes was extremely bright. It was indeed a quantitative change that led to a qualitative change. No, it cannot be described so simply and crudely. The computing power of hundreds of thousands of military databases actually withstood my quantum computing. Sure enough, in terms of performance alone, desktop computers are stronger than laptops. In addition, the space technology of the Iron Expeditionary Force must be very advanced, otherwise, with my gravity fruit developed to a near-perfect level, it would be impossible not to find the weak points in space. From a distance, it looks like amber, and from a close distance, it looks like a honeycomb. But the fact is that the spatial structure here is changing all the time. This is not a spatial model, but a group of at least 1 million superimposed spatial models. None of this is the key. The key is that Gao Gong felt the familiar ancient mechanical movement again. Between mechanical plugins and mechanical plugins, between mechanical modules and mechanical modules, between mechanical bodies and mechanical bodies, the mechanical life field that is similar to the biological magnetic field, but with some subtle differences. It's a good learning. It has a bit of the flavor of mecha frenzy. Then it seems that I have no choice. Gao Gong's head receded from the tidal mode. Instead, it was replaced by a star destroyer that was 10 times more powerful. Around the black light, countless tiny space cracks emerged, like broken mirrors, each of which reflected a different future of destruction. The pursuers silently looked at the strange mechanical body, standing behind Xiao Xianhong. Countless pairs of electronic eyes tried to confirm its model, and soon came to the conclusion that it was exactly the same suit as the one on the cyborg, just the same size. God-killing series. First the head receded. Then the tide began to recede to the chest. When it receded to the waist, the second form of the carbon throne began to be unstable. A large group of biological light peeled off from the body, and reformed the first form of the carbon throne, which is the chair mode. Without this semi-ascension mode, when Gao Gong once again controlled the Star Destroyer, he felt the pressure of destroying himself. The god-killing construct confronted the increasingly numerous pursuers. Some of these pursuers were mechanical troops remotely controlled by the top leaders of the civilization, some were subconsciousness guards, some were black gloves, and some were relatives and descendants. In short, the relationship was complicated. Under different civilization ethics, they all looked at each other as abnormal. On the contrary, because more and more people came, no one wanted to be the first to come out. When Gao Gong was left with only his feet in the tidal state, the Marshal of Destruction on the opposite side was already on his deathbed. No matter how many mechanical plugins there were, they could not repair the mechanical body with a damage rate of up to 99.99%. Gao Gong's body was like a branding iron, with billowing white smoke burning out, and there was a deep scar on his right hand and chest. The former was the backlash he suffered when he used the move of breaking the skill limit. The latter was the result of him crushing the engine of the Marshal of Destruction, and being hit desperately by the opponent. Shrek. Nothing more. The electronic voice of the Marshal of Destruction flickered, as if it would dissipate at any time. And in his electronic eyes, The person in front of him also turned into a monster with curly hair. You are right. Shrek is nothing special. A little force of a civilization, plus a mechanical marshal, and a little logistics can suppress it. Even if the one in front of you is genuine, it will not perform much better than me. The electronic eyes of the Marshal of Destruction flashed a few times, and finally completely destroyed. You killed the level 90 boss. Gao Gong felt the emptiness in his body, and the mechanical force that was still skyrocketing despite the absence of the mechanical marshal. Silence. An encrypted LAN channel was quickly established. I know that everyone is worried that the mantis is catching the cicada while the oriole is behind. So I suggest that the friends who rushed here this time form a joint research team to jointly study and share all the research results of the two mechanical bodies. I want that biological body. A high-level member of a biological civilization raised an objection. Okay, let me add one more thing. Whether it is a mechanical body or a biological body, all research results should be jointly developed and shared. Now everyone can vote. 11:1. The vote passed smoothly. Among the mechanical bodies in the pursuit, there are one or two whose performance is no less than that of the Marshal of Destruction. Maybe this is the reason why the god-killing construct dare not act rashly? Maybe? Haven't you finished it yet? Hurry up. The idea of the mechanical body appeared in the biological body's mind at the same time. Chapter 1465. What are you doing? Do you think it's easy for me to act cool, crazy and stupid? It's hard to act crazy. Another thought flashed through Gao Gong's mind. It's broken. There's something wrong with the mechanical synchronization. I have to fix it later. In Gao Gong's mind, he once again recalled the ferocious and domineering figure observed in the black hole. With the excellent biological detail control, he simulated it about 70%. Looking around, he showed a ferocious and terrifying smile. Is it so easy to catch me? Since you think it's so easy, then try it. Under the observation of billions of detectors, Mr. G took out a biological equipment similar to a feather cloak and hung it on his shoulder. Name: Feather Insect Suit. Category: Biological Suit. Rank: Tier 3 Epic, Black Technology. Attributes: Strength plus 1000, Agility plus 1000, Endurance plus 1000, Intelligence plus 1000, Perception plus 1000, Character plus 1000. Function 1, Rainbow Transformation Mode, Pseudo Ascension. Function 2, Feather Insect Mode, Pseudo Tier 4. Function 3, Question Mark. Remark 1, Feather Insect swallows yang, rising by fire. Remark 2, Epic Suit is the upper limit of a civilization's technology. Cross-civilization equipment only has single pieces, not suits. This is natural. Although cross-civilization equipment has broken through the ceiling by half a step, it also has a hidden weakness, which is instability. An unstable equipment cannot form a suit. A comparison will show that the god-killing suit has such a pretentious name, and the whole set of single pieces is only excellent, and it is rare when combined, and it is still one level away from epic. However, this feather insect suit starts at epic. Not to mention that it has an ability comparable to a buff, which is simulated ascension. Almost as soon as it was put on, all monitoring systems, even the detection systems that had completed the biological modeling, all exploded. The flesh and blood were boiling in the tremor, the bones grew like branches, and the luster of mother of pearl appeared under the skin, as if billions of years of evolution were completed in an instant. The muscle fibers were reorganized into translucent crystalline structures, the blood vessel network turned into glowing veins, and every heartbeat released a pulse-like biological energy wave. Then, Gao Gong turned into light. It was not light at the speed of light, but an indescribable light that had never appeared before, representing genetic ascension. Wherever this light swept, the mechanical body in that area would disintegrate on the spot and turn into powder. Or, this has nothing to do with the mechanical body, but as long as it is related to life, it will disintegrate on the spot. For example, a bug king hidden in the dark. It watched its body emit thick black smoke from its feet and disappear into the void. It tried to ask for help from the hive mind, but the hive mind ran faster than it. In a few breaths, not a trace of the hive mind existed on the insect king. Its mouth opened wide and let out a piercing scream. The remaining body collapsed on the spot and turned into countless subatomic insects that were invisible to the naked eye, shooting in all directions. However, the subatomic size also burned out black smoke and disappeared. The real power of ascension is much more powerful than the evil power of ascension. The third-level species couldn't even withstand the power of ascension, so how could they possibly withstand this power of ascension, even if it was simulated? In the center of the light, Gao Gong's body began to change. The spine rose up step by step, extending into a streamlined energy conduit, and the shoulder blades tore out, but it was not wings, but some more ancient organs between gills and membrane wings. They were not used for flying, but to sense the energy tide. The pupils split into honeycomb-shaped compound eyes, and the irises refracted colors that did not belong to the visible spectrum. The vision penetrated the dimension and looked directly at the folds of time and space. The feather insect shook all over, and a large number of memory worms were shaken off. Even the enchanting tattoo on the abdomen dimmed. It turned out that this thing also had a suppressive effect. An unexpected surprise. Then, Gao Gong felt an uncontrollable hunger. The hunger was so strong that someone even opened his mouth and bit the half of the insect body that was crowded in the void. As soon as a large amount of chaotic information entered the stomach, it disappeared under the ascending evolution. After swallowing several large mouthfuls, Gao Gong was able to recover from this instinctive eating state. At the same time, he realized what he had chewed. Oh my god! How could he chew the information matrix? I'm going to die. Gao Gong then remembered that entering this feather insect mode requires stellar energy. So its mandible split into three, and a translucent tubular organ emerged from the depths of its throat, directly piercing into the space honeycomb like a straw. And within 3 breaths, the entire space honeycomb was sucked clean. By the way, it also exploded a super machine that could calculate at least 100,000 large space models. And this only slightly filled its stomach. The next moment, the resonance cavity grown on the upper jaw of the feather insect flickered with the breathing frequency, and instantly resonated into the light of ascension. Rainbow mode, and on the star of this star system, a small black dot suddenly appeared. Then, the light of the star began to tremble, like an oil lamp that was about to go out, and its surface was covered with sick dark red ripples, like a light ball kneaded by an invisible hand. Every pulsation was accompanied by a violent fluctuation in radiation intensity. The coronal mass ejection became chaotic and violent, and the flame whip of tens of millions of kilometers twisted and broke in the vacuum. It was like a bison targeted by a rogue insect, having its final spasm. And the back had already become a mess. Shrek was semi-suppressed. At least his biological energy was reduced to a controllable level. But who would have thought that he could evolve into a plus version? The space hive was sucked dry by a few mouthfuls. If this sucker falls anywhere, anyone present will be sucked dry instantly. Monster, it's really a monster. Report to the leader, there is a breakthrough in technology limit. Not ability. It has broken the limit all over its body. Isn't it said that only by carrying out a true civilization ascension can the ascension aura be produced? What is this? A seed leader of the seed of life murmured. It resisted the instinctive desire of the creature to worship, looking at the small black dot on the surface of the star, and the increasingly dim star. It feels that this time it is really out of control. Even if the peak Shrek is resurrected, it can't cause such a commotion. He dare not imagine what kind of damage this creature will cause once it absorbs enough energy. In the field, many holographic projections were scared and went offline on the spot. Of course, it is also possible that he is preparing to run away directly. The only calm senior official present was a great resident of the Void Dweller civilization. The spatial fluctuations on his body overflowed, and the spatial signal was accurately transmitted to every senior official who was still online. There was only one message released: it needs to use the Void Prison, and to use this weapon, at least 5 or more civilization senior officials need to sign or take responsibility. This is because this civilization artifact is very special. The special thing is that although it is controlled by the Void Dweller, the ownership is not the Void Dweller. The reason is not complicated. The original owner of this weapon is a mechanical master called Purple Giant. And the last time it was used, it exiled all the high-level officials of the Stringer civilization.